Chapter 1 The World of Elves. As Themmerningsen bay that the senior classroom minutes golden light, a piece of calx or through the air, heading straight for the corner the back of the room. Students defled their laughter, their eyes tracking the chalk's trajectory. Crack. A sudden pain show through King's foriatus that chalk cockade off, and dis previously hazy vision big and ta sharpened, gradual lit a spelling is grogginess. Instinctively King stu Japan glanced at the blackboard, with the characteristics of Bulbasaur, and Omania rather. Garlic toad. Without a moment's thought, King affectionately blurted out he term. Ft. Ha ha ha. The classroom erupted in laughter. The initial silence shittered with the exuberant reaction of his classmates, some even laughing to the point of tears. King was momentarily wilder woot the homeroom chair passage a question from it anime. Athasage, Hesserly should not be watching Pokémon, right? Am I seeing things after a nap? How can everything change so drastically upon waking? King's a tennis chair. Is he's vacant? Pondering aloud. Ching, did I permit you out to stand? How can you treat the teacher's words so lightly? Garlic toad? You resemble Morio Fotodaya yourself. Ha ha. The classroom wasing seeging filled with raucous slaughter. Alias fixated nikingent the backrow, that ha. I've crossed a dover. Toad world of elves. Ignoring the teacher's tirade, King semed to havia nepifania flipid pen his textbook. Excitement surging within your math of vivid illustrations of Pokémon. Silence. How can you, Ching, who ranks last in the class, have the audacity to law? Gathering his thoughts, King confidently focused on the question on the blackboard and replied, Bulbasaur has twa characteristics overgrow chlorophyll, with chlorophyll. Being the hidden ability. Overgrow increases the power of grass. Moves B50 when Pokémon shield is critically low. The chlorophyll ability doubles Pokémon speed in sunny weather. The classroom fell silent all thought his ways a fundamental question, for Ching, how consistently scored in the single digits, it was decidedly enacted. His classmate test looked at the confident Ching, momentarily feeling unfamiliar with him. Lujiang wotapedisdis with an eraser, his excitement palpable as she continued, what cannot a shovel vento, and with the requirements. King seated his classmates, whose he's wearing a weapon him using a sunstone, it can evil vento gloom, and with a leaf stone, it can evil vento vile plume. Despite Hottish soon appealing appearance, its Solivice renowned for being exquisite in nectar, astonishment washed over that class, and a few students dropped firewater-based pins in shock. Suppressing his surprise, Lujiang decided to elevate the difficulty, asking, what fighting type of Eskin dragon it learn? King for a wettis brow, briefly locking Gias with the class beauty before smiling, dragon claw and brick break. The class beauty covered hermit in disbelief and she was soon aware of the answer, as Dragonite, Aquas a legendary Pokemon, way exceedingly rare, and the cold and Liglian. Snippets of information online. Thegazis off his classmate test transition from surprise to admiration, then irreverence, asked the teacher's question clearly surpassing the syllabus answer known off Timkud. Provide. Lujang Watukasapoftia, gestured for King to sit down, and, stifling his curiosity, proceeded with a lesson, determined to interrogate King thoroughly after class. Outside, flocks of Pidgey sword be, observing students riding pony to cross to playground, while Ethers leaned against windows, gazing curiously at Caterpie. It's glimmering Jaya seem to inquire, young one, what do you desire? Do you wish to train mine to a Charizard? Where's my phone? King patted his pockets, his expression blank, until her recollect that Tisfany had been confiscated bethediture just yesterday. Wang Yao, lend me your phone, prodding his close friend sitting diagonally across from him, King whispered dashily and on the desk. His friend, with his striking look sand away with the ladies, was aptly nicknamed King of Softer Seat School. Here, you can borrow me. As King pondered his predicament, the class beauty, passing by to collect assignments, handed him her phone. Thank you. King accepted the phone, watching the class beauty smiley he walked away, shaking a shade in disbelief at the kindness of voters. What a wealthy individual. King played with Thelody phone 11, beginning to search for information. A beautiful wallpaper off shiny Sylveon greeted him, prompting him to ponder with that class beauty hot so sudden lilanthem her phone. Smack. King slapped himself, chiding eyes and attentiveness how Kudiba distracted why leadmering Sylveon. The existence of Pokémon hadal to read the course history in this world, diverging drastically from Miss previous life. In ancient times, prehistoric Pokémon merged, leading to a gradual diversification of species. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the prototype piece of Kabutown genesect appeared. 100 million years ago, Tentacle Beckamectinct, while Cranidos and Turtwig merged, with a fearsome Garchomp reigning supreme, and the ancient Trellicanth remaining. Unchanged to this day, 10 soft house and Sophia years ago, Kabutown demonite perished. Subsequent Thistericoleras remain consistent, merely augmented with the presence of Pokemon. Elburidia's Rapidash, sweeping through T-Battle field, while Ming walked hard with his Silver Pig, and Zhao's Island heroically rescued Adu amidst the chaos. It was not until a century Agatheta master craftsman Halloween Taffer Tan placed it in a special net to capture Pokémon, marking Thetabatov Pokémon trainers in the global stage. The introduction of Pokeball signated First World War. As Pokeballs underwent continuous refinement, the first generation of trainers proliferated, leading to the outbreak of Second World War. In the aftermath, the Pokémon League swiftly ascended, with members spanning the globe, a certain absolute leadership. Simultaneously, the war of Pokémon catalyzed rapid technological advancement. By the early 1990s, modern red and white Pokeballs were officially introduced, prompting nations worldwide to prioritize the cultivation of exceptional trainers' doses. Resources. Chapter 2 The Chronicles of Pokémon. Yiking set down the phone, gradually clarifying his thoughts. Let's go. Hey, where did Io get his phone? Wang Yao, intending to call Yiking for lunch, noticed at the pink phone on his friend Shan. Yiking shook his head, opting not to explain. Gazing at Wang Ya's familiar face, Heffeltra leave it the Tevan after crossing over. These people are in Dunkanga disfamily was the list family, and his friends remained us. Friends, significant thista recalivent should largely remain the same, with on limit or deviation since certa in details. Thank you that as Yiking passed at the class body, he returned her phone. The cafeteria was bustling, filled with the cacophony of lotta chatter. All around were students sporting innocent smiles. Finding an empty seat, Wang Yao cheerfully asked, "What do I want to eat? Today it's some." Typically, such treats are traded back and forth between friends, so there was no need to squabble. Yiking replied naturally, "How about fish fragrant shredded pork rice?" "Sure, wait here," Il gadget it. Wang Yao snapped at his fingers. "Wait, what kind of me it is suited in fish fragrant shredded pork? I sit Magikarp. Or perhaps it's a long-haired pig, and the duck me at Caldip scallion duck? After all, the size Zadish thought comes with its sound seasoning." Wang Yao Picadoo Poppy Sob braised pork and asked, "What's up with you out today? You not Tom Lion Saret that you question Busine Toby Yonch." Yiking wavy to Shan dismissively. "It's nothing if just been sleep deprived from and watching Sylvian Fanar recently." Wang Yao, not fully grasping the context, casually inquired, "By the way, in a few days, well have Vera first Pokemon. Have a out how to book which Shonio would like to acquire." Yiking pondered for a moment and comprehended Wang Yao's words. Assas didn't tap the prestigious Shanghai City First Pokemon Academy. These institution wasn't like an ordinary school. It was dedicated to cultivating trainers, breeders, and other professions related to Pokemon. Enrolling in such an academy required not only talent but also substantial annual tuition fee, exceeding 100,000 yuan high year during the 3 years of high school. However, the advantageous that upon successful graduation, one would receive a trainer certificate sabathelic. The Pokemon Academy offered a streamlined curriculum, allowing students to graduate and obtain her trainer certificate of the of high school. Should done discover that they are not suited for a career as a trainer, they could transfer to conventional university to continue their studies. Of course, there are various paths to becoming a professional trainer, but this method is undoubtedly the most effective and accessible. As Yiking had just commenced his third year of high school, he was required to in his first Pokémon Beth first off next month. With only a few days remaining, the school will dis Pokémon breeding licenses today, enabling students to legally nurture their chosen Pokemon. Noticing Wang Yao's inquisitive face, Yiking contemplated brief live for responding. "I haven't made a decision yet till see how it goes when the time comes." Wang Yao avidished enthusiastically, suggesting, "If I are undecided, I have your commendation. Currently, grass-type Pokemon are size to care for. While your combat power may not be the highest, they are certainly the most economical. iPhone is short in funds, simply providing sunlight and water will suffice. Although it is a method mere salting underdeveloped Pokémon with inferior compatibility as compared to their peers." After a hasty meal, Yiking spent the afternoon browsing information on Wang Yao's phone. Through his research, he discovered the tight was quintessential engine talavarage his knowledge on this area. These environments was natakin tun were individual sasama late in toth Pokémon world midware. Pokémon enemy and shad coexisted since setum immemorial, resulting in a well-organized classification of Pokémon species. Even EV's evolutionary forms were catalogenesis of variations, within lithoferrotype PV's evolution yet documented. However, due to the relative lyris development of Pokeballs and the high mortality among trainers, knowledge about legendary Pokémon and the development of Pokémon skills remained limited. Ding! The afternoon swiftly passed, and the school bell rang. At the teacher's signal, students rushed to off the classroom in a frenzy. Just moments ago, each student addressed even their Pokémon breeding lessons, signifying that they were now permitted to raise Pokemon. Yiking affectionately kissed a disc breeding license, Akino would reverse insens, and exited the classroom, linking arms with Wang Yao. Yiching, wait a moment. Just Ashu saw to leave the classroom. The homeroom teacher, Lu Jiangwo, suddenly called out to him. Wang Yao gestured for him to decide. Is the resomething, teacher, suppressing his yearning for Pokémon? Yi King stood before his teacher and inquired. Yes, that's correct, though Yi King struggled academically. He was adept at navigating conversations with teachers, swiftly managing to deflect the inquiry. Outside of the school, a luxurious Porsche Cayenne, valued at $1,000,000, was parked at its side. Wang Gao sat in the passenger seat, gazing outside, while a young woman in sunglasses occupied the driver's seat. Harry Yao full face revealed that she was also student. After waiting impatiently for Yi King to emerge, Wang Yao, feeling bored, quipped to the young lady, how many boys shave sat in the passenger seat of your car? The young woman removed her sunglasses and shot the may glare, retorting, and how many girls shave you had in the passenger seat? At that moment, Yi King opened at the car and witnessed thighs exchange, shaking his head internally, realizing that Wang Yao's knack for charming affluent young ladies was undeniable. The young woman responded with a hint of disappointment, smiled, and expertly drove toward Yi King's show. Thank you, see you tomorrow. Yi King exited the vehicle, waved, and shed toward Shisham. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by his mother. Observing her, Yi King felt a pang of emotion if Hetra had crossed into an unfamiliar world. What will become Yofer? His mother affectionately reflected share, saying, silly child, weary yunt heaver off tears. Ario worried about Pokemon. Do not for knife we have to celebrate thing wound. Vuelinchare acquiring exceptional Pokemon. Yi King shook his head, feeling gajud and wavy of melancholy. Based in heist research, ordinary Pokémon such as Pidgey, Meowth, and Tadbulb required severe old house Sandayuan, let alone more powerful Pokemon like Ninetales, Electabuzz, and Sandshrew. Is for the starter Pokemon. The Twasmaria Dream Therathe standard for the Wealthy and influential. Chapter 3 This golden finger is extraordinary. Yi King scanned the surrounding sand note to set the absenteofis quirk younger sister. Hinted, recalling that she was indeed their biological child, 3 years she's junior, currently in her third year of middle school and adjacent city, with less than a month until her high school entrance exams. However, Itwasha Lila Cliche attend regular high school, asked the tuition for a Pokémon Academy was beyond the family's means. Even his own tuition had been cobbled together by his parents with great difficulty. After removing his uniform, his mother comforted him. Come, let's eat. As long as drive diligently, everything will improve. I believe it won't squander your time. Luke and Gathable laden with his favorite dishes, Yi King inquired, where's Dad? Her aunt waiting for him. His mother shook her head as he picked up her sticks, nani to with his busy company. Yi King fell silent, eating while glancing around, that caring for a Pokémon wasn't a trivial expensing cost for a single Pokémon could reach 20,000 Pokémon dollars, surpassing fee cost of maintaining Ga. Via clean his previous life. Is for capturing wild Pokémon, notably weight perilous, but Ali get prohibited privacy individuals from capturing wild Pokémon unless they were professional trainers. Moreover, wild Pokémon were often highly aggressive and would easily overpower domesticators, leading to potentially fatal consequences for them prepared. The family possessed a domesticated Pokémon, Amishoki, Wicca companion his father in his work. Sighing, Yi King reflected on how his younger sister had been living in his own cramped head study, sensing that their parents might harbor tradition albias as favoring since over daughters. Yet, these was likely your sole-off circumstance after all, how all that want to provide the best for their children. Unfortunately, their financial situation constrained them to focus resource in nurturing and equaled. After finishing their meal, Yi King assisted his mother with the dishes, observing her smiley and the crowsfeet at the corner softer eyes. Hesilant liar solved to earn a substantial income mind the future of his parents and sister. Peering at the mirror, he was satisfied to see that, aside from being slightly younger, his appearance remained unchanged thick brows, bright eyes, and well-defined features. Undeniably handsome. One set of family was organized. They hailed a taxi heading straight for the commercial district. Yi King sat in the front seat, watching people stroll with their Pokemon, and couldn't help but dream of his first Pokemon. As a novice, the starter Pokémon will be delightful, yet if unattainable, there were other Pokémon with potential just as great as the starters. In the back seat, his mother exchanged glances with his father, the nudge at him with her elbow. Have we secured the fins? His father understood immediately and offered a self-deprecating smile. His expression shifted, as if recalling Gan and pleasant memory, before he paid a diswy fashion and said an ad and he just loud enough for Yi King to hear. Don't worry, ain't a tone. 100,000. Although a voice off Tetwa individual cerebral audible, he can find it spacey of taxi Yi King to overhear every word. In the face soft relentless bombardment of various internet short videos in her past life, Yi King was acutely aware to challenges associated with borrowing money. Thus, she silently vowed to rise above her circumstances, leveraging the knowledge and experience gained from her previous life of watching anime and playing games, convinced that her understanding of extraordinary combat would not place her at a disadvantage compared to others. However, having traversed into another world, she found herself devoid of Phoenicis Damar's special abilities, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Up and exiting Thevical, Shuis greeted Bethivi Brant Sino Fab bustling commercial street, wherein Aravnian lights hammered with the kaleidoscope of colors. The streets were alive with throngs of people, and numerous sprites frolicked amongst themselves. Hot-air balloons resembling the sprites floated in the night sky, while Pidgey and Spiroso urged gracefully above. In Theshido Wileys, Meowth playful apersida grupa frata, the shopping kinder spy pests readorned with long-tailed grimers, and each shop and trance featured innumerable sprites welcoming customers. Here, spritey Santamans coexisted harmoniously, reminiscent of a fairytale world. Cough, cough. As Yeking took a deep breath, she was instantly overwhelmed with the pungent aromovkamine and chilla powder, causing her to cough repeatedly. Turning her head, she noticed a day nearby still selling skewers, with Asmal Magnimited Ireless Lie supplying power to the electric grill. This place seems promising, let's take a look inside, her father said, giving her agental piton thebakeshagathem into sizable breeding house. Thessaly's assistant, Ion Girl, bright and edge upon seeing Yeking Seiji and quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Ari Winter Esteed in purchasing gas sprite to growing sprite." Let Chivia look at both, Yeking replied. This section features sore carefully selected sprites, guaranteed to possess exceptional potential and variety. Beyond species, the aptitude of fast sprite is paramount, why the sprite exhibiting unequal qualities, akin to how man's differ in intelligence and emotional intelligence. For instance, while it will bulbos or may share at the same species, their physical attributes and aptitude for skills can vary significantly. The official grading system for sprites ranges from SAS the highest to fast the lowest. Why the sprites quality determined by expensive machines hetera both bulky and time consuming, typically found in lion company as source retain institutions affiliated with the lions. Vulpix, Pidgey, Nidoran, Macop, Geodude, and so forth, Yeking marvel at Atherosoflabellid spriteeks and Theshells, Hermithwater in anticipation. However, Shequaclid has earned a troubling detail the majority of teaks were a graded in D, with Scarcelione above D. Yet, despite this, the price for the spriteeks soared in the 10 soft house hands. Her father scanned at the prices thoughtful of before inquiring, Aratherian Yother spriteeks available. The sales assistant instantly grasped high implication, smiling as heeled him deeper into the store, indicating the shelves behind her. These Sahavial undergone strict inspections, ensuring spriteizing excellent the Alth, Oddish, Sunflora, Caterpie, Magikarp, Tile. Yeking CS swept over these selections, and indeed, these were comparatively affordable, ranging from several thousand to 10 soft house sands. Among these, only Magikarp fell down a premise, yet without necessary evolutionary steps, it seemed unlikely the type would evolve successfully. System, special abilities, at least grant me on. Just as Yeking resigned herself to her fate, she felt a sudden strain in her eyes, and moments later, a linofin formation appeared in her mind. Sprite Magikarp level 0. Aptitude factors during incubation are numerous. Confirmation will occur post-hatching status say health I Gindermela type water. Ability swift swim in rainy weather. Its speedables. Held item none inherited skills none base skills none skill teaching none skill disc none remarks. Although Magikarp is notorious lie weak, it boasts remarkable productive capability as resilience, capability of surviving in eventimus polluted waters, and candidor. Quit some time inland without water. Wow, their retrolysis special ability. Fatally soft their predecessors among the transmigrators were a note in vain. Chapter 4. The gamble on eggs. Yi Qing was filled with exhilaration. Initially, he felt a sense of uncertainty about his future, but now he was reassured. For with the ability to discern potential, he could secure his position without fear of defeat. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Qing pulled his father, who was intent on selecting a Pokémon egg, and whispered in his ear, "Dad, let us head to the egg gambling venue. I consulted my teacher a few days ago and gained some insights on identifying Pokémon eggs." "Really?" Yi Dad responded with skepticism. The gambling venue was distinct from the breeding house. There was no assurance regarding the eggs there. Not only were the species and potential unverified, but even the status of the eggs, whether they were viable or not, remained uncertain. Ultimately, everything depended on one's discerning eye. However, amidst these drawbacks lay an advantage. The prices were exceedingly low. The saying one glance can lead to riches or ruin held true, as one might stumble upon an exceptional Pokémon or walk away empty-handed. The most successful gamble on eggs in the country resulted in a near-divine egg. That individual became an overnight millionaire, enjoying a life filled with yachts, beautiful women, and private jets. Observing his son's confidence, Yi Dad nodded, albeit with lingering doubts. After some time, the family arrived at the tallest building in the city, the Shanghai Tower. This tower not only stood as the highest structure in Shanghai City, but also housed the local Trainer Association's offices, featuring the largest Pokémon marketplace and gambling venue for eggs in the city. The gambling venue resembled the gamble on stones of a previous life. It was bustling with people due to the low prices and the potential for overnight wealth. Yi Mom, feeling uneasy, tugged at Yi Dad and whispered, "Is this really okay?" Neither of us possesses that kind of discerning eye. Yi Dad, watching Yi Qing stride confidently ahead with his back straight, replied with a smile, "Don't worry. It's only this amount of money. This is his life. Since our son has such confidence, and we've given him the necessary reminders, there's no need for excessive intervention." Yi Mom sighed, borrowing money isn't easy, is it? Although the couple was pretending, they had indeed borrowed money, not just a mere 100,000, allowing them to support Yi Qing in this gamble. Yi Dad shook his head. "It's fine. As long as our son succeeds in the future, none of this will matter." Yi Mom furrowed her brow. "Had I known, I would have borrowed some money from my family, avoiding all this hassle." Hearing this, Yi Dad raised his eyebrows. "No need for that. I don't want to see their faces." As they stood before the largest marketplace, Yi Qing halted and declared, "This one will do." At that moment, a rotund shopkeeper approached them, greeting, "Ah, are you three here to select Pokémon eggs? We have everything from near-divine eggs to the standard starter Pokémon. Feel free to browse." The shopkeeper refrained from elaborating, allowing the trio to explore freely. Those in this line of work could not guide customers. Otherwise, selling a premium price for a Weedle would invite wrath. Yi Qing assured his parents to wait for him a moment and ventured into the marketplace alone, scanning the Pokémon eggs displayed on the counters. These eggs were far less appealing than those in the breeding house, with most still coated in dirt and grime, perhaps even pilfered from nests. Caterpie, Pidgey, Rattata. Yi Qing's mind raced as he noted that 80% of the eggs were of Rattata and Caterpie. It would be a travesty to purchase such inferior eggs. While experienced individuals could discern initial quality from the eggshell's patterns, the dirt covering them rendered that impossible. Hence, the physical hindrance was indeed fatal. The saying 9 out of 10 bets fail held its truth. Yi Qing maneuvered through the crowd, seeking less populated areas, and continued his selection of eggs. After a thorough search, he encountered a few decent Pokémon, yet their potential was dishearteningly low, even with proper nurturing. Their accomplishments would be limited. After another round of exploration, Yi Qing's eyes brightened upon spotting a particularly striking egg among a cluster of darkened shells. Pokémon, Gloomy, Level 0, Potential, C, Status, Egg Gender, Female Type, Normal Ability, Cowardice when attacked by Dark, Ghost, or Bug-type moves. Its speed increases due to fear. Remarks: Gloomy typically emits soft sounds akin to whispering. However, when provoked, it can unleash a scream akin to that of a jet engine. In the wild, most Pokémon possess F and E level potential, and without careful nurturing, their innate talents would go to waste. Currently monopolized by the Alliance. The starter Pokémon are mostly D level, with only a few reaching C or B level potential. For an ordinary family like his, acquiring a Pokémon with decent species value and C level potential was akin to striking gold. Should it mature properly, it would ease the process of seeking a bride and even impress her family. It could be said that a C-level Pokémon with commendable species value could serve as the backbone of a gym leader's team. What is a gym leader, you ask? They are formidable figures, respected and well-known within the city. Currently, Yi Qing understood that professional Pokémon trainers are classified into 8 levels. Ordinary trainer, newcomer, graduate, common worker, professional trainer, active in various competitions or coaching, elite trainer, Pokémon hunters, professional bodyguards, and mainstays in various organizations, gym leader, regional powerhouse, champion, master, and so forth. Thus, if Gloomy were to be properly nurtured combined with a few solid Pokémon, he would have the opportunity to attain the title of gym leader. At that point, becoming an esteemed member of society, marrying into wealth, and achieving the pinnacle of life would no longer be a distant dream. However, Yi Qing did not rush to make a decision. He cradled the egg, the size of a football, in his arms and continued to peruse other eggs. The crowd at the egg selection area was substantial, with many wielding magnifying glasses and flashlights, making Yi Qing, who approached empty-handed, appear quite peculiar. Ignoring the judgmental glances of others, he directed his attention to the final section. Here, the prices were even lower, and the appearance of the eggs was dismal. They were caked in dirt and typically range from a few thousand to 10,000. Due to the owner's refusal to allow cleaning of the eggs, very few people ventured there. Yet Yi Qing felt no such concern as he activated his ability to sift through the selections. Caterpie, Beedrill, Pidgey, Cacnea, and Chimchar. Just as disappointment began to creep in, his gaze fell upon a rather unremarkable egg. Wait a moment, is it a Chimchar? Stepping closer, Yi Qing noticed that this egg was slightly larger than the typical Pokémon egg. Chapter 5, It's decided. It's you, young man, do not be deceived. That egg bears cracks, and the sprite within shall not endure long. He was peering intently through a magnifying glass, illuminated by a strong flashlight, meticulously sifting through the surrounding eggs. Thank you for the warning. Regardless, it was a kind gesture, and after expressing his gratitude, Yi Qing continued to observe the cracked egg. The elder shook his head slightly, feeling as though his good intentions had been misinterpreted. Sprite, Little Fire Monkey, Level 0, Potential, B Status, Weak Gender, Male Attribute, Fire Characteristic, Blaze Carried Item, None Inherited Skills, Flame Punch, Try Again, Clap Attack, Quick Defense Basic Skills, None Skill Transfer, None Skill Discs, None Remarks. The little fire monkey possesses a mischievous disposition and an insatiable curiosity, yet it is endowed with fierce fighting spirit and unwavering will. A B-grade potential. Yi Qing's heart soared with joy. Not only was it one of the starter trio, but its exceptional talent was astonishing. With proper training, it could easily become a main battle sprite worthy of a king. As Yi Qing gently touched the cracks on the eggshell, he suddenly sensed a faint yet persistent force within, as though it was resisting the fate of its impending demise. Moved, he set aside the egg of Gunyunyo and carefully cradled this egg, turning away from the astonished gaze of the old man and making his way toward the cashier. Upon seeing Yi Qing approach, his mother hurried forward. Is this the egg? But it has cracks. She was taken aback, never expecting her son to choose such a flawed item. His father joined in, scrutinizing the egg before directing a questioning look at Yi Qing. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Qing met his parents' gaze with determination. This egg is extraordinary. Trust me. This is your own decision. Do tread cautiously. His father pressed, uncertainty lingering in his tone. I have made up my mind. Yi Qing replied without hesitation. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. While this egg has its flaws, in light of current technology, it is not insurmountable. The shopkeeper, well aware of the egg's imperfections, approached with a smile, explaining, to ensure fairness, this egg is priced at 30,000. Typically, I do not negotiate. But if you purchase a sprite incubator and hatching liquid from me, I can offer you a wholesale price of 20,000. Yi Qing's father's expression shifted through various emotions as he exchanged glances with his wife. Ultimately, he nodded, swiping his card upon meeting his son's resolute gaze. Cradling the dirty sprite egg, Yi Qing suppressed his elation as he selected an incubator and hatching liquid on the tablet presented by the shopkeeper. The hatching page displayed 3 different levels of incubators and hatching liquids. Basic incubator, price 1,000. Intermediate incubator, price 5,000. Advanced incubator, price. Basic hatching liquid, description, provides essential nutrients. Price 500. Intermediate hatching liquid, description, contains rich nutrients, reducing the hatching time of sprite eggs. Price 2,000. Advanced hatching liquid, description, eliminates harmful metallic ions produced during the sprite egg's metabolic process, mitigating early developmental hazards. Price 5,000. Special hatching liquid, description, in addition to the aforementioned benefits, it can partially repair damaged sprite eggs. Price. Seeing Yi Qing's eyes fixated on the special hatching liquid, the shopkeeper added, this is a newly launched product from our company, currently rare in the market, circulating only within the alliance. Yi Qing glanced up, pondering if the shopkeeper had set a trap for him. Could he possibly know that this egg belonged to the little fire monkey? If so, it would necessitate the purchase of hatching liquid for anyone discerning enough to recognize its value. However, Even if he knew this was a little fire monkey's egg, he could not possibly be aware of its exceptional potential. Dad, I want this advanced incubator and special hatching liquid. Yi Qing turned to his father. Very well. As an amateur trainer, Yi Qing's father understood that this was the only way to potentially save the egg, though he remained concerned about the rarity and excellence of the sprite within. Yi Qing's mother affectionately ruffled his hair, noting how seldom she had seen such confidence in her son over the years. The shopkeeper placed the sprite egg before the onlookers, meticulously cleaning it in the apparatus. Shortly after, an orange egg with cracks appeared before them. After placing the sprite egg into the incubator filled with hatching liquid, the shopkeeper presented Yi Qing with a premium ball valued at 1,000 sprite coins as a gift, recognizing the significant purchase. This generation's sprite ball differed from the rest. The premium ball contained a one-time use spray that could heal a sprite from severe injuries and various abnormal statuses. Furthermore, once depleted, the spray could be replenished at the sprite center. As Yi Qing walked along the bustling street, his heart was a tempest of excitement, tightly clutching the transparent incubator, within which the little fire monkey's egg floated in the viscous hatching liquid. Once the little fire monkey hatched, he would officially become a sprite trainer. Sprites, known for their resilience, were unlike ordinary animals. With the aid of hatching liquid and incubators, the cracks on the little fire monkey's egg posed little threat. Hey, Yi Qing! Just as he was lost in delightful daydreams of the future, a light voice called out. Turning, he recognized his close friend, Wang Yao. Although Sanhai City was a burgeoning metropolis, it housed only 3 sprite academies, and with the final year of high school approaching, many classmates would be out purchasing sprite eggs or newborn sprites that weekend, making it quite common to encounter familiar faces on the street. Hello, Uncle Wang, Annie. With their meeting, Yi Qing naturally stepped forward to greet them. Wang Yao's parents, though clad in casual attire, exuded an air of authority. Ah, Yi Qing, how delightful to see you. Wang Yao's family, having known Yi Qing's mother from childhood, engaged in warm conversation, reminiscing about days long past. Chapter 6. The gift of happiness. As far as Yi Qing was aware, Wang Yao's parents were not ordinary individuals. One was the director of the Alliance Public Security Bureau, and the other was the head of the Pokémon Center. The family was indeed influential and powerful. Brother, is this the Pokémon egg you selected? Wang Yao inquired, examining the incubator in Yi Qing's hands. Yi Qing smiled broadly. Yes, I just picked it. The egg's color and patterns were somewhat ambiguous, appearing to be either a fire-type egg or perhaps one belonging to the rock or ground types. Oh wait, there's a crack here. Wang Yao furrowed his brow, pointing to one corner of the Pokémon egg. A crack? Let me see. Wang Ani exclaimed, suddenly alert, as she retrieved a magnifying glass and leaned closer to Yi Qing for a detailed inspection. Right, Mom. Please check if it's serious, Wang Yao urged, stepping aside to allow his mother to examine it thoroughly. Indeed, Xiaoshuang, do assist in checking, Yi Qing's mother chimed in, having been worried about this matter for quite some time. Please take a look at the happening egg. Wang Ani signaled to her sister to remain calm, opening a Pokeball in her hand. A round, pink Pokémon materialized in a burst of light. Pokémon, Happiny, level 39, potential, D status, healthy gender, female type, normal held item, none inherited skills, heal bell, aromatherapy basic skills, pound, tackle, sweet kiss, rollout, heal pulse skill inheritance, water pulse, icy wind combination skills, not developed remarks. Happany's egg possesses miraculous properties. It not only heals Pokémon, but is also said to be imbued with happiness. It is rumored that a single bite can transform even the most ferocious Pokémon into gentle beings. As Happiny appeared, it instantly drew the attention of passers-by on the street, with some individuals even taking out cameras to capture the moment. Happiny let out a soft cry and hurried over to the Pokémon egg. Yi Qing observed, somewhat astonished, that this egg was already at level 39. In reality, a Pokémon's strength could generally be gauged through the Pokédex, which reflected energy values. Yi Qing speculated that a master-level trainer's main battle Pokémon would need to be at least level 90, which suggested that Wang Ani was a highly experienced trainer. However, this was not surprising, given that the head of the Pokémon Center could certainly be considered part of the elite in society. Please, I entrust this to you, Happiny. Yi Qing said, slightly bending down to place the incubator in Happany's hands. Happany nodded, hesitating upon seeing the crack on the egg. Her hands gently caressed the fissure, as if she could sense the indomitable spirit of the little chimchar within. After a moment of contemplation, Happany resolutely broke off a piece of the egg from her belly and, to the astonishment of onlookers, placed it into the incubator. With a soft exhale, Happany closed her eyes, her hands glowing as she enveloped the incubator in light. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, and moments later, she opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Qing, shaking her head. "Thank you." Yi Qing bowed gently to Happany and Wang Ani's family, overwhelmed with gratitude. He could hardly fathom how to express his appreciation, as Happany had selflessly used her precious egg to heal the little chimchar. Wang Ani smiled softly. "No need for thanks. Happany volunteered for this. Besides, your mother and I are good friends. This is hardly a burden." After Yi Qing and his family expressed their gratitude multiple times, Wang Yao's family bid farewell, inviting them to dinner another day. Ye's mother sighed inwardly, watching Wang Yao's family grow distant. Thanks to Happany's healing, Yi Qing no longer needed to visit the Pokémon Center to check the egg's health. After all, a routine examination could hardly compare to the accuracy of a healing master like Happany. Yi Qing chuckled softly, gently flipping through the incubator's manual and adjusting the various indices according to the instructions. It stated that to hatch a Pokémon, it first needed to be immersed in the incubation fluid for a week, after which the fluid should be drained, and the Pokémon would hatch within 1 to 3 days. After studying for a while, Yi Qing opened his computer to research food recommendations and care methods for Chimchar. Chimchar was known for its mischievous nature, insatiable curiosity, and tendency to be jealous. Thus, if you had a girlfriend, caution was advised. Should Chimchar take a disliking to your girlfriend, it might resort to various antics to meddle in your relationship. Most crucially, Chimchar despised solitude, so to foster a bond, it was advisable not to leave it alone in a Pokeball during its early stages, but rather to keep it close at hand. In terms of diet, aside from regularly feeding it fire-type Pokemon food and energy cubes, nuts and grains could also serve as snacks. Yi Qing was also aware that a Pokemon's evolution level and the level required to learn skills did not align with the data from his previous life. It entirely depended on the trainer's nurturing and the Pokemon's inherent qualities and physical abilities. Moreover, a Pokemon's height differed from what was recorded in the Pokédex. Upon realizing this, Yi Qing felt relieved. It would have been quite troubling if a world-destroying Pokemon like Groudon truly stood only 3.5 meters tall, as described in the past. Just as Yi Qing became engrossed in his reading, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. "Is my son asleep?" Ye's mother entered, sitting beside Yi Qing and placing a bank card on the table with a serious expression. "There's still 30,000 yuan left here. Today, I'm giving this to you. In 2 weeks, you'll be going for clothes management, right? If you need to buy anything for your Pokemon later, just go ahead." Looking at the bank card on the table, Yi Qing nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Mom. I won't let you down. All right, get to bed early." Ye's mother affectionately tousled Yi Qing's hair before leaving. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During these days, apart from attending classes, Yi Qing spent his time nurturing his bond with the incubator and Chimchar. Some classmates had purchased juvenile Pokemon and were already teaching them skills. Observing Wang Yao, who ran past him with his girlfriend and a Trico gifted to him, Yi Qing felt a deep admiration. After enduring numerous hardships just to obtain a starter Pokemon, Wang Yao seemed to effortlessly receive a Trico without any help from his parents. Chapter 7. Hatching in contrast to Wang Yao's Wood Gecko. Yi Qing was somewhat taken aback by Huoming Yao's Pokemon, a delightfully silly Cottonee. However, in his family, acquiring a Cottonee was not a daunting task, especially since he had heard that her relatives worked in the local police department. Gazing at the incubator, now devoid of hatching fluid, Yi Qing softly murmured, "Little fire monkey, it's time for you to hatch quickly." That night, Yi Qing settled on the sofa, cradling the incubator as he tuned the television to the Pokemon contest. After watching several matches, he noticed that the current battling tactics were rather rudimentary, with strategies like toxic stalling or Sun Team Sandstorm being out of the question. In the real world, Weather abilities were exceedingly rare, and those with mediocre talent found it nearly impossible to comprehend them. One could say they were a rare breed indeed. This was understandable, as skill discs had only been researched for a little over a decade, leaving many skills inadequately developed. Son, could you call your sister and check where she is? I'm about to finish cooking. Ye's mother called from the kitchen, her voice laced with urgency. Yi Qing rolled his eyes. Mom, you've already asked 5 times. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to inquire about his sister's whereabouts, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Yi Qing hurried over. His sister would never use her key if someone was home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a little girl with twin ponytails, her face bright with excitement. Wow, brother, I miss you so much, the little girl joyfully exclaimed, throwing her arms around Yi Qing. Hey, where's your Pokémon? Show me. Just as Yi Qing was about to bond with his sister, she abruptly pushed him aside. Donning her shoes, Yi Menghan glanced around and was immediately drawn to the incubator sitting on the sofa. Oh, awesome. If you do well on your exams, Big Brother will pay for your tuition at the Pokémon Academy. Yi Qing ruffled his sister's hair, speaking earnestly. Yi Qing chuckled. I know you don't believe me, but in a few months, when you take your entrance exam, you'll see. Yi Menghan nodded, though she didn't take it to heart. She understood that all the family's money was spent on her brother's education, leaving little for her own. Nonetheless, she harbored no resentment towards her parents, believing wholeheartedly that her brother would eventually make it up to her. 2 days passed, and, while having breakfast, Yi Qing suddenly noticed the Pokémon egg in the incubator shaking vigorously. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the orange egg developed numerous fissures, from which a brilliant light began to radiate. Little fire monkey is about to hatch. Yi Qing's heart raced as he fixated on the incubator. The alarm light on the device flickered, and with a resounding pop, it disassembled, releasing a burst of white light that revealed a little fire monkey, roughly 30 centimeters tall. Perched on the table, its fur was predominantly orange, with a small flame flickering on its rear. It was said that this flame was fueled by gas from within its body and would not be extinguished by water. Furthermore, this type of Pokémon could alter the temperature of the flames on its body. If it chose to, it could allow its owner to touch it without feeling any heat. Ooh, wow. The little fire monkey stared at Yi Qing with wide, glistening eyes, sensing through its nose that Yi Qing had been its companion recently. Pokémon, little fire monkey, level 1, potential, B status, healthy gender, male type, fire ability, blaze held item, none inherited skills, flame punch, try again, surprise strike, quick defense, basic skill, scratch skill instruction, none skilled discs, none remarks. The little fire monkey is mischievous and curious, yet possesses a strong fighting spirit and indomitable will. Hello, little fire monkey. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Qing extended his right hand, attempting to appear as friendly and approachable as possible. Ooh, the fire monkey blinked, suddenly turning its back on Yi Qing and playfully making a silly face. What a rascal. You're already treating me like your dad? You certainly didn't call me that just now. Yi Qing reached out to catch it, but the little creature effortlessly leaped away from him. Ooh, wow. The newly hatched fire monkey, still unsteady on its feet, quickly adapted to its body within 5 minutes and began bounding energetically around the room. Observing the chaotic scene, Yi Qing thought to himself how fortunate it was that his family was at work and school. Otherwise, he would have been the one to face the consequences. Noticing the lively little fire monkey, Yi Qing retrieved a fire-type energy cube he had prepared earlier. The small, fiery red cube emitted a unique aroma, instantly captivating the little creature, which was busy exploring the cabinets. The fire monkey twitched its nose, its large eyes fixating on the energy cube in Yi Qing's hand. Ooh! The fire monkey pivoted, opened its mouth wide, and leaped with all its might, attempting to snatch the energy cube from Yi Qing. Fortunately, Yi Qing was quick on the uptake. He swiftly closed his palm, causing the little fire monkey to miss its target entirely. The little creature spun around in a frenzy, trying to pry open Yi Qing's hand, but hesitating, instead gazing up at him with a whimper. Yi Qing, observing the little fire monkey scratching its head atop the table, decided to impart some of his previous knowledge to it, conveying the notion that if it wanted to eat, it needed to obey. Pokémon were not like other animals. They possessed high intelligence and could easily comprehend the languages of their own kind, as well as any human language. The fire monkey nodded enthusiastically, its eyes glued to Yi Qing's palm, even drooling slightly. Seeing its eager expression, Yi Qing opened his hand, unable to resist any longer. Ooh, wow! The fire monkey's eyes sparkled with joy as it quickly grabbed the energy cube with both hands and swiftly devoured it, with its tiny hands covering its mouth. The fire monkey kept a vigilant watch on Yi Qing, as if fearing he might snatch the cube from its mouth. Amused by its adorable antics, Yi Qing smiled and ruffled its head, thinking about the surprise he would give his parents that evening. Yi Qing's gentle touch brought the fire monkey great comfort, as it squinted its eyes and rubbed its cheek against Yi Qing's arm. Little fire monkey? Upon entering the classroom, Yi Qing's fire monkey instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was noteworthy that among the 50 students in the class, only 3 possessed the coveted starter Pokémon, making Yi Qing the 4th. No one could have anticipated that the most unassuming person in the class would own a little fire monkey. Chapter 8. The terrifying talent. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming number of people, combined with the fact that the little fire monkey was being stared at for the first time, that it felt somewhat intimidated perched on Yi Qing's shoulder. One of its hands clung to Yi Qing's neck while the other finger was gently sucking on it. The bespectacled sports committee member rushed forward, wondering how a member of the 3 prestigious families could possibly have a Pokémon egg worth at least 300,000 in the market. Given Yi Qing's background, he could neither afford nor be willing to spend such an exorbitant sum. Where on earth did you acquire this little fire monkey? Noticing the astonished expression on the committee member's face, Yi Qing comforted the timid fire monkey, saying, I found it through my discerning eye. Stop boasting. Do you really think you have an eye for talent? Just make sure you can afford to raise it. The bespectacled boy playfully tapped Yi Qing, realizing that he did not wish to elaborate further. Wang Yao, having previously encountered the little fire monkey, merely gave a thumbs up from his seat. Apart from Yi Qing's fire monkey and Wang Yao's wood gecko, the remaining 2 members of the prestigious families included the class monitor's fire dragon and the sports committee member Sharpedo. Additionally, Huameng Yao held a formidable Houndour, and the other classes were similarly equipped, with the 3 prestigious families or even rarer Pokémon being in plentiful supply. Recently, Yi Qing had made a profound impression, not only becoming well-versed in knowledge, but also acquiring such a high-caliber Pokémon. Lu Jiangwo cleared his throat, interrupting his wandering thoughts, and announced while tapping the blackboard, Since our class's final Pokémon has hatched, I will apply to the school for a practical lesson in the forest surrounding the city in a month. In the meantime, I hope you all cultivate your Pokémon diligently. The days swiftly passed, and after school, Yi Qing immediately purchased a month's worth of Pokémon food and energy cubes for the little fire monkey at the Pokémon shop. The food was not expensive, but the energy cubes cost him 5,000 coins, and that was merely for the basic level. Wow! The little fire monkey waved cheerfully at Yi Qing's parents, who were seated on the sofa watching television. Little fire monkey! Yi Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his son to choose a Pokémon egg of that caliber. Yi Ma gasped in astonishment, aware that a member of the 3 prestigious families represented a ticket to becoming a societal elite. Trainers who owned such Pokémon rarely found themselves in less than favorable circumstances, provided they were not foolish. Come here and let me see it. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Ma joyfully stood up, eager to embrace the little fire monkey. Wow! The little fire monkey, unafraid, leaped into Yi Ma's arms. Good, good, Yi Ba exclaimed, watching the mischievous little fire monkey, his long-held stress alleviated in an instant. That evening, the family enjoyed a lavish dinner, and even Yi Ba, who rarely drank, indulged in several glasses. Observing his parents' happiness, Yi Qing surveyed their old home and vowed to provide them with better living conditions. Lying in bed, Yi Qing took a photo of the little fire monkey and shared it on social media. Don't forget to feed it, Yi Ba reminded. Look how lively it is. So much more adorable than you were as a child. Yi Ma chimed in. Wow, you actually have a little fire monkey. Brother, I want one too, Yi Menghan exclaimed. Yi Qing felt a wave of frustration, realizing that since acquiring the little fire monkey, his standing in the family had considerably diminished. After spending a few exciting days with the little fire monkey, It became increasingly curious about everything. Only when it fully adapted to its body did Yi Qing begin its training. After listening to the lengthy lecture from their instructor, the 50 students quickly dispersed with their Pokémon. Try using Ember, Yi Qing called, pointing at a large tree ahead. Ugh! Wow! The little fire monkey, frowning in concentration, took a deep breath and forcefully expelled air, but only a cloud of black smoke emerged, with no sparks in sight. Is this how you train? Yi Qing scratched his head in confusion. After some contemplation, he decided to start with something simpler. Despite the little fire monkey's high potential, one must learn to walk before they can run. Yi Qing commanded, "You scratch," pointing at a tree the size of his arm. The little fire monkey nodded, pushing off with its legs as its nails gleamed white and rapidly elongated. In the next moment, it swiftly clawed at the tree trunk. Observing the leaves cascading down, Yi Qing inspected the results closely. The tree trunk bore 2 claw marks, each 2 millimeters deep, which was quite commendable for first-time skill execution by the little fire monkey. After practicing for over an hour and taking a brief rest, Yi Qing pulled out his phone to show the little fire monkey a tutorial on the Ember skill. For such fundamental skills, the league's official website provided video explanations about the Pokémon. The little fire monkey watched intently for considerable time, then took a deep breath. After a moment, it tilted its head, hands on its hips, and handed the phone back to Yi Qing. Yi Qing accepted the phone, bemused by the little fire monkey's seemingly understanding demeanor. He thought to himself, could it really be this extraordinary? Has it already learned to use Ember, just after watching a few videos? After all, Huomingyuo's Houndour had practiced for several days without mastering the skill. As if summoned by fate, Huomingyuo ran past Yi Qing with her Houndour. Yi Qing, are you being a bit too hasty? The little fire monkey has only been born for a few days. The bespectacled boy trailing behind, Huomingyuo chimed in, exactly. My Sharpedo took 3 days to learn Water Gun. You should take a break. Woof. The Houndour was startled, but being loyal and brave, immediately jumped in front of Huomingyuo, protectively shielding her from any perceived threat. Is this its inherited skill? The bespectacled boy exclaimed, nearly dropping his glasses. If he recalled correctly, the little fire monkey had only been an egg a few days ago. Huh! Huomingyuo nearly burst into laughter at his comment. Inherited Ember, really? Noticing the Houndour's vigilant stance, the little fire monkey felt invigorated, clenching its fists and glaring intently at the Houndour. Exchanging glances, Huomingyuo and Yi Qing felt a surge of unspoken emotions. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Qing interjected unexpectedly. Chapter 9. The Jinsei Forest today. I will take my little fire monkey to practice for the class assessment scheduled in a week. What a joke. The Cardi dog has been trained for several days. How could a recently trained fire monkey compete? However, Huomingyuo, understanding Yi Qing's thoughts, smiled and greeted the fire monkey before continuing her run with the Cardi dog. The bespectacled boy, eager to maintain his image as the sports committee member, offered a few casual tips to Yi Qing before trailing behind Huomingyuo. Keep up the fighting spirit. Continue using Ember. Yi Qing dismissed the boy's ignorance. The reason he refrained from having the fire monkey use its inherited abilities was to observe how its high potential would manifest when learning new skills. After several unsuccessful attempts, the fire monkey was panting heavily. Just as Yi Qing contemplated letting it rest, the fire monkey suddenly inhaled deeply, puffing out its cheeks, and unleashed a series of flames from its mouth. Wow! The fire monkey seemed to be venting its energy, howling towards the sky as flames burst forth continuously. The surrounding students were astonished, pondering how a newly hatched fire monkey could already utilize Ember when their own Pokémon had yet to master it. Huomingyuo and the Cardi dog paused, marveling at how the Cardi dog had only recently learned Ember itself. A nearby teacher was somewhat surprised, but such occurrences were not particularly rare in his years of teaching. He simply made a mental note of Yi Qing. Huff, huff. The fire monkey bowed, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted from the extended use of Ember. Well done. Yi Qing patted its head and offered it an energy cube as a reward. With the energy cube consumed, the fire monkey was invigorated, pumping its fists against its chest while the flames behind it flared up dramatically. Yi Qing pointed at a tree trunk riddled with scratches and exclaimed, "All right, let us practice Flame Punch next." The fire monkey's eyes shone with determination as it swung its right fist, creating a whooshing sound as it struck the trunk. However, no flames erupted from this punch, leaving the fire monkey scratching its head in confusion. Yi Qing was not surprised. Although Flame Punch was an inherited move that the fire monkey could perform from birth, this did not mean it could execute it immediately. The move demanded considerable muscle strength and mastery over fire energy, which the fire monkey had yet to achieve. A week swiftly passed, and the Pokémon grew rapidly. Through continuous training, the fire monkey's physique had strengthened considerably. That evening, after dinner, Yi Qing trained with the fire monkey in the garden beneath their building. Use Flame Punch, he commanded. The fire monkey's eyes widened as its right fist ignited with fierce flames, striking a rock with the force of a burning comet. Bang! The rock, the size of a soccer ball, shattered under the blow, sending fragments flying in all directions and rustling the leaves. Excellent work, Fire Monkey! In a burst of excitement, Yi Qing rewarded it with another energy cube. The fire monkey beamed with pride, standing with its hands on its hips in a boastful manner. Pokémon Profile. Name, Fire Monkey, Level 7. Potential, B status. Healthy gender, male type. Fire ability, Blaze held item. None. Inherited skills, Flame Punch. Try again, Pound, Quick Defense. Basic skills, Scratch, Ember, Skill Transfer. None. Skill Disc. None. Notes. The fire monkey is mischievous and curious, yet possesses a fierce fighting spirit and unyielding determination. After more than a week of training, the fire monkey had reached level 7, mastering its inherited skills, including the recently acquired Ember. Feeling his phone vibrate, Yi Qing checked to find a call from Wang Yao. Hey, is something up so late? The fire monkey, having finished its energy cube, swiftly climbed onto Yi Qing's shoulder, tilting its head to eavesdrop on the conversation. Good news. There's no way something good would call you this late. Wang Yao's boisterous voice reached Yi Qing and the fire monkey's ears. Since we're starting to stay in dorms on Monday, my girlfriend and I plan to camp in the Jinsei Forest to battle wild Pokémon and enjoy ourselves one last time before the restrictions. Though Yi Qing couldn't see Wang Yao's face, he could easily discern the smugness in his tone. I'm not going. Do you want me to be a third wheel? Upon hearing Yi Qing's refusal, Wang Yao was not deterred, leisurely replying, Come on, I'm not that kind of person. There's also a girl going. She's a close friend of my girlfriend, and she's quite beautiful. Yi Qing exchanged glances with the fire monkey, noticing its spirited expression, and reluctantly agreed. All right then. It's a good opportunity for the fire monkey to challenge itself through practice. Fire monkey. Wang Yao cheered, great. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at 8 tomorrow morning. Just bring the fire monkey. You don't need to pack anything else. After hanging up, Yi Qing ruffled the fire monkey's head and started heading home. It was definitely not because of the pretty girl that he agreed to go. In a world inhabited by Pokémon, the natural environment in the wild is remarkably well preserved, with lush vegetation and countless towering trees. The Jinsei Forest is located on the outskirts of Shanghai City, connecting to a pristine forest behind the mountains. However, it is frequently cleared by forest rangers, so powerful Pokémon are quite rare. It is a popular destination for families on weekends. Jinsei Forest? You all should be careful. Yi Qing's mother expressed some concern, though she understood that a bit of practical experience would benefit both the fire monkey and her son. Besides, the Jinsei Forest was not particularly dangerous. I've packed everything you'll need for your stay. If you require anything else, call us. Okay, by the way, where's Dad? Yi Qing quickly changed the subject to avoid his mother's nagging. His mother casually replied, while turning on the television, he was sent out for research by his company recently. The following morning, the sky was clear, a deep blue without a trace of impurity. Yi Qing and the fire monkey waited outside their apartment complex, warmly greeting passersby. An elderly man in a tank top, fanning himself with a palm leaf, approached and complimented, Yi Qing, your fire monkey is quite impressive. I didn't expect your parents to be so willing to spend on it. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, patting the fire monkey, which was nibbling on a nut. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes echoed as a Mercedes G-Class stopped at the entrance of the complex. Wang Yao rolled down the window and cheerfully called, Yi Qing, get in. Yi Qing took out a luxury Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, the fire monkey was swiftly captured, leaving only a half-eaten nut suspended in the air. Chapter 10. Ambush in the Wilderness Greetings. Yi Qing placed his luggage in the trunk and settled into the back seat, noticing a young lady beside him. She appeared to be of similar age, her delicate skin complemented by chestnut-colored long hair, exuding an undeniable charm, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression. Wang Yao turned to introduce. "This is my good friend Yi Qing, and this is my girlfriend Sun Xiaowei. This is her close friend Su Yiqing." "Hello," Yi Qing said, his gaze drifting to the driver's seat where Sun Xiaowei, adorned with stylish sunglasses, emanated grace. Her shoulder-length hair and denim attire formed a striking contrast with the innocent demeanor of the soft-spoken Su Yiqing. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Qing and Wang Yao shared a knowing glance, the meaning between them unspoken. Wang Yao chuckled, well aware that Yi Qing admired his swift change of romantic partners. As they sped along, it took merely a few hours for the group to arrive at the foot of the mountain. Given that it was the weekend, the area was bustling with visitors. Sun Xiaowei, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Shall we explore the back mountain? The front has been developed and lacks excitement." Su Yiqing, adjusting her sun hat, hesitated, "Isn't that unwise? Our Pokémon are quite weak, and what if something dangerous happens?" Wang Yao interjected with a smile. "Oh, what danger could there be? Don't worry, we won't venture too far. Right, Yi Qing?" Yi Qing accepted a backpack, observing the flirtatious exchanges between Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, fully aware of their intentions. The front mountain indeed attracted many visitors, making the search for a wild Pokémon to battle a cumbersome task. After some consideration, he agreed, "I believe staying close should pose no issues." "All right then." Su Yiqing bit her lip, pondering for a moment. Seeing the consensus among the three, she refrained from further objections. Wang Yao led the way, cheerfully waving, "Follow me. I know a path to the back mountain." Steering clear of the crowds, they traversed a rugged trail leading to the back mountain, which contrasted starkly with the developed front. Towering ancient trees reached for the sky, their branches intertwining, and the dense foliage formed a protective canopy, shielding them from the harsh sunlight. In the face of such a scene, their adventurous spirits ignited, and disregarding the warning signs forbidding entry, the four released their Pokémon and plunged into the forest. "Little fire monkey, I entrust you with my protection," Yi Qing said, releasing the creature and affectionately ruffling its head. At that moment, the others also summoned their Pokémon. In comparison to the recently hatched little fire monkey, Wang Yao's wood gecko had already reached level 9, while Sun Xiaowei had a level 10 fire chick. And Su Yiqing possessed an 8-level cotton bird. "Your cotton bird is simply adorable," Sun Xiaowei cooed, gently stroking its wing with affection. "Dragon Tribe Trader?" Yi Qing muttered under his breath, glancing at the charming cotton bird. "What did you say?" Wang Yao, unable to catch Yi Qing's words, leaned closer, curious. "Nothing. Let us move on," Yi Qing replied, shaking his head and leading the way into the forest. "Little Qing, keep an eye on the sky," Su Yiqing instructed softly, patting the cotton bird on its head. "Chirp." The cotton bird nodded and fluttered above the group. Noticing the affectionate hand-holding of Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, Yi Qing turned to Su Yiqing, who lagged behind. "You should walk with me. It's safer in case wild Pokémon attack from the bushes." "Exactly, Yi Qing. It's better for you to stay close to Yi Qing for protection," Sun Xiaowei chimed in, giving her shy friend a gentle push towards Yi Qing. Thank you," Su Yiqing said nervously, walking alongside Yi Qing, her hands clasped together in anxiety. "This girl is quite tall." Walking next to the 175-meter tall Su Yiqing, Yi Qing, standing at 180 meters, felt a bit of pressure. As they entered the forest, the wood gecko seemed to come alive, nimbly leaping from branch to branch. Little fire monkey, ever vigilant in its duty to protect Yi Qing, kept a watchful eye ahead, despite its envy of the wood gecko's agility. The fire chick trotted leisurely beside Sun Xiaowei, enjoying its surroundings. Suddenly, as the group relaxed their guard, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes to their left. "Whoa!" The wood gecko and cotton bird perched on the branches above, their eyes fixated on the source of the noise. Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, trailing behind, paused at the puzzled expressions of Yi Qing and Su Yiqing, asking curiously, "Did we encounter a wild Pokémon?" Little fire monkey, prepare for defense. Yi Qing commanded, sensing an imminent attack from the shadow ahead. Ugh! Little fire monkey crossed its arms, conjuring a transparent round shield that deflected the approaching purple shadow with a loud bang. Pokémon, Rattata, level 6, potential, F status, healthy gender, male attribute, normal ability, guts, if affected by a status condition. Its attack increases. Held item, none inherited skills, scratch basic skills, tackle, quick attack skill transfer, rage fang skill disc, none notes. Rattata has low environmental requirements and breeds rapidly. It can become a nuisance if not managed. Rattata? Yi Qing's spirits soared upon reviewing the wild Pokémon's data, recognizing this level of Rattata as a perfect sparring partner for Little Fire Monkey. Stay alert to your surroundings. Little Fire Monkey, charge in and use Scratch. Rest assured, Wang Yao replied confidently, understanding Yi Qing's intention to use Rattata as practice. Following the command, Little Fire Monkey propelled itself forward, a blur of motion as it lunged at Rattata. The Rattata, clearly not to be underestimated, unleashed its strength and charged back as a flash of white light. Grab it! Yi Qing realized that Little Fire Monkey couldn't evade the quick attack, so he seized the opportunity to restrict Rattata's speed advantage. Bang! Rattata collided with Little Fire Monkey's abdomen, and as it landed a hit and tried to create distance, it found itself firmly grasped by Little Fire Monkey. Use Ember. Ye vin commandit, eink, Rattatas apositfans. As Rattata succumbed to defeat, Yi Qing affectionately patted Little Fire Monkey's head, praising, well done. Whoa! Filled with exhilaration after besting its opponent, Little Fire Monkey raised its fists in triumph, roaring with enthusiasm. Chapter 11. The ferocious Spearow standing to the side, Su Yiqing inquired with perplexity, Yi Qing, your Little Fire Monkey must have been born only recently. How has it learned Spark so quickly? Wang Yao, eager to foster a connection between Su Yiqing and his friend, immediately praised, what else could it be? It's simply due to its exceptional aptitude. Oh, Su Yiqing nodded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Pokémon with high aptitude were often unreasonable. Sun Xiaowei, feeling a bit anxious, glanced around and said, all right, let us move quickly. I remember that Rattata is a social Pokémon. Yi Qing nodded. This was not an animated world, and he did not possess the extraordinary resilience of a typical protagonist. Facing a Pokémon's attack could indeed prove fatal. In this world, the existence of Pokémon had led various plants to evolve over thousands of years into a unique resin. This resin would automatically secrete in response to flames or damage, effectively extinguishing itself and promoting healing. Otherwise, survival amidst the frequent bombardment from Pokémon would be impossible. During their journey, aside from Rattata, the Fire Monkey also triumphed over several Caterpies and Oddish, its spirits soaring high. Yi Qing surveyed the surrounding forest and remarked, I believe we have traveled far enough. Proceeding further may lead us into danger. The two girls, already fatigued, quickly agreed. Su Yiqing added, I will have Xiao Qing check if there are any nearby rivers. We can set up camp there. Chirp. The Swablu responded cheerfully, flapping its wings, eager to soar higher. Don't go. Yi Qing hastily intervened, reminding them that this was not the city. The forest was teeming with wild Pokémon, each possessing their own territories. A reckless ascent into the sky could easily provoke other flying-type Pokémon. Oh, it'll be fine. Sun Xiaowei waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned with such a vast sky. What are the odds of colliding with another? Suddenly, a vast shadow swept over the forest, followed by the anguished cries of Swablu. Xiao Qing! Su Yiqing exclaimed in shock, quickly retrieving the plummeting Swablu into its Pokeball. A Spearow? Yi Qing's gaze fixed on the furious Spearow glaring at them from above the treetops. He promptly checked its information. Pokémon, Spearow, level 17, potential, status, severely injured, exhausted, gender, male type, normal ability, keen eye, fortunately. Its accuracy is unaffected. Held item, none inherited moves, quick attack, basic moves, peck, fury attack, aerial ace, mimic, bite move, tutor, none TM, none remarks. A Pokémon that has overexerted its potential and evolved forcefully. It will viciously attack anyone who dares to provoke it in its territory. Level 17? Ye King's Burol Furovit. A Pokémon of such strength could not be dealt with by just one of their Pokémon. However, it was fortunate that it was severely wounded. A coordinated assault from their Pokémon might yield a chance of victory. Wang Yao was nearly paralyzed with fear by the fierce Spearow, tugging at his girlfriend and shouting, "We might be in its territory. Let us hurry and run." Yi Qing stepped forward and shouted, "We certainly cannot outrun it. The dense foliage here offers little room for movement. Instead, let us take a calculated risk. We might seize a glimmer of hope." The Spearow wasted no time considering the intruders in its territory. Bearing its pain, it transformed into a flash of white light and charged toward them. Yi Qing pulled Sui Qing behind a tree and pointed at the Spearow, shouting, "Fire Monkey, unleash your most powerful spark." Sun Xiaowei recognized the wisdom in Yi Qing's words. Having been sheltered at home, she had never encountered such thrilling situations. With a burst of energy, she broke free from Wang Yao's grasp and commanded her Fire Chick. "Fire Chick, you spark as well." Witnessing his girlfriend's excitement, Wang Yao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let us do this." Wood Gecko UC Bomb. The Fire Chick and Wood Gecko unleashed their moves simultaneously, forming a torrent of energy that blasted toward the descending Spearow. Boom! The collision sent dust and debris flying, and the resulting shockwave rapidly spread outward. Yi Qing shielded his eyes from the flying stones and leaves, continuing to instruct the Fire Monkey. Wait for the right moment to leap onto its back. With agility, the Fire Monkey adeptly scaled a tree, drawing closer to the Spearow. The dense forest provided little room for the Spearow to evade. Sun Xiaowei's latent aggression surged forth, and she shouted excitedly, "Cover it! Keep using spark!" The Fire Chick inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of fiery sparks toward the recovering Spearow. Let us use quick attack. After a moment's respite, Wang Yao's fear subsided significantly, and he realized that the Spearow's strength was not as formidable as he had initially thought. The Wood Gecko launched itself from the tree trunk, transforming into a green flash as it raced toward the Spearow. Use Aerial Ace. The Spearow, filled with rage, would never have allowed such insolence if it were not for its injuries. Its long beak transformed into a steel spike, slamming into the Wood Gecko's abdomen, nearly knocking it out. Simultaneously, the Fire Chick's spark struck, crackling across the Spearow's visage. Gah! The Spearow, infuriated, raised its crest, which glowed a deep crimson as if ready to spill blood. Its furious gaze locked onto the Fire Chick, and it opened its mouth to unleash a barrage of sparks. Though these sparks were mimicked from the Fire Chick's attack, each one was the size of grapes, magnified in power, and rained down upon the Fire Chick like a machine gun. Yi Qing clenched his fists and shouted, "Now's our chance. Use Flame Punch." Seizing the opportunity while the Spearow was distracted, the Fire Monkey leapt from a nearby tree and landed deftly on the Spearow's back, raising its flaming fist high and delivering a powerful blow to the Spearow's head. Bang! The impact caused the Spearow to stagger, old and new wounds flaring simultaneously, disrupting its sparks. Yet, this strike alone was insufficient to bring it down. Enraged, the Spearow twisted its body, preparing to unleash another torrent of fiery sparks at the Fire Monkey. Yi Qing's heart raced with urgency as he shouted, "Don't stop. Keep using Flame Punch." He believed that as long as the Fire Monkey could withstand the sparks, the subsequent boosted Flame Punch would be more than enough to finish off the severely injured Spearow. "Xiao Qing, use Peck." Just in time, Su Iching pointed at the Spearow. "Chirp!" The rejuvenated Swablu let out a triumphant cry, transforming into a blur that struck the Spearow squarely in the face. Though the impact was not particularly powerful, it was immensely insulting. Enraged, the Spearow immediately abandoned the Fire Monkey and began pecking at the defiant Swablu. Chapter 12. Crisis. Little Fire Monkey seized the opportunity with fervor, flames erupting from its rear, while its right fist ignited with a blazing fire. With a resounding thud, it struck the top of the big-mouthed Sparrow's head. Boom! An explosion of flames ensued, and the once mighty big-mouthed Sparrow let out a mournful cry, its eyes rolling back as it plummeted to the ground. "Fantastic!" Wang Yao exclaimed, raising his arms in exhilaration. astonished that this ferocious big-mouth sparrow had been defeated by his novice team. Panting heavily, Little Fire Monkey stood atop the fallen bird, feeling the toll of its fiery punches on its stamina. Yi Qing swiftly checked Little Fire Monkey's status, confirming that after this unequal battle, it had rapidly advanced to level 8. But before Yi Qing could finish his thought, he heard the ominous sound of hundreds of wings flapping. Oh no! It's the fiery sparrow swarm. Run! Yi Qing's expression changed dramatically, recalling how badly Xiao Ji had fared when chased before, though the other three were unaware of the horror of being pursued by fiery sparrows. They could see the pale face of Yi Qing and sense the gravity of the situation. Hundreds of fiery sparrows erupted from the forest, ravenously attacking the four. Run, run! Oh my gosh, darling, run! Wang Yao and son Xiao Wei were equally terrified. Having lived a sheltered life, they had never encountered such a scene. Their minds went blank as they hastily fled in the direction from which they came. Su Yiqing covered her ears with her right hand, while Yi Qing grasped her left hand, propelling them in the opposite direction. The swarm of fiery sparrows split into two, their aggressive demeanor suggesting they would not relent until they had torn the four apart. After a few minutes of frantic running, Yi Qing's clothes were marked with several gashes, and Su Yiqing lagged behind, gasping for breath. I can't go on. Su Yiqing felt her heart racing, her lungs burning as if set ablaze. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed ahead. Help is on the way. Because Su Yiqing's slower pace had significantly hindered their escape, both were now marked with bruises from the fiery sparrows pecking. Pushing through a thicket, a river, about 3 meters wide, surged before them. Yi Qing, disregarding everything else, wrapped his right arm around Su Yiqing's waist and leaped forcefully towards the rushing water. Splash! As they fell into the river, the two were quickly swept away by the torrent. Yi Qing had underestimated the temperament of the fiery sparrows, who, like arrows, dove into the water, creating splashes. Then, all went silent. The non-swimming fiery sparrows floundered, choking and struggling before they eventually retreated in panic. Gulp, gulp! Ye Vink Saput. Having swallowed several mouthfuls of water, his lungs rapidly depleting of air. In the chaos, he had not thought to consider his inability to swim. Su Yiqing, holding her breath, kicked her long legs vigorously, pulling Yi Qing, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, towards the surface. Splash, splash! Just as they broke the water's surface, they spotted a precipice a few meters away. A waterfall. They exchanged glances, and before they could think further, the current carried them over the edge. Fortunately, the waterfall was only 2 to 3 meters high. Yi Qing plunged into the pool below, swallowing more water, but with great effort, he managed to drag the motionless Su Yiqing to the shore. Panting heavily, Yi Qing lay sprawled on the ground, reflecting on the terrifying ordeal. Had Su Yiqing also been unable to swim, they might have perished at the river's bottom. Su Yiqing was no better off. Her clothes were torn in multiple places, and since she had fallen behind Yi Qing, she bore more wounds from the fiery sparrow's pecks. Come out, little fire monkey. After a considerable time, Yi Qing regained his composure and retrieved Little Fire Monkey from its pockball. Ugh! Upon emerging, Little Fire Monkey supported Yi Qing, allowing him to rest against it. As darkness descended, the forest echoed with sporadic beastly roars. Looking around, Yi Qing realized they were in a basin, beside a pool of water where he could occasionally see the glimmer of goldfish and tadpoles peeking above the surface, cautiously observing them. These timid creatures, sensing that Yi Qing and Su Yiqing had no intention of leaving, reluctantly vanished into the depths of the pool. The river continued to flow deeper into the forest, flanked by dense trees. Observing the motionless Su Yiqing beside him, Yi Qing urged Little Fire Monkey to help him reach her side. Su Yiqing, wake up! He gently tapped her damp face and checked for her breath, relieved to find she was merely unconscious. Ugh! Little Fire Monkey tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve, its small belly grumbling with hunger. Hungry? Just a moment. Yi Qing, too fatigued to correct Little Fire Monkey's speech, patted its head and asked it to wait. After the fierce battle, Little Fire Monkey was in dire need of sustenance. Fortunately, his backpack remained intact. Yi Qing opened his backpack to see what supplies might be available. Most of the provisions had been prepared by Wang Yao and his team. Aside from Little Fire Monkey's food, he had only a flashlight, a blanket, and some food and medicine. He handed Little Fire Monkey its food to settle its stomach and decided to start a fire before anything else. Having never even held a girl's hand before, Yi Qing felt a strange urge looking at Su Yiqing, who lay there vulnerable. Slap! What am I thinking? I cannot betray Shinado. He chastised himself, shaking his head to cast aside those chaotic thoughts, and carefully lifted Su Yiqing, placing her beneath a tree. Little Fire Monkey, please gather some branches for me. Due to the biometric fingerprint lock on every Pokeball, Yiqing was unable to open Su Yiqing's, leaving him no choice but to once again rely on Little Fire Monkey. Of course, if the Pokemon inside were overly hungry or had a strong will to escape, they could emerge on their own. Ugh! Little Fire Monkey quickly grabbed some food, stuffing its cheeks before reluctantly departing for the forest to collect branches. After gathering a pile of sticks, Little Fire Monkey breathed fire onto them, igniting the dry wood instantly. Yiqing, now in just his shorts, tore open the back of Su Yiqing's shirt and sprayed the prepared medicine onto her bruised back. Chapter 13. The hidden enemy in the shadows as the sun dipped below the horizon. Darkness enveloped the forest, heavy black clouds looming ominously overhead, casting a foreboding shadow upon the land. The flickering flames of the fire dispelled the encroaching night, crackling and popping as they consumed the dry wood. Yiqing and the Little Fire Monkey sat by the campfire, indulging in a hearty meal. After satisfying their hunger, Yiqing cast a worried glance towards the pitch-black expanse of the forest. With a soft sound, the Little Fire Monkey, with its big, bright eyes, offered Yiqing a handful of its food, seemingly questioning if something was amiss or if the meal was unpalatable. Yiqing chuckled, ruffling its furry head, and retrieved an energy cube from his pack to offer it. Sensing the delightful aroma, the Little Fire Monkey became exuberant, mistaking Yiqing's gesture as a trade for food. It quickly shoved its meal into Yiqing's mouth while snatching the energy cube with the other hand. Coughing, Yiqing struggled to react as the taste of the elven food, reminiscent of foulness, overwhelmed him. After discreetly expelling the remnants from his mouth, he looked at the curious Little Fire Monkey, pondering its innocent nature. Gently flicking its forehead, he encouraged it to play. As for the safety of Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, Yiqing felt relatively assured. Their escape route retraced their steps, and with the elven repellent in their packs, they could easily fend off any pursuers. Peering into the sky, Yiqing found himself unable to quell the solitude, while the Little Fire Monkey, restless, leapt about among the treetops, occasionally emitting excited shrieks. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from a nearby thicket, prompting the Little Fire Monkey to swiftly descend and crouch protectively in front of Yiqing, its gaze fixated on the source of the noise. Yiqing grasped 2 burning torches for defense and cautiously approached, squatting beside Su Yiqing, remaining vigilant. The Little Fire Monkey, unable to tolerate the tense standoff, scratched its ear and bared its teeth at the bushes. However, no response came from the shadows, which seemed to harbor a pair of chilling eyes observing them intently. Time trickled by, the rustling intensifying, hinting an impending dread. Yiqing felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. The Little Fire Monkey was still too young, and numerous threats lurked within the forest. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, Su Yiqing, lying on the ground, murmured softly and slowly opened her eyes. Did I just faint? Upon seeing her awake, Yiqing nodded enthusiastically, urging her, quickly release your Qingmian bird. I sense something lurking in the darkness. At that moment, the eerie stillness shattered as the hidden creature lunged toward them. With a swift clap, Yiqing commanded the Little Fire Monkey to act, his focus unwavering on the thicket. In an instant, the Little Fire Monkey darted forward, intercepting the shadow and striking it with a mighty blow. A dull thud resonated as the purple silhouette was sent sprawling, momentarily daunted by the Little Fire Monkey's boldness. Elven creature, ABO snake, level 12, qualification, E gender, female, type, poison ability, intimidation, intimidates opponents upon entry, reducing their attack power. Inherited skills, poison tail, basic skills, poison needle, bind, dark mist, bite, remarks, often curls up while resting, preferring to lurk in shadows. Capable of swallowing the eggs of Pidgey or fire sparrows whole. The little fire monkey utilized Spark. Seizing the opportunity while the ABO snake recoiled, Yi Qing decided to press the advantage. However, the little fire monkey hesitated, intimidated by the serpent's presence. "Come on, little fire monkey, be brave. It's just a crooked snake," Yi Qing encouraged, understanding the effect of the intimidation ability. Motivated by Yi Qing's words and its promise to protect him, the little fire monkey gradually regained its composure. "Qingyan go." Swiftly, Su Yiqing released her Qingyan bird. The ABO snake, having recovered from the initial shock, coiled its body. Its serpent head raised, its slit pupils fixed on the little fire monkey and Qingyan bird. Yi Qing intensified his command. "Use Spark." With a fierce cry, the little fire monkey unleashed a torrent of blazing sparks from its mouth. The ABO snake swiftly maneuvered to evade, but as the sparks accelerated, it had no choice but to retaliate with a barrage of purple poison needles, which clashed violently with the fiery projectiles in midair. A powerful explosion ensued, sending the diminutive little fire monkey tumbling backwards, while the ABO snake merely arched its back slightly. "Qingyan, use Peck." Su Yiqing recognized the bird's disadvantage and understood that only a stealthy strike could aid the little fire monkey now. With a swift motion, the Qingyan bird flapped its cotton-like wings, transforming into a blur, and struck the ABO snake at its vulnerable point with a sharp peck. The ABO snake hissed in agony, its sensitive spot under assault. "Protect with Mystic Guard." Without hesitation, Su Yiqing commanded. The ABO snake, its eyes glinting with malice, lashed out with its tail, now shimmering with toxic energy, striking the Qingyan bird just as it completed its protective maneuver. Seizing the moment, Yi Qing whispered to the little fire monkey, "Clap attack." Fire punch. With a fierce roar, the little fire monkey transformed into a streak of light, rapidly closing in on the ABO snake, and delivered a powerful slap to its face. "Keep attacking." Yi Qing clenched his fists, channeling his energy into the battle as if he himself were the one fighting. Flames enveloped the little fire monkey's right fist, delivering a fierce punch to the ABO snake's tail. The ABO snake writhed in pain as the flames spread along its tail, igniting it in a fiery blaze. Yet, this only provoked its ferocity further. As it coiled around the little fire monkey, intent on squeezing the life out of it, a tactic it had often employed, tightening its grip before delivering the fatal bite. Watching the little fire monkey struggle to breathe, with only its head visible, Yi Qing felt a pang of urgency. "Don't give up. Use your strongest spark." Though the little fire monkey opened its mouth to unleash the attack, the constriction hindered its focus, leaving it gasping for air. Chapter 14. The eerie beast roars. Su Yiqing urgently shouted, "Use Fury Swipes." The blue feathered bird, battered and bruised, relentlessly pecked at the top of the aber snake's head with its sharp beak. Consuming its prey whole was instinctual for the aber snake. Faced with the offering of the blue feathered bird, it opened its gaping maw and swiftly engulfed the creature whole. Shaoqing. Su Yiqing, taken aback by such a scene, stood frozen as only a few feathers remained in the air. "I will help you." Yi Qing gritted his teeth and, with a mighty roar, lunged toward the aber snake, aiming for its vulnerable spot. These two Pokémon were the very foundation of their survival. Should anything happen to them, both he and Su Yiqing would surely perish in this perilous forest. Caught off guard by Yi Qing's charge, the aber snake found itself in a predicament, its mouth and body occupied. Reluctantly, it released the little fire monkey, raising its tail to swiftly lash out at Yi Qing. "Now, little fire monkey," Yi Qing shouted, bracing a wooden stick against his chest to fend off the serpent's tail while calling out desperately. Witnessing his master desperately trying to save him ignited a flame within the little fire monkey's heart. In the next moment, its eyes blazed with determination, flames erupting from its rear as it clawed furiously at the aber snake's mouth and head. The aber snake, already wounded, could no longer withstand the onslaught and spat out the blue feathered bird had yet to swallow, collapsing helplessly to the ground in convulsions. Watching the blue feathered bird flap its wings on the ground, shaking off the sticky residue, Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Yiqing rushed over, cradling the injured blue-feathered bird and applying expensive medicine. "Well done, little fire monkey," Yi Qing praised as he offered a cube of energy to the panting little fire monkey, realizing it had indeed executed the Fury Swipes technique. "Is the blue-feathered bird all right?" Yi Qing asked as he picked up the little fire monkey and hurried to Su Yiqing's side. Kneeling on the ground, Su Yiqing gently stroked the blue-feathered bird's head, reassuring, "It's fine. The medicine is applied. It just needs to rest, and it will recover." "Gee." The blue-feathered bird craned its neck, nudging Su Yiqing's palm, as if to comfort her not to worry too much. Noticing its dirty wings, it tugged at Su Yiqing's hand, wanting to wash itself by the river. Pokémon, blue-feathered bird, level 9, potential, C, status, weak gender, female type, normal flying ability, insomnia, all weather effects negated, held item, soothing bell. The Pokémon holding it becomes calmed and is easier to bond with its trainer. Inherited moves, Feather Rest. Quick attack, Dark Mist-based moves, Peck, Fury Swipes, Mystic Guard move tutor. None TM, none combo moves. Not developed remarks. The blue-feathered bird is exceptionally clean. Upon encountering dirt, it uses its cotton-like wings to clean itself, and if its wings become dirty, it will wash them in the river. With C, level potential, and as a rare Pokémon, Yi Qing pondered that Su Yiqing must come from an extraordinary background. Otherwise, she would not have acquired such a blue-feathered bird as a starting Pokémon. Gee. The blue-feathered bird cried out in pain as the chilling river water washed over its wings, rinsing away the previously applied medicine. "Oh no, I'm so sorry." Xiaoqing. Su Yiqing flusteredly dried the blue-feathered bird with a blanket. "Oh no," Yi Qing gasped, realizing that without the blanket's cover, the remnants of his torn clothing slipped off Su Yiqing's shoulder. "Ah!" Su Yiqing screamed, her voice piercing the air, startling the nearby Pokémon into a frenzy. Seeing Su Yiqing's furious embarrassment, Yi Qing quickly raised his hands, exclaiming his innocence while pointing at the empty medicine bottle on the ground. The little fire monkey glanced at Yi Qing, then also raised its hands in a gesture of innocence. Fuming, Su Yiqing stamped her foot and adjusted the blanket to cover her exposed skin. The two sat beside the campfire, and to ease the awkwardness, Yi Qing asked, "I've known you for so long, yet I still don't know what your family does. Was this blue-feathered bird purchased?" Yi Qing nodded, and once again the atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence. In exasperation, he took out his phone to check for signal, but found none. "I wonder how Wei Wei and the others are doing," Su Yiqing said, poking the campfire with a stick, her expression tinged with worry. "Don't worry. The 2 bottles of dispelling Pokémon spray are in their bags. They'll be fine," Yi Qing reassured, as the little fire monkey, attempting to climb onto his face, comforted him. Su Yiqing nodded gently, a moment later whispering, "Thank you." "It's nothing," Yi Qing waved dismissively, thinking that she was not someone without understanding. Surveying their surroundings, Su Yiqing suggested, "Should we find another place? After all, we just made a commotion here." Without hesitation, Yi Qing declined. No need. Wandering around at this hour would be even more perilous. "Woo!" The little fire monkey nodded in agreement, sensing multiple hidden dangers lurking within the underbrush. At the foot of the Golden Stream forest, a man and a woman stumbled out of the dense woods, disheveled and exhausted. "Humph! I can't run anymore," Sun Xiaowei gasped, kneeling on the concrete ground, clutching the little chick in her arms. Wang Yao, equally fatigued, glanced back at the ominous forest, bent over to catch his breath, then immediately pulled out his phone in search of a signal. "Damn it, still no signal here," Wang Yao cursed under his breath, feeling a wave of anxiety as he realized, although he and Sun Xiaowei had escaped, Yi Qing and Su Yiqing were still unaccounted for. Sun Xiaowei, puzzled, asked, "How can there be no signal here?" Suppressing his exhaustion, Wang Yao urgently pulled Sun Xiaowei to her feet. "Get up. We need to find a place with a signal to call for help." "Okay." Sun Xiaowei, worried about her friend's safety, gritted her teeth against the pain in her legs and continued down the mountain. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain, where they finally had a signal. "Who are you? What are you doing here so late?" Just as they were about to burst into tears from joy, a A stern voice boomed from the security booth. "Sir, we got lost in the mountains. We're leaving now." Wang Yao quickly signaled for his girlfriend to call for help while he rushed forward to block the security guard. The guard, visibly annoyed, reprimanded. "Haven't you seen the news? Didn't you know that members of our organization are active in the mountains? You kids just keep causing trouble for the adults." Chapter 15. Life and Death our organization. Wang Yao was taken aback, realizing that the absence of signal in the mountains was likely due to them jamming it. For this was a world-renowned, high-tech criminal syndicate. The elder, smoking leisurely, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but fret not. The alliance is already infiltrated, and I trust they will apprehend them soon." Sun Xiaowei, having finished her call, rushed to Wang Yao's side and said, "I have contacted my family, and someone will come to our aid shortly." As night deepened, the forest grew increasingly ominous. The wind rustled through the treetops, and distant mountains echoed with the anguished cries of wild beasts. Yi Qing, after listening for a while, felt an unsettling sensation. It seemed as though someone was extensively hunting fairies nearby. Otherwise, there would not be such a cacophony of their roars. It was indeed peculiar. Su Yiqing nodded, recalling her previous camping trips with family, during which she had never heard such a dense chorus of beastly howls at night. As the only combat-capable fairy present, the small fire monkey took its duties seriously, vigilantly scanning the surroundings with wide eyes throughout the night. Yi Qing and Su Yiqing gathered numerous branches, instructing the fire monkey to dig a trench about 10 centimeters deep around the great tree, leaving a gap toward the river, into which they tossed the branches and other combustible materials. Moments later, the branches in the trench ignited, forming a fiery barrier of safety. Observing the flames leaping to a height of several inches, Yi Qing and Su Yiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the fire monkey, they would not have survived the night. Su Yiqing softly hummed in agreement, watching Yi Qing's confidence dispel her lingering fears. As the fire continued to blaze, the fire monkey reveled in the rich fire elements in the air, dancing with excitement. Suddenly, a ripping sound pierced the sky, followed by a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. A colossal bee drill descended from the sky, its wings creating a gust that smothered the flames. Chin Chin. On the bee drill's back were 3 figures, unmistakably Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, accompanied by a serious-looking middle-aged man. Sun Xiaowei urgently patted the man's shoulder. "Brother Su, quickly let bee drill descend." "Understood." The man, referred to as Brother Su, lightly tapped the bee drill's back, prompting the magnificent creature to gracefully fold its wings and descend into the circle of fire. Why? Upon seeing her close friend, Su Yiqing was elated, shaking Sun Xiaowei's hand vigorously. Brother Su, however, appeared uneasy, glancing at the distant forest and calling out to everyone. "Hurry up, this area is no longer safe." "All right." The group nodded and swiftly climbed onto the bee drill's back. Though enormous, the bee drill's back was insufficiently spacious for 5 people, and Yi Qing, sitting on the outer edge, constantly felt on the verge of falling off. The bee drill flew swiftly, accounting for the presence of passengers, and in mere moments, they ascended to a high altitude. Brother Su maintained his gaze forward, persistently urging the bee drill to accelerate towards the city. Sun Xiaowei, her hair tousled by the wind, expressed her discontent. "Brother Su, could you slow down? There's no need to be this anxious." Brother Su patiently explained, "Miss, you may not be aware, but there have been traces of our organization's activities around our city recently. It is best we enter the city quickly." The mention of our organization caught Yi Qing off guard. Indeed, Wang Yao nodded, beginning to elucidate the organization's nefarious deeds to Yi Qing. After hearing this, Yi Qing felt a surge of emotion. Although the name differed from the infamous Team Rocket of his previous life, their misdeeds were strikingly similar. Their organization was notorious for its vivisection research on fairies and had conducted numerous genetic engineering experiments. In addition to these monstrous experiments, their crimes of theft and trafficking of rare fairies were countless, exemplifying their malevolence. The organization harbored 2 ultimate goals: to amass wealth and to dominate the world. A cold sweat trickled down Yi Qing's back, realizing that this organization might one day create mutuo, or perhaps it had already done so. If the organization sought breakthroughs in genetics, finding Mew would be an inevitable path, for Mew was the progenitor of all fairies, containing the genes of every species within. Airblade. Brother Su's pupils constricted as he immediately commanded the Beedrill. The Beedrill responded swiftly, its wings slicing through the air, creating two air blades that cleaved towards the left front. Destructive light. Just as the group was bewildered, a booming voice erupted from afar, followed by an orange-yellow beam of annihilation illuminating the night sky, shattering the air blades and hurtling towards the Beedrill with a menacing force. Evade. Brother Su did not engage directly. Instead, he directed the Beedrill to veer into the depths of the forest. The group, paralyzed by fear, were like sheltered flowers unaccustomed to such peril. Thanks to the Beedrill's remarkable speed, they soon distanced themselves from their pursuers. However, as they exhaled in relief, another attack loomed ahead. Hold on tight. Execute high-speed movement. Brother Su's expression shifted as he realized they had entered the enemy's encirclement. This approach was unsustainable, and they could only rely on the Beedrill's speed to escape. Yi Qing and the others clung tightly to the Beedrill as feathers, feeling an overwhelming force of inertia wash over them, leaving only the sound of rushing wind in their ears. Yi Qing held his breath, straining to open his eyes and assess their surroundings. To his horror, he beheld a 2-meter-long wind blade hurtling towards him. Ma Camp, use Protect. Fortunately, Brother Su had been vigilant. Upon sensing the danger, he summoned a robust Ma Camp. With 2 hands gripping the Beedrill's feathers to stabilize itself, Ma Camp wielded 2 additional hands to rapidly erect a green barrier. Boom! Despite the Protect absorbing all damage, Ma Camp was still knocked off balance by the inertia, colliding into Yi Qing, who was positioned precariously at the edge. Yi Qing felt an immense force crash into him, so powerful that it tore the Beedrill's feathers from his grasp. Staring at the feather he had inadvertently plucked, his mind went blank, soon replaced by the whistling wind of his imminent fall. Ye Ving. The others on the Beedrill's back noticed the situation. Wang Yao even released one hand in an attempt to grasp the plummeting Yi Qing, but was thwarted by Machamp's firm grip as the Beedrill, augmented by its high-speed movement, vanished into the horizon within moments. Chapter 16. The Suspicious Individual Help Me. The majestic Pidgeot had long since departed, and the sensation of weightlessness intensified. The whistling wind filled Yi Qing's ears, and despite his desperate attempts to shout for help, the words remained trapped on his lips. Was he truly destined to perish in this manner? He was not ready to die. Think. This thought occupied his mind as the corner of his eye caught sight of a Pokeball. Monkey, save me. With a final glimmer of hope, Yi Qing released the little fire monkey. You. The fire monkey screeched upon its release, startled at first, but its reflexes were swift. Grasping Yi Qing's arm with its left hand, it frantically clawed at the surroundings with its right, striving to reduce their descent. Pidgeot had not flown particularly high, merely a dozen meters or so, and Yi Qing soon realized that their survival depended on the trees below. Now's the time. You scramble. Yi Qing curled into a ball, attempting to shield his vital areas. The fire monkey clutched Yi Qing's arm tightly with its left hand, while its right hand and feet conjured multiple afterimages, tirelessly grasping at the branches to slow their fall. In an instant, the towering tree, 6 or 7 meters high, became a flurry of fluttering leaves and scattered twigs. You. The fire monkey seized a moment, its left fist ignited with blazing flames. In the next heartbeat, it struck the trunk with tremendous force. The powerful fiery fist penetrated the bark, trailing flames as it slid down the trunk, leaving behind charred marks. You. The fire monkey's eyes and rear erupted with flames, its burning arms vigorously rubbing against the trunk, pain jolting through its nerves. However, thanks to the fiery punch that mitigated their speed, Yi Qing ultimately crashed onto a sturdy branch, the thickness of a thigh. The fire monkey pulled its charred arm from the trunk, only to stumble and faint. Boom! During the unconsciousness of Yi Qing and the fire monkey, fierce battles erupted throughout the forest, explosions and fiery bursts illuminating the darkness. As Yi Qing lay in a daze, he felt the heat from the flames wash over his face, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing roused Yi Qing from his stupor. Fire monkey. He patted the unconscious creature beside him, but upon realizing he could not awaken it in the short term, he reluctantly returned it to its pockball. Peering down from the branch, he noted he was still over 3 meters above the ground, and a substantial hole had been blasted into the tree's roots, flames surging upward along the trunk. Though the tree attempted to secrete special resin to douse the fire, it was clear that such a blaze could not be extinguished by its solitary efforts. Yi Qing gathered his strength and, upon reaching the ground, rolled to dissipate much of the impact. While this maneuver was challenging, it posed no significant difficulty for Yi Qing. In his first 2 years of high school, aside from studying theoretical knowledge about Pokémon, he dedicated his time to mastering various wilderness survival skills. After all, merely commanding Pokémon in battle would never suffice to become an excellent trainer. Had the League already engaged in conflict with their organization? Listening to the distant explosions and roars of beasts, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Never mind, I should first escape. Which direction did Pidgeot fly? I should head this way. Suppressing his worries, Yi Qing took a stick to sketch a rough route in the dirt before cautiously making his way out. In a villa located in the affluent district of Shanghai City, a heated argument unfolded between an elderly man and a young man in the living room. Dad, you're a minister. You should help me. After all, Yi Qing is in danger because of me, Wang Yao pleaded, clutching his head. Opposite him, a middle-aged man, who bore a striking resemblance to him and exuded an air of authority, retorted angrily, I've told you countless times, the League and our organization are currently clashing, and a decree has been issued forbidding anyone from entering the Jinsei forest. Moreover, Yi Qing's mother is an old acquaintance of yours. If I could assist, I would. At that moment, a woman emerged from the kitchen, voicing her discontent. You can't speak to your son without arguing, Yu Gang. Wang Yugang ignored his wife's words, casting a frustrated glance at his tearful son. How old are you? Stop crying. Can't you be a bit more mature and independent? Wang Yao wiped his tears and defended himself. I'm already independent enough. Wang Yugang chuckled at his son's words. I don't even understand what you mean by independence. Spending my money and repeatedly defying my wishes? If you ever manage to live without my financial support, then you can discuss independence and maturity with me. Clenching his fists, Wang Yao stood up and demanded, are you going to help or not? It's not that I want to help. It's that I can't. Furthermore, I've already made arrangements for them to keep an eye on Yi Qing's whereabouts during their mission. Wang Yugang replied tersely, shaking a newspaper and turning away from his son. Fine, then I'll go save him myself. Wang Yao snapped, turning to dash outside. Stop. Lock him in the house. As Wang Yogong's command fell, the mysterious woman at the door glimmered with intent, and in an instant, Wang Yao collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Is anyone there? Yi Qing pushed through the underbrush, illuminated by the flames as he surveyed a clearing several dozen meters away. The ground appeared as though it had been thoroughly plowed, strewn with overturned sod and broken branches. Was this an internal conflict? The two individuals clad in our uniforms facing each other puzzled Yi Qing. The person leaning against a magnemite spoke weakly. I never imagined you were an undercover agent for the League among us. The other, masked with a bat-like visage and mounted on a houndoom, clutched a bleeding wound on their chest and managed a strained smile. I thought I was well concealed, yet you discovered me. Do not forget, you were the one I recruited. Is your goal not Mutuo? My goal? You'll know once you're dead. Perhaps it's you who will die. The exchange between the two was loud enough for Yi Qing to hear clearly, even from over 20 meters away. Unable to resist, he checked the details of their Pokémon. Pokémon, Magnemite, level 33, potential, D, status, severely injured gender, none type, electric steel ability, sturdy held item, none inherited skills, none base skills, tackle, thunder shock, magnet bomb, electromagnetic wave, light screen, cannon beam skill teaching, electroweb skill discs, thunderbolt, shadow clone, explosion note. A multitude of Magnemite clustered together can trigger an electromagnetic storm, and the 3 Magnemite that comprise its body can momentarily separate to evade attacks. Chapter 17. A difficult decision. The prospect of a cataclysmic explosion unsettled Yi Qing as he beheld the skill and the man's resolute demeanor. Casting a glance at the deep crater formed by the recent detonation, he contemplated moving closer as a precaution. The man patted the neck of his wind speed dog, which, having regained some strength after a moment of preparation, appeared capable of delivering a fatal blow. Indeed, only the dead are truly obedient. A member of our organization smirked malevolently as the 3-in-1 magnetic creature beside him radiated a brilliant light, simultaneously unleashing a highly unstable magnetic field. This was the Big Bang. Erupting flames would annihilate it. The man's countenance shifted dramatically. He had believed the situation to be secure, only to be taken aback by the rarity of the 3-in-1 magnetic creature's Big Bang move. However, the execution of this technique was somewhat sluggish, still affording an opportunity for interruption. The wind speed dog, its expression grave, unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. It was futile. The man had no intention of evading, standing resolutely beside the 3-in-1 magnetic creature, quietly observing the traitor from the Alliance. The traitor he had summoned would be dealt with by him alone. The fiery breath, radiating intense heat, distorted the surrounding air as it struck the 3-in-1 magnetic creature and its trainer. How could this be? The activation speed of the Big Bang was supposed to be much slower. Gazing into the flames, the trainer of the wind speed dog was engulfed in despair. With a thunderous roar, as Yi Qing crouched near the crater, a tremendous explosion erupted in the wake of the blinding light. The violent tremors unleashed a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward, shattering rocks and enveloping the area in a cataclysmic scene of dust and debris reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yi Qing felt a ringing in his ears, his mind momentarily disoriented. After what seemed like an eternity, he patted his ears, gradually able to discern the crackling of burning trees in the aftermath of the explosion. Clambering out of the pit, Yi Qing surveyed the surrounding land, now scorched black within 100 meters. Towering trees had been uprooted, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood. Observing the two individuals who had perished in mutual destruction, Yi Qing quickly maneuvered past them. Wait a moment. At that instant, a faint voice reached Yi Qing's ears. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a member of the Alliance. Lying motionless beside him was a wind speed dog. It seemed the creature had shielded its trainer from the brunt of the explosion, but even so, the man was gravely injured, with scarcely a whole spot on his body. Yi Qing surmised that wandering aimlessly in this perilous situation could lead to his own demise, so gathering more clues would be prudent. The man gazed up at Yi Qing weakly, struggling to speak. I have a vial of medicine in my clothing. Please feed it to me. Yi Qing hesitated, recalling that he had only heard one side of the story. What if the man's words were false, or if he were a double agent? Yet, observing the man's grievous state, Yi Qing contemplated for a moment before kicking aside the pockballs at his waist and rummaging through the man's clothing for the medicine. After retrieving a vial contained within a metal box, Yi Qing cautiously administered it to the man's lips, keeping a vigilant eye on his charred visage. Li Ziyon, without waiting for Yi Qing's acknowledgement, continued, I am an undercover agent dispatched by the Alliance to infiltrate the R organization. This operation is codenamed Gene, aimed at uncovering our organization's God-making project. Taking a breath, Li Ziyon hastened to add, You appear to be a student who has inadvertently wandered here. I assure you that it will be exceedingly difficult for you to escape alone. Encountering members of the R organization only leads to certain death. Perhaps sensing his vitality waning, Li Ziyong's gaze became pleading as he grasped Yi Qing's collar with his charred hand, urging, Your family is also under the Alliance's protection. Aiding me is aiding yourself. Yi Qing was uncertain whether it was the initial statement or the final plea that swayed him. But he locked eyes with Li Ziyong's fading gaze and resolutely replied, I will do my best. Good. Tears welled in Li Ziyong's eyes as he released his grip on Yi Qing. After checking his breath, Yi Qing gently closed his eyes, contemplating his next course of action. Truth be told, this was Yi Qing's first encounter with death, yet oddly, he felt no emotional response. The sounds of battle continued to echo in the distance, with explosions resounding incessantly as trees toppled and flames consumed the forest. Reaching into Li Ziyong's clothing, he extracted a magnetic card the size of a bus pass. Upon tapping the screen, a 4-digit password lock appeared. Following Li Ziyong's earlier instructions, he entered the code, watching as the screen flickered. A torrent of data rapidly refreshing before a blue light scanned Yi Qing's fingerprint and likeness. The backup system has been activated. Our organization's third team member. Direct leader Bloodhand Cadre. Identity information has been replaced. Codename, Bloodbat. Undercover traits, taciturn, merciless. The Bat mass possesses vocal modulation capabilities. Recommendation, destroy all original items. Yi Qing quickly noted the details displayed on the small card. The Alliance had been thorough in its preparations, even anticipating a contingency plan for the downfall of its undercover agent. Glancing at the distant flames rising 100 meters away, Yi Qing realized that he had no choice but to maintain his disguise for the time being. After observing his phone still devoid of signal, Yi Qing composed a text message to be sent a day later, hoping it would assure his family and friends of his safety. He released his fire monkey. Fire monkey, please make a hole in the tree and place it inside. The fire monkey, having regained much of its strength and vitality in the Pokeball, swiftly ascended the tree. Meanwhile, Yi Qing busied himself, donning Li Zhiyong's tattered clothing. To his surprise, their physiques were remarkably similar. Shaking his head, he donned the bat mask that had adorned Li Zhiyong's face. With everything in place, Yi Qing took the 3 Pokeballs from Li Zhiyong's waist. While he could not utilize the biometric locking mechanism, they could serve as a distraction in a critical moment. Testing his vocal modulation, Yi Qing discovered that his voice indeed mirrored Li Zhiyong's. The only distinguishing feature remaining was his hair, which Yi Qing reluctantly styled with a burning branch for a natural perm. Chapter 18. Infiltrating organization are a sudden whiff of charred odor wafted through the air, prompting Yi Qing to hastily extinguish the flames atop his head. Grabbing a singed lock of hair, he mused that he might as well be unrecognizable even to his own mother. From the tree, the little fire monkey cast curious glances at Yi Qing, bewildered by his peculiar attire. Just then, a faint bark resonated nearby. Wind Speed Dog? Yi Qing turned to find the Wind Speed Dog lying on the ground, gazing at him from distance. Truly, it was a sprite with remarkable vitality. Approaching with the little fire monkey, Yi Qing noticed the Wind Speed Dog's eyes fixated on the corpse of Li Zhiyong. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the Wind Speed Dog barked fiercely twice, its previously moist eyes now brimming with determination. Spotting some elixirs in a tattered backpack, Yi Qing swiftly administered them to Wind Speed Dog, ensuring that, although it might not recover completely in the short term, it would at least possess the strength to fight. The death of its trainer had ignited a fierce spirit within Wind Speed Dog. It bared its teeth towards the sky, and a formidable aura erupted from its body. The surrounding flames danced upwards, coalescing into fiery tongues that entwined around it, elevating it to a stance reminiscent of a hellish hound. Sprite, Wind Speed Dog, level 37, potential, C, status, weak gender, male type, fire ability, flame absorption. When damaged by fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type moves. Held item, none inherited moves, Flare Blitz, Incinerate, Morning Sun Move, Tutor, Heat Wave, Iron Tail TM, Shadow Clone, Mystic Guard Protect. Destruction Ray Remark. Wind Speed Dog is a dignified and righteous sprite, deeply empathetic and fiercely loyal to its trainer, making it a reliable companion. With a mournful howl, Wind Speed Dog pressed its 4 paws into the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Li Zhiyong's corpse, incinerating it completely in an instant. Startled, the little fire monkey leapt onto Yi Qing's shoulder, burying itself in his hair, revealing only one eye to observe cautiously. After a brief moment of catching its breath, Wind Speed Dog lifted its head and swayed gently, its long fur rippling as specks of starlight converged upon its body, hastening its recovery. How magnificent! Yi Qing gazed in awe at the Wind Speed Dog, towering nearly 2 meters tall and exceeding 4 meters in length. Once all was done, Wind Speed Dog lingered for a moment, casting a wistful glance toward Li Zhiyong's former position, before turning to Yi Qing and letting out a low growl. Yi Qing understood its intent. From now on, he would embody Li Zhiyong, and Li Zhiyong would become him. Climbing onto Wind Speed Dog's back, Yi Qing felt exhilarated, experiencing the thrill of riding a sprite for the first time. Noticing the Pokeball at Yi Qing's waist, Wind Speed Dog's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, it resolutely unleashed a small fireball, obliterating the Pokeball entirely. I comprehend. This was not yours. The only regret was that the last item Li Jiong had left for Wind Speed Dog had vanished. The little fire monkey tentatively touched Wind Speed Dog's fur, and upon sensing no discontent, began frolicking joyfully on its back. Wind Speed Dog sniffed the air, its gaze fixated on the southeast as it waved a paw. Yi Qing glanced in that direction and speculated, "Are you suggesting that the members of Organization are in that direction?" Wind Speed Dog nodded and suddenly turned, barking fiercely at something behind them. "Is someone there?" Following Wind Speed Dog's line of sight, Yi Qing spotted a figure clad in an Alliance uniform, accompanied by a Meowth, stealthily approaching their position from 100 meters away. "Don't linger, let's flee," Yi Qing urged, wishing to avoid confrontation with the Alliance members. Wind Speed Dog nodded and swiftly vanished from sight, employing its incredible speed. Seeing Wind Speed Dog escape, the man immediately grabbed his radio, cursing, "Damn it. I've spotted the enemy. They are currently fleeing southeast." Barely had he finished reporting when a water cannon shot narrowly missed him and Meowth, crashing into a nearby tree. The forest erupted with chaos as battles raged. Wind Speed Dog, with its agile body and keen sense of smell, consistently detected enemies in advance and evaded them. Yi Qing sat firmly on Wind Speed Dog's back, reflecting that it was fortunate he and T fled earlier. Otherwise, he might have met his demise here. "Rock Tomb." Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from the side, followed by the rapid descent of several boulders the size of tires, effectively blocking Wind Speed Dog's path. "Let them perish. Members of Organization are." The man bellowed as Nido King charged towards Wind Speed Dog with heavy steps. Sprite, Nido King, level 30, potential, status, light injuries, gender, male type, ground poison ability, poison point. There is a 30 chance of poisoning when using contact moves against this Pokémon. Held item, none inherited moves, body slam basic moves, peck, double kick, poison sting, horn attack move tutor, angry fangs TM, poison jab, thunderbolt shadow clone. Rock Tomb remark, Nido King possesses a robust tail, powerful forelimbs, and fearsome poisonous horns, all serving as weapons for attacking foes. Flamethrower, with a serious expression. Yi Qing did not instruct Wind Speed Dog to flee, but rather to launch an offensive. Wind Speed Dog let out a powerful roar, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed Nido King entirely. Rock Tomb, hold it back. In a critical moment, Nido King rapidly conjured 4 to 5 massive boulders in front of it, forming a colossal shield that firmly blocked the flames. Ugh! The little fire monkey, incensed, prepared to attack alongside Yi Qing, but was timely restrained. Mystic Guard. Yi Qing recognized that Wind Speed Dog's long-range capabilities were limited and would prove ineffective against Nido King. Thus, he reluctantly readied for close combat. Avoid direct confrontation and use Flare Blitz. Wind Speed Dog enveloped itself in a vibrant, multicolored aura, leaping agilely to Nido King's flank. With a fierce growl, it ignited in flames, charging at the oncoming Nido King, who was barreling towards it with the stones. Chapter 19. The arrival of Mewtwo. Although the flames of Flare Blitz surged over Yi Qing, who was riding on the back of his Arcanine, the extreme heat left him feeling a slight sting on his skin. "This is bad, Thunderbolt." The trainer of Nido King's expression shifted, for as the signature Pokémon of the organization, he was well aware of the incredible speed of Arcanine. He promptly commanded Nido King to use its fastest move. However, it was too late. Previously, Arcanine had been bolstered by a high-speed move, and now paired with Flare Blitz, it was beyond the sluggish reaction capabilities of Nido King. Boom! Arcanine crashed into Nido King's chest, the ferocious flames exploding upon impact, sending sparks flying. The tremendous force propelled Nido King back, crashing into a broken tree. Woof! Arcanine let out a low growl before turning to continue its advance. Yi Qing rubbed his chest. The collision had thrown him onto Arcanine's back, and he now felt a dull ache from inertia. Seeing Yi Qing in discomfort, Chimchar hurried over to him, using its hands to massage his chest. Noticing the worried expression on Chimchar's face, Yi Qing chuckled softly and shook his head. He realized he could not afford to be so reckless in the future. Playing games in his past life, and truly commanding Pokémon in battle were two entirely different matters. Some moves could inflict more harm on the trainer fighting alongside their Pokémon than on the enemy. After evading several battle zones, Arcanine finally slowed down. Passing through a dense forest, Yi Qing surmised that he had entered the base of Team R, as there were numerous members around. After running for a while longer, Yi Qing and Arcanine arrive at a clearing filled with injured personnel and researchers in white coats, alongside 5 massive transport helicopters. While Yi Qing was momentarily lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Yi Qing recalled that although he had assumed the identity of Li Xiong, he lacked his memories and knew nothing of the individual behind him or their relationship. Recalling the previous indication on the magnetic card about his taciturn nature, Yi Qing merely responded with a soft acknowledgement and directed Arcanine toward a less populated area. What a nuisance! The individual spat disdainfully, clutching their injured arm while continuing to guard the entrance. Finding a tree to sit beneath, Yi Qing observed the bustling crowd with curiosity, pondering their purpose for being there. It seemed there was nothing of value for them to scavenge. Hey you. Yes you. Put away your Pokémon. After a short while of sitting under the tree, another voice rang out, and Yi Qing looked up to see a young man in a white coat pointing at him. My Pokéball is broken. I can't store it right now. Yi Qing lowered his head slightly, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. Woof! Arcanine growled protectively, baring its teeth in warning to keep the individual at bay. Gore! Chimchar, perched atop Arcanine's head, also joined in the warning, puffing up its chest. If it's broken, go get a replacement. There's a supply machine over there. Dealing with Mutwo is already a headache. Why do these lackeys have to be so troublesome? Have they lost their minds? The young man in the white coat pointed to one of the helicopters, muttering in dissatisfaction. Yi Qing shot him a glare, but said nothing more, leading Arcanine toward the supply machine, intrigued by what it might contain. He scanned his identity card at the side of the machine, and moments later, numerous categories appeared on the display. Pokeballs, medicine, miscellaneous items, berries. First, he checked Li Xiong's points. 1,001. Goodness, what can this amount do? Yi Qing shook his head, spending 500 points to purchase a Great Ball. And with the remaining points, he bought 2 bottles of good healing potions. After completing the transaction, Yi Qing noticed a male symbol glowing on the corner of the magnetic card. Just as he was about to open it, a loud explosion echoed from above. Boom! A golden lightning bolt flashed across the night sky, followed by the resounding roar of a dragon. Yi Qing and the others in the camp quickly looked up, witnessing a fierce battle between 2 Pokémon, one black and the other yellow, unleashing devastating moves in the air. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, shattering one of the helicopters into countless fragments. Arcanine swiftly positioned itself in front of Yi Qing and Chimchar, its gaze fixed solemnly on the aerial confrontation. Is that Dragonite and Hydreigon? Yi Qing murmured to himself, realizing it was the first time he had encountered a quasi-divine Pokémon since arriving in this world. Due to the distance, Yi Qing was unable to scan the details of the 2 Pokémon. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Team R members within the camp rallied to resist, placing their hopes on the largest transport helicopter. Roar! Injured, Hydreigon descended into the camp, and the man riding on its back shouted towards the largest transport helicopter. Release Lord Mutwo at once. Yi Qing froze momentarily upon hearing this. As the researchers hastily operated the machinery, the remaining Team R members were overjoyed, their gazes collectively fixating on the largest transport helicopter. At that moment, Dragonite, having momentarily recovered from the effects of its destructive move, unleashed another furious bolt of lightning toward the transport helicopter. Hydreigon intercepted it. Roar! The central head of Hydreigon roared repeatedly, rapidly gathering white light in front of its mouth. In the next instant, a powerful hyper beam struck the incoming lightning. However, Hydreigon was already at its limits, and as Dragonite continued to exert its power, the thick bolt of lightning surged forward, breaking through the hyper beam's defense and heading straight for the transport helicopter. Yi Qing held Chimchar tightly, his eyes intently focused on the largest transport helicopter. With a faint sound, a surge of cold air erupted from the helicopter, and in the next moment, a Pokémon suddenly appeared in the air above it. This Pokémon stood about 9 meters tall, its entire body shimmering silver, with a thick neural bundle extending from its back to the back of its head, and a robust tail that moved as if caught in the wind. All hail, Lord Mutwo! As Mutwo descended, everyone in the camp dropped to one knee, fervently shouting in adoration. To avoid arousing suspicion from others, Yi Qing quickly knelt on one knee as well, unable to resist stealing a glance at Mutwo's information. Just as Yi Qing's thoughts stirred, Mutwo in midair shifted its gaze, curiously turning its head toward Yi Qing amidst the crowd. Chapter 20. Terror Incarnate. Alas, how could it be possible for Mutwo to discover me? The intensity of its gaze left Yi Qing utterly terrified. In a moment of clarity, he recalled that his ability to access Pokémon information was also a form of psychic power, as it stemmed from commands issued by his own mind. The realization sent a chill down his spine. How audacious of him to flaunt his skills before the progenitor of psychic powers. Lowering his head deeply, he dared not meet Mutwo's piercing eyes, fearing that a mere flicker of suspicion could lead to his untimely demise. Curiously, Mutwo was bound by a set of shackles that connected to its brain and central nervous system, devices so subtle that they were nearly imperceptible at first glance. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Could these apparatuses be the means by which they controlled Mutwo? Who am I? What is the essence of my existence? Who could provide answers? The sheer power of Mutwo was overwhelming. The remaining members of the Alliance who had not yet fallen were rendered utterly powerless, collapsing in terror upon the ground. What a farce! Dragonite unleashed Dragon Dive. The man in the sky, filled with a mix of anger and determination, bellowed to bolster his courage. Dragonite summoned all of its strength, enveloping itself in a colossal dragon-shaped projection of energy, charging directly at Mutwo below. Such hubris! Mutwo, with one hand resting behind its back, nonchalantly swiped at the unstoppable Dragonite. In an instant, the once mighty Dragonite was pinned mid-air before being violently hurled towards the ground amid countless astonished gazes. Boom! Dust erupted as the massive Dragonite crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater, while its trainer lay bloodied and unconscious upon its back. Secure the area and retreat swiftly. The trainer of the three-headed dragon commanded loudly, aware that reinforcement from the Alliance would soon arrive. Even with Mutwo's presence, it was insufficient to confront the full might of the Alliance. Mutwo's expression turned grave as it turned to the trainer and stated calmly, "Did I imply that I wish to leave?" However, before the words could fully resonate, the shackles on Mutwo ignited with blinding electricity, causing the once divine figure to lose consciousness in an instant. "Yes, Master Yinlang," the elder replied with a slight bow, hastily directing his subordinates. Yinlang turned to his men, gesturing vigorously. "Team leaders, account for your members. Board the aircraft within 1 minute." Understood. For individuals clad in red uniforms nodded in affirmation, swiftly gathering their teams around the transport aircraft. Woof! The swift wind dog barked understandingly towards the leftmost transport plane. Yinlang pointed at the fallen Dragonite and its trainer, instructing, "Take him and Dragonite into custody." Soon, the entire fleet of transport planes took off, vanishing into the horizon. Oh no, I have no idea which room I am in. A cold sweat trickled down Yi Qing's back as he became increasingly anxious with each passing moment, especially as the number of people around him dwindled. Just as only 2 individuals remained, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Yi Qing, and he promptly collapsed to the ground. "Bloodbat, what has happened to you?" The captain, seeing Yi Qing lying motionless, hurriedly approached to check on him. Yi Qing carefully regulated his breathing, aware that the breaths of an unconscious person would be faint. But lacking the experience to control the intensity, he feared that any misstep could reveal his ruse. With the captain hovering nearby, Yi Qing's heart raced uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The captain frowned, genuinely concerned for his capable subordinate, just as he reached out to check Yi Qing's pulse. The remaining individual spoke up. Upon hearing those words, Yi Qing sighed in relief, soon feeling himself being lifted and carried into a room. He remained still, and after a brief moment, the door opened again. He sensed his clothes being removed, and after a hasty treatment of his wounds, the individual departed. After some time had passed, ensuring no one was present, Yi Qing cautiously opened his eyes. The room was small, with little space aside from a single bed. Releasing his little fire monkey, the creature immediately sought to climb onto Yi Qing's head, unwilling to stay confined within the Pokeball. How absurd! Yi Qing yanked the monkey down, delivering a few playful swats to its rear. The little fire monkey, though unhurt, glared at Yi Qing with tears in its eyes, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You're the child here," Yi Qing retorted, already feeling irritable from the day's events, and found himself arguing back. "You're the child." The fire monkey shot back defiantly, puffing out its cheeks and continuing its tirade. Such insolence! A lesson in discipline is in order. The luxury ball emitted a red beam of light, swiftly ensnaring the still protesting fire monkey within its confines. At last, tranquility returned. Yi Qing exhaled, leaning back against the headboard, engulfed in uncertainty about his future. How had his camping trip devolved into a sequence of such repugnant events? Chased by a flock of fiery sparrows was one thing. But now he found himself unwittingly entangled in a criminal organization as an undercover agent, with the Alliance likely having confirmed Mutwo's existence. His sole mission remained to gather detailed information on Mutwo. But could he truly succeed with just himself and the Swiftwind dog? Yi Qing tossed and turned, restless. If only Mutwo's data were akin to that of the game, he could simply transcribe it and fulfill his mission. Shaking his head, he cast aside the impractical notion and retrieved the magnetic card, hoping to uncover something of value. Chapter 21. The crater. Yi Qing vaguely recalled that after swiping her magnetic card, an email icon had appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. However, due to the tense situation at the time, she had not taken the opportunity to check it. After unlocking the magnetic card, she focused her gaze and indeed found the email. Yi Qing did not rush to open it. Instead, she first surveyed her surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no surveillance systems in the room did she proceed to view the contents. Was this information related to some members of our organization? As she slowly scrolled down, Yi Qing discovered that the information about these members was divided into two parts: personal photographs and positions, along with their individual Pokémon data. It seemed this was the intelligence that Li Zhiyong had previously gathered. At the top of the list was a trainer known for using the three-headed dragon. Only now did Yi Qing learn his codename. Yin Lang, senior executive of the R organization, representing Pokémon. Three-headed dragon Mad Doctor, senior scientist of the R organization, representing Pokémon. Self-destruct Magneton Bloodhand, commander of the Special Operations Unit, representing Pokémon. Houndoom, Spearow, and Ursaring. As Yi Qing scrutinized the details, she noticed that apart from the three individuals mentioned, the rest were mere minor characters, some of whom didn't even have codenames listed. In addition to this personnel information, Yi Qing discovered other data. However, when she attempted to access it, she found that a password was required. Clearly, they did not regard her as one of their own. Yi Qing shook her head, carefully noting the information about these members. After lying in bed and ruminating for a long while, she eventually drifted into a restless sleep. After an unknown duration, the transport aircraft shuddered gently, and the various noises quickly diminished, indicating that they had arrived at a destination. Who am I? Why was I created? Who gave you the right? Am I human or Pokémon? In a spacious room inside the transport aircraft, Mutwo sat upon a throne, murmuring to itself. All personnel assemble. A commanding voice echoed through the communicator in the room. Yi Qing's expression turned grave as she hastily gathered her belongings and rushed out. Upon exiting the cabin, she found the captain standing with his hands clasped behind his back, while the other 9 team members had already assembled. After a brief glance at Yi Qing, the captain did not say much, but once everyone was present, he raised his voice. Our mission this time is to prevent wild Pokémon from entering the experimental area. Our team is fortunate to be stationed within the camp. Remember, you must adhere strictly to your positions. Yes, the group responded in unison. The captain nodded in satisfaction and led the team outside. As Yi Qing stepped out of the transport aircraft, she was immediately hit by a wave of scorching heat. The dry air and extreme temperature were quite unbearable. A volcano? Yi Qing surveyed her surroundings and realized she was atop a towering volcano, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. All around her were rock and fire-type Pokémon, currently gazing curiously at the massive aircraft. In the distance lay an island formed by the volcano, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The R organization's transport aircraft was stationed at the edge of the crater, with a steep and perilous slope behind it, and the steaming crater ahead, separated by a narrow circular passage of less than 10 meters. The personnel from our organization swiftly disembarked. Apart from Yi Qing's team, the others released their Pokémon and began driving the surrounding wild Pokémon down the mountain. "Come forth, fast wind dog." Observing the others, Yi Qing also released her robust fast wind dog from its Pokeball. After several hours of rest and healing from the Pokeball, Fast Wind Dog had nearly recovered from its injuries and now stood with its head held high, its keen eyes fixed intently on the group. In its heart, the death of its trainer was closely intertwined with their presence. Had it not been for them, it would have been living joyfully alongside its trainer. But now they were eternally separated. Noticing Fast Wind Dog's unusual demeanor, Yi Qing gently reached out to stroke its side. "Just endure for now. They will eventually face retribution." "Woof." Fast Wind Dog slightly nodded, suppressing the murderous intent within. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her brow, and joined the others in gazing at the largest transport aircraft. Fast Wind Dog shook its fur, and a wave of heat surged towards it, providing Yi Qing with a moment of coolness. Grateful, she cast a glance at Fast Wind Dog and took a few steps closer to peer into the crater. The interior of the crater appeared as an endless abyss, with bubbling magma swirling at the bottom, occasionally erupting in bursts of flame. The wait was not long before the transport aircraft's doors opened. Yi Qing quickly turned her gaze. The first to disembark was the high-ranking officer known as Yin Lang, followed closely by a group of researchers, with the Mad Doctor leading the charge. Trailing behind them were 6 or 7 our organization soldiers carrying various instruments. After placing the equipment on the ground, the Mad Doctor approached a slightly smaller red machine, his hands flying over the controls with rapid precision. What were they attempting to accomplish? Yi Qing found herself puzzled by their actions. Surely, they did not intend to capture the Pokémon residing within the volcano using Mutuo, did they? However, what kind of Pokémon would warrant such a grand effort from our organization, especially ones that could thrive in the volcano or even in magma? Was it Chandelure? A Volcanion? Or perhaps a Moltres or Reshiram? The thought of Mutuo aboard the transport aircraft sent a chill down Yi Qing's spine, and her lips twitched slightly as she pondered the possibility of it being Ho-Oh or Groudon. A researcher beside the Mad Doctor stepped forward to report. The memory has been cleared. So far, there seem to be no issues, but what? Yin Lang's voice was devoid of emotion, akin to a placid lake. Even so, the researcher was drenched in sweat, unable to voice the carefully rehearsed lines that had formed in his mind. The remaining researchers trembled, for their leader was referred to as the smiling king of hell within the organization. The more serene and smiling he appeared, the more terrifying he became, foreshadowing the fate that awaited their companion. Since Yi Qing was positioned not far from them, she could clearly hear their conversation. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, the researcher collapsed to the ground, trembling. Mutuo's psychic powers are too strong. Despite our best efforts, we could not avoid leaving some traces. And this may be the last opportunity to erase its memory. Do you have any solutions? Yin Lang inquired softly, a smile gracing his lips. And no, none. Is that so? Then what use do you serve? With a swift motion, Yin Lang grasped the researcher by the collar and forcefully pushed him into the crater. Ah! The chilling scream of the researcher echoed in Yi Qing's ears, and she watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. It also deepened her understanding of the preciousness and fragility of life. Yin Lang gazed into the magma within the crater, retrieving a Pokeball as he commanded. Three-headed dragon, unleash Dragon Starfall. Chapter 22. The emergence of the flame bird, a thunderous roar resonated as 3 fearsome dragon heads coalesced in midair, each adorned with a pair of formidable wings. From a center head of the tri-headed dragon, a yellow orb brimming with destructive energy was unleashed, exploding with a resounding bang and scattering into hundreds of meteors that plummeted into the molten lava below. As the dragon meteors fell, the previously tranquil lava was violently disrupted. Yet this assault was evidently insufficient. The slumbering spirit at the molten depths remained undisturbed. A growing smile spread across Yinlong's face. Excellent. Release Mutwo. Upon receiving the command, the researchers operating the machinery simultaneously pressed a button, followed by a series of mechanical clicks. Shortly thereafter, a bewildered Mutwo materialized beside Yinlang. Who am I? Leaf Qing noticed that this incarnation of Mutwo appeared even more perplexed, floating in mid-air and gazing blankly at its own hands. Had Mutwo begun to question its own existence? Although this realm was not the Pokémon world, the process through which Mutwo was created likely mirrored that of its origin in the animated series. Therefore, Leaf Qing understood Mutwo's current emotional turmoil and realized the answer it sought. If possible, it might not be entirely implausible to sway Mutwo to his side, Leaf Qing mused, only to be startled by his own audacious thought. As Mutwo appeared, the distinctive aura of a divine beast enveloped the scene, and the molten lava finally began to stir. A haunting sound emanated from the depths of the lava, followed by a colossal whirlpool forming within the molten core, with scorching air rising swiftly, causing the entire volcano to tremble slightly. Witnessing this spectacle, Yinlong's expression twisted into a sinister grin as he fervently commanded the three-headed dragon to continue its assault. The transformation persisted as a massive bubble gradually emerged from the viscous lava, and then a gigantic fiery shadow leaped forth. The shadow surged skyward in an instant, sending powerful gusts of wind that toppled those gathered at the mountain's peak. Had it not been for Wind Speed Dog grasping Leaf Qing firmly in its jaws, he would have surely been swept away by the force of the wind. The other members of Team are fared no better, with several unfortunate souls tumbling down the mountainside, injured and bleeding. Leaf Qing looked up to behold a magnificent creature crowned with blazing flames, its beak long and pointed, adorned with a streamlined crest and a tail that danced like fire. Its expansive wings were largely enveloped in flames. A second-tier divine flame bird? Leaf Qing couldn't help but whisper in awe upon recognizing this extraordinary Pokémon. With the appearance of Mutwo and the flame bird, an overwhelming pressure permeated the atmosphere, causing even Wind Speed Dog to avert its gaze in deference. Gazing at the strikingly powerful creature, Leaf Qing felt a pang of regret. He was too far away to glean any information about it. The flame bird's eyes burned with a fierce crimson flame, glaring at the intruders who had disturbed its slumber, eager to reduce them to ashes with a single fiery breath. Mutwo, please vanquish it, Yinlang implored, bowing slightly in utmost reverence. Are you commanding me? How could I ever dare? Yinlong's face paled for the first time, vehemently denying the suggestion, aware that while he could restrain Mutwo, it could eliminate him in an instant, especially with another killer looming overhead, a veritable sword suspended above him. Frustration mounted within the flame bird. Summoning a fireball before it, it suddenly hurled the blazing sphere towards Mutwo, perceiving it as the greatest threat. Although it had never encountered this Pokémon, the instinct told it that Mutwo would be a formidable adversary. Child's play. Mutwo casually waved its right hand, effortlessly obliterating the fireball mid-air. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers, while they had witnessed Mutwo's prowess in defeating powerful foes. They had never seen it engage in a confrontation with a divine beast. The ease with which Mutwo neutralized the attack was astonishing, considering the opponent was also a divine entity. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable, exclaimed Dr. Crazy, his hair resembling a bird's nest as he scratched his head in excitement, his face flushed. His fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a flurry of rapid movements. On the monitor before him, the energy readings and various physical responses from Mutwo were being relayed to the computer in real time. Leaf Qing, equally exhilarated, found himself at a loss for words. This was a battle between divine beasts, a rarity not only in this era, but also in the original series. If it were to be shared online, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. The flame bird stared intently at Mutwo, feeling an unexpected trepidation towards this previously unknown foe. You are not worthy to battle me. Mutuo retorted coolly, hands clasped behind its back, showing no regard for the fiery creature hovering above. The flame bird had never endured such indignity since its inception, and Mutuo's disdain ignited its fury. It unleashed a torrent of flames, rapidly advancing towards Mutuo. As the inferno spread, the temperature at the volcano's mouth escalated dramatically, the air visibly warping from the intense heat. Wind Speed Dog struggled to breathe under the oppressive weight of the divine beast's presence. Glancing at Leaf Ching, whose hair was nearly ablaze, it valiantly employed its fire-resistant abilities to mitigate the surrounding heat. Drenched in sweat, Leaf Ching surveyed his surroundings and noted that others had already prepared, clutching their water or ice-type Pokémon to cool themselves down. Bloodhand, amidst the blizzard conjured by Ice Ghost's winds, scrutinized his team. Upon spotting Leaf Ching, he felt a twinge of confusion. He knew Bloodbat possessed a frozen bear. So why had it not been summoned yet? Shaking his head to dispel his concerns, Bloodhand reassured himself that this was his most trusted ally. There could be no issue. Since losing another trusted companion in Jinsei Forest, this one had become his sole remaining right hand. Chapter 23, Cataclysmic Showdown Bomb. At that moment, a violent explosion shattered his thoughts. Mutuo's eyes glimmered, and a palpable wave of psychic energy surged forth, crashing against the tumultuous sea of flames, creating a shockwave that rapidly radiated outward. Yi Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Use Protect, Fast Wind Dog. Just as he uttered the command, the shockwave approached swiftly. Fortunately, the Fast Wind Dog had been in a state of heightened concentration and activated Protect almost instantaneously. Despite the protective barrier, the powerful shockwave still propelled both human and canine, sending them skidding dangerously close to the edge. The others fared no better. The elite members of the R organization and Captain Bloodhand shielded the researchers, while those with lesser abilities, along with their Pokémon, were violently thrown aside. Glancing at the remaining teammates near the volcano's rim, Yi Qing thought, and they expect us to hold our ground against wild Pokémon? Surviving is already a triumph. Bloodhand's face twitched in distress. These were his prized subordinates, and their loss would spell disaster for his reputation. However, upon seeing Yi Qing and the Fast Wind Dog unharmed, he felt a modicum of relief, thinking, at least my most capable ally is safe. Caw! The Firebird, realizing its signature attack had been thwarted, felt a pang of humiliation, simultaneously recognizing a grave truth. This opponent was far from ordinary. Mutuo, slightly irritated, gazed at the Firebird and declared, "Show me your true abilities or face annihilation." Arrogant. The Firebird was nearly stripped of its composure, and had it the ability to speak, it would have unleashed a furious tirade upon this pretentious adversary. Yet, it had to concede that this foe was indeed formidable. Failing to unleash its full power could lead to its defeat. With a thunderous cry, the Firebird flapped its immense wings furiously, unleashing a torrent of flames. At that moment, the Firebird's transformation seemed to awaken the dormant volcano, releasing an explosion of energy that shook the ground, fissures tearing across the terrain, emanating a crimson glow as if the volcano were on the verge of eruption. The sky darkened, clouds swiftly converged overhead, and clouds of ash billowed from the crater, soaring skyward. Mutuo was not idle either, raising one hand. It summoned dark clouds filled with lightning, and torrential rain began to pour. "Everyone disperse," roared Yinlang, swiftly relocating the mad scientist and his crucial instruments to the back of the three-headed dragon, immediately taking flight. The others, quick-witted, scattered even before their leader's command. Seated upon the Fast Wind Dog, Yi Qing propelled down the mountainside like a gust of wind. Mutuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, the adversary's transformation piquing its interest. Amidst the cacophony, clouds of dust spiraled skyward as molten lava surged from the depths, erupting towards the heavens. The Firebird, now fully exerting its power, found itself amidst the torrent of lava, with countless incandescent rocks thrust into the air, plummeting back to Earth, leaving fiery trails in the sky. In this apocalyptic scene, two luminous forms, one yellow, one pink, hovered aloft, locked in a gaze. Confronted by the Firebird, which wielded the advantage of nature, Mutwo slowly spread its arms, conjuring a 2-meter-long spoon from thin air. As the Firebird flapped its wings in a frenzy, a violent gust arose, enveloping Mutwo in a whirlwind of flames and lava. Space warped where the fire passed, the air igniting in its wake. Mutwo enveloped itself in psychic energy, wielding the spoon to deflect the flames effortlessly, emerging unscathed. As the battle unfolded, Mutwo grew somewhat bored, treating the Firebird as a mere catalyst to refine its powers. Increasing its psychic output, the spoon danced swiftly, keeping the flames and lava at bay. Excellent. Truly wonderful. From a distance, Yinlang stood atop the 3-headed dragon, clapping with excitement. This marked Mutwo's third battle, and it seemed the organization had indeed birthed an extraordinary being, though Mutwo had yet to fully master its abilities. The day would soon come when it could dominate the world. Is this the extent of your prowess? Then let us conclude this. Mutwo spread its arms wide, summoning a pink spherical barrier that encased it. In the next moment, Mutwo transformed into a pink meteor, hurtling toward the Firebird with unstoppable momentum. Caw! The Firebird's eyes widened in disbelief. It had not anticipated that its most powerful attack would not secure victory. It seemed that the opponent had merely expended a fraction of its strength. Who was this formidable entity? How had it eluded notice all this time? Faced with Mutwo's relentless advance, the Firebird had no time for contemplation. Flames surged, igniting the surrounding lava, harnessing the forces of nature, and propelled by a fierce determination. It charged toward Mutwo with all its might. Boom! The clash of the two divine beasts was akin to a comet colliding with the earth, blinding white light flashing, dust swirling, and the heavens trembling. The explosion sent molten rock soaring through the air, the volcano erupting in a magnificent display of flames, as rainwater was instantaneously vaporized, and fiery debris rained down like arrows in every direction. Transport planes hastily ascended from the mountaintop, evading the cataclysmic scene. Rivers of lava cascaded down the volcano, incinerating the forest in their path, leaving desolation in their wake. The remaining members of the organization fled for their lives, and even Yanlang could scarcely fathom the devastation wrought by the battle of these celestial beings. Yi Qing and the fast wind dog dared not linger, driven to retreat to safer ground. As the lava rained down like arrows, the fast wind dog darted nimbly, evading the onslaught. Not a single drop touched Yi Qing. However, as the lava continued to fall in greater volumes, it was only a matter of time before they would be caught. Come up. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above Yi Qing. He looked up to see his captain, Bloodhand, riding a fierce large-billed bird, which appeared to be the very creature mentioned in Li Zhiyong's dossier. The fast wind dog leaped with all its might, reaching a parallel position with the large-billed bird. Yet, as Yi Qing gazed at the creature a mere meter away and the swiftly passing scenery, doubt crept into his mind. He realized that both Pokémon were capable of speeds exceeding 100. If he leapt now, he could very well meet his demise. His fleeting hesitation cost him the perfect opportunity, for the fast wind dog could not fly and had to seek another chance upon landing. Chapter 24. The feasibility of verbal deception. What on earth are you doing, Bloodbat? Bloodhand shouted anxiously, bewildered by the hesitation of his trusted subordinate amidst the dire circumstances. If it weren't for the presence of the swift Houndoom, he would have suspected that his confidant had been replaced. One more time, Houndoom! Determined, Yi Qing patted the creature's back. Woof! Houndoom skillfully dodged a stream of lava and leapt once more beside the Fiero. Now's the moment. Yi Qing squinted, understanding that whether he succeeded or failed, he had to act. He propelled himself off Houndoom's back and soared towards the Fiero. Bloodhand seized Yi Qing's clothing and pinned him down onto the Fiero's back. Croak, are you still injured? Bloodhand asked, giving Yi Qing a gentle pat on the head. Yes, Yi Qing nodded quietly. At that instant, the battle atop the volcano shifted once more. The Firebird was struck down, crashing onto the summit, and in a disheveled manner, it took flight. Glancing warily at the surrounding onlookers, unwilling to engage further with Mutwo, and swiftly departing the scene. Sir, stop it! One exclaimed in disbelief. How could they allow such a coveted creature to escape, especially when it was gravely wounded? Enough. Mutuo cast a disdainful glance, its skin shimmering unpredictably as it regenerated, restoring its wounds to perfection. Yen Lang, taken aback, felt his clenched fists loosen. What entity was this? The Firebird was no match for it. Approaching would only be a foolish endeavor. Perfect. Truly perfect. The mad scientist behind him exclaimed with glee. Mutuo appeared to be an exquisite masterpiece. Very well. Yen Lang gritted his teeth and directed the three-headed dragon towards the transport aircraft. The volcanic eruption continued, painting the sky crimson, as if the entire world were ablaze. Is the Firebird really gone? Yi Qing murmured, staring into the distant sky. Of course. Mutuo is invincible, Bloodhand replied, his admiration for Mutuo evident. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members of organization flew towards their respective transport aircraft. Yi Qing noticed Bloodhand did not head to the previous aircraft and curiously inquired, Captain, isn't that the transport of the leaders? Indeed, Bloodhand confirmed. I just received word that other teams have suffered heavy casualties. Our team is now responsible for guarding Mutuo. What an opportunity. Yi Qing clenched his fists. This was a rare chance. To obtain Mutuo's data, he first needed to get close to it. Only by approaching could he proceed with his next steps, ideally capturing Mutuo in the process. They would see how they wept when he took his revenge. Bloodhand addressed the 8 members. You must steadfastly maintain your posts. We cannot rule out the possibility of infiltrators among us. To prevent them from accessing Mutuo, I have assigned you 2 to 1 post, 2 keys to supervise each other, and remain vigilant here 24 hours. Yes, they responded in unison. Satisfied, Bloodhand nodded and instructed Bloodbat and Fatty, you will stand guard at the first post. With the arrangements made, he strode away. Come on, brother Bloodbat. Fatty lamented, a distressed expression on his face. Isn't it obvious? You didn't know? Fatty grumbled, clutching his head. You don't understand why our team is on duty here? Not at all. If I did, why would I ask you? Yi Qing rolled his eyes. Sighing, Fatty continued, Mutuo requires nourishment. Its temper is quite volatile. If you provoke it by delivering food that displeases it, you might very well be crushed instantly. That is precisely why different teams take turns guarding. Observing Yi Qing, who stood dumbfounded, Fatty added, the number of deaths on our journey likely pales in comparison to those Mutuo has crushed. Fatty's expression seemed sincere, leaving Yi Qing puzzled. Logically, while Mutuo harbored a disdain for humans, it shouldn't resort to indiscriminate slaughter. However, recalling the atrocities committed by Organization R and the Rocket Team in his previous life, it was entirely plausible that provoking Mutuo would yield dire consequences. Feigning indifference, Yi Qing replied, if you're unwilling, I'll just enter to deliver the meal myself. All right, but you must not go back on your word. Fatty, initially despondent, suddenly found hope in Yi Qing's suggestion. Together, they arrived outside Mutuo's chamber, taking their positions beside the door. Yi Qing cast a glance at the surveillance camera, contemplating how to engage Mutuo in conversation. Currently, Mutuo was questioning the meaning of its existence. While their organization had indeed created Mutuo in this realm, the process likely differed from that of the previous world. Perhaps he could leverage this to gain Mutuo's trust. While Yi Qing was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Food. Hearing the cold and unyielding tone, Yi Qing exchanged a glance with Fatty. Please wait a moment, my lord. Fatty quickly gestured and hurried off to fetch the food. You know me? Although separated by a door, Mutuo's ability to perceive intentions was far from ordinary. Brother. Fatty discreetly gave a thumbs up, relieved that he wouldn't have to deliver the food himself. Knock, knock, knock. Mutuo. Yi Qing recognized the trickery at play and chose to stand still, patiently awaiting the next development. Chapter 25. Your past life, are you not afraid of me? At that moment, Yi Qing found himself inexplicably calm, feeling an unusual tranquility wash over him. We are of the same kind. Why should I fear you? Same kind? I have no kindred. The tone of Chao Meng shifted, revealing a rare melancholy. Yi Qing asserted firmly, no, in this world, you and I are indeed kindred. Chao Meng, puzzled, inquired why. I am a sprite, and you are human. Yi Qing smiled, having ignited a spark of curiosity in Qiao Meng, confident it would not harm him. Thus, he spoke with newfound boldness. You are a sprite? Which mother gave birth to you? Born? Parents? Qiao Meng fell into contemplation, grappling with a question it had never resolved. If I am neither sprite nor human, why do we share connection? Qiao Meng's reversal of questioning caused Yi Qing to regard it with newfound respect. Indeed, the intellect of a psychic being surpassed that of ordinary sprites. Yi Qing remained silent, scanning their surroundings. Without needing to read his thoughts, Qiao Meng sensed Yi Qing's apprehension and appeared before him, stating calmly, "This place is safe. Apart from that entity in the cosmos, no one can spy upon us." Confronted by Qiao Meng's sudden appearance, Yi Qing took a few steps back, pondering before speaking. We are not creatures of this realm. We hail from the same origin. Qiao Meng furrowed its brow. Not? I certainly am not. Why are you not? Is that so? Qiao Meng's eyes gleamed with intensity. It had harbored numerous doubts along its journey, yet none had provided answers, not even the one who created it. Yi Qing spread his hands, earnestly stating, "You may access my memories, but I ask that you only delve into those related to your origin." Very well. If what you say is true, I shall reciprocate. Qiao Meng's impatience was palpable, a first for such emotional turbulence. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Meng reflected on its existence, shrouded in confusion about its identity, essence, and purpose. The prospect of Yi Qing aiding it in uncovering its true self ignited a fervor within. As Qiao Meng's psychic energy enveloped Yi Qing's mind, darkness suddenly engulfed its vision. This was an infinite expanse, devoid of anything but an all-consuming void. Just as confusion set in, images began to materialize. The scene revealed a primordial forest, teeming with sprites living carefree. Just as Qiao Meng became engrossed, the imagery shifted to 4 heavily armed humans entering the forest, each adorned with an emblem on their chests. The leader, scrutinizing a document, murmured, "The illusion sprite, ancestor sprites, Mew." Mew? Qiao Meng pondered, unclear about the significance of this name. Then, a team member interjected, "Its power is boundless, capable of invoking floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and altering landscapes. Legends of it have persisted throughout history." The leader sighed, "Alas, it must be extinct." The subordinate shook his head, uncertain, although no one has witnessed it. Rumors of Mew's reappearance have proliferated recently. The leader scoffed, "Preposterous. We've been dispatched here for mere rumors." Qiao Meng quietly absorbed Yi Qing's memories, patiently continuing to observe. The scene shifted again, and after an indeterminate passage of time, the 4 individuals discovered ancient ruins and uncovered a mural depicting Mew on a wall. Qiao Meng muttered, "Is this Mew? Why do I feel such an impulse upon seeing it?" As the imagery blurred, it soon became clear that they were now inside a tent. On a table lay a fossil imprinted with eyelashes. Within the tent, several individuals clad in lab coats busily attended to their tasks. After a moment, the leader entered. The researchers immediately bowed and reported, "Sir, behold our discovery, the eyelash fossil from you." The scene transitioned once more, revealing a vast laboratory brimming with instruments, where many were absorbed in urgent work. Computers continuously updated data, all pointing to a singular eyelash. In a liquid-filled incubation chamber, Qiao Meng beheld a version of itself, the size of an infant, alongside numerous other chambers housing Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, and others. Is this where I was born? Or was I merely a replication of a being created by humans? Qiao Meng pondered, aware that the truth might soon unfold. As the imagery shifted, darkness enveloped once more. Is that it? Qiao Meng clenched its fist, frustration mounting as answers seemed tantalizingly close yet elusive. Yi Qing collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by Qiao Meng's emotional surge. Noticing Yi Qing's state, Qiao Meng hastily reined in its emotional fluctuations. After a prolonged silence, as the imagery re-emerged, Qiao Meng exhaled in relief. Just as it began to doubt the authenticity of Yi Qing's memories, it witnessed its youthful self slowly opening its eyes within the laboratory. The voices of researchers echoed around the young Qiao Meng. Who am I? Where am I? It felt as though discussions about it were underway, yet the specifics eluded it. Upon hearing the youthful Chao Meng's queries, an unusual sentiment arose within Chao Meng. It was in that moment it truly realized that the child in the memory was indeed itself. Chao Meng observed a radiant orb appearing beside its younger self, followed by a melodious voice. Those are human words. As the voice resonated, a small girl with blue hair and enchanting eyes, around 3 or 4 years old, materialized beside the young Chao Meng. Chapter 26. Partners. The young girl gazed at the infant Mutuo and smiled. I am human. You may call me Xiao AI. We are quite similar beings, aren't we? Human? Am I also human? Asked both Mutuo and the image of the infant Mutuo. Xiao AI leaned in playfully and replied, if you can speak the language of humans, perhaps you are indeed one, or maybe you are my Pokémon. The young Mutuo looked puzzled. Human Pokémon? What exactly am I? Hearing his younger self pose such a question, the external Mutuo murmured, yes, what am I indeed? The image of Xiao AI was momentarily stumped by this inquiry. After a brief contemplation, she cheerfully declared, it doesn't matter which. You and I are the same here. And everyone is equal. With Xiao AI's voice fading, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander appeared in this realm of consciousness. Just as Mutuo was engrossed in the scene, the image shifted back to the laboratory, where the researchers excitedly observed the monitor. Is this Mutuo communicating with Xiao AI? Even the other clones seem to respond. This appears to be telepathy. Though we cannot be certain, it is highly probable. The researchers buzzed with animated discussions. Just as Mutuo was becoming impatient, the scene transformed once more to the consciousness of the infant Mutuo. Xiao AI explained, we are all clones, so I am not number 1 but number 2. I am Xiao AI number 2. The young Mutuo inquired, am I also number 2? Xiao AI laughed. I am simply Xiao AI number 2. The true me is just Xiao AI. Mutuo understood that his younger self might not grasp this statement, yet he comprehended they were all clones. The scene shifted again, with Xiao AI soaring through the skies of city alongside her Pokémon, introducing, look, this is the place where the Xiao AI in my memory was born and grew. The infant Mutuo pointed to a glowing orb in the sky and asked, what is that? With a bright smile, Xiao AI explained, that is the sun, and over there's the forest. The breeze that blows is the wind, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle. Xiao AI continued to guide them above the city, from dawn to dusk, elucidating the mysteries of the world. Thus, they kept each other company day and night. Inseparable. One night, the young Mutuo pointed to the night sky and asked, what are those? Xiao AI, like a caring sister, explained, that is the moon surrounded by stars. They remind us that we are never truly alone, just like we accompany each other. Partners. Mutuo felt a warm surge in his heart as he realized he had never been truly alone. He had once had these companions. He silently vowed to find them and locate Xiao AI. But at that moment, a sudden calamity struck the image. Charmander, encircled by Xiao AI, began to fade into transparency, transforming into countless twinkling lights before peacefully vanishing. Squirtle. Following Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur sensed their own bodies dissipating. Their eyes filled with reluctance and fear as they looked at Xiao AI and the young Mutuo. Yet nothing could halt the inevitable. They too transformed into starlight, disappearing from view. The young Mutuo, filled with confusion, asked Xiao AI, where has everyone gone? Xiao AI? As he witnessed Xiao AI's form also beginning to fade, panic seized him. Xiao AI, what is happening? Faced with Mutuo's frantic inquiries, Xiao AI's eyes brimmed with sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks. I don't know. I just feel I must say goodbye soon. In the days to come, you must take good care of yourself. Outside the scene, Mutuo felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if something precious was being forgotten. Within the image, the young Mutuo gazed at the fading Xiao AI, tears brimming in his eyes as he asked his final question. What is this? With most of her essence already dissipating, Xiao AI mustered her strength to gently explain. These are tears. Only humans weep from sorrow. In the final moment before her complete dissolution, Xiao AI managed a faint smile, looking longingly at the young Mutuo. Thank you. Thank you for your tears. Please do not cry. You are still alive. Promise me you will live on, always. Upon uttering these words, Xiao AI's form transformed entirely into starlight. The young Mutwo shed tears, helplessly watching the scene unfold. Xiao AI, I cannot stop crying. What should I do? Teach me. What followed was an enduring slumber, long and unending, during which Xiao AI, the Pokémon, and all events faded into the ether. Where am I? Who am I? Why do I find myself dreaming in this realm devoid of memories? I cannot forget the world where I soared alongside them. Listening to the young Mutwo's final declaration, Yi Qing's memories reached a conclusion. Mutwo chose not to delve further, for he had already found the answers he sought. As Yi Qing's consciousness gradually awakened, he opened his eyes to find himself in a cabin, food in hand, with Mutwo sitting not far from him. After a lengthy pause, Mutwo inquired, "How do you know all this?" Confronted by one of the most formidable beings, Yi Qing felt the weight of tension. Swallowing hard, he continued, "Because we come from the same world. Is that so? Xiao AI, where is she?" Mutwo, not dwelling on the issue of worlds, instead eagerly questioned Yi Qing. Upon hearing that critical question, Yi Qing felt a wave of dread. Xiao AI was the beloved daughter of the creator of Team Rocket's Mutwo. Yet this place bore no signs of Team Rocket or Giovanni. Thus, it was likely that Xiao AI did not exist here at all. Where could he find her now? Just as Yi Qing grappled with this dilemma, a sudden thought struck him. Do not lie. At that moment, Mutwo's voice was calm but firm. Faced with Mutwo's subtle threat, Yi Qing quickly became honest, attempting to analyze. Xiao AI might be within our organization, but I cannot be certain. Mutwo nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? I understand. Do you trust me? Yi Qing tentatively asked, aware that if Mutwo had accessed his other memories, the situation would not be so simple. I only know that you're not lying. Mutwo lifted his gaze, his eyes seeming to pierce the void. Chapter 27. The escape plan. Yi Qing nodded gently, uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. After all, he had wept profusely as an outsider watching the dramatic resurgence of Mutwo in the film, let alone how the actual parties involved must feel. This is for you, a token of my gratitude, Mutwo declared, extending a palm from which a silver-white spoon, about 5 centimeters in length, materialized and floated gracefully before Yi Qing. Listening to Mutwo's commanding proclamation, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement. The thought of having Mutwo as his ally filled him with hope. Imagine the winds at his back and the rains at his command. Yet, he did not let his elation cloud his judgment. The bond between himself and Mutwo was still fragile. It was likely that Mutwo could only assist him once. As his fingers brushed against the spoon, it transformed into a radiant white light, etching itself onto his right wrist like a tattoo. After completing this act, Mutwo inquired nonchalantly, "You're not affiliated with Team R, are you?" "No, I am not," Yi Qing replied, nodding. It was futile to lie before Mutwo, so he chose to be forthright. Meanwhile, he pondered a troubling question. Li Xiong's mission had been to gather information on Mutwo. If he were to hand over such data to the League, would he not be betraying Mutwo's trust? Moreover, the League from his previous life had been infiltrated by Team Rocket, and even Sakaki had been recognized as a legitimate gym leader. Thus, it was quite possible that this League had also been compromised by Team R. Even if it were not, one could not rule out the presence of undercover agents. Although the likelihood of such occurrences was relatively low, it was not impossible. His primary motive had never been to seek accolades from the League. Rather, he sought merely to ensure his own survival. Having clarified his thoughts, Yi Qing looked up at Mutwo and asked anxiously, "Are we friends?" His eyes brightened at Mutwo's response. "Can you use teleport to help me escape?" "Regrettably, that is not feasible," Mutwo replied, glancing down at the shackles binding him. Yi Qing frowned slightly. "What must I do to assist you?" Mutwo explained, "These shackles restrict my ability to teleport. You must either destroy the control device or move me at least 10,000 meters away from the machinery." 10,000 meters? Yi Qing found this requirement daunting. The terminal device controlling Mutwo was likely the same one that the deranged doctor had carried. To reach a distance of 10,000 meters without being detected by Team R seemed almost impossible, even with the speed of his swift canines. It would be a Herculean task. He recalled from his studies that the swift canine could reach speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour using its quick attack and agility, covering approximately 140 meters in just 1 second. Thus, to sprint 10,000 meters would require around 72 seconds. Of course, it was improbable that the swift canine could maintain such speed for the entirety of those 72 seconds. Once the effect of agility faded, the journey would take nearly 3 minutes. Would Team R afford him such a lengthy grace period? After all, the control device could incapacitate Mutwo within 3 seconds of activation. Yi Qing mulled over these calculations, but could not devise a viable plan. It seemed Mutwo sensed his turmoil, for he spoke. I can resist the shackle's power for a maximum of 3 minutes without entering dormancy. 3 minutes is sufficient, Yi Qing replied, though Mutwo appeared unconcerned. When the time comes, you should leave first. Understood. He acknowledged that he had already overstayed his welcome, and to avoid raising suspicion, he had no choice but to depart promptly. Upon exiting, he spotted his anxious friend pacing at the entrance. Brother, you finally emerged. I thought something unfortunate had occurred, the portly companion exclaimed, visibly relieved to see Yi Qing unharmed, nearly convinced that Yi Qing might have perished inside. No worries, Yi Qing waved dismissively, feigning a headache. Hey, as long as you're fine, you're one of the lucky ones. Most others emerged as raving lunatics. His friend reassured him, confidence radiating from his words. Yi Qing, however, found it hard to believe. Mutwo's temperament was not easily quelled. Glancing through the porthole, the vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly before him. He wondered where Team R's next destination might lie. If it were an island, things would become complicated, as his swift canine would not be able to traverse the sea without leaving a trace. Tentatively, he inquired, "Do you know our destination?" His friend shrugged innocently. Destination? You're the favored one beside Captain Bloodhand. If you don't know, how could I? Yi Qing realized the folly of his question. It seemed that since encountering Mutwo, he had been slightly unhinged. Hours drifted by as Yi Qing remained lost in thought, the 6 hours passing swiftly. After the shift change, he continued to ponder in his quarters. The transport aircraft was spacious, allowing ample room in each person's sleeping quarters, making it possible for the fire monkey and the swift canine to play together. Come forth, swift canine and fire monkey. However, Yi Qing had no intention of letting them frolic just yet. With the swift canine present, he intended to instruct the fire monkey on mastering the flame wheel technique. Woof! Both Pokémon materialized on the floor, and Yi Qing intercepted the eager fire monkey before it could leap into his arms, articulating his thoughts to the swift canine. Woof! The swift canine readily agreed to the task. As he observed the two Pokémon diligently engaging in their lesson, Yi Qing reclined on the single bed, continuing to deliberate on the previous dilemma. Destroying the terminal controlling Mutwo was out of the question. He knew his own limitations. Thus, the only viable option remained aiding Mutwo's escape. The helicopter's maximum altitude was over 6,000 meters, making a direct jump impractical. The plan could only be enacted on land. Furthermore, Mutwo's chamber was uniquely fortified, impervious to common attacks. It would only yield when taken outside. This transport aircraft had flown for an unusually long duration, and throughout the journey, Yi Qing peered through the porthole, observing the outside world. After approximately a dozen hours, the team finally reached land, hovering over a base nestled within a dense forest. However, Yi Qing received no orders, suggesting that the team was merely pausing for resupply before continuing their journey. Chapter 28. A critical moment. Glancing at the time, it was now 2 in the morning. The dim light made it the hour of greatest fatigue, and executing the plan at this moment would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. Let us pause the training for now. Little Fire Monkey rubbed its eyes in confusion, staring at Yi Qing, uncertain about the sudden halt. Yi Qing leaned closer to Little Fire Monkey's ear, whispering the details of his plan. After ensuring that the creature comprehended, he gently tucked it onto his back, draping a coat over himself to conceal Little Fire Monkey. Yi Qing took a deep breath and ventured outside. The first step of the plan was straightforward. Eliminate the 2 guards stationed outside the entrance to the Dream Realm and escape with it. Yi Qing approached the room where the Dream Realm was kept, where 2 guards were nervously on duty. Bloodbat, what brings you here? The bespectacled guard inquired as soon as he spotted Yi Qing. With a casual fabrication, Yi Qing replied, nothing much. just sent by blood hand to deliver a message to Lord Dream. The bespectacled man hesitated, but the leader has mandated that no one is allowed in during feeding time. Except for this one. Feigning displeasure, Yi Qing retorted, "What? Do you want to call the boss over?" Instantly, the bespectacled guard-ass demeanor shifted to one of apologetic compliance. "My apologies, Bloodbat. Please go ahead." With a cold snort, Yi Qing strode forward. As he passed behind them, he suddenly ripped off the coat and swiftly covered the bespectacled guard's mouth. In that same instant, Little Fire Monkey leaped from his back and delivered a powerful punch to the other guard's neck. In the face of such a sudden turn of events, the bespectacled guard's eyes widened in shock. Just as he began to struggle, he was knocked unconscious by another blow from Little Fire Monkey. Observing the two fallen guards, Yi Qing stowed Little Fire Monkey away and swiftly pieced together their keys to unlock the Dream Realm's door. "You've arrived." Upon seeing Yi Qing enter, the Dream Realm spoke in a calm tone. Yi Qing nodded briskly, urging, "We must leave quickly. If the surveillance room detects something amiss, it will be over." The Dream Realm did not hesitate, following closely behind Yi Qing as they exited the room. Once outside, Yi Qing anxiously scanned his surroundings. After confirming there was no one in sight, he called out to Windspeed Dog, "Blow this open." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Windspeed Dog unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly creating a large hole in the side of the helicopter. Alarm bells blared, their shrill sound echoing throughout the transport aircraft. "Let us go." Yi Qing and the Dream Realm exchanged a glance before swiftly mounting Windspeed Dog's back and charging forward. Windspeed Dog leaped several meters, its limbs moving with unparalleled speed as both the skills of swift movement and high speed were activated. Yi Qing felt the rush of wind by his ears, his eyes unable to discern anything. 1 second, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds. As Yi Qing silently counted in his mind, the chains on the Dream Realm flickered with blinding electricity, and through the pain, it cautioned, "They are coming." At that moment, the effects of swift movement faded, and Windspeed Dog's pace slowed. Despite its impressive speed among all Pokémon, the overwhelming strength of the three-headed dragon made it inevitable that they would be caught. "Increase your speed," Yi Qing shouted, knowing the Dream Realm could not fight back. They relied solely on Windspeed Dog. 2 minutes. After a brief pause, Windspeed Dog activated swift movement once more. Having used the skill twice in quick succession, it was reaching its limit and could only maintain speed through high speed. "Three-headed dragon, use Dragon Pulse." A booming command echoed from behind, followed by a blue energy beam rapidly approaching. Yi Qing's expression shifted as he shouted, "Do not stop. Use Guard." Boom! The three-headed dragon's attack was formidable, yet it lacked the power to breach the limits of the Guard skill, allowing Windspeed Dog to take advantage of the momentum to widen the distance. Seeing their attack thwarted, Yin Lang cursed furiously. "Damn it, you dare betray the organization? I'll have you killed." His fury was understandable. The Dream Realm was the organization's most lethal asset, and losing it would spell disaster for him. Yi Qing, however, wasted no words, continuously encouraging the panting Windspeed Dog. Woof! Windspeed Dog ignited in flames, gathering its strength to sprint ahead. "We're almost there, almost there." Yi Qing's heart raced with anxiety. If they were caught within 1,000 meters, it would surely mean their demise. As time passed, the three-headed dragon closed the distance once more. Yin Lang pointed towards Windspeed Dog's path, barking orders. "Triple attack." With a roar, the three-headed dragon unleashed a barrage of 3 distinct beams, red, yellow, and blue, bombarding the road ahead of Windspeed Dog. Faced with the three-headed dragon that could attack while flying, compounded by the destruction of their path, Windspeed Dog's speed was severely hindered. Yin Lang glared fiercely at Yi Qing, gritting his teeth. "Let us see where you can run. Destruction Ray, kill him." Roar! The three-headed dragon concentrated its energy. A beam as thick as a barrel surged forth, carrying with it the power of annihilation aimed directly at Yi Qing. Wherever the Destruction Ray passed, rocks crumbled, trees toppled, and everything in its path was obliterated. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. At that moment, Yi Qing could feel the terrifying energy contained within the Destruction Ray. The intense light illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight. Boom! The destruction ray struck Yi Qing, the violent energy exploding outward. He felt as though he were a mere blade of grass caught in a tempest, utterly powerless to resist. I did my best. King essaieront. His mind blank as he gazed helplessly at a spot 10 meters away. So close, so very close to success. Yi Qing's inner turmoil erupted, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Why was he still alive? Why did he still possess consciousness? The cataclysmic blow from the three-headed dragon, intended to obliterate him and wind speed dog, had merely left him with superficial wounds. Thud! Although the dream realm had shielded against the destruction ray, the immense force sent them soaring into the air before crashing to the ground. In an instant, the three-headed dragon was upon them, launching a simultaneous triple attack at Windspeed Dog and Yi Qing. Chapter 29. My dear brother, Mutuo. The swift hound sprang to its feet, intending to shield Yi Qing, only to realize that the three-headed dragon's assault had been effortlessly thwarted. Mutuo hovered protectively before Yi Qing, extending a hand to effortlessly deflect the ferocious attack. With a flick of its arms, the shackles binding Mutuo shattered into fragments. Casting a glance back at Yi Qing and the swift hound, its eyes glimmered, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Yi Qing felt a fleeting blur before the surroundings transformed dramatically. Beneath the night sky, a vast canopy of umbrella-shaped trees and a tangle of vines enveloped the valley, where a gentle stream gurgled and birds sang amidst fragrant blossoms. Countless wild Pokémon frolicked in this enchanting locale. Brother, you have recovered? Yi Qing realized that Mutuo had utilized teleportation to transport them to a location miles away. Brother? Mutuo furrowed its brow, contemplating the significance of the term. Yi Qing quickly explained, brother is a term denoting friendship. Are we not friends? Mutuo pondered, you assisted me. Thus we are friends. But what then is my relationship with Xiaoi? Family? Yi Qing exhaled, glancing at Mutuo before tentatively suggesting, family perhaps? Family? Mutuo mused for a moment, then turned to Yi Qing and the swift hound, inquiring, I have matters to attend to. Where are you headed now? I can escort you. The swift hound barked in agreement, acknowledging that although its trainer had perished, it still had offspring and a mate in the police station, and it was time to reunite with them. Very well. Mutuo extended a hand, its eyes enveloped in a pink glow. In the next moment, Yi Qing and the swift hound felt darkness envelop them, and when their vision returned, they found themselves at the edge of the Jinsei forest. Halfway through his thoughts, Yi Qing suddenly realized that the spot where his phone had been lost was also the place where Li Zhiyong had met his end. If the swift hound were to venture there, it might evoke painful memories. Sighing, he hopped off the swift hound's back and affectionately patted its large head, tentatively asking, Would you like to become my Pokémon? Woof. The swift hound displayed some reluctance, lowering its head and shaking it gently. Yi Qing was not surprised. His desire to capture the swift hound was not particularly strong, as Pokémon that had formed deep bonds with their trainers often resisted shifting allegiances. Woof. This time, the swift hound nodded earnestly, promising not to divulge any information about Yi Qing. Thank you. Yi Qing removed his clothing and belongings, allowing the swift hound to incinerate them with a fiery breath. Woof. After completing the task, the swift hound tilted its head in inquiry. Yi Qing understood its meaning and shook his head, declining the offer, for the city was rife with surveillance cameras, and he did not want to raise any suspicions. Watching the swift hound depart with grace, Yi Qing released his little fire monkey. Ugh! The little fire monkey, still sulking over Yi Qing's earlier actions, did not display any warmth upon being released from its Pokeball. Mutuo is my brother now, ha ha ha. Yi Qing laughed heartily while making his way home. The little fire monkey squatted on Yi Qing's shoulder, somewhat taken aback, pondering whether its trainer had lost his wits. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Qing's eyes lit up at the sight of the illuminated security booth, and he hastened over. Is anyone there? Yi Qing knocked on the door, apologetically inquiring. Who dares disturb my beauty sleep at this hour? Came a gruff voice from within the security room, followed by the door being opened by a man in his 60s. Yi Qing felt a chill, but, recognizing his own fault, spoke courteously, "Sir, could I borrow your phone? I've had my belongings stolen." The elderly man rubbed his eyes and glanced at Yi Qing with impatience before handing him the phone. "Take it, but keep it on speaker when you call." Oof. The little fire monkey blinked, urging Yi Qing to hurry up and make the call, as its stomach growled. Yi Qing was surprised that despite the man's age, his awareness of scams was commendably sharp. After dialing, he switched to speaker mode. "Hello, Wang Yao. Don't sleep. Come to the entrance of Jinxi Forest to pick me up." "What? Qingzi, you're alive? That's wonderful. You know, brother, I haven't slept in 2 days." Wang Yao exclaimed on the other end, animatedly gesticulating. Although Yi Qing had only been missing for less than 2 days. The dismembered bodies brought out from Jinxi Forest earlier that morning had nearly terrified him to death. Realizing Wang Yao was about to continue his lamentations, Yi Qing rolled his eyes and urged, "Hurry up and come. Bring some clothes. I'm freezing." After ending the call, Yi Qing smiled as he returned the phone to the elderly man. The man took the phone and noticed the spoon-shaped mark on Yi Qing's wrist, marveling, "Young man, your tattoo is quite unique. It even glows." "Oh, this? It's a new style," Yi Qing replied with a smile, offering a casual excuse. Reflecting on his journey, Yi Qing realized he had inadvertently forged a connection with the legendary Mutuo. Who is Mutuo? It is a being capable of contesting with the likes of Rayquaza, an existence others could scarcely dare to contemplate. Chapter 30. The Bully Grandpa. Are you not going to sleep? After indulging in pleasant daydreams, Yi Qing noticed the elderly man at the door, who looked puzzled. "Sleep? How can I sleep with tourists here at midnight? You young ones are truly a handful." As the old man vented his frustration, he lit a cigarette, his temper flaring. Yes, you are absolutely right, Grandpa." Yi Qing paid little heed to the old man's tirade. Waiting alone was rather dull, and having someone to converse with was a welcome change. In contrast, Xiaohua Ho covered his ears, unable to tolerate the old man's rapid-fire complaints. Just as Yi Qing was getting into the conversation, he suddenly noticed a line of fire at the foot of the mountain, which drew closer at an alarming speed. Amidst the blazing flames, a magnificent fiery steed galloped forth. With a familiar silhouette, Wang Yao, dimly visible on its back. Whoa! Wang Yao squeezed his legs tightly around the fiery horse's waist, slowing its pace until it came to a halt before Yi Qing and the old man. Yi Qing. Upon seeing that Yi Qing was unharmed, Wang Yao's face broke into a joyous smile, and he leaped off the horse, enveloping Yi Qing in a warm embrace. Wow! Faced with Wang Yao's overwhelming enthusiasm, Xiaohua Ho hurriedly jumped down from Yi Qing's shoulder, feeling a wave of discomfort at the sight of the two embracing. All right. Yi Qing patted the tearful Wang Yao, attempting to extricate himself from his embrace. Wang Yao, still sniffling, exclaimed, "I'm so relieved. You have no idea how much pressure I've been under these past few days." "So it was indeed you, a rascal not to be underestimated." The old man wiped his eyes, recognizing Wang Yao as the troublesome boy from a few days prior. "Thank you, Grandpa." At that moment, Wang Yao paid no mind to the old man's words, and, taking Yi Qing and Xiaohua Ho, climbed back onto the fiery steed, speeding off into the night. Wang Yao cautiously inquired of Yi Qing, who was following behind. "All right then." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing agreed, realizing that Wang Yao had a point. With dawn approaching and school on the horizon, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although Wang Yao's family was not exceedingly wealthy, they were certainly comfortable. Their residence was a 2-story villa with a private yard, home to several playful spirits. Upon entering the yard, Wang Yao allowed the fiery horse to frolic nearby and gently opened the door. "Come in quickly, wash up. I just bought some new clothes. Let's see if they fit." Yi Qing peered into the darkened little villa and asked, "Are Uncle and Aunt home?" Wang Yao shook his head while rummaging for clothes. "My dad's busy and isn't home. My mom has trouble sleeping, so let us keep it down." Understood. With plenty of time before dawn, Yi Qing had little to occupy himself with. After feeding Xiaohua Ho some snacks, he let him practice his fire wheel in the front yard. After a while, the sun began to rise above the horizon. Wang Yao's home was not far from the academy, so Yi Qing and Wang Yao bought 2 steaming pancakes and strolled leisurely toward the school. Fatigue enveloped Yi Qing, and he yawned repeatedly, having barely slept the previous nights, especially not at all the night before. Help! As they passed through a narrow alley, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Wang Yao halted and asked cautiously, "Does that voice sound like one of our classmates? Should we check? Let us go, and remember to record it." While Yi Qing was not overly altruistic, he felt compelled to intervene if a classmate was being bullied. Absolutely. Wang Yao retrieved his phone, but was dismayed to find it had powered off. Just as he intended to inform Yi Qing, he noticed that Yi Qing had already dashed forward, not paying back, armored, tear her clothes off. In the alley, a trio of thugs and an armored Pokémon surrounded a bespectacled boy and girl, the girl's jacket already ripped away by the Pokémon. "Please let us go. Your interest is too high." Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed mockingly. "Let you go? Who'll pay back my money if I do?" The armored Pokémon advanced on the girl once more. "Ha ha!" Zhang Xiao and his companions laughed heartily, emboldened by their connections, showing no concern for the consequences of their actions. "Don't come closer." The girl, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she faced the relentless advance of the armored Pokémon. "Hey, I'll treat you to breakfast." A broken pancake exploded across Zhang Xiao's face, coating him in golden grease and shredded potatoes. "Damn it!" Zhang Xiao wiped his face, his rage boiling as he glared toward the alley entrance. This place was desolate. Generally, one would encounter no one unless they were aimlessly wandering. "Wang Yao, Yi Qing, help!" The girl sitting on the ground seemed to see a glimmer of hope and shouted desperately. "Armored, shut her up." "Understood." The armored Pokémon responded with a swift slap to the girl's face, causing her cheek to swell visibly. Wang Yao rolled up his sleeves angrily. "Zhang Xiaoqiang, don't think you can do as you please, just because your father is the vice principal." Yi Qing, with a cold expression, added, "Are you not aware that commanding spirits to attack humans is illegal?" In truth, Yi Qing had been reluctant to intervene upon seeing Zhang Xiao, who had always been at odds with him and often bullied the weak. He felt that intervening merely for him was hardly worth it. However, the girl, who had helped him with his studies in the past and defended him against mockery from classmates, deserved his protection. Zhang Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. "Ha, brothers, did you see that? The top fool in the grade dares to lecture me on the law. Ha ha, indeed. Yi Qing, what are you pretending for? Hurry up and scram." With 3 beams of light flashing, 3 new spirits appeared in the alley, glaring fiercely at Yi Qing and Wang Yao. "Wow!" Unfazed by the 3 thuggish spirits, the indignant Xiao Huaho stood defiantly on Yi Qing's shoulder, roaring with fervor. Chapter 31. The Grudge. Ah, how curious it is that a little fire monkey has appeared. Could it possibly have been pilfered from somewhere? "Yi Qing, please save us." At that moment, the sports committee member Wang Shuang approached, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face in desperate plea. Yi Qing assessed the combat capabilities of both sides and had no choice but to alter his strategy. "Let me make this clear. We have recorded everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang, if you wish to avoid escalating this matter, you had better leave at once." Upon hearing Yi Qing's emphatic declaration, Wang Yao felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only brandish his already powered-off phone to intimidate the opponent, knowing all too well that the distance made it impossible for them to discern the truth. This tactic proved effective, as Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a cold sneer and, with righteous indignation, spat, "Fine, Yi Qing, you have some guts. We're leaving." With that, Zhang Xiaoqiang and his 3 lackeys strode towards the opposite end of the alley, and as they passed Wang Shuang, he couldn't resist delivering a kick to him. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang departed, Wang Shuang helped his girlfriend to her feet and hurriedly said, "Thank you both for your assistance today. I need to take her to the hospital." "Let us go," Yi Qing responded, patting Wang Yao on the shoulder. He held no fondness for Wang Shuang, who often derided him, but felt compelled to intervene due to their mistreatment of women. "Did you capture everything on tape?" As they exited the alley, Yi Qing glanced at Wang Yao with concern. "The phone was off." Wang Yao shrugged, feigning innocence. "Damn it." Yi Qing's forehead throbbed with frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to give Wang Yao a good smack. "You could have at least warned me earlier, man." "Whoa." The little fire monkey chimed in, indignantly glaring at Wang Yao with its hands on its hips. Wang Yao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "This isn't my fault. I was in such a hurry to pick you up last night that I forgot to charge my phone. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiaoqiang isn't the wrong here. Besides, he doesn't know we have no evidence, so he likely won't dare to act against us for now. As Zhang Xiaoqiang and his gang exited the alley from the other side, one of his burly underlings, visibly anxious, asked Zhang, "Do you think anything will come of this?" Zhang Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, turning to the one referred to as the strategist, who appeared somewhat frail behind his thick glasses. He adjusted his spectacles and replied impassively, "Instructing a spirit to attack humans is indeed a violation of the law. I had advised you against it, but you did not listen. I believe the chances of Yi Qing having recorded evidence are quite high. We should prepare for two scenarios. First, send someone to appease Wang Shuang with some money. Then intimidate them. A blend of soft and hard tactics should suffice." After a moment of thought, the strategist added, "Zhang, perhaps you could arrange for those two to transfer to our class. That would provide us with some assurance." Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, clenching his fists in determination. "Let us proceed with that plan. Yi Qing is truly audacious for meddling in our affairs. Since you obstruct my path to fortune, do not blame me for what follows." Yi Qing and Wang Yao walked side by side into the academy, borrowing a power bank from a shop. At that moment, the playground was sparsely populated. Most students were dragging luggage, leaving few like Yi Qing and Wang Yao unencumbered. Wang Yao nudged Yi Qing's shoulder, whispering, "Have you heard? We're moving to the new campus in the back mountain today. There will be an examination in the morning, and the dormitories will be assigned based on our performance." Yi Qing frowned slightly. "Is it really that complicated? Aren't all the dorms essentially the same?" Wang Yao rolled his eyes. "The differences are quite significant. Our school prides itself on survival of the fittest and a sense of collective honor. Naturally, we must nurture those with talent." Intrigued, Yi Qing asked, "What distinctions can you elaborate on regarding the dormitories?" Wang Yao adjusted his collar and explained, "In our grade, there are 6 classes, and due to limited dormitory space and conditions, they have been divided into 6 zones. The first area boasts the best accommodations, with the most spacious rooms, and I've heard there are even private training rooms for spirits. In stark contrast, the 6th area is rather dismal. It lacks training facilities and requires sharing sleeping quarters with others." Yi Qing stroked his chin, realizing that had Wang Yao not informed him, he would have remained oblivious to such details. Wang Yao beamed with pride. "What do you think? I've gathered quite an array of information. Haven TI? Though, with the 2 of us as team members, securing first place is out of the question. If we manage to snag 3rd, that would be quite the achievement." Yi Qing playfully smacked Wang Yao on the chest. Somewhat irked, "What are you talking about? My current knowledge reservoir is far beyond previous levels, you know?" Wang Yao burst into laughter. "Oh, spare me. I'm well aware of your track record. Just because you randomly guessed a few answers right last time doesn't mean you've transformed overnight." Yi Qing shot him a disdainful glance, opting not to respond further. As time passed, the number of students on the playground increased. After waiting for over half an hour, nearly all the students had gathered, forming 6 orderly lines as they awaited the commencement of the meeting. Yi Qing glanced around, noting that the class instructors from other classes had arrived, yet their own teacher, Old Liu, was conspicuously absent. Where could the instructor be? Why hasn't he shown up? Wang Yao scratched his head. "I'm not entirely sure, but I heard he has been feeling unwell lately." Suddenly, Wang Yao's phone buzzed, and upon checking, he saw a message from the sports committee member, Wang Shuang. "Thank you for your help today. We do not intend to pursue this matter further." "Yi Qing, take a look at this. If this guy is doing this, doesn't that mean our efforts were in vain?" Wang Yao held out his phone, a look of confusion on his face. After reading the message, Yi Qing frowned slightly. "Well, they owe Zhang Xiaoqiang money anyway. We were merely pretending to have recorded evidence. It's only natural they would prepare for us. Although Wang Shuang has put us in a precarious position, it's understandable." Wang Yao sighed. "So what do we do now? Aren't we just making enemies for no reason?" Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. "What's there to fear? If I can't stand up for what's right, how can I call myself a spirit trainer?" "Yi Qing, Wang Yao, what are you two discussing?" Yi Qing's voice had been a tad too loud, drawing the attention of the class beauty, Huaming Yao, who stood not far away. "It's nothing at all," Wang Yao waved dismissively. "Well said." Just then, The sound of high heels echoed, and Yi Qing turned to see a stunning woman in her 20s with voluminous curls standing in front of their class. The woman regarded Yi Qing with appreciation and clapped her hands to capture the class's attention before announcing loudly, "Due to teacher Lu's health issues, I will temporarily take over as your homeroom teacher. My name is Zhao Xinran." Chapter 32. The Examination. Wow, our beautiful teacher. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao was instantly filled with excitement, dancing with joy. Previously, he had faced Lu Laoshir's reprimands for his poor grades. Applause erupted from the entire class, and a few boys even whistled. Zhao Xinran raised her hand to signal for silence and announced, "I will distribute the exam room and seat numbers shortly. Please adhere to your assigned positions when heading to the exam hall. Additionally, this examination will determine your dormitory arrangements, so I hope everyone will give their utmost effort." After Zhao Xinran spoke, she cast a knowing glance at Yi Qing and Wang Yao, arching an eyebrow. "I have heard from Lu Laoshir about your previous performances. I did not hold high expectations, just perform normally." Wang Yao immediately declared, "I promise not to disappoint you, teacher." "Excellent." Zhao Xinran nodded in satisfaction, proceeding to hand out the seat numbers. "Room 3, seat 17, Wang Yao read from the slip of paper. Yi Qing chuckled, shaking her own paper. "I'm also in room 3. "Me too," added Huaming Yao, raising her hands in exasperation, surprised to find herself in the same exam room as these two. Wang Yao teased, "Class flower, you must lend me your answers." Hearing this, someone in the back shouted, "With your grades, do you really need to copy? Just compare your answers with Yi Qing's, and the remaining one will surely be the correct answer." "Ha ha ha." Wang Yao felt embarrassed and retorted, "Get lost. What business is it of yours?" Zhao Xinran chuckled and clapped her hands to restore order. "All right, enough laughter. Let's head to the exam room." Yi Qing's seat was by the window in the third row, a position that could be deemed both advantageous and disadvantageous. "Zhang Xiaoqiang?" Yi Qing frowned slightly as she noticed the last student entering. "Ah, we meet again, academic underachiever." Zhang Xiaoqiang made a dismissive gesture and lazily settled into his seat. Yi Qing sneered, disregarding him. Despite his lack of diligence, his academic prowess in the grade was unmatched, earning him the affection of both his father and the teachers. Wang Yao, unable to contain himself, countered, "That's better than some two-faced individuals." At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang's burly sidekick chimed in. "I suggest you two not even bother taking the exam. You'll only drag down the class average." "ISNT that right, everyone?" The other classmates sighed, lamenting their misfortune at being associated with such underperformers as Yi Qing and Wang Yao. Wang Yao was incensed and was about to confront him when class flower Huaming Yao interjected, "This is our class's matter. What concern is it of yours?" The exam room was filled with students from 6 different classes, all of whom were well aware that Zhang Xiaoqiang was the vice principal's son, and they were enjoying the unfolding drama. Feigning innocence, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, "Let us not speak ill of them. Their courage to participate in the exam is a form of progress." Zhang Xiaoqiang, "We shall see," Yi Qing thought to herself, knowing her prior poor grades were well known. Arguing would yield no results. Rather, she would let her abilities speak for themselves. Having reviewed the past few years' exam papers, she felt confident in achieving a good score. "Trash!" Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. "Oh, you want to compete? How about this? Whoever loses has to bark like a dog." "Fine," Yi Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Huaming Yao furrowed her brows, puzzled by Yi Qing's impulsive decision to gamble against someone of Zhang Xiaoqiang's caliber. Wang Yao was equally astonished, unable to comprehend why Yi Qing would take such a risk. The other students whispered among themselves, while Zhang Xiaoqiang's character was questionable. His academic performance was indeed leagues ahead of Yi Qing's. Yi Qing shot a glance at Wang Yao and whispered, "I'll position my paper slightly outward. How much you can copy depends on your skill." "Copy from you?" Wang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, contemplating whether to eliminate his and Yi Qing's answers, leaving only the remaining options, which might yield a higher score. Observing Wang Yao's reaction, Yi Qing shrugged and said no more. Silence. A commanding voice echoed from the entrance, followed by the arrival of a silver-haired teacher accompanied by a charming sun spirit, his keen eyes surveying the room. "First, no cheating," Second, no whispering. Third, no assistance from any spirits. Otherwise, you will be expelled immediately. The sun spirit perched on the desk, its forehead gem radiating a dazzling light. Yi Qing was not surprised, knowing this was a precaution against potential psychic cheating. As the bell rang, fresh exam papers were swiftly distributed. Multiple choice question 1. Please select the option that differs from the other 3. A Geodude. B. Onyx. C. Rhydon. D. Nosepass. Upon seeing the question, Yi Qing quickly eliminated A, B, and C, selecting D, Nosepass. The question posed no challenge, as the first 3 were ground and rock types, while Nosepass was solely a rock type. Short answer question. Please describe the characteristics of the monarch snake and their specific functions. Yi Qing furrowed her brow slightly, recalling its abilities, overgrow and contrary. As she continued answering, no question posed a challenge until she reached the final 10-point bonus question, which made her pause. List the Pokémon in the Nidoran family. Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Nidorino, Nidoran, and their potential breeding partners. Interesting, Yi Qing thought, amused by the unique taste of the question setter. In her previous life, Nidoking had been a popular topic of discussion, often humorously dubbed a lolicon due to the reproductive incompatibility between Nidoran and Nidorina, leaving only Nidorino as a viable partner. Such questions were clearly beyond the standard curriculum, understood only by researchers specializing in Pokémon, making them suitable for bonus questions. After completing the exam sheet and meticulously checking for any omissions, Yi Qing deliberately positioned her paper outward. Given her academic standing, she was unconcerned about others copying her. Even the proctor, noticing her actions, shared the same sentiment. As Yi Qing wrote at a leisurely pace, a handful of top students finished their exams early. Huo Mengyao, seated in front of Yi Qing, noticed the densely filled paper and couldn't help but glance back in surprise. Acknowledging her gaze, Yi Qing smiled. Wang Yao, deep in thought with his pen in mouth, glanced at the meticulously written answers of Yi Qing, then at his own half-finished paper. After deliberation, he resolved to copy her answers. Why not? Chapter 33. A shocking scene. Time's up. Shortly after, the invigilator commanded, swiftly gathering all the examination papers. The hour-long test concluded, and students rushed out of the examination hall, eager to seek answers online. Brother, you can't be deceiving me, Wang Yao lamented, patting Yi Qing's shoulder as he watched Zhang Xiaoqiang swagger out of the venue. Don't worry, I am confident, Yi Qing replied, choosing not to elaborate. In matters such as these, only results could validate his claims. Mere words would not suffice to convince others. On the playground, 6 classes formed orderly groups, patiently awaiting their exam results. The stakes were high, as the scores would not only determine the students' accommodations, but also reflect each teacher's performance and salary. Zhao Xinran intertwined her fingers, glancing at her watch, noting that results would be released in just over 10 minutes. She had heard about the events in the examination room, but refrained from commenting, believing that their exchange was merely a momentary outburst. After all, academic improvement is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yi Qing, you are far too impulsive. How could you wager against Zhang Xiaoqiang? As news of Yi Qing's gamble spread among the students, consensus emerged that he could not possibly win. Yi Qing looked up at the sun, bemused. How can you all be so certain I will lose before the results are even announced? With your grades, do we even need to guess? They retorted, shaking their heads. While Yi Qing had previously struggled academically, he had never been so brazen. It was unclear what had spurred this newfound audacity. Silence. Wang Yao felt a pang of injustice on behalf of Yi Qing, but hesitated to rebut, reflecting on his own dismal grades. Yi Qing remained unfazed. Given their past abysmal performances, they had undoubtedly dragged their class down. The stakes of these results were significant, impacting everyone's future academic and living conditions. So it was only natural to face a few jabs. Nearby, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked disdainfully at Yi Qing. He had never regarded him as a worthy rival, whether in terms of family background or academic prowess. Noticing Yi Qing's glance, Zhang Xiaoqiang's lackeys raised their middle fingers, eagerly anticipating Yi Qing's embarrassment. Soon, the leaders took to the stage, and among them was a bespectacled middle-aged man who Yi Qing recognized as Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, Vice Principal Zhang Jihong. Stepping to the forefront of the stage, He began with a plethora of platitudes, only reaching for a remote control when thirst beckoned. Now, let us view the big screen for the examination rankings, from the bottom up. As he finished speaking, a massive screen illuminated behind him, and all 300 attendees could clearly see the names and scores displayed. Ranking name, score, 300, Zhang Zichuan, 6299, Ma Tianyu, 13298, Zhao Zilai, 36. Goodness, Ye Ving, we aren't in the bottom 10, Wang Yao exclaimed, gripping Yi Qing's sleeve in excitement. His enthusiasm was understandable. In previous major examinations, both he and Yi Qing had invariably found themselves among the lowest 10. Zhao Xinran, glancing at the list, was equally surprised. When teacher Liu had briefed her, he had specifically highlighted the academic troubles of the duo. My word, we aren't even in the bottom 100. Wang Yao was practically dancing with joy. It was the first time he had felt such elation regarding grades. The other students in the class whispered among themselves, puzzled by the absence of Yi Qing and Wang Yao's names, despite having seen their own ranks. Coughing to regain attention, Zhao Xinran observed the commotion below. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the composed Yi Qing and the exuberant Wang Yao. 153rd. My heavens! Wang Yao was nearly fainting with excitement. Never had he imagined he would be labeled as an average student in his lifetime. He also pondered a pressing question. If his score was derived from copying Yi Qing's, what might Yi Qing's true score be? Huo Mingyao, swaying her ponytail, regarded the calm Yi Qing with intrigue. It seemed ever since that day, her classmate had transformed. This isn't right. How did Wang Yao rank 153rd? Zhang Xiaoqiang, hearing his underling's bewilderment, furrowed his brows but remained silent. Wait, the top 50 have been announced, and Yi Qing's name is still absent. Wang Yao felt as though his eyesight was failing him. Could it be that the evaluators had overlooked Yi Qing's paper? Zhao Xinran began twirling a lock of hair, increasingly suspicious of Yi Qing's circumstances. Why are you looking at me, teacher? Yi Qing noticed Zhao Xinran's gaze. Anyone would feel uneasy under such scrutiny. Nothing, Zhao Xinran replied with a smile, her attention shifting back to the screen. Vice Principal Zhang Jihongboom now. Let us reveal the names of the top 10. Ranking name, score 10. Zhang Yuan, 94.9. Ma Huateng, 95.8. Zhao Peikai, 96. The rankings from 4th to 10th held little surprise. Everyone was familiar with the top scholars in the grade. However, astute observers noted that Sun Xiao, usually in 10th, had dropped to 11th. 3rd, Huo Mingyao, 101.2nd. Zhang Xiaoqiang, 103. 5 points first. Yi Qing, 110 points. As the top 3 were announced, the playground erupted in disbelief. My heavens, what am I seeing? How can Yi Qing's name be here? Isn't that cheating? How could he possibly score full marks? Does he even do the extra questions? I must be imagining things. It would be more believable if you told me pigs could fly. If Yi Qing truly secured first place legitimately, I would live stream myself eating dung. Wang Yao, is your grading teacher somehow involved with you? Wang Yao was on the verge of passing out. Yi Qing had topped the entire grade. What an absurd jest, while others might be oblivious. He had been with Yi Qing daily and could not fathom the transformation. Huo Mingyao covered her mouth, rendered speechless by astonishment. Zhang Xiaoqiang was shaken to his core. He had often claimed the top spot in the grade and could hardly believe that someone who had regularly occupied the bottom ranks could surpass him. This is impossible. He must have cheated. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately turned to whisper instructions to his followers. He cheated. Just then, a loud shout erupted from a nearby class. Chapter 34, Confrontation Cheating? It could very well be a possibility. Only through deception could one explain why Yi Qing achieved the top score. No wonder. I always thought it was implausible. Following the direction of the voice, Yi Qing noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang gazing at him with an innocent expression. Of course, the accusation of cheating was not voiced by him, but rather by one of his subordinates behind him. Noting Zhang's contemptible demeanor, Yi Qing chose to disregard him. For such antics merely underscored his status as a petty clown. Nevertheless, Yi Qing understood the skepticism. Who could believe that a perennial bottom scorer could suddenly excel? It was, after all, contrary to reason. Plagiarism? Cheating? This challenge prompted the leaders on the platform to take notice. The vice principal signaled for silence, having heard of Yi Qing's remarkable scores. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards Yi Qing and inquired, "Did you cheat? If so, confess now, and you may receive leniency." Zhao Xinran furrowed her brows. Despite her discontent at the questioning of her student, she was newly appointed and unfamiliar with the dynamics at play. Report no. However, upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang signaling to him and considering his identity, coupled with the potential for her own promotion this year, she hesitated. While I have not discovered tangible evidence of Yi Qing's cheating, there are indeed irregularities present. With this statement from the invigilating teacher, the entire playground erupted into chaos, rife with speculation. How could this be? Although Yi Qing's classmates also doubted his ability to score first, the implications for dormitory allocations were significant. If Yi Qing and Wang Yao's scores were legitimate, their class might very well achieve the highest average. Meanwhile, the surveillance analysis reached a conclusion during the exam. Yi Qing had made eye contact with Wang Yao and Huameng Yao, hence suspicions of cheating could not be dismissed. Upon hearing the analyses from the two teachers, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked triumphantly and gave Yi Qing the finger. With these two affirmations, the playground was soon filled with jeers. If Yi Qing could not vindicate himself, the disdain he would face in the future was all too predictable. Undaunted by Zhang Xiaoqiang's provocations, Yi Qing remained resolute. If given the chance to choose again, he would still refuse to turn a blind eye to bullies like him. Past encounters aside, he would not let such behavior slide now. Zhao Xinran sensed the brewing storm. She approached Yi Qing and, locking eyes with him, whispered, "Speak honestly to the teacher. Did you achieve this through your own merit?" Inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, Yi Qing met her gaze with certainty. "Yes, teacher." "Good." Zhao Xinran nodded, understanding her next course of action. The vice principal, after a moment's reflection, quelled the noise, stating, "Yi Qing, after discussion, the school has decided to conduct a re-examination. We hope you can appreciate the teacher's good intentions." "Wait, have you already concluded in your hearts that he has cheated? Or are you allowing Yi Qing's past performance to misguide your subjective judgment?" Zhao Xinran's voice rang with righteous indignation. "This not only insults Yi Qing's character, but also undermines my competence as an educator." Upon hearing Zhao Xinran's impassioned declaration, Yi Qing couldn't help but admire this new teacher's sense of justice. "Indeed, we believe in Yi Qing," Wang Yao chimed in, rallying the class to support Zhao Xinran's stance. "Yes, why can't our underachievers score full marks? This is discrimination. Is there no human right for those with poor grades?" The vice principal observed the escalating situation and attempted to calm the crowd. "Everyone has misunderstood. Meanwhile, he mused that Zhao Xinran was indeed formidable. But with her parents being prominent figures in the education sector, he felt hesitant to offend her. Just then, his son Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "If Yi Qing truly possesses the capability, then I challenge the principal to pose a few questions. I am willing to solve them alongside Yi Qing. Thus, we can ascertain whether any cheating occurred." How impressive! Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in the flattery, reveling in the contrast between himself and Yi Qing. As applause followed his declaration, Zhang Xiaoqiang's classmates echoed, "Yes, Zhang Xiaoqiang is right. If there's no cheating, let us have a live contest. If Yi Qing defeats Zhang Xiaoqiang, we shall have nothing to say." The vice principal regarded his son thoughtfully, then decided, "Very well. I will present 3 questions on the spot for both of you to answer. Yi Qing, do you agree?" Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, Yi Qing realized this was Zhang Xiaoqiang's attempt at revenge. Yet he was unafraid. Who knew the subject matter better than him? He had the confidence to assert himself as second. No one dared to claim the first spot. "I disagree." Suddenly, Wang Yao, who had remained silent, protested vehemently. "Everyone knows Zhang Xiaoqiang is the vice principal's son. The questions you pose may very well be tailored to his strengths, rendering this unfair. I propose that the new teacher, Zhao Xinran, formulate the questions. She is unfamiliar with both Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang, thus unbiased in assessing their knowledge." "Exactly. We concur." The students voiced their agreement, prompting Zhao Xinran to raise her head and assert, "I am willing to be the questioner." Yi Qing cast a few appreciative glances at Wang Yao, surprised at his timely support. The vice principal cleared his throat awkwardly, drawing the attention of the crowd once more. Then let us invite teacher Zhao Xinran to present the questions. As the vice principal wiped the sweat from his brow, he silently thanked his luck that the principal was not present. These students were relentless, pushing him into an awkward position. This teacher is quite beautiful, some students mused. If we had such a homeroom teacher, I could score first too. With Zhao Xinran taking the stage, the students below began to murmur amongst themselves. Are you ready? Chapter 35. A stupefying scene reflecting on her research topic from several years ago at the Institute. Zhao Xinran suddenly inquired. First question. What are the 3 dragons of Tao, and what do they each represent? Upon hearing this question, the audience was left bewildered. A chorus of confusion ensued, with many asking what the 3 dragons of Tao were and whether they were mythical beasts. The leaders on the stage wore expressions of perplexity, equally unclear about the meaning of Zhao Xinran's inquiry. Only an elderly teacher with a head of white hair seemed to grasp the vague answer to this question, having encountered it by chance during a previous academic discussion. The 3 dragons of Tao? Zhang Xiaoqiang found his mind struggling to comprehend, as he had never heard this term before. Yi Qing offered him a reassuring glance, cleared his throat, and stated, the 3 dragons of Tao are Res Hiram, Zikram, and Kiram. They each embody Yin, Yang, and the infinite. Res Hiram is of the fire dragon type, representing the Yang. Kiram is of both ice and dragon types, representing the infinite. And Zikram is of the electric dragon type, representing the Yin. Yi Qing merely provided a brief overview and did not delve deeper into the explanation. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety in sharing this information, as such knowledge was monopolized or not yet disclosed by the upper echelons of society, making it implausible for children from ordinary families to possess such understanding. However, Yi Qing had his own confidence. While his father's family was indeed quite ordinary, his mother's side was far from unremarkable, with access to such information, as she had been a childhood friend of Wang Yao's mother, a member of the social elite. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Though this concept was novel to them, it carried an inexplicable sense of profundity. Zhang Xiaoqiang was equally stunned, rendered speechless as he pondered how Yi Qing could possess knowledge of these things he had never encountered. Zhao Xinran had not anticipated anyone would answer correctly. Her intention was merely to impress upon the other teachers and school officials the depth of her own capabilities, despite her youth. Although the notion had been posited by the Institute a few years prior, it was not something an average person should be familiar with. How could Yi Qing possibly know it? Did he have connections within the Institute? Observing Yi Qing's composed demeanor, Zhao Xinran suspected that his answer was merely a fragment of a greater understanding. Perhaps he knew even more about the 3 dragons of Tao. Yi Qing answered correctly, and the second question was posed. What is the winged Pokémon with the fastest flight speed? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, Dragonite. Yi Qing concurred, Dragonite. Zhao Xinran nodded. Both answers are correct, but Zhang Xiaoqiang's speed prevails, so he wins this round. However, Zhao Xinran did not elaborate, signaling for the two to take a brief respite. Bravo, Chief! The praises from his peers did not elate Zhang Xiaoqiang. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness and apprehension in the face of Yi Qing's assuredness. Noticing the puzzled expressions of Wang Yao and Huameng Yao, Yi Qing seized the opportunity to explain. Dragonite is recorded to complete a circuit around Blue Planet in 16 hours, equating to a speed of 2,500 km/h. In contrast, Pidgeot is noted to reach a flight speed of approximately Mach 2, around 2,455 km/h. Therefore, without a doubt, Dragonite is the fastest Pokémon. Ah, I see. Although Wang Yao was uncertain of Yi Qing's sources, it did not diminish his admiration for his brother. After a brief interlude, Zhao Xinran resumed with the third question. What are the genders of Shenado and Elriot? Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up as he confidently answered. Shenado is female, and Elriot is male. Yi Qing smiled with assurance. Shenado can be both female and male, whereas Elriot is exclusively male. Impossible. How can Shenado possibly be male? Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he contemplated a horrifying realization. Many students shared this confusion, but it was essential to clarify that Shenado has a 50 probability of being either gender, underscoring the importance of knowledge and the necessity for diligent study. Zhao Xinran raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed meaningfully upon the male students below. Wang Yao turned pale, recalling his previous admiration for Shinedo's image. Zhao Xinran then glanced back at the visibly unsettled vice principal, smiling. "Would you care to speak, principal?" "Certainly." Zhang Xiaoqiang's lips turned white. The earlier bravado had dissipated. His mind swirled with confusion. Unable to accept that he had been outperformed in a domain he considered his forte by someone he had underestimated. The average scores were announced, and all eyes in the playground were glued to the massive screen, as this examination held substantial implications. Wang Yao tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve, anxiously asking, "What rank do you think our class will achieve?" Yi Qing squinted thoughtfully. "I can't say for certain, but surely our absence will improve the standings considerably. 6th place, Class 5, 5th place, Class 2. With each class ranking revealed, the playground erupted in cheers, though the jubilation from the lower ranks was not from their own class. 1st place, Classes 1 and 3 tied for first. Not only were the other classes surprised, but even the leaders on stage were taken aback. Ties for 1st place were a rarity. The gaze of other classes converged upon Yi Qing and Wang Yao, realizing that without these two unexpected dark horses, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. The vice principal cleared his throat multiple times and conferred with the other leaders for a moment before announcing, "Due to the tie for 1st place, the school has decided to hold a tiebreaker. The rules of the competition stipulated that the top 3 from each class would use one Pokémon for battle. Victory would be declared when one side's Pokémon was rendered unable to battle, with no substitutions allowed. Ultimately, the victorious class would claim the title of 1st place. A tiebreaker? Students from both classes exchanged glances, and a palpable tension filled the air. Chapter 36. The duel. The vice principal cleared his throat and inquired, "Are the homeroom teachers of both classes in agreement?" The homeroom teacher of Class 3 nodded in approval. "Excellent. There is an available arena in the dormitory area behind the mountain. Let us proceed there," the vice principal announced decisively. Upon finishing his words, the leaders released their respective flying-type Pokémon, soaring gracefully into the air amidst a cloud of swirling dust. Yi Qing cast a glance and noted that Zhang Xiaoqiang's father rode a magnificent Charizard, which certainly did not tarnish his status as vice principal. Yi Qing then turned to Wang Yao and asked, "Have you been to the back mountain?" Wang Yao shook his head. "No, I see no reason to go there. Besides, entry is usually restricted." Zhao Xinran clapped her hands. "All right, everyone, let us not lag behind. Let us form a line and walk together." The Shanghai City First Pokémon Academy sprawled over an extensive area. After walking for more than 20 minutes and crossing a small hill, they finally glimpsed the practical training area nestled within the forest. This area featured 3 towering buildings and a vast plaza. 2 of the buildings served as dormitories, while 1 was dedicated to classrooms. Apart from these grand structures and the plaza equipped with basic facilities, the remaining space was a playground filled with various terrains. Artificial mountains, rivers, deserts, grasslands, volcanoes, and icebergs were all present, designed specifically for training Pokémon. "How beautiful!" someone exclaimed, immediately garnering widespread agreement. Zhao Xinran, leading the group at the front, cautioned everyone, "Be careful not to trip over branches or weeds." After another 5 or 6 minutes, the 6 teams arrived at the center of a massive battle arena. The crowd settled into the surrounding seats, while the school officials had long been waiting. Zhao Xinran called Yi Qing and Hua Mengyao forward, pondering before asking, "Who is our class's 3rd representative?" "That would be me," a voice chimed in. Zhao Xinran waved and smiled. "You must be Zhang, all right? Come here. I'll formulate a strategy for you." Looking at the 3 in front of her, Zhao Xinran tapped her head and said, "I apologize for my recent arrival. I'm not yet familiar with you. What Pokémon do you each have? Are you aware of the Pokémon of the other 3? Yi Qing resolutely shook his head. He and T even memorized the Pokémon of his own classmates, let alone those from other classes. A Ming Yao reported, "Yi Qing has a Chimchar, I have a Herdier, and Zhang Na has a Starmie. Zhang Xiaoqiang from Class 3 has a Charmeleon, while the other 2 are a Bulbasaur and a Kingler." "Ah, I see." Zhao Xinran contemplated for a moment before deciding, If the opposing team isn't foolish, they will likely deduce that we will send out a fire-type Pokémon first. Therefore, it will be wise to hold back Starmie as a contingency. Given this, they will probably send out Charmeleon and Bulbasaur. However, from my observations, Zhang Xiaoqiang is a rather vain and proud individual, so he will undoubtedly wish to make a grand entrance as the final combatant to satisfy his ego. Besides him, Bulbasaur will not be the first to appear, so Kingler will likely take the lead, ensuring that even if we do not send out a fire-type Pokémon, they will not be at a disadvantage. Yi Qing nodded. Zhao Xinran's analysis was quite astute. In any case, the opposing team sending out Kingler first would not be a loss for them. Zhao Xinran made a decision. In that case, Zhang Na will take the lead, followed by Hua Mingyao, with Yi Qing as the anchor. The three exchanged glances, all approving of Zhao Xinran's plan. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qing, smirking as he shook his head. While he acknowledged that he fell short in academics compared to Yi Qing, he was confident in his prowess in battles and with Pokémon. After a brief pause, the vice principal finally stepped into the referee area and declared, "Since both teams are prepared, let us commence." Given that his own son was competing, the vice principal gritted his teeth and took on the role of referee. Let the first representatives of each class take the stage. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed from the horizon, followed by a dark shape rapidly expanding in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a Salamence appeared above the arena. All the students recognized this pseudo-legendary Pokémon. It belonged to the principal of Shanghai City, First Pokémon Academy, a trainer who had firmly established himself among the top 3 in the city due to this very Pokémon. The imposing figure of Salamence descended, creating a powerful gust that swept across the area, momentarily blinding everyone. Yi Qing squinted to observe Salamence, realizing that its aura was on par with the Dragonite and the 3-headed dragon he had encountered in the Golden Creek Forest. Am I witnessing a battle? A middle-aged man, unassuming yet radiating warmth, leaped down from Salamance's back. Handing over a document to others, Principal Jiang turned to Yi Qing, who was preparing in the contestant area, and asked, "Isn't this Yi Qing the student who has consistently ranked last?" The nearby instructional director expressed surprise. "Principal, you recognize this student?" Principal Jiang chuckled. "Well, while I might not remember others, I certainly take note of the student ranked last. This Yi Qing is quite the dark horse." The instructional director perked up at this remark and elaborated on Yi Qing's performance over the past few days. Reflecting on this, Principal Jiang discreetly announced, "I am pleased to see such outstanding students this year. Therefore, I have decided to present a mysterious prize to the individual who performs the best in this duel. Of course, this applies not only to this competition. In all future major events held by the school, there will be prizes in addition to monetary rewards. I assure you." A mysterious gift? Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang, and others' eyes brightened at the prospect, each speculating what the principal's gift might be. Yet they were confident that it would be something exceptional. Chapter 37. Disadvantaged, the surrounding students were filled with envy, silently vowing to strive harder and cultivate their Pokémon with diligence. The vice principal, invigorated by the atmosphere, stood upright and announced, "Let both contestants take the stage and release their Pokémon." With the principal observing, everyone energized, eager to make a favorable impression on such a formidable figure, hoping to be taken under their wing as a disciple. Zhang Na retrieved her Pokeball and called out, "Come forth, Starmie." The contestant from Class 3, a boy with a face dotted with acne, cast a lecherous glance at Hua Mingyao before releasing a formidable Kingler. The battle commenced. Zhang Na hesitated momentarily before commanding, "Starmie, use water gun." The Kingler evaded with remarkable speed, charging forward to clamp down. The boy showed no restraint, issuing commands without hesitation. As the Kingler's speed surged, Starmie's successive water guns failed to find their mark, ultimately falling victim to the massive pincers. The pressure was immense. Starmie emitted a pained groan under the crushing grip. This was dire. Yi Qing, having reviewed Kingler's data, noted that although its level was not significantly higher than Starmie's, its skills were decidedly superior. Once trapped, Starmie's frail physical defense would surely succumb to Kingler's devastating physical prowess. Despite her anxiety, Zhang Na promptly commanded, quickly, use rapid spin. Starmie spun rapidly within Kingler's pincers, its 5 edges continuously assaulting Kingler's arms. Withstand it, throw it down. Kingler's eyes glinted with ferocity as it swung its pincer forcefully, sending Starmie crashing to the ground. Seeing Starmie unconscious, the vice principal declared, "Starmie is unable to battle. Kingler is victorious." "I'm sorry." Zhang Na whispered an apology to Yi Qing and Huo Mengyao. Principal Jiang took a sip of mineral water, his expression impassive. To be frank, he was somewhat disappointed by the performance of these 2 students. If this was the standard of the top tier this year, it would be concerning. Huo Mengyao embraced her. Smiling, "Why apologize? You did remarkably well. Leave the rest to us." "Hello, Mengyao." The acne-riddled boy greeted as Huo Mengyao took the stage, though his expression appeared rather unsavory. Ignoring him, Huo Mengyao commanded, "It's your turn, Houndour." "Woof." Houndour barked energetically as it faced Kingler with keen focus. Pokémon. Houndour, level 7. Potential, D status. Healthy gender. Male type. Fire ability. Flash fire. When hit by a fire-type move, it absorbs the flames, taking no damage and enhancing its own fire-type moves. Held item. None inherited skills. Bite. Flamethrower basic skills. Ember. Spark skill transfer. None skill disc. None note. Houndour possesses an extraordinary sense of smell, being 5,000 times more sensitive than that of a human, and will never forget a scent it has encountered. Huo Mengyao pointed at Kingler, commanding, "Do not give a moment's pause. Use Ember." The acne-laden boy, undeterred, shouted back, "We will use Bubble." Houndour and Kingler launched their attacks simultaneously, a flurry of Ember and Bubbles colliding violently in midair. Realizing that mere bubbles would not secure victory, the boy impulsively decided to take a risk. "Use Quick Attack." Huo Mengyao smiled slightly. "Just as I hoped. Prepare yourself, Houndour." Woof. Houndour's gaze remained fixed on the approaching Kingler, its body tense and ready for action. The boy excitedly shouted, "Now clamp with all your might." At the moment Kingler's pincers snapped toward Houndour, Huo Mengyao called out, "Use Bite." Crunch. Pain shot through Houndour's midsection, yet Kingler suffered as well. Deep tooth marks marring its tough exterior. "Throw down." Flamethrower. Both commands were issued simultaneously. As Kingler raised its pincers, Houndour engulfed itself in flames, propelling itself forcefully against Kingler. With a resounding thud, Kingler was sent flying several meters, collapsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. The vice principal announced, "Kingler is unable to battle. Houndour is victorious." "Yay!" Huo Mengyao was elated, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Woof woof. Houndour, having secured victory for its trainer, was jubilant, though the painful ache in its waist and prior fatigue caused it to pant. At that moment, the second contestant stepped forward, a bespectacled boy whom Yi Qing recognized as Sun Zhiliang, the class representative of Class 3, typically quiet and unassuming. Feeling a gaze upon him, Yi Qing turned to see Zhang Shaoxiang regarding him with a mocking expression. Yi Qing chose to ignore him. The best way to crush his pride was to defeat him honorably in battle. Sun Zhiliang steadied himself, retrieving his Pokeball, and called out, "Come forth, Bulbasaur." Pokémon. Bulbasaur. Level 10. Potential. E status. Healthy gender. Male type. Grass poison ability. Chlorophyll. Speed increases in sunny weather. Held item. None inherited skills. Leech Seed basic skills. Tackle. Vine Whip. Poison powder skill transfer. None skill disc. None note. Bulbasaur often dozes in the sunlight, with the seed on its back gradually growing and blooming as it absorbs sunlight. Despite facing a type disadvantage against Bulbasaur, Yi Qing remained skeptical about Houndour's chances. Not only had it expended considerable energy, but its waist injury would also impact its agility. From his observations, it seemed Sun had acquired a juvenile Bulbasaur, as its level had risen unusually quickly. The battle commenced. At the vice principal's command, both sides issued their orders simultaneously. "Dodge, use Leech Seed. We will use Ember." Houndour barked fiercely, unleashing a barrage of Ember like a machine gun. The gentle sunlight illuminated Bulbasaur's back, its chlorophyll ability enhancing its speed, allowing it to evade most of the fire. After avoiding the Ember, Bulbasaur extended several tendrils into the ground, drawing forth green energy from below. replenishing itself. Huang Mengyao bit her lip in contemplation. Leech seed? We will use flamethrower. With Bulbasaur's leech seed securing its position in an attrition battle, Huang Mengyao realized she had to take a risk and push Houndour to its limits to knock Bulbasaur out. Ye vink, seek hit, regretfully. Bulbasaur's acquisition of poison powder was a tactical trap, anticipating Houndour's close-range combat. If Houndour continued to rely on Ember for attrition, it might not necessarily defeat Bulbasaur, but it could at least wear down its stamina. Chapter 38. A bold challenge. As Yi Qing had anticipated, Sun Zhiliang was indeed waiting for this moment. The vine whips evaded their target. The Bulbasaur extended two vine-like appendages from its sides, and in the next instant, propelled itself off the ground, soaring above the Growlithe. Huang Mengyao pointed at the Bulbasaur in midair and exclaimed, "What a great opportunity! Use Spark!" However, the Growlithe, overwhelmed by the strain of its previous two flame charges, struggled to respond to Huang Mengyao's command, unable to unleash the Spark attack. After all, they were merely fledgling Pokémon and could not endure such exertion. In that moment, the Bulbasaur took advantage of its descent, ramming its head into the Growlithe's waist, followed by a cloud of purple toxic powder enveloping the Growlithe's face. "Spark!" Huang Mengyao commanded once more. The Growlithe's complexion turned slightly purple as it endured the discomfort, forcing itself to release a barrage of sparks. Behind its mouth, the Bulbasaur extended its two vine whips, firmly securing the Growlithe's mouth after absorbing a third of the sparks. The Growlithe, now bound, became disoriented, as much of its prowess relied on its ability to use its mouth. "Break free, Growlithe!" Despite Huang Mengyao's commendable theoretical knowledge, she faltered under pressure, losing her composure in such a critical situation. Sun Zhiliang smiled, surprised at how easily victory seemed to be within reach. "Finish it." With a powerful flick, the Bulbasaur swung the Growlithe through the air, sending it crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The vice principal nodded, reflecting on his son's teacher's commendable teaching skills. The Growlithe has lost its fighting capability. "Go, Yi Qing!" With two opponents remaining, Wang Yao shouted anxiously from the stands. Huang Mengyao approached Yi Qing, expressing her regret. "I'm sorry." Yi Qing shook his head reassuringly. "It's fine. Leave the rest to me." "Okay." Though Huang Mengyao was skeptical about Yi Qing's ability to turn the tide against two foes, she still held onto a glimmer of hope for a miracle. "It's up to you now, little fire monkey." Yi Qing tapped the Pokeball, murmuring softly. Sun Zhiliang observed Yi Qing with interest, intrigued by this unexpected individual within Class 1. "So it's you, Yi Qing? I didn't anticipate such talent hidden in your class." Ye Vink nodded confidently. "It's good that you know." Sun Zhiliang was taken aback by Yi Qing's audacity and retorted, "You certainly possess confidence. But let me give you a word of caution. Mere type advantages won't secure you a win against me. Come here." The little fire monkey beckoned towards the Bulbasaur, unfazed by the presence of such a foe after encountering powerful opponents like Mewtwo and Zapdos. Sun Zhiliang issued a command, "Bulbasaur, use Root." Yi Qing smiled slightly, choosing not to act. The Growlithe had barely inflicted any damage on the Bulbasaur, and even if the little fire monkey interrupted, it would be inconsequential. However, while the Bulbasaur's injuries might heal, its stamina could not be replenished through Root, meaning each additional skill used would further deplete its energy. Seeing Yi Qing and the little fire monkey remaining as steady as a rock, Sun Zhiliang grew impatient. As Yi Qing had surmised, the Bulbasaur, still young, had already expended considerable energy. Thus, every additional skill used would equate to further fatigue. Observing the firmly rooted Bulbasaur, Yi Qing calmly instructed, "Spark." The little fire monkey puffed out its chest, unleashing a torrent of searing flames aimed directly at the Bulbasaur. Sun Zhiliang's expression shifted to one of urgency. "Dodge. Use Vine Whip to throw it into the air." The Bulbasaur severed its roots and evaded to the side, extending its vine whips to ensnare the little fire monkey tightly. "Excellent," Sun Zhiliang thought to himself, eager to see how Yi Qing would respond. "Fire Punch." Yi Qing had been anticipating this moment, quickly issuing the command. The little fire monkey ignited its right fist in flames and gripped the vine whips, causing the fiery blaze to rapidly spread along the vines towards the Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, how could this happen?" Sun Zhiliang was taken aback and hurriedly commanded the Bulbasaur to evade, but the vine whips were firmly held in the little fire monkey's grasp, leaving it vulnerable to the full brunt of the spark's damage. How could this little fire monkey wield Fire Punch? Was it an inherited skill? With a mind full of unanswered questions, Sun Zhiliang could only watch helplessly as the Bulbasaur fell to the ground. Bulbasaur. The charred Bulbasaur lay on the ground, emitting cries of agony. Charge in and use Fury Swipes. Yi Qing, not even glancing at the Bulbasaur's condition, commanded decisively. Countless instances in history had shown that hesitation could lead to downfall, and Yi Qing had no intention of making such a fundamental error. With powerful legs, the little fire monkey lunged forward, its claws striking swiftly at the Bulbasaur. I concede. Witnessing Yi Qing's relentless approach, Sun Zhiliang cursed internally, knowing he had to concede to spare the Bulbasaur further suffering. The vice principal raised a flag to announce, "Little Fire Monkey is victorious. Please send out the last participant from Class 3. Zhang Xiaoqiang exchanged glances with his father, rubbing his nose as he calmly stepped onto the stage. He rarely witnessed his father convey such a look, further confirming that the reward promised by Principal Jiang was indeed extraordinary. Their gazes locked in the air. A spark of unseeable intensity ignited between them. "Charmeleon, take him down." Zhang Xiaoqiang hurled the Pokeball skyward with vigor, summoning an orange headless lizard that materialized in a flash of red light. Awesome. So cool. This display prompted cheers from the students below, as the belt used was not cheap, often exceeding the price of a high-grade Pokeball. The most crucial aspect was the rarity of the supply. Those who could obtain it were typically among the affluent. Wow. The little fire monkey's spirit soared, fixated on the flame flickering at the rear of the Charmeleon. Roar. The Charmeleon, equally fierce, watched as the flames on its tail doubled in size. Chapter 39. The characteristics of a comeback. Neither trainer uttered a word, yet the two Pokémon appeared determined to battle to the bitter end. The flames on the rear of the little monkey Pokémon flared once more, while its opponent, the little fire dragon, exhibited no signs of backing down as the flames on its tail doubled in size. The two continued exchanging blows, and gradually the flames engulfed their very forms. The spectators below could only watch in bemusement, anxiously pondering whether these spirited little creatures would exhaust themselves in this fierce display. Pokémon. Little Fire Dragon, Level 9. Potential. C. Status. Healthy gender. Male type. Fire ability. Blaze, when HP falls below a certain threshold. The power of Fire-type moves is significantly enhanced. Held item. None inherited moves. Dragon Dance, Air Slash, Dragon Pulse basic moves, Scratch Ember, Smokescreen move Tutor. None TM. None remarks. The flames on a little fire dragon's tail burn from the moment of its birth. When the flames extinguish, it signifies the end of its life. Yi Qing's lips curled into a smile. The opponent had inherited Dragon Dance, and encountering me could only be deemed unfortunate for them. The battle commenced. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered, "Dragon Dance." Clapping ambush. Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke in unison. The little fire dragon let out a roar, attempting to execute its move when it was abruptly struck aside by a powerful palm from the little monkey Pokémon. Witnessing the interruption of the little fire dragon's move, Zhang Xiaoqiang could hardly believe his eyes. What? How could it employ such a monstrous technique as clapping ambush? Clapping ambush was indeed a formidable skill, known for its instantaneous activation and remarkable speed compared to other moves. Fortunately, this technique had its limitations, as it could not be reused in quick succession. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and commanded, "Use Smokescreen." Immediately, the little fire dragon sprang to its feet, unleashing a cloud of thick black smoke from its mouth. Smokescreen, huh? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. The fact that his opponent dared to use this move indicated that the little fire dragon had undergone specialized training in sound recognition. Nonetheless, Zhang Xiaoqiang had not ordered a close-range attack, or else the little monkey Pokémon would have a swift defense at its disposal. However, Yi Qing was also aware that the mechanics of this move differed in reality compared to the game. The swift defense could only guard against close-range techniques, and it had its limits. Should the power disparity be too great, it would prove ineffective. Now use Dragon Dance. As most of the arena became shrouded in smoke, Zhang Xiaoqiang bellowed his command. Yi Qing coldly retorted, a commendable strategy, but utilize Ember against the smoke. While this might seem ineffective in the game, in reality, the smoke emitted by the little fire dragon was indeed flammable. This concept had been taught in textbooks. Few Pokémon possessed the ability to create a smokescreen, while water-type Pokémon generated a white mist composed of water molecules. In contrast, fire-type Pokémon released thick black smoke, and only a select few, like Inkui, expelled ink-like substances. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized that the little fire dragon smokescreen was combustible. Yet the little monkey Pokémon was also within the smoke. If Ember was deployed now, both would sustain damage. The searing embers erupted from the little monkey Pokémon, illuminating the surrounding darkness, and the dense smoke ignited in an instant, resulting in a resounding explosion. The audience witnessed a colossal fireball burst forth, propelling both Pokémon away from the center of the conflagration. Go, little monkey! Ouch! The little monkey Pokémon, enduring the pain, rose to its feet and swiftly approached the little fire dragon, though it contemplated curling up and rolling forward more than once during its charge. Flame wheel? You scratch. Once more, the simultaneous commands resonated. Yet upon hearing the name of the move, Zhang Xiaoqiang's composure faltered. He knew that once more was an exceptionally overpowered move, limiting the little fire dragon to only use scratch for the next few seconds. We use Fury Swipes. Yi Qing opted against the more powerful Flame Punch. The first fire-type move inflicted only half damage on the little fire dragon, and the second would drain excessive stamina, rendering it less advantageous than Fury Swipes. The little fire dragon struck the little monkey Pokémon across the face, and in response, the little monkey Pokémon retaliated with a flurry of scratches, landing 4 or 5 hits on the little fire dragon's face in the blink of an eye. Due to the effect of once more, the little fire dragon had no choice but to endure the pain and continue clawing at the little monkey Pokémon. Yi Qing hesitated momentarily, considering the little fire dragon's blaze ability, but ultimately commanded, continue using Fury Swipes. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the stage, as the two Pokémon became entangled, clawing at each other like brawling housewives. Hua Mingyao furrowed her brow. If the little fire dragon's ability is Blaze, it could spell trouble. Zhao Xinran nodded in agreement, though she remained silent, trusting that Yi Qing had a plan in mind. Wang Yao, having procured a bag of chips from somewhere, remarked, Yi Qing should just have used Flame Punch. Why does it look like a brawl now? Principal Jiang, observing the spectacle, was asked by the Director of Education for his opinion. I'm merely watching with my eyes. Principal Jiang replied with a slight smile. As it stood, the little monkey Pokémon appeared to have a greater chance of victory, yet one could not underestimate the potential of Blaze to turn the tide. With a fierce roar, the battered little fire dragon suddenly unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, sending waves of heat that pushed the little monkey Pokémon back several meters. Blaze had been activated. All eyes in the arena were drawn to the little fire dragon, and the students from classes 1 and 3 held their breath, fully aware that this battle was pivotal to their collective interests. Zhang Xiaoqiang's confidence surged. Well done. Use Ember with all your might. Dodge, little monkey. Now that the little fire dragon was at its last gasp, the moment the Blaze ability faded would signal its demise. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the power of Blaze enhancing its speed and force, the embers were propelled forth, and despite the little monkey Pokémon's evasive maneuvers, it was still struck by a few stray embers. Continue using Ember. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw a glimmer of victory, believing he could vanquish the little monkey Pokémon before Blaze subsided. Go, little fire dragon. Defeat him. As the battle reached a critical juncture, all the students from Class 3 stood up, fervently cheering. Though the little fire dragon was breathless, it summoned every ounce of strength to unleash Ember once more. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Prize. Yi Qing realized that the current situation could not persist. Otherwise, the little fire monkey would undoubtedly lose its combat ability. With determination, he sprinted to evade attacks, using erratic movements to block what he could not dodge. The little fire monkey, fueled by anger, swiftly changed positions and began to run. using erratic movements to shield itself from unavoidable flames. Those scattered sparks erupted upon its body. It was far preferable to taking the full brunt of the assault. Moreover, Yi Qing was waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. In one breath, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, a premonition of impending misfortune looming over him. Inferno! The entire class cheered in excitement as sparks continued to burst from the little fire monkey. Its eyes ignited with fierce flames. A surge of anger emanated from its rear, rapidly engulfing its entire being. Now is the moment. Use the flame wheel. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yi Qing resolved to attempt the skill he had yet to fully master during this moment of fervor. Wow! The little fire monkey leaped, curling into a ball and rolling swiftly towards the little fire dragon. As its speed increased, a searing flame enveloped the little fire monkey, transforming it into a blazing fireball. Success! Yi Qing was elated, astonished that he had managed to execute the flame wheel despite not having fully mastered it. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "How is that possible? You spark again." The little fire dragon, panting heavily, had no choice but to close its eyes tightly and exert itself to unleash a stream of flames. Boom! A series of sparks erupted upon the flame wheel, but they merely reduced its speed slightly, failing to interrupt the skill. With a resounding crash, the flame wheel collided forcefully with the little fire dragon, sending it hurtling out of the battle arena. Zhang Xiaoqiang glared at Yi Qing through gritted teeth, unable to fathom how he had suffered defeat at the hands of this seemingly inconsequential figure. Fantastic! We won! Yi Qing! The entire class erupted in joyous celebration, voicing their exhilaration. You! Very good. Do you wish to die? Faced with Yi Qing's provocation, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer contain himself. Principal Jiang rose to applaud, exclaiming, "What a splendid match! Yi Qing, isn't it? Stand down." Noticing her son's loss of composure, the vice principal hastily interjected. "We shall see," Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered, slowly descending from the stage, convinced that Yi Qing understood the implications of his words. As he observed Zhang Xiaoqiang's desolate figure, Yi Qing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Even if animosity had been forged, it was of little consequence. Those adversaries he had surpassed would only drift further away. Principal Jiang was well aware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's true nature. His previous forbearance had merely been a concession made for the sake of his accomplishments and his father's standing. The school nurse, who had been waiting nearby, promptly called upon Chansey to attend to the injured Pokémon. Yi Qing had previously checked the little fire monkey's information, discovering that although it had broken through to level 10, it still had not mastered the flame wheel skill. It appeared that further practice would be necessary for complete mastery. Approaching Yi Qing, Principal Jiang laughed heartily. "I never imagined you would turn out to be a dark horse. You've certainly caught me off guard these past years. Here, this is your well-deserved reward." Yi Qing accepted the box with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Principal." As Principal Jiang shook Yi Qing's hand, he quietly advised, "I put considerable effort into this gift, so you better not transfer schools." Understood. Yi Qing readily agreed, his curiosity about the contents of the box intensifying. "We are number one." The entire class embraced in jubilation, contrasting starkly with the lackluster enthusiasm of the other classes. It was essential to note that the first-place winners would enjoy independent dormitories, each with their own room, while the lower-ranked competitors would not share such luxuries. The last-place dormitory would even require 4 students to share a single room. Principal Jiang clapped his hands and announced, "All right, now that the dormitory assignments are complete, I ask the teachers to lead their students to their respective accommodations." Zhao Xinran quelled the still boisterous students and guided them towards the dormitory area. As they walked, Zhao Xinran provided an overview, informing them that the square housed not only the battle arena, but also a Pokémon hospital and a Pokémon supermarket. Essentially, anything available outside could be found within these walls. The dormitory area was not far from a square, and within minutes, they arrived at 2 blue and white striped dormitory buildings. Pointing to one of the buildings, Zhao Xinran explained, "The 56th floor comprises our class's dormitories. Please collect your corresponding room number tags and keys from me. We will gather in front of the teaching building at 1 o'clock this afternoon." Yi Qing casually chose room 606, a rather appealing number. Wang Yao exchanged to room 605, linking arms with Yi Qing as they ascended the stairs. Yi Qing jingled the key and inquired, "What about our luggage?" Wang Yao, suddenly pained by the thought, feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, forget it. There's a supermarket here. If you need anything, just let me know." Noticing Wang Yao's hesitance, Yi Qing expressed surprise. "Wait. You didn't break up with Sun Xiaowei again, did you?" "Ah, well, we did part ways." Wang Yao, unable to conceal the truth, admitted. Yi Qing clapped a hand on his shoulder, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you? You've only been dating for a few days, and you're already done. You've switched partners 3 times this month, haven't you?" Wang Yao defended himself. "Just think about it. Her family watched me fall off a Pidgeot and didn't even attempt to help. If I don't break up with her, what's the point of keeping her around? I have no interest in someone like that." Yi Qing, feeling a sense of helplessness, knew that as the victim in this scenario, he had little to say. Wang Yao nudged Yi Qing towards room 606, saying, "All right, let us check out the room." As Yi Qing pushed open the door, holding the palm-sized box, he was struck with awe by the dormitory-esque environment. Before him lay a spacious living area, furnished with a European-style double sofa and a table, among other necessities. At the end of the living room stood a floor-to-ceiling window that could be opened, revealing a broad balcony adorned with an array of flowers and plants. Upon entering the interior, Yi Qing noticed that aside from a bathroom in the living area, there were 2 doors on either side. The left door led to a master bedroom, complete with a double bed, wardrobe, and desk. However, when he opened the door to the side room, he was utterly astonished. It was an expansive space, with little more than a window and a sand table adorning the walls. Is this the environmental simulation system? Yi Qing wondered aloud as he approached the sand table, having heard that it was a new addition to the school equipment, thus remaining unfamiliar to all. Chapter 41. The beautiful scale. Following the steps outlined in the accompanying manual, Yi Qing pressed the switch. Volcanoes, grasslands, deserts, rivers. The diverse landscapes were all present. Considering the attributes of the little fire monkey, Yi Qing opted for the volcanic environment. With a faint click, an astonishing scene unfolded before Yi Qing's eyes. The ground and walls of the room folded open to reveal a miniature artificial volcano and a landscape of flowing lava, causing the temperature of the room to rise rapidly. Yi Qing was left speechless by the volcanic terrain that had materialized in mere seconds. "Come forth, little fire monkey. Let us practice the flame wheel here," Yi Qing called out after a brief moment of astonishment. As soon as the little fire monkey emerged, it exuberantly dashed around the room, reveling in the abundant fire elements that enveloped it. This room was specially designed for Pokémon, capable of withstanding various attacks from them. Observing the little fire monkey's disregard for him, Yi Qing shrugged in resignation. Closing the door, he sank into the spacious sofa and quietly contemplated the small box gifted to him by the principal. What could it possibly contain? After pondering for a while without any conclusions, he decided to simply open it. As the box opened, a scale, roughly the size of a coin, appeared before him. The sunlight streaming through the window refracted off the scale, displaying a dazzling array of colors. "Is this the beautiful scale?" Yi Qing was taken aback, never expecting the principal to bestow such a precious gift upon him. "What is the beautiful scale?" "It is capable of aiding the ugly fish in its leap to evolution into Milotic. The beauty of Milotic is beyond words, and the Pokémon itself is incredibly powerful. A true rarity." Yi Qing carefully closed the lid. With the beautiful scale in hand, he now had a new goal for his second Pokémon. Just then, a familiar face squeezed through the door. "Wang Yao. What are you up to, brother?" he inquired. "I'm waiting for you," Yi Qing replied. "Waiting for me? To buy a phone?" Yi Qing shrugged helplessly. Wang Yao facepalmed. "All right, I almost forgot about that." After a quick lunch in the cafeteria, Yi Qing and Wang Yao headed to the supermarket to purchase the necessary items. They bought a phone identical to the previous one, along with a replacement card. "What are you looking at?" Yi Qing asked as he noticed Wang Yao lost in thought while downloading apps. Wang Yao wiped drool from the corner of his mouth. "Those legs are so fair. I mean, that cabinet is incredibly white." Yi Qing shot him an exasperated glance, following his gaze to see a pair of slender, fair legs. Just as he was about to look up, the girl unexpectedly turned away. "Let us go," Yi Qing urged, pushing Wang Yao toward the Pokémon section to buy food. Wang Yao, pushing a shopping cart filled with snacks, asked, by the way, what was the prize the principal gave you? It sounds so mysterious. In the bustling supermarket, Yi Qing picked up a bag of dried fruits favored by the little fire monkey and chuckled. If I tell you, you might faint. Better, I keep it to myself. Wang Yao rolled his eyes. Honestly, I don't even want to know. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xinran stood at the podium in her black professional attire. Addressing the students below, today marks my first day in office. The positions within the class will remain unchanged for now. Adjustments will be made once I become acquainted with everyone. The entire afternoon passed with Zhao Xinran's continuous chatter. Meanwhile, Yi Qing remained focused, having obtained the beautiful scale. It was time to prioritize his plan for Milotic. Unfortunately, after reviewing all the textbooks, he could not find a specific habitat for the ugly fish, not even in the large hunting grounds of the wild. After class, Yi Qing declined Wang Yao's invitation to watch short skirts by the roadside, opting instead to head to the library to further research the ugly fish. Zhao Xinran, gathering her materials, noticed Yi Qing's furrowed brow and inquired, Yi Qing, where are you off to? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing replied, honestly, I want to investigate the habitat of the ugly fish. Seeing the determination on Yi Qing's face, Zhao Xinran tossed her hair. The ugly fish? Why are you interested in such a Pokémon? While its evolved form is indeed powerful and beautiful, evolving it is no easy feat. Yi Qing chuckled, shaking his head. I simply have a fondness for that Pokémon and wish to learn more about it. He refrained from mentioning that the principal's gift was the beautiful scale, wishing to keep it as a trump card and avoid attracting unwanted attention. After all, such a treasure could easily be exchanged for a house. Zhao Xinran pondered for a moment, then suggested, in that case, head to the 3rd floor of the library. You should find what you're looking for there. Thank you, teacher. Yi Qing expressed his gratitude before making his way to the library, deep in thought about the formation of his team. The ugly fish would not evolve in the short term, and waiting for it to become a formidable fighter would take considerable time. Thus, he needed to capture another Pokémon to fill that gap. As for the question of how to earn money to care for his Pokémon, Yi Qing was not concerned. The Academy offered numerous bounty tasks, such as gathering fruits from trees or eliminating wild Pokémon. Of course, the most effective method was to secure a ranking in the Academy's events. He had heard that previous champions received prizes amounting to hundreds of thousands. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yi Qing found the library nearly empty, save for the administrator, as it was the first day of the new academic year. He scanned the shelves and located a book detailing the habitats of water-type Pokémon. Habitat: the ugly fish thrives in both oceans and rivers, often residing in areas abundant with aquatic plants. Yi Qing frowned at the content, exasperated. Abundant aquatic plants? This is no better than saying nothing at all. Chapter 42. Ideals are abundant. Reality is stark. The Cho-Cho fish possesses an astonishing vitality, thriving even in murky waters as a resilient spirit. Typically dwelling in pools abundant with aquatic plants, its remarkably unattractive appearance renders it quite unpopular among both humans and other spirits. Due to frequent blows to its self-esteem stemming from its looks, it seldom appears in areas bustling with people or spirits. As Yi Qing's gaze lingered on 2 particular pieces of information, he silently committed them to memory, convinced that locating a body of water that matched these 2 criteria would yield results. However, his current capabilities were insufficient for venturing into the wild, so he resolved to first gather strength. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, the sun's rays were nearly dipping below the mountains. The golden hues of the sunset streamed through the library windows, casting a radiant glow upon Yi Qing, as if he were adorned in gilded light. Closing his book, he acknowledged that since obtaining a Minas was presently unfeasible, he must devise alternative plans. Currently, he had a detailed strategy for nurturing his little fire monkey, and as long as he adhered to this plan, he anticipated no significant issues. It was now time to consider the general direction for his next spirit. Given that the fire monkey ultimately evolves into a fire and fighting type, and Minas is a water type, it would be prudent to exclude these 3 attributes for his next spirit. Furthermore, he contemplated the rarity of dragon, fairy, psychic, and the perilous ghost types. systematically eliminating these options on paper. Reflecting on the necessity of cultivating a mount, Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully, considering which spirits among the remaining attributes would be suitable. The flying type, particularly the Pidgey, appeared promising, ultimately evolving into a Pidgeot, known not only for its swiftness, but also for its commendable strength. He dismissed ground, steel, and rock types, as these spirits were predominantly heavyweights, making them impractical for travel or escape, while bug types could rapidly form formidable combatants. Their diminutive size and short lifespan deterred Yi Qing from considering them at this time. The electric type, namely the Blitzel, seemed decent, yet its actual combat prowess fell short, making it a secondary choice. Pidgeot and Blitzel lingered in his thoughts, and, as Yi Qing rubbed his forehead, he felt a nagging sense that he had overlooked a particularly fitting spirit. At that moment, two classmates strolled past, engaged in quiet conversation. The boy sighed, expressing his concern. "Xiaomei, have you heard? The neighboring county was attacked by wild spirits again, and I've heard there were significant casualties. I wish I could become a spirit trainer quickly to protect my family." Xiaomei nodded, sharing her sentiments. Indeed, with greater strength comes a higher chance of survival. Disasters have been frequent in recent years. I wonder if it's the work of divine beasts. The term disaster suddenly sparked a revelation in Yi Qing, leading him to recall the elusive spirit that had eluded his memory. The disaster beast, Absol. Excited, he slapped his palm against the table, startling those studying in the library. "My apologies," he quickly exclaimed, as he noticed the collective stares directed at him. Calming himself, Yi Qing reflected on Absol, a spirit often found in areas plagued by calamity. In earlier, less technologically advanced times, many regarded it as a harbinger of disaster, and folk superstitions claimed that those who approached it would invite misfortune upon themselves. Thus, Absol was frequently driven away, despite recent expert opinions suggesting it might possess the ability to foresee disasters. However, the long-standing impression of Absol was deeply ingrained in the public consciousness, and with experts' reputations having waned in recent years, altering these perceptions proved challenging. Feeling a pang of frustration, Yi Qing tugged at his hair, lamenting the fact that while he had envisioned a spirit he desired, the formidable Absol was beyond his grasp as a novice trainer. Perhaps I should abandon this unrealistic notion for now, he sighed, momentarily setting aside such thoughts. After all, he was a member of the Transmigration Army. Perhaps a divine spirit would unexpectedly descend from the heavens tomorrow. Having established his plans, Yi Qing glanced at the time and departed the library. The following 5 days unfolded without significant change, save for one piece of good news. After rigorous training, his fire monkey finally broke through to level 11 and completely mastered the flame wheel technique. This skill effectively addressed the fire monkey's previous inability to swiftly approach foes. On Friday afternoon, Yi Qing and Wang Yao leisurely traversed the back mountain, their arms draped over each other's shoulders as they approached the school gate. Wang Yao, brimming with pride, queried, "Have you read the latest issue of Shinado?" Yi Qing shot him an incredulous look. "What issue? Wouldn't it be more gratifying to capture a spirit instead?" Wang Yao erupted into laughter, dismissing him. "As if you could catch a waltz. If you manage to capture one, I'll eat SHT upside down." Yi Qing shrugged, confidently retorting, "Well, just wait and see." As they reached the school gate, others teased Wang Yao. "Hey, ISNT that young Master Wang? Why is there no luxury car or beauties waiting for you today?" Wang Yao shot back, "Get lost. After a week of confinement, we only have 2 days off. I don't have time for girls." Yi Qing shook his head as they each hailed a taxi home. Upon exiting, the sight of the dilapidated yet familiar residential building stirred nostalgia in him. He knocked on the door and quietly waited outside. Creaking open, the old security door emitted an unappealing sound, revealing his little sister with twin ponytails peeking from inside. "Brother," Yi Menghan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yi Qing. Ruffling his sister's hair, he squeezed inside, calling out, "Where's Mom? I'm hungry." Voicing his most confident statement, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Throughout his journey, he had been cautious, fearing that a moment's lapse could cost him dearly. Only at home could he truly let loose. "Thank you, Mom." Observing his sister diligently working on her homework at the desk, Yi Qing quietly watched her, a sense of warmth enveloping him. Chapter 43. The Shield of Retaliation. After observing for a while, Yi Qing furrowed his brows and said, Han Han, did I not instruct you to prepare for the Elven Academy? Why are you still working on problems unrelated to elves? Yi Menghan did not lift her head. She was aware that her brother was upset, and she merely pouted, pausing her pen and staring down in silence. Seeing his quiet sister, Yi Qing suddenly felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. He sighed, closed the door, and sat beside Yi Menghan, gently turning her small head towards him. Gazing in her bright eyes, he asked, "Tell me, do you wish to become an elf trainer?" Yi Menghan averted her gaze and shook her head, remaining silent. Yi Qing understood her concerns. Their family savings had been largely spent on his own education, leaving no resources to support his sister's aspirations for the Elven Academy. With determination, he turned her head back and said, "How about this? I promise to provide you with 100,000 yuan in cash a month from now. Will that reassure you?" Tears glistened in Yi Menghan's large, expressive eyes. She initially wanted to shake her head, but, after a long contemplation under her brother's resolute gaze, she gently nodded. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, gathering the papers on her desk, stating, "All right, let us agree to this date a month hence." Exiting his sister's room, Yi Qing felt a twinge in his eyes, pondering that this might be the sorrow of impoverished families. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he had the ability to change this reality in this lifetime. Returning to his room, Yi Qing sat down and released the little monkey from its long confinement within the Pokeball. Ugh! The little monkey sat quietly on the table, propping its chin with one hand, expressing its distress. Observing its demeanor, Yi Qing deemed it necessary to offer some guidance. "Little monkey, tell me truthfully, is it not exceedingly dull to remain cooped up in the Pokeball for so long?" With a vigorous nod, the little monkey blinked its big eyes repeatedly. For such an active and lively creature, being confined in the closed Pokeball was nothing short of torment. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance. The school explicitly forbade the release of elves during class, lest a stinky flower or stinky mud cause chaos. If someone had a Ralts, who could focus on lessons then? Yi Qing comforted the little monkey. "I understand your desire to play outside, but you must comprehend my position. Imagine if everyone released their elves. The classroom would descend into utter chaos." The little monkey pondered for a moment, a look of frustration crossing its face. Noticing its despondent expression, Yi Qing shifted the conversation. "However, there is a solution. If you promise to train diligently once released, I can let you out during my classes, and after class, I will come to fetch you." The little monkey initially felt excitement, but upon hearing Yi Qing's stipulation of self-training, its enthusiasm waned. Watching his brother ramble on with grand schemes, the little monkey drooped its head, pondering a way to avoid both confinement and training. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up the little monkey's face as it discovered a loophole. If it trained outside, how could Yi Qing keep constant watch over it in the classroom? Perhaps it was better to feign agreement, allowing it freedom later. Pleased with its cunning, the little monkey raised its head and nodded emphatically at the still chattering Yi Qing. "Have you agreed?" Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how the little monkey had shifted from reluctance to compliance so swiftly. Yet, he did not delve deeper, joyfully patting the little monkey's forehead. He thought this arrangement was mutually beneficial, addressing the little monkey's desire to escape the Pokeball while also encouraging its training. After sending the little monkey off to play with his sister, Yi Qing sat down at his computer, contemplating the skills the little monkey needed to acquire. Currently, its skills were rather limited, making it challenging to turn the tide against formidable foes. He browsed the Pokémon shop online, scrolling through the offerings. The Shadow Clone skill disc was reasonably priced and appeared to be in stock. After spending 8,000 yuan to purchase it, he continued exploring other skill discs. After several rounds of searching, he found that the other skills were either too costly or beyond the little monkey's current capabilities, leading him to reluctantly close his laptop. Rubbing his forehead, he listened to the sounds of his sister and the little monkey playing next door, deep in thought. What other skills could they learn? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he excitedly struck his palm with a fist. This move was a signature skill of Ash. Yi Qing vaguely recalled that it was developed during the Diamond and Pearl series. The shield of retaliation could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, making it an excellent skill. The essence of this technique lay in rotation, utilizing rapid spinning while executing an attack to disperse the focus of the move over a wide area. Such a technique might not exhibit its full potential in wild battles, but in a confined combat zone, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge to opponents, even those of the flying type or with remarkable speed. Yi Qing resolved to practice this technique. The school was not a fitting venue for such a strategy under constant surveillance, and now was an opportune moment at home. Little monkey, let's go out for a while. Yi Qing donned his clothes and called for the little monkey as he headed toward the door. Be careful, brother. His sister placed the little monkey down from her embrace, peeking her head out of the room to greet Yi Qing cheerfully. Hearing the commotion, their mother emerged from the kitchen, a hint of discontent in her voice. Son, where are you off to? Dinner will be ready soon. With a sigh, their mother added, honestly, with all this rush, how will you ever find a girlfriend? Rushing down the stairs with the little monkey, Yi Qing noticed many elderly residents strolling about the neighborhood, prompting him to head towards a nearby construction site of unfinished buildings. Surrounded by tall metal barriers, this site had been abandoned due to the developers fleeing, leaving behind a littered landscape and incomplete structures. Chapter 44. Thrilling as the sky gradually darkened, Yi Qing shivered inexplicably at the sight of the towering buildings resembling black holes. Treading upon the remnants of bricks and tiles, Yi Qing sought a relatively flat area with his little fire monkey. Whoa! The little fire monkey glanced around, perplexed as to why Yi Qing had brought him to such a place. Was he about to engage in some clandestine activity? Yi Qing instructed the little fire monkey to jump down, saying, let's start here. Try spinning a few times for me to observe. The little fire monkey scratched its head in confusion and quickly spun around on all fours. No, that is not how you do it. Yi Qing, having learned this maneuver before though not particularly adept, lost his balance and fell in an ungraceful manner. Whoa! The little fire monkey clapped joyfully at Yi Qing's mishap. Oh! The little fire monkey's eyes sparkled, eager to attempt the impressive move itself after witnessing Yi Qing's performance. Yi Qing put away his phone, and seeing the little fire monkey's confidence, he encouraged it to give it a try. The little fire monkey attempted to lift its body with both hands on the ground, trying to spin as seen in the video. However, due to a lack of coordination, it collapsed onto the ground. Yi Qing stifled his laughter and patiently explained the nuances of the maneuver. To execute this action properly, one must first control the descent speed of their center of gravity while simultaneously swinging the separated legs in different directions. This, combined with the strength of the shoulders and arms, would generate the horizontal rotational force necessary to shift the body's center of gravity. While performing the move, one should slightly rotate the body and shoulders to the left, allowing the left hand to gain support early, facilitating the transition into a full rotation. After several rounds of patient instruction, Yi Qing allowed the little fire monkey to attempt it alone. Observing the little fire monkey, Yi Qing couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary strength of the sprite. Even with one hand, it could effortlessly support its own body. With each successive movement, the little fire monkey gradually increased its speed. A cloud of dust swirled around as the little fire monkey spun faster and faster. Yi Qing retreated behind a pile of debris, and when the little fire monkey reached its peak speed, he shouted, "Now, unleash the sparks." Upon hearing this, the little fire monkey opened its mouth, and bursts of flame shot out like bullets. Due to its continuous spinning, the position of its mouth shifted, causing the flames to whip around like a fiery whip. Just as Yi Qing was reveling in excitement, he suddenly felt a chill creep up his neck, and in the next moment, the fiery whip abruptly snapped, sending the little fire monkey flying due to the immense inertia. Whoa! Dazed, the little fire monkey lay on the ground, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly. Yi Qing rushed over to check, discovering multiple burn marks on the little fire monkey's legs. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing concluded that with more practice, the little fire monkey would learn to avoid such mishaps. Yi Qing retrieved some healing spray and applied it to the little fire monkey's wounds, then carried it home. The day had turned late, and both were famished, making it an unsuitable time for further practice. Of course, This was merely an excuse. The primary reason was that Yi Qing had felt an unsettling chill at the back of his neck, as if someone were breathing on him. Forcing himself to think of other matters, Yi Qing quickened his pace toward the exit. Heh. At that moment, Yi Qing was startled by an eerie laughter emanating from behind him. Who is it? Heh. The strange laughter echoed once more, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Damn it, this is bullying, Yi Qing shouted, though he suspected it might be some ghostly sprite playing a prank. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. The exit of the construction site was less than 100 meters away, yet for safety, Yi Qing refrained from turning and running. To do so would expose his back to a potential ambush, leaving him with no chance to react. Whoa! At that moment, the little fire monkey finally regained its senses and leaped down, shouting ahead. How could there be wild ghost-type sprites here? The Security Bureau should not allow them near residential areas. While it was possible that the specters were merely attempting to frighten him, a hasty attack from the little fire monkey could provoke a conflict. Moreover, the vast area did not suggest the presence of only one ghost-type sprite. If they were angered, both he and the little fire monkey could find themselves trapped forever. After a pause, when the laughter ceased, Yi Qing instructed the little fire monkey to keep watch behind while he feigned fear and hurried toward the construction site exit. As for the reason behind his act, Yi Qing knew that most ghost-type sprites enjoyed mischief and did not genuinely seek to harm. If they saw him terrified, their vanity would be satisfied. Once they reached the construction site's exterior, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had indeed not been attacked. Perhaps they simply enjoyed teasing humans, which explained why the understaffed Security Bureau had yet to clear them out. Carefully avoiding passing vehicles, Yi Qing hastened toward home, feeling a lingering fear. This world, filled with sprites, was perilous indeed, especially since he did not possess the extraordinary abilities of someone like the formidable Giratina. Not long after Yi Qing and the little fire monkey departed, several ghastly revealed themselves at the construction site. Unable to contain their laughter at the memory of Yi Qing's startled expression, "I need to take a shower." Leaning against his desk, Yi Qing still bore an expression of shock. He had effectively experienced a brush with the supernatural. Whoa! The little fire monkey perched on Yi Qing's shoulder felt unfazed, merely considering the sprites as threats that warranted no fear. What does that smell? Yi Qing sniffed and detected a pungent odor wafting towards him. The little fire monkey noticed Yi Qing staring at him and immediately waved his hands, indicating that the smell was not his doing. Chapter 45. The depths of urban tricks. Yi Qing could no longer tolerate the unpleasant odor and wave his hand in front of his nose, exclaiming irritably, "Hurry up and take a shower." Upon hearing the word shower, the little fire monkey immediately resisted, attempting to leap to the ground. However, Yi Qing, well prepared, swiftly grabbed it. With the squawking little fire monkey in tow, Yi Qing changed into clean clothes and carried it into the bathroom. Hearing the commotion, Yi's mother expressed her concern. "Be gentle, son. Don't hurt it." "Don't worry, Mom. What breed do you think I am that could hurt it?" Yi Qing retorted, eyeing the pouting little fire monkey. He playfully threatened, "If you don't take a shower, don't expect me to buy you any energy cubes in the future." Although the little fire monkey protested with its mouth, it showed less resistance physically. "All right, that's effective." Yi Qing sighed in relief. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss with the little creature bouncing around. "Brother, you go eat. I'll help you wash." While Yi Qing was momentarily distracted, the sweet voice of Yi Menghan rang out from outside the bathroom. "Okay, I leave it to you," Yi Qing responded cheerfully, gesturing for the defiant little fire monkey to behave. Yi Menghan opened the door and gently took the little fire monkey from Yi Qing's hands. Strangely enough, as soon as the little fire monkey was in the girl's grasp, it immediately calmed down, behaving as if it were no longer a monkey at all. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, just as Yi Qing laid down his chopsticks, the previously filthy little fire monkey emerged clean from its bath. A dreamless night passed. Knock, knock. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto Yi Qing's face, awakening him from slumber due to a series of knocks at the door. Still drowsy, Yi Qing was reluctant to get out of bed. He groggily nudged the little fire monkey, which was sleeping beside him, mumbling, "Little fire monkey, go open the door." The little fire monkey, deeply engrossed in its dreams, showed no intention of responding, instead kicking Yi Qing's head with its foot, urging him to open it himself. Realizing he could not command the little creature, Yi Qing reluctantly yawned and went to open the door, mentally resolving to train a more obedient spirit next time. "Thank you." As soon as he opened the door, he discovered his package had arrived, containing the skill disc for Shadow Clone technique. After a tedious wait, Yi Qing's sleepiness dissipated. After washing up and having breakfast prepared by his mother, he planned to wake the little fire monkey to go downstairs for training. Increasing the little fire monkey's strength would bolster his own confidence. Otherwise, encountering a desirable spirit he could not defeat would be quite tragic. Taking out the Pokeball, he captured the still sleeping little fire monkey inside. Yi Qing positioned the circular opening of the skill disc atop the protrusion in the center of the Pokeball. Having completed these preparations, Yi Qing suddenly grew curious about how spirits absorbed skills recorded on the discs within the Pokeballs. Was it truly akin to the fanciful notion from his past life, where a spirit lounged on a sofa inside the ball, watching television displaying skill images? As the green light of the Pokeball illuminated, the previously smooth skill disc shattered into several pieces. This should suffice, Yi Qing murmured to himself, weighing the Pokeball. After all, this was his first time using a skill disc, and he was uncertain about its efficacy. Dressing quickly, Yi Qing descended the stairs and found an empty space in the community to release the little fire monkey. Whoa! The little fire monkey, feeling quite flustered, sensed an inexplicable influx of information in its mind. Yi Qing attempted to issue a command, "Use Shadow Clone." The little fire monkey responded with a puzzled expression. A gentle breeze rustled a few leaves. Yi Qing awkwardly reiterated, "I said, use Shadow Clone." The little fire monkey blinked and squatted down, exerting itself. Observing the little fire monkey's comical antics, Yi Qing burst into laughter. "Are you trying to take a dump?" The little fire monkey felt somewhat vexed. Although the method for using the Shadow Clone was etched in its mind, it sensed a missing spark. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qing decided to try a different approach. "All right, first run quickly." The little fire monkey nodded and dashed around the open space. "Not fast enough, go faster. Faster." As Yi Qing raised his voice, the little fire monkey exerted all its might to accelerate. At the peak of the little fire monkey's speed, Yi Qing shouted, "Use Shadow Clone." The little fire monkey let out a cry and quickly split into two fleeting shadows, yet the shadows dissipated almost immediately, indicating that the skill required further practice. That day, Yi Qing did nothing but train the little fire monkey, and thankfully, though it could be mischievous, it was earnest during training and battles. Early Monday morning, Yi Qing found himself called to the head teacher's office in a haze. Upon entering the office filled with teachers, he felt a shiver run down his spine. "Yi Qing is here. Please wait a moment," Zhao Xinran said, putting down her lesson plan and leading him outside. Standing in a corner, Yi Qing curiously inquired, "Teacher, did you need something?" He shook his head and stated plainly, "I don't know much." "Really?" Zhao Xinran bent down, her charming face close to Yi Qing's, her large eyes fixed on him intently. "Indeed." Yi Qing inhaled the fragrant scent surrounding Zhao Xinran, absently scratching his nose. In a secret base transformed from a cave, Bloodhand, holding a large wolfhound, reported, "Boss, I've dispatched the large wolfhound and the Black Lugia squad to investigate. Based on the scent left at the scene, we have eliminated numerous locations." Yin Lang growled, "So you found his location? Why haven't you taken action? Don't you know the leader has given us little time left?" Bloodhand trembled. "We can only confirm the target is within the borders of Huagua. The specific location remains unclear. Because of our last operation, Huagua has heightened its defense levels. If we act recklessly now, we might fall into their trap." Yin Lang, somewhat disappointed, replied coolly, "Is that so? Have you thought of any solutions? Your trusted confidant is a traitor. I suppose you're planning to take a good rest?" Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed, startling Yin Lang. He turned to see a massive hole blasted in the mountainside, and through the opening, he spotted Mutuo floating in the air, coldly observing them. Chapter 46. The coming storm in the air was thick with tension as Yanlang gritted his teeth, locking eyes with the elusive Mutuo. Coldly, Mutuo remarked, "Even at the brink of death, you still seek to trouble others." With Zhao Shiran's enchanting face mere inches away, Yi Qing steadied himself and met her gaze. Under the weight of Yi Qing's unabashed stare, Zhao Shiran ultimately conceded, straightening up with a playful smile. "All right, since you're unwilling to speak, I shan't press you." "Yes." Yi Qing quickly nodded in agreement. Just make sure you don't arrive late to class from now on," Zhao Shiran teased, playfully tapping Yi Qing's forehead before gracefully striding towards the office. Recalling the promise made to Little Fire Monkey, and noticing there were still 15 minutes until class, Yi Qing hurriedly crossed the plaza, making his way towards the volcanic region of the playground. The temperature here was noticeably warmer than in other areas, and before long, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Upon spotting the artificial lava pool in the distance, Yi Qing finally came to a stop. "Little Fire Monkey, make sure to train diligently here," he advised, releasing the creature from its pockball. "Whoa!" Little Fire Monkey leaped joyously, relishing the comfortable environment. It rolled on the ground and waved at Yi Qing, signaling that he understood and urging him to hurry off to class. Thinking to himself, "Once you leave, you want to be able to keep tabs on me. You want to know if I'm training or not." Little Fire Monkey felt a mischievous thrill. Noticing the exuberance of Little Fire Monkey, Yi Qing smirked slyly. "All right then, I'll keep my phone on and record your training as a means of supervision. This way, I can monitor your progress at all times." Little Fire Monkey was momentarily stunned, thinking humans are truly cunning, employing such tactics against me. Aware that he could not afford to slack off, he placed his hands on his hips and glared at Yi Qing, his face a portrait of indignation at the perceived lack of trust. Yi Qing scratched his head, taken aback by Little Fire Monkey's strong reaction. He pondered that perhaps it was wise to relent. If Little Fire Monkey happened to befriend a female monkey, it would be rather awkward for him to spy on them. "Wouldn't he it?" Rubbing Little Fire Monkey's head, he advised, "Very well, I shan't leave my phone here. I'll return to fetch you after class. But if you dare to slack off, you'd better be prepared for the consequences." "Whoa!" Little Fire Monkey stood upright, thumping his chest to assure Yi Qing that he would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Yi Qing nodded, glancing at the time before turning to head back to the classroom. "Have you heard? A monkey has appeared in the volcanic area of our playground. It's utterly outrageous. Indeed, just a few days ago, it injured my little fire horse." Who else could it be? There are hardly any monkeys in the entire grade. Listening to their chatter, Yi Qing felt puzzled, wondering which unfortunate Pokémon had stirred up trouble. From their discussion, it seemed this monkey was not only mischievous, but also formidable. With no rivals in the volcanic region, could it possibly be his own unfortunate monkey? Surely it couldn't be. After all, wasn't he at training diligently every day? "Class is starting," Zhao Shiran announced as she approached the podium, raising her voice to corral the chaotic students below. "Teacher, I need to go to the restroom." Zhao Shiran took a sip of water, unfazed, and began her lesson. "Teacher, I also want to go to the restroom." Wang Yao, noticing Yi Qing's sneaky demeanor, suspected something was amiss and decided to follow him. Zhao Shiran raised an eyebrow. Why is it that when one person goes to the restroom, everyone else must follow? Hold it in. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao immediately lamented, "Teacher, that's unfair. What if I can't hold it? Does that mean my family line ends here?" "All right then." Wang Yao sprang up and chased after Yi Qing, bolting out of the classroom. Yi Qing dashed across the plaza, only to hear someone calling after him. Pausing, he turned around to question, "Wang Yao, what are you following me for?" Wang Yao, not wanting to admit he was merely curious, fabricated an excuse. "I was worried you might be in a hurry and wanted to see if I could assist in any way." "Is that so?" Yi Qing thought he knew his friend well. However, he also had a task that Wang Yao could help with. After contemplating, he realized that Wang Yao's ability to sense his presence beforehand was likely due to his keen sense of smell, which could indeed uncover something useful. Wait, scent. Yi Qing pondered the significance of this word, feeling as if he were grasping something he had previously overlooked. Wang Yao, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong, Yi Qing?" Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just go check on what Little Fire Monkey is doing. I'm feeling a bit unwell." All right, you take a break. Wang Yao, sensing Yi Qing's discomfort, departed. Sitting on the steps of the plaza fountain, Yi Qing finally unraveled his earlier confusion. It was indeed the scent. Although he had never revealed himself within the art organization, he had escaped using Mutuo's teleportation. It appeared flawless. Yet there must have been a significant residue of his scent left behind on the transport vehicle. If they utilized their Pokémon's acute sense of smell to trace the locations he had passed, they would eventually discover his hiding place. Realizing this, Yi Qing slapped his thigh, a sharp sense of urgency washing over him. What should he do? The sudden crisis left Yi Qing flustered. His current strength was insufficient for self-protection. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on external forces to safeguard himself and his family. The various evolutions of EV have been thoroughly studied by academia, yet knowledge regarding legendary Pokémon was still rather scant. Chapter 47. The Method of Unraveling by the Way. Isn't Teacher Zhao quite intrigued by the matter of the 3 dragons of the Tao? Could I possibly leverage this information to penetrate the academic realm and amplify my societal influence? If I could publish several impactful papers to enhance my visibility, I should be able to become a public figure, thus making the art organization hesitant to act against me. Yi Qing, come and see what I've discovered. What's the matter? Yi Qing momentarily set aside this thought and looked up to inquire. Wang Yao rushed to Yi Qing's side, dramatically presenting his phone. What do you mean, what's the matter? Do you realize your little fire monkey is about to become the king of the Fire Mountain region? King of the mountain? Yi Qing was taken aback for a moment, but upon glancing at the footage on Wang Yao's phone, he couldn't help but chuckle. From the video, it appeared that the little fire monkey had already recruited the majority of the spirits in the Fire Mountain area. Not only were these spirits massaging its back, but they were also offering it treats and energy cubes provided by their trainers. This rascal, although Yi Qing felt a surge of frustration, he found some solace in witnessing his spirit thriving in this manner. At least it hadn't tarnished his reputation. Let us go. However, the primary task for the little fire monkey remained training, especially after it had just begun to recognize the potential crisis at hand. Thus, Yi Qing resolved to impart a profound lesson to the little fire monkey. Accompanied by Wang Yao, they arrived at the volcanic area, and indeed, as Yi Qing anticipated, the moment they arrived, the little fire monkey and the others were already engrossed in their own activities. The little fire monkey was fervently pummeling a rock with its flame fist, and upon closer inspection, one could even see beads of sweat rolling down its face. Witnessing such a lifelike performance, Yi Qing would have truly believed he had misjudged it, were it not for Wang Yao's recording as evidence. Little fire monkey, come here, Yi Qing called out. What? The little fire monkey halted its actions and bounced over to Yi Qing, even taking a moment to wipe the sweat from its forehead with its arm. Look at this. Yi Qing wholeheartedly applauded its theatrics and handed Wang Yao's phone to it. Observing Yi Qing's grim expression, the little fire monkey initially held onto a glimmer of hope. However, upon viewing the video of its domineering antics, that last flicker of hope was extinguished. Woo! The little fire monkey turned its head toward Wang Yao, baring its teeth at him. Today, you shall reflect upon your actions within the Pokeball. That evening, in the library, Yi Qing sat by the window, utilizing the moonlight and lamplight to extract a sheet of paper and begin organizing the information he had gathered. Yi Qing, just as he was lost in thought, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Yi Qing turned to find his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, standing beside him. Zhao Xinran had noticed Yi Qing's distraction during class and, considering it might be due to her earlier conversation with him, had followed him to the library. Has our previous discussion affected you? If so, I apologize. Yi Qing shook his head in response. No. Zhao Xinran sighed in relief and casually inquired. Oh, is there anything I can assist you with? You seem somewhat perplexed. The 3 dragons of the Tao? Zhao Xinran initially expressed delight, but quickly interjected, do not, under any circumstances, pursue that topic. Discussions about divine beasts are strictly prohibited from circulating among the populace, so even if you publish something, it cannot be printed. Yi Qing paused, contemplating her words. It seemed indeed that he had previously approached the issue from the perspective of his past life, which proved ineffective in this current existence. He knew that much of the information regarding divine beasts was monopolized by the Alliance, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Zhao Xinran continued, "Didn't you mention this to me earlier?" Yi Qing did not conceal the truth. "I'm facing some trouble, and I wish to create some momentum for protection." Trouble? Zhao Xinran was taken aback, unable to fathom what kind of trouble someone of Yi Qing's age could encounter. His acquaintances were likely confined to peers. Yi Qing nodded. "Yes, but I cannot disclose the specifics." Zhao Xinran did not respond immediately, her alluring gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate Yi Qing's thoughts. Yi Qing avoided her gaze, instead focusing on the swaying feet clad in pointed high-heeled shoes beneath Zhao Xinran's desk, hoping she wouldn't inadvertently kick him. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qing finally spoke. "How can I trust you?" Zhao Xinran was astonished, not expecting this young lad to be so cautious. "My aunt and I previously worked in the same research institute. If you're apprehensive about me, you may entrust the matter to her first, and she can relay it to me later." Yi Qing disregarded her latter statement and raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. "You've investigated me?" Not fully convinced, he replied nonchalantly, "Teacher, please wait a moment." With that, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to his mother. "Yi Qing, Mom, how has my aunt been lately? You two have a good relationship, right?" "Mother Yi, silly son, she's my biological sister. Of course we have a good relationship. Please refrain from asking such foolish questions in the future." Yi Qing, "Mother Yi, is there something you need? Are you short on money?" Yi Qing, "I've written a very important paper that I wish to submit. Our homeroom teacher mentioned she knows my aunt, so I wanted to confirm with you." "Mother Yi, just a moment." Chapter 48. The pitiful hoodie Zhao Xinran, rather unperturbed, sat calmly across from Yi Qing, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Ding dong. Hearing the notification from her phone, Yi Qing swiftly opened it to check the message. Upon reading it, he finally comprehended the source of Zhao Xinran's confidence. She was indeed the legendary second-generation scion, adorned with a gilded background. Leaning closer to Yi Qing, her rosy lips slightly parted in triumph, she asked, "So, do you trust me now?" "Yes, I do," he conceded, having completely surrendered to this class advisor who was not much older than himself. As night deepened, the library grew increasingly deserted. With his mother's assurance in mind, Yi Qing felt reassured and hurriedly organized the information regarding the 3 dragons of Tao on paper. Sensing that her presence might disrupt Yi Qing's train of thought, Zhao Xinran silenced her phone and quietly flipped through a book across from him. Yi Qing knew he couldn't divulge the legends of the 3 dragons of Tao verbatim, so he crafted a simplified version to introduce them. Res Hiram embodied truth, while Zekrom represented ideals. Res Hiram, a guardian of truth, sought to spread kindness throughout the world, willing to aid those who courageously pursued reality. However, should one scorn the truth and indulge in desire, it would unleash a fiery wrath. Zekrom, on the other hand, could create an anti-gravity field to soar through the skies, unencumbered by air resistance or the pull of gravity, often accompanied by thunderstorms. After introducing these 2 Pokémon, Yi Qing proceeded to explain their overdrive mode. He intentionally omitted any mention of fusion or genetic wedges, intending to reserve this information for future leverage, thereby enhancing his own value. As far as he knew, having even a couple of second-tier deities as guardians in any nation was already commendable. First-tier deities were a mere fantasy, as none had publicly declared allegiance to any country according to the data released. Handing his notes to Zhao Xinran, Yi Qing shook his slightly sore hands. "Overdrive mode?" Zhao Xinran questioned, perplexed by the terminology. She quickly asked, "Are you saying that the Res Hiram and Zekrom we typically know are not in their most powerful forms?" Ye Vink nodded. "You could interpret it that way. You've heard of Mega Evolution, right?" He shrugged, "So why ask?" "Overdrive mode is akin to a massive power boost post-Mega Evolution. Just consider it that way for now." "TSK, who do you think you're looking down on?" Zhao Xinran muttered under her breath. Although she was familiar with the term, her understanding was limited. Each time she inquired with her family, she was met with refusal. Yet, observing this young man, she sensed he seemed to know more about Mega Evolution than she did. What a peculiar individual. Was her family perhaps grooming him for a path toward advanced research? Yi Qing nodded in agreement, feeling secure in the academy. Back in his dormitory, he changed into his pajamas, purposely refraining from releasing his fire monkey, determined to refine its temperament. Otherwise, it might become obstinate post-evolution. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Yi Qing intensified his training regimen for the fire monkey, pushing it to the brink of exhaustion. After a week, it had nearly shed 2 pounds. On Friday afternoon, just before the end of classes, Yi Qing received a notification from Zhao Xinran to visit the conference room. He knocked thrice, inhaled deeply, and entered. The scene within the conference room was as he had anticipated. Alongside the principal and vice principal, Zhao Xinran was present, along with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Principal Zhang set down his teacup and introduced, "This is Yi Qing from our school, and Yi Qing, this is Professor Qian, a researcher from the Alliance." Noting the man's appearance, Yi Qing mused that he was hardly old. As the introduction concluded, Yi Qing distinctly sensed the atmosphere thickening, an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Coughing to express his dissatisfaction with the treatment of his student, Zhao Xinran cleared her throat. Principal Jiang took a sip of tea and gestured for her to remain silent. "Please proceed," Yi Qing asserted, maintaining his composure. After all, he had encountered Mutuo. Would he truly be intimidated by their presence? Professor Qian, with a serious demeanor, queried, "Very well. I wish to know how you acquired this knowledge. Where did you obtain this information? As far as I know, you were previously an unremarkable student." Yi Qing smiled subtly. "Indeed, but allow me to clarify. It was not that I lacked knowledge. Rather, I had no intention of engaging with the curriculum or exams because I had already mastered the content. As for how I know these things, I once encountered a divine beast. We clicked immediately, and I became its disciple. All this information was relayed to me by it." Leaning back in his chair, Yi Qing had little expectation they would believe him. My apologies. Principal Jiang couldn't contain himself, and the tea he had just sipped spewed forth. "Absurd. We are not here to entertain your fantasies. Mind your words." The vice principal scoffed, convinced Yi Qing was merely playing with words, uttering nonsense. Even Zhao Xinran felt a chill. How could one claim to have become a disciple of a divine beast? What kind of existence was that? How could he even conceive such a notion? Professor Qian remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Yi Qing. "Could you convince me?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the room sat up straight, genuinely curious to see how Yi Qing would persuade them. Yi Qing shrugged, glancing at the vice principal. There are a few too many people in this room. Noticing Professor Qian's gaze, Principal Zhang immediately understood and instructed Vice Principal Zhang to step outside. "All right, Vice Principal Zhang, not one to be foolish," recognized this was also Professor Qian's intent and promptly exited. With the vice principal gone, Professor Qian's stoic expression returned to focus on Yi Qing. "Are there any others who should leave? Speak freely." Yi Qing smiled lightly. After all, the vice principal was merely asserting authority and needed to garner support. "No need. These two are trusted elders of mine." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang's face brightened with satisfaction, pleased with Yi Qing's words, feeling that his investment was indeed worthwhile. Zhao Xinran rolled her eyes. While Yi Qing's statement was somewhat comforting, she was hardly old enough to be considered his elder. Professor Qian nodded. "Then please proceed." Yi Qing raised his right arm, addressing the assembly. "Here lies the residual aura of that divine beast. If you doubt it, you may have a psychic-type Pokémon sense it. However, I cannot be responsible for any adverse effects." Since Yi Qing wore long sleeves, the attendees could not ascertain what lay beneath. "Very well." Professor Qian said no more, retrieving a Pokeball and releasing a hoodie. As the hoodie floated in midair, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled. The rarity of psychic-type Pokemon was well known. He hadn't expected Professor Qian to possess such an exceptional specimen. Pokemon. Hoodie, level 50, potential, C status, healthy gender, male type, psychic ability, telepathy held item, curve spoon inherited skills, power trick, barrier, guard swap basic skills, teleport, spoon bending, psychic bind, hypnosis, miracle eye, psyshock, recover, psychic surge skill transfer, telekinesis, ice punch skill discs, psychic, light screen, shadow clone, shadow ball note. Hoodie's power is modest. While it shuns violence, it can attack and defend using psychic abilities. A level 50 hoodie. Isn't this equivalent to the strength of a dojo master's elite Pokemon? This old professor possesses such formidable power? Yi Qing was somewhat astonished, unable to fathom that this individual could be so extraordinarily powerful. It appeared that the League indeed held him in high regard. However, Yi Qing soon discerned an issue. Despite the immense strength of these Pokémon, few possessed weather-altering abilities. Could it be that only those with exceptional talent could glimpse such powers? Professor Qian gestured towards Yi Qing's wrist and said, "Hu Di, please check there." Hu Di summoned 2 silvery spoons with its hands, delicately enveloping the area with its psychic energy. As soon as the psychic energy made contact with the mark left by Mewtwo, Hu Di let out a piercing scream, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Principal Jiang spat out his tea in shock. He was well aware of the strength of Professor Qian's Hu Di. While it may not rival his own Bagon, it was still a formidable opponent. The most astonished, however, was Professor Qian himself. He understood his Pokémon better than anyone. What kind of terrifying presence could leave such a chilling aura? A mere touch had caused Hu Di, who possessed exceptional psychic prowess, to succumb to unconsciousness in an instant. Zhao Xinran's gaze towards Yi Qing shifted. She had initially regarded him as merely a knowledgeable individual, but now it seemed that the mysteries surrounding him were multiplying, marking him as a true prodigy. Stunned by Hu Di's sudden fainting, Yi Qing quickly added, "Please don't make me pay for this. I'd already warned you in advance." Chapter 49. Generous rewards. He retrieved 2 slender envelopes from his briefcase and politely pushed them toward Yi Qing, saying, "This is the reward the Alliance has bestowed upon you. Please accept it." Yi Qing did not take the envelopes immediately. Instead, he glanced at Zhao Xinran beside him and inquired, "Teacher, our initial request was for protection, correct?" Professor Qian interjected before Zhao Xinran could respond. "I understand your concerns. For a talent like you, Yi Qing, the Alliance will certainly provide protection. However, our resources are limited. You will inevitably travel the world, and our personnel cannot accompany you everywhere. I trust you wouldn't wish to be constantly monitored, would you? Therefore, we can only offer assistance at designated points in Shanghai City." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing accepted the reward, fully grasping his implication. Yet, this aligned perfectly with his own intentions. As long as his family was safeguarded, he was content. His current abilities confined him to activities around Shanghai City, and in the future, he would no longer require the Alliance's protection. Moreover, this was merely a precaution. Perhaps the organization had not dispatched anyone to assassinate him after all. Professor Qian smiled and remarked, "The information you provided is invaluable to us. I wonder if you possess any further insights." Yi Qing had anticipated this inquiry, but knew better than to divulge more. Revealing everything would significantly diminish his worth. "Not at the moment. Perhaps one day that individual will share more with me," he replied, closing off the conversation, regardless of their attempts to entice him. After gathering his belongings, Professor Qian stood up and said, "Very well, I will take charge of the security arrangements." Sitting in his chair, Yi Qing felt reassured by the Alliance's guarantee. He was confident in his family's safety. He harbored many secrets, and having someone shadow him was not advisable. It would obliterate any semblance of privacy. Principal Jiang rose and, grasping Professor Qian's arm, exclaimed, "Old Qian, since you seldom visit our school, allow me to show you around and let you see our teaching environment." Zhao Xinran, aware of the principal's true intentions, merely rolled her eyes. He was not genuinely interested in showcasing the school, but rather seizing the opportunity to solicit sponsorship. Yi Qing glanced at the 2 envelopes in his hands, pondering how much they might contain. Judging by their thickness, it likely did not exceed 500. Zhao Xinran approached him, leaning against the table, and asked, "So, the teacher didn't deceive you, right?" Yi Qing raised the envelope and replied with a smile, "Thank you, teacher. If the amount is substantial, I shall treat you to a meal." Zhao Xinran initially intended to decline, but reconsidered, realizing she might extract further information from Yi Qing. "All right, but this is a promise," she said. "Agreed." The picturesque scenery captivated Yi Qing, causing him to linger a moment longer before he made his way outside. Holding the 2 envelopes, he felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery box, urging him to open them immediately. "Wow," little fire monkey chimed in, mimicking a greeting. "Is anyone home?" Yi Qing called out as he wandered through the house. only to discover it was completely empty. After sending a message to his mother, he hurried into his room to eagerly open the envelopes. A bank card and a gold membership card for the Wild Wilderness? What a delightful surprise. Excitement surged through him as he examined the two items. 100,000 spirit coins with a password of 6 zeros. After noting the details on the paper, he carefully stowed the bank card away. This sum was neither excessive nor insufficient. It appeared that the Alliance's cash reward was merely a token gesture, with the true value lying in their verbal commitments. With the gleaming gold Wild Wilderness membership card in hand, Yi Qing consulted his phone. It was a customized membership card for the Wild Wilderness in Shanghai City. There are 3 tiers of membership: Standard, Silver, and Gold. The Standard card permits entry once per year into the Outer Zone, allowing the capture of a single spirit, priced at 5,000. The Silver card allows 3 entries annually, grants access to the central area, and permits the capture of 2 spirits, priced at 10,000. In comparison, the benefits of the Gold card were far superior. First, there were no restrictions on entry frequency, allowing the capture of up to 4 spirits. Furthermore, it provided access to the VIP core area of the Wild Wilderness, located at its heart and renowned as the prime locale, where spirits had been meticulously selected by the Alliance. However, this golden card was not available for public sale. One had to possess relevant assets and identification, as well as have contributed to the Alliance to obtain it. In essence, those who acquired it were either immensely wealthy or of high status. Might there be a Fiba among them? Yi Qing mused, realizing that such a possibility existed. The rarity of Milotic stemmed not from the scarcity of Fiba, but rather from the impossibility of artificially producing its beautiful scales. These scales are naturally shed by adult Milotic, shaped by the elements, and it is said that a Milotic may not shed even a single scale throughout its entire life. As for the alternative evolution method for Milotic in the game, Yi Qing was uncertain if it could be replicated in reality. After all, Fiba was undeniably unattractive, and the notion of it believing itself to be extraordinarily beautiful seemed implausible. After researching the information regarding the Wild Wilderness, he learned that it was situated in a forest on the city's outskirts, home to countless spirits released since its establishment. They mated and bred there, and with wild spirits occasionally mixing in, even the administrators could not definitively state the variety of spirits present. If he wished to capture a second spirit, he would need to obtain permission from the school, as he was not yet a certified spirit trainer and could not freely capture wild spirits. Clutching the golden card, Yi Qing felt an irresistible urge, akin to having just acquired a new gaming console, only to be forbidden from playing it. He was compelled to devise ways to sneak in some gameplay. Presently, Yi Qing found himself in a similar predicament. Although Little Fire Monkey was not yet strong enough to stand alone, it was on the brink of evolution, and all it required was the right catalyst to transform into a Monferno. The thought of the adorable spirits inhabiting the Wild Wilderness stirred a tempest of excitement within him, prompting him to toss and turn restlessly on his bed. Chapter 50. The Wild Wilderness area with a startled expression. The small fire monkey nearly dropped the nut it was holding, casting a discontented glance at the restless Yi Qing on the bed. Did you say you wanted to go to the Wild Wilderness area? Yi Qing turned to face the small fire monkey, who seemed confused. Did I say that? I haven't spoken a word, it replied. Well then, let us prepare. We'll go next week. The mere thought of potentially capturing a Milotic filled Yi Qing with impatience. As Yi Qing and the small fire monkey exchanged glances, the sound of a door opening interrupted them. Yi Qing sprang from the bed with a sudden burst of energy, exclaiming, "All right, I'll help you wash the vegetables." The small fire monkey, still clutching its nut, stared at Yi Qing's departing figure, momentarily unsure of what had just transpired. In the living room, Yi Qing led his little sister, Yi Menghan, into his room. "What is up, brother?" she inquired, puzzled by his secretive demeanor. "Look at this." Yi Qing checked the balance on his newly linked card with his phone. 100,000? Yi Menghan's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Yi Qing ruffled her hair gently and whispered, "I'm not lying, right? If you study well, this amount will only increase." Yi Menghan hesitated to speak, understanding her concerns. Yi Qing reassured her, "Don't worry. The source is legitimate. Early on Monday, Yi Qing submitted a request to his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, for capturing a second Pokémon, and the process went smoothly. Given her expertise, she was aware of the rewards the League offered Yi Qing, but she cautioned him to remain safe, as the wild wilderness area was not devoid of risks. "What are you up to?" Wang Yao, noticing the joyful expression on Yi Qing's face as he emerged from the teacher's office, hurried to inquire. "It's a secret." Since Yi Qing intended to keep the Milotic as his trump card, he could not allow anyone to discover his plan to capture the ugly fish. Wang Yao, known for his loose lips, had to remain uninformed. Otherwise, the entire school would soon know of Yi Qing's intentions. Observing Yi Qing's smug demeanor, Wang Yao scoffed. "A secret? I've worn your childhood underwear, and you still want to keep secrets from me?" In a shadowy corner behind them, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood with a grim expression, intently watching the duo. "Boss, should we wait until Friday to ambush him?" Another suggested. "Just give a word, and I'll break a leg for you." Frowning at their eagerness, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, "Are you all fools? Everyone knows I have a conflict with him. If something happens to him, my suspicion would be the greatest." Realizing the flaw in their plan, another added, "Then what should we do? As long as we can help the boss get even, we'll follow your lead." The strategist adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Currently, Yi Qing is favored by Principal Jiang and maintains close ties with various teachers. "I propose we instigate a conflict between him and others, allowing us to benefit from the fallout." Zhang Xiaoqiang's interest peaked. "Do you have a plan?" The strategist nodded. "I just thought of it. We have a new transfer student in our class. After observing him for a few days, I've discerned that he is all bravado with no brains. Most importantly, he is quite the lecher. ISNT had said that Yi Qing has a younger sister who is rather attractive." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, but suddenly recalled something. "Wait, let me check with my dad about Yi Qing's background. Our investigation might not be accurate. We can't afford to make a misstep." After enduring a grueling week of intensive training alongside the small fire monkey, Yi Qing had engaged in friendly sparring with anyone he encountered. Wang Yao's tree frog had been bullied by the small fire monkey on no fewer than 10 occasions. Through this rigorous training, the small fire monkey's level had risen to 14. The expenses incurred during this period totaled a staggering 1,000 coins, causing Yi Qing considerable distress. Nonetheless, these items were essential, considering the unknown types of Pokémon they might encounter. Fortunately, the small fire monkey was still unable to handle the nutrition and energy from intermediate or advanced energy cubes, or else Yi Qing's modest savings would have fallen woefully short. After purchasing 2 high-grade Pokeballs equipped with healing spray and some Pokémon food, Yi Qing exited the Pokémon shop. He then acquired a set of wilderness survival gear from a nearby department store, ensured he hadn't overlooked anything, and set off for the wild wilderness area. As he strolled along the bustling street, the small fire monkey perched on Yi Qing's shoulder incessantly pointed at the posters on the wall. "Not all cows are called Big Milk Ken." Yi Qing winced at the sight of the poster the small fire monkey was indicating. The milk from Big Milk Ken was a beloved delicacy among Pokémon, renowned for its flavor and nutritional value. However, Yi Qing had never indulged the small fire monkey with such luxuries. How did it know about them? Seeing Yi Qing's lack of response, the small fire monkey tugged at his head, displaying its teary-eyed expression. Faced with the small fire monkey's pitiful visage, Yi Qing felt torn. This was no mere imitation of a nuclear bomb. A single 500 milliliters can of Big Milk Ken milk commanded a hefty price of 500 Pokémon coins. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing resolutely declared, "If you perform well in the wild wilderness area, I will reward you with a can." The small fire monkey's eyes brightened, as if to ask if Yi Qing was serious. Yi Qing patted its head with a smile. "Well, have I ever lied to you?" Hailing a taxi, Yi Qing observed trainers racing by on their Pokémon and riding flying types in the sky, wishing he too could gallop freely like them. After more than half an hour, the taxi finally halted outside the entrance of the wild wilderness area. Before him stood a shell-shaped building, behind which lay an expansive forest. To prevent the Pokémon from escaping, the forest was enveloped by a specially crafted net. Luxury cars lined the area outside the wild wilderness area, with several thunder zebras tethered nearby. Such affluent individuals, Yi Qing mused as he stood in the square, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Though many visited the wild wilderness area daily, it was rare to see someone arriving by taxi. Chapter 51. An unexpected acquaintance. The parking attendant regarded Yi Qing with a disdainful gaze, showing no intention of offering assistance. Thinking to himself that this was yet another visitor. Unfazed by the peculiar looks, Yi Qing strode directly into the lobby. As the automatic doors slowly opened, the interior of the hall revealed itself in all its resplendent glory. Adorned with grand crystal chandeliers, floor tiles that could serve as mirrors, and exquisite, costly elven sculptures. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" A sweet voice interrupted Yi Qing's reverie. Turning to the source of the voice, he found Su Yiqing, the companion he had camped with in the Jinsei forest, standing beside him. "Yi Qing, you're alive," Su Yiqing exclaimed, her surprise evident. Yi Qing shot her a glance. "Of course I'm alive. Otherwise, you'd be speaking to a ghost. My apologies." My excitement got the better of me. Su Yiqing sheepishly retracted her head, hurriedly apologizing. "By the way, what brings you here? Are you planning to enter the wilderness zone? And how did you survive?" Su Yiqing transformed into a whirlwind of inquiries, tugging at Yi Qing's sleeve incessantly. He noticed the people in the lobby pointing and whispering about him, and nodded. "Yes, what else would I be here for? Are you working here?" Scratching her head awkwardly, Su Yiqing replied, "This wilderness zone is contracted by my family. I often come here to experience life." Yi Qing was taken aback by her revelation. It seemed that the rich only befriended the rich, and he was the only ordinary one in the mix. Outside, the security guard glanced in and, upon seeing this unassuming fellow chatting animatedly with the young lady of the house, was suddenly filled with regret, nearly choking on his remorse for missing a golden opportunity for promotion. "Come here." Yi Qing had a sudden idea and pulled Su Yiqing into a secluded corner. The sight of the young lady being dragged away caught the attention of patrolling security personnel, who immediately raised their clubs, ready to intervene. "What's going on?" Su Yiqing craned her neck to look and waved her hand, signaling the guards to stand down. A mature woman in professional attire emerged from the office area. Adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, curious about how this seemingly ordinary young man was so intimately conversing with the daughter of the house. She scrutinized him, pondering whether to report the situation to her superior, as he hardly appeared to belong to the upper echelons of society. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing rubbed his hands together and smiled. "By any chance, do you know if there are chubby fish in the wilderness zone?" "Chubby fish?" Su Yiqing pondered for a moment. Initially, she hesitated to disclose such information to outsiders, but recalling how Yi Qing had once aided her, she felt it would be impolite to refuse him. Besides, if she remained silent, no one else would be aware. Resolving to share, she nodded and said, "Yes, there are. But why do you want to find them? Their evolution is quite difficult." "That's good to hear," Yi Qing replied, relieved. "I'm just interested in this particular Pokémon. Could you sketch me a route map?" Su Yiqing gathered her hair and said, "Sure, just a moment." She quickly grabbed a pen and paper, sketching a route. While she was engaged in drawing, Yi Qing suddenly asked, "I often hear people mention that there are quasi-deities here. Is that true?" "Yes, but they are all final evolution types, typically Pokémon sent here for boarding by prominent figures. However, don't hold high hopes. The notion of them leaving offspring in the wilderness zone is likely just a marketing gimmick," she explained. "That makes sense," Yi Qing replied, understanding her point. Su Yiqing handed him the completed route map. "Here you go. Best of luck." "Thank you." Yi Qing exchanged pleasantries with Su Yiqing and proceeded to the other side to complete his formalities. Watching him depart, Su Yiqing bit her lip and suddenly called out, "Wait, use my card." She pulled out a shiny silver card from her pocket, intending to hand it to Yi Qing. "No need, I have my own card." "Gold card?" Su Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Although her family contracted the wilderness zone, she only possessed a silver card due to her many partners. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly ordinary Yi Qing would possess a gold card, a symbol of status and privilege. The secretary, equally astonished, sighed in relief for not having acted hastily moments earlier. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. She had misjudged him. With this thought, she swayed her hips and approached Yi Qing, intending to discern his true background. "Hello, esteemed gold card holder. My name is Zhang. May I assist you with your formalities?" "Yes, I would appreciate that." Yi Qing glanced at the queue ahead, assuming this was merely a privilege reserved for gold card holders. Please follow me. Secretary Zhang gestured for Yi Qing to follow her and, seemingly casually, asked, "May I inquire your surname?" "Just Yi," he replied. Continuing her inquiry, Secretary Zhang asked, "And what profession do you pursue, Mr. Yi?" Annoyed by her incessant questions, Yi Qing replied, "I'm just a student. Is it customary to conduct interviews here?" "Oh, my apologies. I was merely curious, given your youth and accomplishments." Secretary Zhang led Yi Qing through the special passage as others glared at him with envy and disdain. She presented him with a tray containing 4 high-grade Pokeballs, a wristband for location tracking and alerts, and a bottle of repellent spray. In the wilderness zone, you may only utilize these 4 Pokeballs. Once they are depleted, you must exit. If you encounter any danger, press the alert button, and staff will arrive within 30 seconds. Yi Qing nodded, donning the items and storing his spare Pokeballs with them. Secretary Zhang recorded his student ID into the computer. "All set, Mr. Yi. If there are no issues, please sign here." Glancing over the agreement, which primarily consisted of disclaimers, he found nothing amiss and promptly signed his name. After completing the formalities, Yi Qing proceeded through the VIP passageway, which led directly to the core area accessible only to gold card holders. Accompanied by staff, he was ushered into a vehicle that sped through a tunnel constructed underground, finally arriving at his destination after a brief journey of about 10 minutes. Chapter 52, A Glimmer of Cold Light. Followed by dual guns, Yi Qing promptly released the little fire monkey, although the surroundings were less perilous than the wilderness. The sprites retained their wild nature. Emerging from the underground passage, he was greeted by a verdant panorama, where towering trees stretched skyward, their expansive canopies obscuring the sun, allowing only scattered rays to filter through the leaves. The area surrounding the trees was entwined with various vines and parasitic plants, while beneath them thrived ferns and shrubs that favored the dim, damp environment, weaving an intricate net over the rocks and ground. Adorable sprites frolicked through the forest, while shuttlecocks floated in the air. In the distance, a sharp-toothed cage lay in wait, its gaping maw silently anticipating unwary prey. "Wow!" The little fire monkey darted in front of Yi Qing, thumping its chest to assert that any safety concerns were its responsibility. "All right, let us proceed," Yi Qing said, securing his backpack as he stepped into this vibrant woodland. Suddenly, with just a few steps taken, Yi Qing felt a sharp pain in his calf. Glancing down, he discovered a sun seed had inadvertently collided with him. "Wow!" The little fire monkey, incensed, swiftly lifted him, thinking, "How dare you disrespect me, little brother? Just when I was boasting, you throw me a curveball." "Never mind. Let him go," Yi Qing reassured, with a sigh of relief. The little fire monkey flung the sun seed into the nearby underbrush. Yi Qing, not in haste, took a moment to survey his surroundings carefully. Despite the presence of staff who regularly cleared paths, the incessant burrowing of creatures like moles and three moles rendered flat pathways a rarity. Occasionally, he spotted green caterpillars and horned beetles swinging from silk threads strung between the trees. The forest's high oxygen levels created a humid and stifling atmosphere that unsettled Yi Qing. Gulping down a bottle of mineral water with the little fire monkey, he tucked the empty bottle into his backpack and followed the route illustrated by Su Yi Qing, venturing deeper into the forest. After a while, the little fire monkey busied itself by dispatching a few troublesome horn buds and rattatas. Upon traversing a thicket, Yi Qing was surprised to find a gathering of iron shell pupae ahead. Swallowing hard, he gestured for the little fire monkey to refrain from making any sudden movements. "Wow!" The little fire monkey scratched its head, puzzled by Yi Qing's apprehension towards the seemingly motionless pupae. Yi Qing was indeed cautious. After all, the evolved form of the iron shell pupae was the bee drill, a sprite with a fiercely territorial nature. It was entirely possible that a bee drill was lurking nearby. What was more alarming was that bee drills not only lived in colonies, but were also notoriously irritable. Should they perceive an intrusion into their territory, they would surely retaliate without hesitation. The area was substantial, and Yi Qing consulted his map. The hasty scrawl of Su Yi Qing's route made navigation difficult amongst the dense foliage, and straying from the path could render retracing his steps nearly impossible. After careful consideration, Yi Qing resolved to press on. Perhaps there was no bee drill in the vicinity. After scrutinizing the surroundings and confirming that no bee drills were present, Yi Qing cautiously beckoned the little fire monkey to traverse the area. Heart pounding, he avoided the hanging iron shell pupae as best as he could. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and just as Yi Qing and the little fire monkey were about to pass through, a fist-sized stone suddenly shot from a nearby tree. To Yi Qing's astonishment, it struck an iron shell pupae with a resounding thud. Yi Qing, little fire monkey, after a brief moment of silence, blinding white light erupted from the struck iron shell pupae, triggering a chain reaction as 5 or 6 nearby pupae illuminated simultaneously. Wow wow! A wild cackle echoed from the side, and Yi Qing turned to find that a hyperactive monkey was the culprit, perched on a branch and laughing uncontrollably. Run! Yi Qing cursed the monkey's ancestors in his mind as he and the little fire monkey fled in a panic. The iron shell pupae evolved rapidly, and soon, 6 bee drills, with their glaring crimson eyes, armed with dual stingers, were hot on their trail. Casting a glance back at the relentless bee drills, Yi Qing thought, if they wish to gang up on me, I shall not adhere to any martial ethics. Thus, he quickly checked their information. Sprite, bee drill, level 10, potential, F, status, weak gender, male type, bug poison ability, bug sense, when injured, the more severe the injury. The higher the attack, held item, none inherited skills, none basic skills, twin needle, fury attack skill transfer, none skill disc, none notes. Bee drills typically reside in groups. They are highly irritable and possess a strong territorial instinct. Any intrusion into their territory will result in a coordinated attack. Weak? Is this a result of forced evolution leading to premature birth? Wow! The little fire monkey received its orders and turned to face the foremost bee drill, unleashing a barrage of bullet-sized flames. The flames shot forth rapidly, but the leading bee drill, being particularly astute and at a distance, evaded the flames with a nimble leap. However, its unfortunate companion behind it was not so lucky, succumbing to the explosive impacts. This act incensed the remaining bee drills, who glared furiously at the little fire monkey and quickened their pursuit. As they dashed, Yi Qing felt the urgency of their situation, while the bee drills individually posed little threat. Their combined assault could spell disaster, even if the little fire monkey could withstand their onslaught. Yi Qing himself lacked such resilience. A single bee drill could easily bring him to his end. What to do? Yi Qing clenched his teeth, pondering a solution even as he fled. Should he call for rescue or employ a dispersal spray? If he summoned help now, he would have to return another time. Glancing back at the 5 bee drills and their blood-red eyes, Yi Qing felt no doubt about their intent to pierce him. Just as he contemplated using the dispersal spray, his peripheral vision caught sight of a yellow figure. Gah! A Psyduck, head tilted, watched the chase with a dazed expression. What a stroke of luck! Upon spotting the Psyduck, an idea struck Yi Qing. Observing the positions of the little fire monkey and the bee drills, he pointed at the Psyduck and shouted, "Jump up and use flame on the Psyduck." Though the little fire monkey was baffled by the reasoning behind this command, it promptly complied. Boom, boom, boom. A series of flames erupted upon the Psyduck's head. Gah! Chapter 53. Bullying the innocent as the water cannon surged forth, without the need for Yi Qing's command. The little fire monkey swiftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught of the torrent. The water cannon, deprived of its target, did not cease its assault, instead aiming directly at the pursuing bee drills behind. Buzz! The bee drill, unexpectedly doused, was filled with an inexplicable fury. It buzzed its wings and, brandishing its stingers, veered towards Psyduck with a fierce determination. Psyduck, what is happening? Why are you coming for me? Quack! Moments later, as the bewildered Psyduck appeared to comprehend the situation, it let out a horrified scream, clutching its head and taking flight in retreat. However, the bee drills were unwilling to let it escape, brandishing their stingers, intent on teaching this duck a lesson. Having executed a clever diversion, with only 3 bee drills remaining, Yi Qing decided it was time for the little fire monkey to deliver some retribution. Seeking safety behind a tree, he slowly revealed a smile and shouted towards the 3 bee drills. "You dare bully the innocent? Little fire monkey, Teach them a lesson. With a triumphant roar, the diminished enemy forces invigorated the little fire monkey, who leapt into the air, transforming into a blazing wheel of fire, crashing directly into the abdomen of a bee drill. Buzz! The bee drill was sent soaring, akin to a kite severed from its string. The remaining two bee drills exchanged glances. Despite witnessing their comrades' defeat, they showed no fear, raising their stingers to encircle the little fire monkey and dart towards it with great speed. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, clapping ambush, flame punch. Wow! The little fire monkey endured the damage from one bee drill, swiftly closing in on the other with a clap of its hands. In the next moment, its fiery fist struck out, sending the bee drill flying. Buzz! The last remaining bee drill, choosing a path of desperation, flapped its wings and charged at the little fire monkey with all its might. Taking a deep breath, the little fire monkey conjured 3 afterimages, darting to the side of the bee drill and unleashing a flurry of sharp claws. Having dispatched the bee drills, Yi Qing scooped up the panting little fire monkey and quickly departed from the scene. The earlier commotion may attract other bee drills seeking reinforcement. Phew! He must not encounter that hyperactive monkey again. Otherwise, it would surely end in disaster. Resting against a tree with the little fire monkey, he replenished their food and water before delving into the study of the route map. Though he had been running haphazardly, he had not strayed far from the path. After a brief respite, once the little fire monkey had regained its strength, Yi Qing set off once more. Not long into their journey, a fist-sized stone suddenly flew towards Yi Qing from the side. Fortunately, the little fire monkey reacted swiftly, intercepting it with a punch. Otherwise, Yi Qing would have faced serious injury. Who is it? Yi Qing had his suspicions, and upon turning, he confirmed it was the hyperactive monkey perched on a branch. Seeing this creature's smug demeanor, Yi Qing seethed internally. Damn it, this troublesome child only knows how to bully the innocent. Little fire monkey, teach him a lesson. Wow. After the earlier rest, the little fire monkey was nearly back to full strength. Despite facing an opponent slightly stronger than itself, it stood tall, shielding Yi Qing. Pokémon, Apom, level 19, potential, D, status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, vital spirit held item, none inherited skills, yawn, arm thrust skill transfer, none skill disc, none remarks. Perpetually in a state of agitation, it will soon become hungry and delights in teasing others. Level 19. Yi Qing clenched his fists. This was the minimum threshold for previous graduates, the trainer's Pokémon. It would be quite challenging for the unevolved little fire monkey to gain an advantage against such a formidable opponent. However, this creature seemed fixated on Yi Qing. If he did not teach it a lesson now, he could only anticipate further troubles down the line. Apom, the hyperactive monkey, dangling from the tree, gazed at the fierce little fire monkey with dissatisfaction, opening its mouth to unleash a barrage of pink bubbles. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Is that a yawn? Let's respond with Spark. Receiving the command, the little fire monkey quickly spat out sparks that collided with the pink bubbles in midair, successfully neutralizing the attack. Apom, the hyperactive monkey scratched its head in frustration, and in the next moment, it leapt into the air, its right arm glowing white, crashing down towards the little fire monkey. Yi Qing hastily retreated a few steps to avoid the impending chaos. Shadow Clone. Evade, Flame Punch. The little fire monkey swiftly conjured 3 afterimages to confuse its opponent. Just then, the arm thrust came crashing down, shattering one of the afterimages with a loud thud. Before it could revel in its victory, the remaining 2 afterimages simultaneously raised their blazing fists to strike. Apom. A flicker of disdain flashed in the hyperactive monkey's eyes as it thrust both hands forward, transforming them into afterimages that rapidly reached for the little fire monkey's fists. The little fire monkey, defiant, felt flames engulf its arm and unleashed its flame punch with all its might. With a thunderous boom, the flame punch collided fiercely with Apom's palms. Their muscles tensed in a standoff. In the next moment, as the flame punch surged, the flames intensified, bypassing Apom's grasp and crashing into its chest. Despite the flame punch's power being diminished due to the grab, it still propelled the Apom backward several steps. Apom, glaring at its scorched chest, The hyperactive monkey roared in rage, lunging forward with its claws, propelled by its momentum. Defend swiftly, Yi Qing urged, aware that Apom understood the importance of a follow-up attack. It kicked off the ground, pursuing the little fire monkey closely. Dodge! Yi Qing called out, watching as Apom launched another arm thrust. The little fire monkey's eyes widened in fury, focusing intently on Apom's movements. As it landed, it pushed off the ground, executing several backflips just in time to evade the attack. Yi Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such treachery from this creature, employing underhanded tactics. Before Yi Qing could issue further commands, the little fire monkey unleashed a fiery breath, launching a barrage of sparks that struck Apom's face like bullets. Forced to retreat several steps, Apom's attack was interrupted, and the stinging sensation on its face drove it into a frenzy. It leapt into the air, using its arm thrust to send the little fire monkey flying. The little fire monkey's small frame arced through the air, crashing against the tree trunk with a thud. Chapter 54. The Light of Evolution. The hyperactive ape, relentless in its pursuit, swung its long arms from the branches, aiming to strike the little fire monkey. As the immediate danger subsided, Yi Qing calmly commanded, "Quickly defend." Upon hearing this, the little fire monkey immediately sprang to its feet, crossing its arms above its head, while a translucent shield coalesced in front of it. Thud! The ape's claw failed to breach the defense, and in retaliation, the little fire monkey unleashed a fiery punch that struck the ape's abdomen. The flames singed the ape's fur, forcing it to stifle a retch as it retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the little fire monkey flying once more. Bang! The little fire monkey crashed to the ground, the tremendous inertia causing it to roll to Yi Qing's side. Run! At that moment, Yi Qing's mind was singularly focused. He scooped up the little fire monkey and, pulling out a dispersal spray from his pocket, unleashed a vigorous spray behind them. However, the spray had a limited range. Though it posed little threat to the agile ape leaping through the forest, it did buy Yi Qing and the little fire monkey some precious time. The pungent scent of the gas filled the air, prompting the pursuing ape to sneeze repeatedly. Under such circumstances, any other Pokémon might have abandoned the chase. But the hyperactive ape, true to its name, became enraged, entering a frenzied state. Not even the dispersal spray could deter it. It would charge into a mountain of blades or a sea of flames without hesitation. As the ape sneezed, it swung from branch to branch, closely tailing Yi Qing. In a moment of carelessness, it kicked a green caterpillar aside. Yi Qing discarded the empty spray and continued his escape, clutching the little fire monkey. According to the map, a great river lay ahead. Jumping into the water would provide temporary safety. Just then, in his frantic flight, Yi Qing failed to notice a diglet suddenly emerging from the ground. The unexpected turn of events caught him off guard, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt, while the little fire monkey was flung from his arms. What a stroke of bad luck! Yi Qing spat out the mud from his mouth, intending to press the alarm button on his wrist. This wristband served as his last line of defense, releasing a cloud of special gas that would repel wild Pokémon from approaching its wearer. The little fire monkey, struggling to lift its head from the soil, gazed at the mud-streaked Yi Qing with a sense of guilt. It felt that its own inadequacies had forced Yi Qing to carry in flight. If only it were stronger, if only it had not been so playful, if only... With a clenched fist, the little fire monkey struck the ground in frustration, a torrent of power building within it. Suddenly, a blazing inferno erupted from its body, and it rose from the ground, hands on its knees, glaring forward. Earl, the hyperactive ape, had arrived, momentarily taken aback by the fiery little fire monkey. It swung from the tree, launching a kick toward it. Roar! The little fire monkey let out a fiery howl, flames erupting from its posterior, and in the next instant, it was enveloped in a radiant white light. Earl, the hyperactive ape, shielded its eyes, blinded by the brilliant light that rendered it incapable of seeing anything. Is this the light of evolution? Upon noticing the little fire monkey encased in this luminous aura, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement. Given that the little fire monkey had already reached level 15 and had endured several extreme battles, its evolution was indeed justified. The white light enveloping the little fire monkey continued to expand until it reached over a meter in height, at which point it gradually ceased to grow. A slender, powerful tail sprouted from its rear. As the white light dissipated, the little fire monkey transformed into a formidable blaze monkey, its limbs now more robust, and its face adorned with striking blue and red markings. Pokémon, Blaze Monkey, level 16, potential, B status, healthy gender, male type, fire fighting ability, blaze held item, none inherited skills, flame punch, try again, palms assault, quick defense basic skills, scratch, fury swipes, ember, flame wheel, sonic punch skill teaching, none skill disc, shadow clone remarks. Blaze Monkey can extend the flame from its tail to create an intimidating presence against foes. Hacha! The Blaze Monkey shifted to stand in front of Yi Qing, pounding its chest with its fists, its fiery eyes fixed on the hyperactive ape. Did it just grasp Sonic Punch right after evolving? Yi Qing murmured to himself, quickly rising to avoid hindering the Blaze Monkey. Confronted by the intimidating Blaze Monkey, the hyperactive ape hesitated, squatting on a branch in a flurry of indecision, unsure whether to launch an attack or flee. Hacha! The Blaze Monkey let out a furious roar, launching itself forward with powerful legs. The force of its leap sent grass and dirt flying, as it transformed into a blur, appearing before the hyperactive ape in an instant. A punch infused with radiant energy unleashed a gust that rustled the surrounding leaves. Bang! The sonic punch struck the hyperactive ape squarely in the face, leaving it stunned. Before the ape could react, the Blaze Monkey leaped into the air, curling into a massive fiery wheel and crashing down upon it. Arul! The hyperactive ape screeched as it was sent flying, landing in the underbrush in a daze, its fate uncertain. Remarkable! Blaze Monkey, are you experiencing any adverse effects post-evolution? Yi Qing rushed over, embracing the Blaze Monkey with excitement. After all, the Pokémon egg had shown cracks, leaving uncertainties about its influence. Yi Qing had intended to wait a while before taking the little fire monkey for a checkup, but he hadn't anticipated such a pivotal moment for it to evolve. Acha! With the hyperactive ape defeated, the Blaze Monkey smirked, shaking its head dismissively. Observing its cocky demeanor, Yi Qing paused. What's this? Are you feeling invincible now? Huh? The Blaze Monkey picked up a twig and held it in its mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Qing. Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Whilst a Pokémon, like Magikarp evolving into Gyarados, underwent significant personality changes, this was a transformation akin to transcending from a chick to a battle-ready creature. Yet this monkey, having merely evolved, was strutting around as if it were the king of the jungle. Realizing this might stem from the Blaze Monkey's newfound strength, perhaps it found Yi Qing's previous self to be too weak. Yi Qing devised a strategy. After all, he could not hope to overpower it. He would have to take the emotional approach. Chapter 55. The mischievous Ditto. Yi Qing addressed the Monferno with heartfelt emotion. Do you recall your time within the Pokémon egg? Upon hearing this, Monferno's eyes narrowed slightly, conjuring memories of the despair he felt while encased in that shell. It was a viscous liquid that surrounded him, and, as cracks appeared in the shell, he was tainted by the outside world, his vitality gradually waning, until one fateful day when he felt himself cradled in someone's arms. Yi Qing observed Monferno's transformation keenly, secretly pleased with the emotional card he had played. After all, he was not like Ash, who had merely stumbled upon Charizard. Here, have something to eat. Yi Qing appropriately presented a basic fire-type energy cube to Monferno. Although Monferno was now capable of handling the energy from intermediate cubes, the current circumstances limited him to this option until he could procure more. Hacha! Monferno accepted the energy cube and popped it into his mouth. Despite the absence of an apology, his previously defiant demeanor had noticeably softened. Yi Qing sighed in relief, pondering the necessity of capturing a few more Pokémon. Monferno's nature was such that without someone to rein him in, he would likely misbehave again after evolving into Infernape. With Monferno by his side, Yi Qing's confidence surged, and even his pace quickened significantly. Along the way, Caterpie and Budu, mere minor players, hastily scurried away at the mere sight of Monferno, save for two audacious Rattata who dared to provoke him. True to form, Monferno did not disappoint. A flurry of punches sent the Rattata fleeing in a shower of sparks. Navigating through a thicket of vines, the sound of rushing water gradually reached them, and the surrounding air became increasingly humid. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and the sky darkened with dense clouds that obscured the sunlight, pressing down heavily and making it difficult to breathe. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a rolling thunder, and soon, a gentle drizzle began to fall. This wretched weather. Yi Qing grimaced, feeling the rain-soaked fabric clinging to him and quickening his pace. Hacha! Monferno shook off the dampness with disdain, his tail flame flaring up dramatically. As they pushed through a thicket, a river, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, revealed itself. The upstream waters rushed through the forest, bordered by lush grass and wildflowers, concealing numerous hidden pools and small waterfalls. Raindrops splashed upon the river's surface, creating ripples as the rain enhanced the oxygen levels in the water, prompting Kingler and Goldeen to leap joyfully above the surface. On the grassy banks, Pokémon such as Bounsweet and Sunflora danced merrily in the rain. Among them, Yi Qing even spotted the starter Pokémon, Chikorita and Totodile. A quick scan revealed their qualifications were less than stellar. He resolved to adopt a quality-over-quantity approach in capturing Pokémon, as he lacked the time, energy, and resources for extensive training. Moreover, each Pokémon was a vibrant life, imbued with emotions. Capturing too many would undoubtedly lead to neglect. A trainer's journey is not solely defined by a single Pokémon. In the eyes of that Pokémon, there exists only you. Acha! Monferno tilted his head. Sensing a change in Yi Qing's breathing pattern, curiosity etched on his face. It's nothing, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head. As a student, trading Pokémon was not an option. His heart ached at the sight of two valuable Pokémon not far away. Despite their modest qualifications, they could fetch a handsome sum on the market. Yi Qing clutched his wounded spirit, contemplating the wild expanse of this core area of the wilderness, where even starter Pokémon were abundant. The Pokémon seemed unperturbed by Yi Qing and Monferno's presence, merely glancing at them before returning to their playful antics. Glancing at the rain-soaked map, Yi Qing noted that following the river would lead him to a heart-shaped pool, the habitat of Magikarp. He tucked the map away, intending to search along the route while the rain remained mild. However, darkness soon crept in as the rain intensified, transforming into an unrelenting curtain of droplets. Just as Yi Qing contemplated halting his search, Monferno abruptly froze in place. "What is the matter?" Yi Qing inquired, still seeking clarity. "Huh?" Monferno pointed ahead, signaling Yi Qing to lower his voice. Yi Qing repositioned himself for a better view and was astonished to see a multitude of Pokémon gathered in the river, obscured by the trees. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Qing exchanged glances with Monferno and stealthily approached. Yi Qing concealed himself behind a large tree while Monferno leaped to the treetops. Peering cautiously, Yi Qing discerned a tense atmosphere enveloping the river. Numerous water-type Pokémon had assembled, divided into two factions, led by a Feraligatr and a Gyarados, locked in confrontation. Wiping the rainwater from his face, Yi Qing scrutinized the leader's information, recoiling instinctively upon discovering they were both formidable at around level 30. Finding a secure vantage point, he observed a Kingler with its back turned, passionately addressing the Gyarados. Yi Qing pondered, is it being bullied? The Gyarados, upon hearing Kingler's grievances, erupted in fury, bellowing vehemently at Feraligatr. Yi Qing remained still, noting that Kingler suddenly dove beneath the surface, soon resurfacing behind Feraligatr's team. Meanwhile, Monferno was equally perplexed, unable to fathom Kingler's antics. Just as the duo was left in a state of bewilderment, Kingler cunningly hid behind a Swampert, executing an unexpected maneuver in the blind spot of both leaders. To Yi Qing's astonishment, Kingler's form melted away like ice cream, transforming rapidly into a purple blob. A ditto! Yi Qing rubbed his eyes, realizing that what he had witnessed was no mere blob, but a ditto, The Ditto wriggled a few times before morphing again into a crocodile. Once the transformation was complete, Ditto pushed aside the swampert blocking its path, splashing water while approaching Feraligatr with an air of accusation. Chapter 56. Ambush. Upon hearing the accusations from his kin, the powerful crocodile was consumed by unparalleled fury. However, unlike the impulsive and thoughtless violent carp, he was astute enough to sense that something was amiss. Why did this small saw crocodile possess eyes so diminutive, reminiscent of sesame seeds? It seemed that none of the young saw crocodiles in his family bore such tiny eyes. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance as dark clouds loomed ever lower, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Roar! Before the powerful crocodile could sort through his thoughts, the violent carp could no longer contain itself and, unexpectedly, resorted to accusing the other party first. In a moment of unbearable provocation, the violent carp whipped up a torrent with its colossal tail, striking at the powerful crocodile with the force of a thunderstorm. The war was on the brink of eruption, and the powerful crocodile had no time for contemplation. Its fist, as large as a cauldron, swiftly became encrusted with glistening frost as it propelled upward with tremendous force. Boom! The torrent of water collided with the frozen fist, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy. The river water, propelled by the tail, splashed outward, only to be solidified into ice sculptures by the powerful punch. As the two formidable beings clashed, their minions engaged in a tumultuous brawl, sending sprays of water erupting across the river's surface, accompanied by the deafening sounds of colliding energy attacks. The intensity of the battle escalated, with stray attacks occasionally veering dangerously close to Yi Qing. "Let us go," Yi Qing called to the blazing monkey, urging it to intercept the small saw crocodile that attempted to slip away amidst the chaos. Faced with the rare and elusive Ditto, Yi Qing was determined not to let this splendid opportunity slip through his fingers. It was well known that Ditto could transform into any Pokémon, rendering them nearly impossible to detect unless one could discern their minuscule, green bean-sized eyes. Yet, in the wilderness, which Ditto would remain still for careful observation. Moreover, in a state of confidence and calm, a Ditto's tiny eyes would remain concealed. With exhilarating anticipation, Yi Qing and the blazing monkey swiftly set an ambush along the Ditto's path. Should it dare to traverse this route, it would surely experience the might of the blazing monkey's iron fist. Before it could cry out in alarm, the small saw crocodile transformed into an EV, darting away like a bolt of lightning into the underbrush. Gazing at the approaching EV, Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Just envisioning the typically adorable EV sporting a pair of sesame eyes was unsettling. Shadow Clone. Acting on Yi Qing's command, the blazing monkey leapt from the foliage, swiftly dividing into 4 afterimages that surrounded the faux EV. Upon encountering the fierce visage of the blazing monkey, the fake EV halted, adopting a pitiful expression as it gazed up at the monkey. If one disregarded its eyes, it truly resembled a bully tormenting a hapless maiden. "Use Sonic Punch." The blazing monkey grinned, and all 4 afterimages lunged forward, fists raised to strike the EV's midsection. With a cry, the EV was sent flying, and, as it landed, it enveloped itself in a brilliant white light, attempting to escape in a flash. "Use Spark," Yi Qing shouted. The blazing monkey inhaled deeply, puffing out its chest before unleashing a barrage of spark-sized flames toward the fake EV. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted, and despite the fake EV's frantic attempts to evade, it was struck by the sparks. Yi Qing produced a Pokeball and commanded, "Give it one last Sonic Punch." Acha! The flames on the blazing monkey's tail surged upward. Its legs propelled it forward as its Sonic Punch surged toward the imposter EV beneath the roots of a tree. Bang! The fake EV's eyes widened in fury as a flurry of golden stars shot toward the blazing monkey. Hacha! Unfazed by the rapid stars, the blazing monkey grinned, its fist cleaving through the barrage of stars and crashing into the fake EV. Crack! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The fake EV was once again sent flying, crashing into a puddle. The repeated transformations, coupled with its injuries, rendered it unable to withstand further strain. As it struggled to rise from the murky water, "Fetch the Pokeball." Yi Qing aimed at the fallen EV and hurled a high-grade ball. The red light shot forth, only to be abruptly repelled moments later. Thud! The high-grade ball fell to the ground, while the Ditto remained sprawled there. Hacha! The blazing monkey squatted beside it, scratching its head in confusion. Taking advantage of the moment, the Ditto took a brief respite and swiftly transformed into a Pidgey, ascending into the sky. Stop it! Although Yi Qing had his suspicions, he was determined to try once more. After all, how could he let a prize slip away? The blazing monkey had long been prepared and, upon the Pidgey's appearance, struck it down with a swift claw. Observing the Pidgey lying unconscious, Yi Qing produced another Pokeball and tossed it again. The red light flashed, only to be immediately repelled once more. This is a capture Pokémon. Yi Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He recalled that Sui Qin had mentioned some individuals would leave their Pokémon in this area for safekeeping. He expected to encounter one so soon. Since it was someone else's Pokémon, Yi Qing had no choice but to relent. He retrieved a healing potion to aid the Ditto, as it was he who had inflicted the injury. With the healing potion, the Ditto's wounds rapidly improved, glaring at Yi Qing and the blazing monkey with evident displeasure. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Qing scratched his damp hair. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had been captured." In truth, Yi Qing reassured himself that this was perhaps for the best. The Ditto's appearance was rather unappealing, resembling a mass of gelatinous flesh. Furthermore, while it could successfully transform, it lacked the proficiency and skills that others possessed, rendering its abilities rather subpar. To express his contrition, Yi Qing offered a normal-type energy cube to the Ditto. Mew! The Ditto, occupying the moral high ground, continued to make a fuss for a while before finally swallowing the energy cube. Watching its adept movements, Yi Qing mused that this creature must have had plenty of prior experience with such food. Mew! After swallowing the energy cube, the Ditto disdainfully shook its head and spat, clearly unimpressed by the taste. Hacha! The blazing monkey's eyes widened, feeling that the Ditto was overstepping its bounds. Why was it that the energy cubes, which were sought after by the monkey, were deemed inadequate by this Ditto? Thunder rumbled ominously, jolting Yi Qing back to reality. Glancing at the drenched forms of himself and the blazing monkey, he hurried to seek refuge beneath a large tree from the rain. The Ditto, however, remained its small, spinning eyes seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 57. Deception and Trickery, disregarding the antics of the whimsical creature outside. Yi Qing swiftly unfolded the tent and changed into a fresh set of clothing, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. As Yi Qing contemplated drying himself off, the blazing monkey shook its head, flames enveloping its body, quickly evaporating the moisture. Impressive. Yi Qing gave a thumbs up, offering some food for the creature to enjoy. The blazing monkey seized 2 energy cubes, tossing them into its mouth with abandon. It shook its head, pondering whether that whimsical creature truly understood how delectable these treats were. Given its apparent pickiness, raindrops relentlessly pattered against the tent, creating a cacophony as they struck the surface. Outside, the ground had transformed into a watery expanse. While the Rainiverse sprites had long sought refuge, the whimsical creature lingered outside for a moment, taken aback that these two had indeed left it to the elements. Incensed by such treatment, yet realizing it was no match for the two, it begrudgingly approached the tent, vowing to exact revenge later. Despite the creature's unappealing demeanor, Yi Qing felt a twinge of guilt for previously having struck it, and thus opened the tent to allow it shelter from the rain. The whimsical creature slithered inside, its expression one of defiance. Ignoring it, Yi Qing took out his phone to research the creature's details in the real world. The Academy's textbooks provided only a general overview, while deeper insights could be found in specialized library texts or online. The creature could alter its cellular composition to mimic the appearance of anything it observed, even acquiring its abilities. This was a fundamental aspect of its nature. However, 2 crucial points emerged. despite its capacity to transform at a glance and adopt basic skills. It could not utilize abilities learned through skill discs. This was because it could only replicate the cellular configuration of others, necessitating physical contact to fully master their skills. Moreover, the duration of its transformation was contingent upon the creature's power and potential. The higher the aptitude, the longer it could retain the genetic sequence of others. Although it could mimic semi-divine and divine beasts, it could not sustain the transformation for extended periods nor replicate their moves due to the formidable nature of their cells and tissues. Yi Qing recalled that in the animated series, the whimsical creature had transformed successfully without seeing a photograph of the target, implying that high-potential creatures might not require visual confirmation for every transformation. After a brief overview, Yi Qing put away his phone and pondered how to temporarily have this creature accompany him in the wild area, even if just as a bodyguard. The whimsical creature eyed the voracious, blazing monkey with envy, its tiny eyes glistening as it schemed to procure more energy cubes. Though the creature's energy cubes were subpar, they were better than none, especially since its trainer had yet to return. Here, this is for you. Understanding the creature's intent, Yi Qing offered it a basic energy cube he had prepared earlier. Inhaling the enticing aroma of the energy cube, the whimsical creature hesitated, wary of any potential trickery from Yi Qing, wrestling with indecision. The blazing monkey, meanwhile, devoured another energy cube, deliberately feigning ecstasy. Seeing the blazing monkey's enjoyment, the whimsical creature could no longer resist, snatching the energy cube and beginning to munch on it while maintaining a safe distance from Yi Qing, cautious of any underhanded moves. Recalling that he had yet to check the whimsical creature's information, Yi Qing quickly examined it. Creature, whimsical creature, level 17, potential, D status, healthy gender, none type, normal ability, transform held item, none inherited skills, none basic skills, transform skill transfer, none skill discs, none remarks. Due to its bizarre ability to become anything, it can quickly forge friendships with anyone. D grade potential. Gazing at the creature's profile, Yi Qing took a bite of his bread. Although the potential was not particularly high, the rarity of the whimsical creature made it valuable, likely a discarded pet of some affluent individual. While its potential was average, it did not diminish its uniqueness, making it a useful tool in various scenarios, transforming into a Pidgeot for travel, a Snorlax for rest, or a Gardevoir for companionship. Noticing the whimsical creature consuming the offered food without gratitude, the blazing monkey resolved to engage with it more when Yi Qing was absent. Cracking open a nut, the blazing monkey propped itself up on its elbow, relaxing as it savored its snacks. Yi Qing attempted to playfully engage the whimsical creature. Aware that he might need its assistance later, it was beneficial to ease any tension between them. Sensing the blazing monkey's unusual gaze, the whimsical creature became more aware, softening its attitude towards Yi Qing. After a brief playful exchange, Yi Qing decided to test whether the creature could transform without needing to see a photo. As depicted in the anime, Yi Qing rubbed its face and smiled. Whimsical creature, transform into an EV for me. The whimsical creature swallowed its last bite of energy cube and, raising its tiny hands amidst a swirl of colorful light, manifested as a small-eyed EV before them. Indeed, it was capable. However, the little creature appeared slightly anxious. Yi Qing stroked his chin, admiring the transformed whimsical creature. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Right, blazing monkey? The blazing monkey nodded, intrigued as this was its first encounter with such a creature. The whimsical creature beamed with joy. Recognition and praise alleviated its nervousness, leading to a more amicable disposition towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing continued to encourage, well done. Now, transform into a Pidgey for me. Chapter 58, Undercurrents MO. The shape-shifting creature exclaimed with excitement, vibrant hues once again shimmering around its form. To the astonishment of Yi Qing and the fire monkey, an unexpected event unfolded. The radiant glow surrounding the creature rapidly faded, and it did not transform into a Bobo, as anticipated. Yi Qing scratched his head in confusion. Strange, didn't it just transform? Montak. Noticing the disappointment etched on the faces of the fire monkey and Yi Qing, the shapeshifter became flustered, for it could not afford to let them down. Yi Qing gently patted its soft, bouncy body and inquired, "Is there a time limit?" "Acha." The fire monkey nodded in agreement, recalling that it had previously battled alongside the shapeshifter when it transformed into a BB bird. "Mo." The shapeshifter hurriedly nodded, its small hands gesturing animatedly. Just then, a walking grass passed by in the rain outside the tent. Yi Qing reassured, "I know you're capable. Let us take our time. Transform into that walking grass outside first, and I'll time you." "Mo." The shapeshifter glanced at the walking grass outside and swiftly morphed into its likeness. "Huh?" The fire monkey stared at the lifelike walking grass before him, momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed the process of a shapeshifter cloning a new Pokémon. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and tugged at the leaf atop its head. "Mo." The shapeshifter did not flinch, but proudly stood before the fire monkey, inviting him to examine it. Having spent much time causing mischief in the wilderness alone, it had not received praise for quite some time. Yi Qing noted that this time, the eyes of the walking grass were not the usual sesame seeds. Evidently, when the shapeshifter was confident and calm, it could indeed avert this issue. Thus, through their playful exchanges, the shapeshifter gradually tempered its spirited nature. Outside, the rain continued its relentless descent, while the well-fed fire monkey and shapeshifter nestled together in the tent. Sound asleep, only Yi Qing remained, idly gazing at the world beyond the tent's window, shrouded in rain. In his boredom, Yi Qing took out his phone to browse the local forum, and to his surprise, the first trending post caught his eye. A string of ellipses read, "Have you heard? Ghost-type Pokémon have been spotted at the abandoned building next to the New Glory community. Rumor has it that there is even a GUIs, celestial will, GUIs, being composed entirely of gas, can infiltrate any location it desires. Adorable raccoon. How terrifying. Is the legendary Science Emperor really upstairs? Any BBW. I just want to catch one. Little fanboy. Step aside. I'm coming to show off. Watch me inhale them all. Kimozi. They're actually going to inhale gas. Shu Tian. GUIs is so scary. I'm a proxy. Everyone, clear the way for me." The discussion grew increasingly chaotic as Yi Qing frowned in concern. The abandoned building mentioned in the post was indeed the same one he and the fire monkey had visited not long ago. He hadn't expected it to garner such attention so quickly. With rising public concern, it seemed that the League would soon dispatch personnel to manage the Pokémon residing in the abandoned building to protect the citizens from any potential harm caused by the GUIs. Opening his chat application, Yi Qing indeed found that Wang Yao, an adventurous soul, was already buzzing with messages, eager to form a team to explore the location. Initially, Yi Qing had no intention of joining the fray, especially since the fire monkey was not equipped to handle such encounters. However, now that the fire monkey had evolved and significantly increased its strength, it might be worthwhile to investigate. If a high-quality ghost-type Pokémon were to present itself, it would be a perfect opportunity to capture one. Even if not, it would be beneficial for the fire monkey to gain some experience. After all, this was still the city, far less perilous than the wilderness. As night deepened, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the rain lessened, droplets splattering upon the ground. Outside, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed. With the arrival of nightfall, wild Pokémon became notably more active. The sound sent a shiver down Yi Qing's spine as he gently shook the fire monkey and shapeshifter, whispering, "You two, wake up. I'll arrange the night watch." "Huh." The fire monkey let out a wide yawn, pushing Yi Qing's hand away, signaling his desire to continue sleeping. "Do you want to miss out on the big milk can?" Yi Qing frowned, finding the mischievous monkey a source of irritation. "Mo." The shapeshifter rubbed its sesame eyes, drooling slightly to remind Yi Qing that it was willing to take the night watch if given a few more energy cubes like before. Yi Qing flicked its body playfully, realizing that its mischievousness stemmed from a desire for energy cubes. "I recall that Eevee's hidden ability is Danger Sense. Transform into Eevee first. Let me see what ability you have." Mo. Upon hearing that Yi Qing wanted to check its ability, the shapeshifter grew anxious. Under the vibrant glow, the shapeshifter once again transformed into a sesame-eyed Eevee, fulfilling expectations. Yi Qing surmised that his earlier words had made it nervous. so he offered a few words of reassurance before examining its ability. It truly was danger sense well done. Yi Qing patted Eevee's head and handed it an ordinary energy cube. Bui! Eevee nudged Yi Qing's hand with its head, swiftly devouring the energy cube. Before sleeping, Yi Qing reminded Eevee, remember to call the fire monkey to take over the watch in the latter half of the night. Boo! Eevee nodded in understanding. In the outskirts of Shanghai City, on a bustling food street, Yi Minghan waved goodbye to her friends with a smile and walked home alone. Watching the Pokémon chase and frolic in the street, she felt a pang of envy. I wonder how my brother is doing. Yi Minghan sighed, intending to pull out her phone to call Yi Qing, but hesitating for fear of disturbing him. She composed herself and hummed a tune as she headed home. Not far behind her, two figures stealthily trailed her. A robust young man whispered, Zhang Xiao, what we're doing doesn't seem right. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Are you feeling all right? Lao Xiong? Seeing Zhang Xiao's anger, Lao Xiong stammered, I never hit women. Zhang Xiao retorted sharply, stop being so stubborn. I know you don't hit women. Just help me capture her. Unaware of the unfolding events behind her, Yi Minghan walked lightly into her neighborhood. Zhang Xiao and Lao Xiong had already scouted the area, knowing that this old district had inadequate surveillance and numerous blind spots, making it the perfect place to act. Go. As Yi Minghan turned down a narrow path, Zhang Xiao urged Lao Xiong to quicken their pace to prepare for their move. Okay. Lao Xiong pulled out a rope from his pocket, ready to act when he suddenly felt a hand clap him on the back. Who? Furious. Zhang Xiao assumed it was a hero coming to save the damsel and swung his arm to strike. Take a look at this. A man, expressionless, brandished a black badge in his left hand. The League's constable? A chill ran down Zhang Xiao's spine, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Chapter 59. Midnight Attack. Although Old Bear had not traversed the world as extensively as Zhang Xiaoqiang, he was still aware of the Alliance's reputation. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately donned a charming smile, eager to ingratiate himself. What brings you here, officer? We are law-abiding citizens, after all. The man snorted coldly, nothing much. Just inviting you two for a cup of tea. Initially, he thought the higher-ups had sent him on a fool's errand, but to his surprise, there were indeed some foolish individuals seeking trouble with Yi Qing. In the wild, Yi Qing was unaware of how long he had been asleep when he suddenly felt someone nudging him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the fiery monkey intently gazing outside the tent, while the transformed Ditto had reverted to its original form. What's wrong? Yi Qing's senses sharpened. Their expressions indicated they were facing a challenging predicament. The fiery monkey gestured toward the outside, urging Yi Qing to take a look. Peering through the flap, he observed that the night remained pitch black. The rain had ceased, and a dozen eerie green eyes were fixated on their location from the nearby thicket. This was troubling. The presence of such numbers suggested they were a pack of wild Pokémon, yet he could not discern their type. Yi Qing's character did not align with waiting idly. He prompted Ditto to swiftly transform into an EV. Although Yi Qing had contemplated having Ditto assume a legendary form, he recognized that both the first and second evolutions of legendaries were not particularly formidable. Additionally, Ditto was only level 17, while a second evolution of a legendary required around level 30. Thus, even if it transformed, it would not tap into its full potential, as its skill proficiency would be 0. It was more advantageous for Ditto to morph into a familiar Pokémon. The hidden Pokémon seemed to sense the stirrings within the tent. They ceased their wait and emerged from the underbrush, encircling the tent. Pokémon. EV, level 17. Potential, D status. Healthy gender, none type. Normal ability. Anticipation held item. None inherited skills. Curse-based skills. Sand attack, quick attack, bite. Swift skill, tutoring. None skill discs. None remarks. Ditto transformed into EV. Let's head outside. After familiarizing himself with EV skills, Yi Qing bent down and exited the tent, prepared to discern what awaited them beyond. The fiery monkey and Ditto stood guard on either side, their gazes fixed on the encroaching wild Pokémon. Rattata? Observing a group of 7 or 8 small Rattatas led by one larger specimen, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Indeed, these creatures were ubiquitous. He had not anticipated their presence even in the wilds. Pokémon. Rattata, level 23, potential, F status, healthy, hungry, gender, male type, normal ability, guts held item, none inherited skills, scratch-based skills, tackle, quick attack, focus energy bite, hyper Fong skill tutoring, none skill discs, none remarks. Rattata's strong teeth can bite through steel and rock, excelling in skills such as bite and hyper Fong, while its webbed feet assist in swimming. This Rattata's strength was not formidable. Yi Qing noted that the other slightly sturdier Rattatas were around level 10. Seizing the initiative, the fiery monkey unleashed Flame Wheel. With a roar, the fiery monkey enveloped itself in blazing flames, curling into a ball, transforming into a wheel of fire, leaving a charred mark on the ground as it sped towards the small Rattatas. Squeak! The lead Rattata commanded its cohorts to attack Yi Qing while it dashed forward like a bolt of lightning towards the flame wheel. Use quick attack. Boom! Ditto, familiar with this skill, executed it with commendable speed and power, unleashing a barrage of golden stars that struck the small Rattatas. Although Ditto shielded Yi Qing, the sheer number of Rattatas posed a significant threat, as some attempted to slip past Ditto to reach him. Alarmed by their glinting fangs, Yi Qing hastily sprayed himself with a dispelling mist. Upon inhaling the acrid scent, the Rattatas halted, their beady eyes narrowing as they fixated on Yi Qing, agitatedly circling around him. Dodge! Quick attack! Hearing the command, Ditto sidestepped one Rattata's ambush and countered with a quick attack, sending it flying. Due to Ditto's inexperience and slightly inferior strength, Yi Qing focused on directing its combat maneuvers. Meanwhile, the fiery monkey, though not constantly guided by Yi Qing, had acquired considerable experience and swiftly gained the upper hand in battle. As the scent of the dispelling mist gradually dissipated, Yi Qing resorted to frantically waving the tent to deter the Rattatas from launching another attack. Ditto valiantly defended Yi Qing's side, yet the nimble Rattatas tested its limits. The fiery monkey used Shadow Clone to evade a Rattata's Hyper Fong, delivering a powerful sonic punch to its head. With a successful strike, the fiery monkey pressed on, launching itself at the Rattata that flew backward, delivering a second flame punch that struck its chin with a resounding crash. Water splattered as the Rattata was knocked to the ground, its eyes rolling back in a faint. Having dealt with one Rattata, the fiery monkey wasted no time, soaring into the air with flame wheel and forcefully colliding with another leaping Rattata, followed by a flurry of sonic punches that felled the remaining Rattatas. With the last Rattata defeated, Ditto collapsed to the ground, feeling lightheaded from the intense battle. Keep watch around us. Yi Qing instructed the fiery monkey to remain vigilant while he hastily packed their belongings, preparing to depart. Given the ruckus they had caused, it was likely that other Pokémon would be drawn to their location. The fiery monkey took a few heavy breaths, its eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. However, unbeknownst to them, a Meowth stealthily approached from a tree, having been concealed for some time. Although the ground was littered with Rattatas, it refrained from acting impulsively, patiently awaiting the perfect moment to eliminate the foes obstructing its meal. Just as Yi Qing bent down to gather his things, the Meowth sprang into action, its sharp claws extending like daggers. It leaped from the tree, swiftly pouncing toward Yi Qing on the ground. The fiery monkey, ever alert to its surroundings, noticed the Meowth's impending ambush and quickly unleashed a barrage of sparks from its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The sparks erupted upon contact with the Meowth, the tremendous force altering its trajectory midair. Meow! The Meowth, gritting its teeth against the pain, adjusted its stance mid-flight, landing deftly on the ground while fixating its gaze on the fiery monkey, howling in fury. Chapter 60. The search for the ugly fish at this moment. Yi Qing regained his composure, quickly taking refuge behind the Monferno and Ditto, startled yet resolute. Meow! Without waiting for Yi Qing's cue, Ditto transformed into the likeness of the Cat King, its seamless execution indicating that this was not the first time it had adopted such a guise. However, in comparison to the genuine article, it exhibited a noticeable inferiority in both stature and presence. Pokémon, Cat King, 33, potential, D status, healthy gender, female type, normal ability, soft held item, None inherited skills. Scratch, Iron Tail base skills. Scratch, Bite Quick Attack, Scratch. Screech, Swift skill teaching. None skill discs. None remarks. The Cat King has a penchant for nocturnal activities and possesses a haughty disposition, often preying on smaller Pokémon, such as Rattata and Raticate. Its temperament is exceptionally fierce. Mere eye contact can provoke a violent attack. Confronted with the treacherous Cat King, Yi Qing's pupils constricted. The prowess of this Pokémon far surpassed that of Monferno and Ditto. Relying solely on the two of them would likely lead to dire consequences. As he locked eyes with the Cat King, he placed a hand on the alarm device, signaling Monferno and Ditto to remain still. While Monferno showed no fear in the face of the cunning Cat King, Ditto, having transformed into the Cat King, exhibited a hint of trepidation. This particular Cat King was a frequent encounter in the wild, boasting strength that ranked among the elite in the vicinity. The Cat King observed Yi Qing's movements closely, and upon noticing the alarm device in his hand, refrained from launching an immediate attack. However, should it strike a human bearing an alarm, it would soon face severe repercussions, possibly even death. Noting the Cat King's lack of aggression, Yi Qing cautiously retreated a few steps, only to find the creature still motionless. "Let us leave," he conveyed, understanding her unspoken intent. He relinquished the scattered Rattata to her. After retreating to a safe distance of several meters, Yi Qing hastily departed with his two Pokémon. As they followed the riverbank, the dawn broke, bathing the horizon in a soft light. The weak morning glow illuminated the dew-laden leaves, filling the air with the fragrance of fresh grass. A few combi busily gathered nectar among the flowers, their industriousness a stark contrast to the earlier tense atmosphere. Monferno forged ahead, intentionally wielding its long tail to clear the obstructing vines. After a while, Yi Qing settled on a rock to rest, contemplating Monferno's actions. He turned to Ditto, still transformed into the Cat King, and inquired, "You can use Iron Tail now, can't you? Why not teach Monferno?" Meow. Ditto shook its head vigorously, displaying no regard for their previous camaraderie. "Huh, look at Ditto's demeanor." Monferno scoffed, confident that he could master Iron Tail through his own efforts, even without instruction. Yi Qing gestured for Monferno to remain silent, aware of the complexities involved in learning Iron Tail. Regardless of innate talent, mastering such a technique within a short time was implausible. The skill's prerequisites and nuances demanded rigorous practice, particularly the requisite strength of the tail, which could not be achieved hastily. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qing produced his last normal-type energy cube, enticingly stating, "If you assist Monferno in mastering the fundamentals of Iron Tail, this energy cube shall belong to you." Ditto blinked, torn between pride and the irresistible allure of the energy cube's aroma that wafted into its nostrils. Meow. Under the pressure of this enticing offer, Ditto reluctantly agreed, signaling to Monferno that it would demonstrate the technique once, leaving the rest to his own capabilities. Monferno crossed his arms, thinking to himself, "With my talent, I shall astound you shortly." Meow. Approaching a rock about a meter high, Ditto first flicked its tail, then let out a peculiar cry, swiftly striking the rock with its tail. Despite its arrogance, Monferno was astute, watching the Cat King's every move intently. As Ditto's tail shimmered with a metallic sheen, it struck the rock with a resounding thud. Crack! The impact left multiple fine fissures across the surface, eventually causing a sizable chunk to break away. Meow. After completing the demonstration, Ditto cast a smug glance at Monferno. Hearing the commotion, nearby wild Pokémon gathered around, peeking from their hiding spots to witness the spectacle. Yi Qing took a sip of mineral water and called out to Ditto, "Don't just gloat, share your insights." Ditto shot Yi Qing a disdainful look, thinking to itself that without the allure of the energy cube, he would have no sway over it. Yet, driven by the prospect of the energy cube, Ditto meticulously explained the technique to Monferno. An hour swiftly passed, with Monferno attempting to learn Iron Tail, but predictably failing at every turn. Yi Qing remained patient. After all, this was a high-damage skill. Iron Tail's skill disc was not something trivial like Shadow Clone. It could fetch a price in the tens of thousands of Poké dollars and was often out of stock. One could only imagine the formidable challenge of mastering such a skill. If Monferno were to learn Iron Tail so quickly, it would defy logic. His tail lacked the requisite strength, and such physical enhancement could not be compensated for by mere talent. It necessitated gradual training to attain. After allowing Monferno to practice a while longer, Yiqing glanced at the sky and determined it was time to seek out the ugly fish. Observing the relaxed Ditto, he surmised that it had likely been in this area long enough to possess some knowledge. Ditto, do you know where I can find the ugly fish? Meow. Ditto paused, then suddenly seemed to recall something, nodding vigorously. However, it was puzzled as to why Yiqing sought such an unattractive and clumsy fish. Questioning whether any trainers would be fond of it, Yiqing's face lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. Can you take me there? Meow. Huh. Monferno relentlessly struck the ground with its tail, now fully aware of the fundamentals of Iron Tail. Its primary goal was to strengthen its tail through rigorous training. Chapter 61. The mischievous thoughts of the Ditto do not rush. Yiqing gently patted his shoulder, concerned that if he continued training so fervently, he might inadvertently injure himself. The blazing monkey shook his head, assuring Yiqing that he was fine, for a true warrior must always be strong, no matter the circumstance. With this conviction, the blazing monkey grew even more resolute, leaving faint traces on the ground with each lash of his tail. In the river, numerous water-type spirits frolicked playfully, while two yellow psyducks lounged on the water's surface, basking in the warm sunlight. As they strolled downstream along the riverbank, after a brief passage of time, Ditto suddenly halted. Is this the spot? Yiqing inquired, gazing at the still, murky waters ahead. This was a sizable pool, diverging from the main river, its surface clouded and overrun with reeds of varying heights. Under the scorching sun, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Ditto, feigning disdain, refused to approach the foul-smelling pool. The blazing monkey swung his tail, knocking down a row of reeds, standing by patiently awaiting Yiqing's command. However, he was not particularly worried about how to lure out the Magikarp. After all, Yiqing would certainly not allow him to enter the water. Holding his breath slightly, Yiqing crouched beside the pool, stirring the yellowed water with a stick. Meow. Ditto stepped back a few paces, puzzled as to why Yiqing seemed unbothered by the stench. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Yiqing noted that since entering July, the heat had intensified day by day. The surrounding thickets lay eerily quiet, with few spirits daring to venture near the putrid water. Contemplating the pool for a moment, Yiqing retrieved a water-type energy cube from his backpack, crushing it into fine fragments and scattering them into the water. Blazing Monkey, Ditto, guard the entrance of the pool for me. Huh. The blazing monkey gestured for Ditto to take position, while he prepared to protect Yiqing closely. Meow. Observing Yiqing and the blazing monkey step into his trap, Ditto chuckled inwardly, yet maintained an outwardly obedient demeanor, promptly positioning itself at the pool's entrance. Seeing the fierce expression on the feline leader, several spirits attracted by the aroma of the energy cube hesitated, halting their advance. Yiqing focused intently on the water surface. But minutes passed without a single ripple. The blazing monkey scratched his head, wondering if this method would truly work. It felt like a mere jest. Yiqing remained calm, switching tactics by placing a leaf into the water, topping it with more crushed energy cube fragments, and continuing to wait. The previous scattering of fragments was intended to entice the Magikarp, hoping they would be lured by the sweetness of the energy cube. As seconds turned to minutes, approximately 10 minutes later, bubbles began to rise from the tranquil pool. 7 or 8 Magikarp surfaced, their vacant, lifeless eyes staring blankly at Yiqing and the blazing monkey. As they emerged, the stench intensified, causing even the blazing monkey to consider pinching his nose. The Magikarp, accustomed to disdain from others since birth, were unsurprised by the blazing monkey's reaction. Although they felt a twinge of discomfort, they no longer cared as much as they did in their youth. After cautiously observing Yiqing and the blazing monkey, a few Magikarp slowly swam closer to the leaf, nibbling delicately. Yiqing, urging the blazing monkey to remain still, silently assessed their potential, discovering that they were all of merely ed-grade quality, with not a single C grade among them. This revelation left Yi Qing somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated finding satisfactory Magikarp in the heart of the wilderness, yet the outcome was far from his expectations. Meow. Keeping a keen eye on Yi Qing's movements, Ditto sensed that it was time for him to make his entrance, flicking its tail and gesturing meaningfully towards the depths of the pool. Yi Qing's heart surged with a glimmer of hope. Are you suggesting that there are still Magikarp lurking below? Ditto nodded proudly, thinking to itself that, being a renowned spirit in the wilderness, it had traversed the skies and rivers, and certainly knew whether any Magikarp remained hidden here. Meanwhile, the Magikarp in the pool had finished consuming the fragments of the energy cube and, shaking their tails, dived back down to the bottom. Yi Qing did not attempt to stop them. Rubbing his hands together, he turned to Ditto with a friendly demeanor. How about you dive down and lure them out for me? Meow. Although this was also Ditto's own objective, it feigned reluctance, vehemently shaking its head, indicating that it would never willingly enter the foul water unless, embracing its dramatic flair, Ditto exaggeratedly declared that it would rather be struck down by the blazing monkey than plunge into that repugnant pool. Yi Qing raised a finger. 1 energy cube. Meow. Ditto resolutely shook its head, sensing that this was not Yi Qing's final offer. 3 cubes. Yi Qing raised his voice, increasing the stakes. Meow. Naturally, Yi Qing could not allow Ditto to demand exorbitant prices. He rolled up his sleeves, expressing his discontent. 1 intermediate energy cube. If that fails, then so be it. I refuse to believe I cannot coax them out. An intermediate energy cube? Ditto was momentarily taken aback, well aware that the intermediate cubes were in an entirely different league from the basic ones, their flavors worlds apart. He remembered the last time it had tasted an intermediate energy cube. Months had passed since then. As the thought lingered, Ditto unconsciously drooled, strands of saliva trickling down to the ground. The blazing monkey shielded his eyes, wishing to avoid witnessing this unsightly display. Observing Ditto's demeanor, Yi Qing sensed he was onto something. This tactic might not be as effective on the blazing monkey, who had never experienced an intermediate energy cube, but for Ditto, who clearly hailed from a wealthy background, it was an irresistible temptation. So will you assist me? If not, I shall find another way. Yi Qing feigned intimidation. Meow. Ditto dropped the pretense, thinking to itself that even without being threatened, it would willingly dive in. This clever maneuver would not only fulfill its own desires, but also allow it to reap benefits. Surely, only a creature as astute as Ditto could accomplish such a feat. With a gleeful shake, Ditto transformed into a Magikarp, plunging into the foul waters with a splash. As for why it chose to become a Magikarp, that question lingered unanswered. Yi Qing and the blazing monkey remained on the shore, waiting patiently. Perhaps having lingered too long, they no longer detected the odor emanating from the pool. As time ticked by, just as Yi Qing and the blazing monkey exchanged worried glances, the once tranquil waters of the pool finally began to stir. Chapter 62. The dominant sprite, a red Magikarp, first surfaced, belly up, and just as Yi Qing believed it was doomed, the Ditto flipped over, springing onto the shore like a salted fish, gasping for air. At that moment, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the pond, and soon after, over a dozen ugly fish emerged from the water surface, meeting the vacant stares of these 20 or so lifeless fish. Even the worldly Yi Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet that was not the end. In the next instant, a whirlpool formed in the pond, revealing a massive, ugly fish approximately 1 meter in length. A dominant sprite. Typically, an ugly fish measures only 30 to 40 centimeters. But this enormous specimen was undoubtedly a dominant sprite. Swallowing hard, Yi Qing quickly examined the information of this ugly fish. Dominant sprite. Ugly fish level 20. Potential. A status. Healthy gender. Female type. Water ability. Adaptability held item. None inherited skills. Brine. Iron tail. Dragon breath. Mist. Hypnosis basic skills. Bounce. Tackle skill learning. Icy wind. Water pulse skill discs. None remarks. Ugly fish can thrive in both oceans and rivers, often residing in lush aquatic environments. So many skills? This is an ugly fish. Yi Qing nearly fainted on the spot, for he knew that normal ugly fish, much like Magikarp, could only learn the skill bounce, with only a few exceptionally gifted ones able to master tackle. Although the skill set of ugly fish is slightly superior to that of Magikarp, the majority cannot comprehend them. But what was the situation with this particular ugly fish? How could it have learned so many skills in such a harsh environment? Could it be either a sprite captured by someone or an exceptionally gifted one? Upon seeing her A-grade potential, Yi Qing finally understood why she had the opportunity to learn so many skills. However, there was still a lingering doubt. This prodigious talent, while it might offer a chance to grasp these skills, would require sufficient energy and nourishment to support such learning. Without these essentials, even the most gifted individuals could not succeed. It's akin to someone perpetually starving. No matter how talented they may be, they cannot create legends in the realm of sports. With the emergence of this dominant ugly fish, Ditto finally displayed a triumphant grin, as if to say, "This dominant ugly fish is my ally. If you dare to bully me, prepare for misfortune." Seeing this scene, Yi Qing realized he had fallen for Ditto's scheme. Yet, he also understood why this ugly fish could learn so many skills. If she shared a close bond with Ditto, she might very well have consumed high-level energy blocks. As for Ditto's trickery, Yi Qing did not hold it against him. He was grateful for the arrival of such an exceptional ugly fish. The Monferno swiftly positioned itself before Yi Qing, aware that this ugly fish was the sprite his master sought to capture. It beckoned to the dominant ugly fish, spitting out the twig it had been chewing. Yi Qing took a few steps back to give way, uncertain of what Ditto and the ugly fish had discussed underwater. But it was clear that it was not something pleasant. His only concern now was how Ditto had tarnished his reputation in front of the ugly fish. He hoped that even if they managed to capture her, she would still acknowledge their worth. The dominant ugly fish stared blankly at Monferno, her stout tail gently swaying in the water. The other ugly fish, sensing the impending wrath of their matriarch, exchanged glances and quickly swam away. Yi Qing refrained from making any hasty moves. This ugly fish was undoubtedly a formidable opponent for Monferno. Puff, now transformed back into an EV, Ditto was finally feeling triumphant, urging the ugly fish to teach this unfortunate monkey a lesson. It had not forgotten how ruthlessly it had been bullied before. The more Ditto thought about it, the more it felt like a wronged wife. The ugly fish understood. Her kind had suffered enough indignities and disdain, constantly chased away wherever they went, forced to hide in this foul pond. As Ditto's only friend, she could not stand idly by while he was bullied. Opening her mouth, a surge of frothy water swiftly shot towards Monferno. "Don't be careless," Yi Qing warned Monferno, reminding him that water-type moves were effective against fire types. And with the ugly fish fighting in the water, they had no advantage. Monferno acknowledged, swiftly dodging the brine attack. Seeing her first strike miss, the ugly fish unleashed a second attack, a green dragon breath. "Use Ember." Monferno inhaled deeply, unleashing a barrage of sparks that collided with the dragon breath, creating a tremendous explosion in mid-air, sending the surrounding aquatic plants bowing down in submission. Despite the dragon breath being more powerful, it was not the ugly fish's inherent move. And given her lack of combat experience, her mastery of these skills was not particularly high. Watching from the sidelines, Ditto grew increasingly alarmed, sensing that the ugly fish might not be a match for this opponent. The ugly fish flicked her tail, conjuring a water sphere the size of a soccer ball, which sped towards the shore where Monferno stood. Before Yi Qing could issue a command, Monferno flashed a devilish smile, predicting the trajectory of the water pulse and attempting to counter it with Sonic Punch. "Shadow Clone," Yi Qing suddenly shouted. His previous silence had been intentional, aimed at testing Monferno's independent combat skills and judgment of timing. Under normal circumstances, Sonic Punch could indeed shatter the ugly fish-esque water pulse. But Monferno had overlooked one crucial point: the ability adaptability. With the enhancement of adaptability, the power of water pulse doubled, far beyond what Sonic Punch could withstand. Upon hearing Yi Qing's command, Monferno hesitated, believing that this ugly fish was even weaker than himself. It seemed unreasonable to evade the incoming water pulse. "Oh no!" Yi Qing's brows furrowed. He had not anticipated that Monferno would dare to question his orders. Chapter 63. The iron fist of the straight man, the defiance of the fire monkey, was no trivial matter in a life-and-death situation. Such erroneous judgment could potentially lead to total annihilation. Boom! As anticipated by Yi Qing, the rushing water pulse collided with the sonic punch, resulting in a violent explosion that hurled the fire monkey away, causing its right arm to tremble slightly. Lying on the ground, the fire monkey was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how its judgment could have faltered. Overwhelmed by guilt, it buried its face in the earth, too ashamed to look up. Bu-Yi observed the Cho-Cho fish gaining the upper hand and let out a joyful chirp, thinking that the unfortunate monkey had finally received its due lesson. Yi Qing refrained from reprimanding it. This was not the moment for blame. "Stand up and use spark," he commanded directly. The fire monkey felt warmth in its heart. It had expected a harsh scolding, but was surprised by Yi Qing's lack of reproach. Indeed, a salted fish was not deserving of battle. Huh! The fire monkey sprang to its feet like a carp leaping from the water, unleashing another blast of spark. Unwilling to back down, the Cho-Cho fish retaliated with another water pulse. The two forces collided, their velocity diminishing, yet the water pulse continued to press forward, relentlessly approaching the spark. With its eyes ablaze, the fire monkey unleashed its full power, intensifying its output. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength meant that the spark alone could not halt the water pulse. As Yi Qing beheld this spectacle, his greed surged. The adaptability trait was indeed a splendid characteristic. How he wished the Cho-Cho fish could retain it post-evolution. Shaking off distracting thoughts, he advised, "There is no need to clash head-on. Utilize the advantage of spark to alter the trajectory of the water pulse." Upon hearing these words, the fire monkey experienced a moment of enlightenment, slightly adjusting the direction of spark to strike the water pulse from the side. The water pulse drew closer. The monkey's fur ruffled by the force of the approaching energy, which resembled a raging wave. With all its strength, the fire monkey managed to change the trajectory of the water pulse just as it was a meter away, causing it to graze past its ear. Huh! It worked. The fire monkey's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Yi Qing. The Cho-Cho fish felt a pang of regret and opened its mouth, preparing to unleash salt water once more. Yi Qing decisively commanded, "Use a surprise attack to bring it up." Instantly understanding Yi Qing's intent, the fire monkey leapt into the air, positioning itself above the Cho-Cho fish, and delivered a resounding slap to its face, interrupting the saltwater attack. Following this, it grasped the fins on the Cho-Cho fish's back, channeling its strength, twisting its body, and executed a complex aerial maneuver, launching her toward the shore. The Cho-Cho fish, propelled by this immense force, panicked, thrashing about in the air, but without a surface to leverage, it landed with a thud on the hard ground. The stinging pain on its face filled it with humiliation. As the saying goes, one does not strike a face, especially when one is already in such a state. Seizing the opportunity, the fire monkey stepped on another unsuspecting Cho-Cho fish, using it to perform a somersault onto the shore. The Cho-Cho fish leader was infuriated. The burning sensation on its face felt like a profound insult. With a powerful push from its tail, it launched itself into the air, charging toward the fire monkey with incredible force. As the Cho-Cho fish barreled toward him like a stone mill, the fire monkey braced itself, inhaling deeply, spreading its legs and crossing its arms defensively across its chest. Bang! The fire monkey felt a slight numbness in its arms as the tremendous force pushed it backward, kicking up dirt and leaving two deep ruts, finally halting at the edge of the pond. The Cho-Cho fish sprang up again, employing its most adept skill to continue the assault. Fire wheel. Huh! The fire monkey roared, flames blazing from its tail, transforming its entire body into a fiery wheel, rapidly rolling toward the Cho-Cho fish. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two creatures were once more separated by the recoil, the fire monkey stabilizing itself on all fours, while the Cho-Cho fish was again sent flying. Seizing the moment, Yi Qing shouted, "Use consecutive sonic punches to finish it off." The fire monkey propelled itself forward, pursuing the rolling Cho-Cho fish, unleashing a barrage of sonic punches that targeted the weak and frail, delivering relentless blows to the Cho-Cho fish's face. After this onslaught, the Cho-Cho fish's visage swelled rapidly, adorned with several new bruises alongside the slap it had received. Don't hit the face. Yi Qing shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer, while the Cho-Cho fish, incensed, succumbed to a fit of rage and fainted. Boo! The Ditto panicked, rushing forward to obstruct the fire monkey, pushing it away with its head. Glancing at the unconscious Cho-Cho fish, Yi Qing, with tears in his eyes, threw a Pokeball. As expected, there was no resistance, and it was successfully captured. The fire monkey, hands on its hips, dismissed the situation, thinking to itself that it had done the same before, particularly since Yi Qing had emphasized the importance of delivering the final blow, ensuring no opportunity for retaliation, lest they face a bitter defeat. Picking up the Pokeball, Yi Qing shook his head at the fire monkey, silently pondering the latter's future regrets. With the leader Cho-Cho fish captured, the remaining Cho-Cho fish scattered, swiftly disappearing beneath the water surface. Witnessing the downfall of its ally, the Ditto was frightened to the core, knowing it would not fare well once Yi Qing and the fire monkey turned their attention to it. It sought to slip away unnoticed as it prepared to leap into the river. Stop! Just as the Ditto attempted to escape, Yi Qing's authoritative voice rang out, halting in its tracks. The fire monkey swiftly positioned itself in front, grinning mischievously. Recognizing that escape was futile, the Ditto drooped its head in defeat. Yi Qing approached with a smile. Do not fear. I do not wish to trouble you. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. M.O. Yi Qing crouched down and inquired, has this Cho-Cho fish ever consumed an energy cube? The Ditto nodded vigorously, as it was not a matter of privacy that warranted concealment. Indeed, as Yi Qing had surmised, despite the Cho-Cho fish's extraordinary potential, without sufficient nutritional support, it could not possibly master so many skills. Nodding in understanding, Yi Qing continued, now, let me ask you, is there a demigod present here? Chapter 64. The proud and humiliated Magikarp shape-shifting Pokémon. Youngster, what are you talking about? Are there any Dratini, Bagon, Beldum, or other such Pokémon? Yi Qing, concerned that it may not understand what a quasi-divine Pokémon is, took the time to explain each one, noticing that the Ditto was still hesitating. The Infernape made a show of cracking its knuckles and glaring at it. The Ditto's small eyes darted around, quickly nodding, then shaking its head and pointing to itself. Yi Qing understood its meaning. You mean there are some, but they have all been captured, leaving none in the wild? The Ditto nodded, giving Yi Qing a thumbs up for his comprehension. However, Yi Qing was not too disappointed. His current strength was insufficient. And with so many evil organizations and Pokémon hunters outside, even if he obtained a quasi-divine Pokémon, he would not dare to reveal it. Otherwise, not only would he lose the Pokémon, but he might also find himself in peril. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Of the 4 Pokeballs from the wilderness area, only one remained unused, and after getting caught in the rain yesterday, he was still feeling unwell. I must take my leave now, Ditto. Yi Qing bid farewell to it, and though they had only spent less than a day together, he had developed some fondness for the little creature. Ditto. Upon hearing this, the Ditto became overly excited, forgetting about the intermediate energy cube, waving its small hands repeatedly to bid Yi Qing farewell. Yi Qing smiled and asked, if I come back next time, how will I find you? The Ditto, excited at the prospect of being sought after, immediately contemplated how to cut ties with Yi Qing entirely. You don't want the intermediate energy cube? Yi Qing, having anticipated this, added with a slight smile. Ditto. The Ditto nearly drooled at the thought. It had not expected Yi Qing to be so generous, offering an energy cube even after being tricked. Realizing its trainer had not visited in a long time, it felt it could not afford to miss this opportunity and not know how long it would wait to feast again. Ditto. The Ditto cast aside its previous thoughts, pointing to a large rock 100 meters away, dancing and indicating to Yi Qing that it would check there daily to see if its trainer had come, and would play nearby when it had nothing else to do. If Yi Qing wanted to find it, he could go there. Yi Qing grasped the general meaning and felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that the little creature's trainer had not visited in quite some time. Was it that the trainer had too many Pokémon to care for the Ditto? or had it simply forgotten about its existence? Shaking his head, Yi Qing thought it unlikely. Perhaps the trainer had been delayed by some matter. After all, Ditto was relatively rare, and though this one had slightly inferior qualities, it still held significant potential if nurtured properly. The Ditto waved goodbye to Yi Qing, carefully avoiding the Infernape, and transformed into a Croconaw before swiftly leaping into the river. Yi Qing sighed and pressed the alarm on his wristband. Before long, a Pidgeot appeared in the sky above the forest. When Yi Qing emerged, he found that Sui Qing had already left the hall. "All right, I forgot to ask her for her contact information." Yi Qing tapped his forehead in regret. After exchanging items with the staff of the wilderness area, he stepped outside. It was still not yet 4 o'clock. The sun hung high in the sky as Yi Qing hailed a taxi to return home. The Infernape had grown quite large now, and there were occasions when it was not suitable to let out. Upon opening the security door, familiar scents and scenes greeted him. His mother and sister were in the kitchen chopping vegetables. "Brother, can you let the little Infernape out to play with me?" Yi Menghan pleaded, wiping her hands and running over to Yi Qing. Yi Qing ruffled her hair and corrected her. "It's not a little Infernape anymore." With that, he took out the Pokeball and released the Infernape. "Huh." The Infernape greeted both the little girl and Yi's mother in turn. Yi Menghan's face flushed red. She had not expected her brother's little Infernape to evolve so quickly. Yi Qing, still preoccupied with thoughts of the Magikarp, patted the Infernape on the shoulder. "All right, you go play with Menghan for a bit. I need to take care of some things." "Okay." Yi Menghan tugged the Infernape toward her room, neglecting the vegetables in the kitchen. Yi's mother shook her head helplessly and continued watching television while chopping vegetables. Upon entering the bathroom, Yi Qing noted that their home was an older building and the bathroom still retained the design of a bathtub. The bathtub was large enough to accommodate a person, making it perfect for the Magikarp. After filling it with water, Yi Qing pressed the button on the Magikarp's Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed the over a meter long Magikarp splashing into the water, its dull eyes staring blankly at Yi Qing. Strangely, as Yi Qing looked into its eyes, he sensed an emotion, not anger or joy, but a sense of grievance and humiliation. He understood her feelings. Though outsiders disliked or even loathed them, she did not care. As the queen of Magikarp, she remained proud, thinking, "So what if others do not like us? Let them suffer." This was also the reason why the Magikarp trained diligently. Through her own efforts, indeed, no Pokémon dared to bully them indiscriminately. A proud and noble Magikarp? Yi Qing stroked his chin, pondering that such a temperament would likely lead to an evolution into a Milotic. Noticing Yi Qing's unwavering gaze, the Magikarp slowly retreated, feeling somewhat awkward, attempting to use the water to conceal her unattractive form. She was aware of her appearance, but could not comprehend why Yi Qing continued to stare at her, which only fueled her frustration and sense of grievance, causing a mist of tears to gather at the corners of her eyes. With a vacant expression, Yi Qing continued to contemplate. A Milotic that evolved from beautiful scales must not be so perfect, something he could not tolerate. If he were to cultivate one, it must be a flawless Milotic, lest the potential of this gifted Magikarp be squandered. In reality, although beauty was not a measurable quality, and there was no research confirming that Milotic required extreme beauty to evolve, there existed an energy cube capable of enhancing a Pokémon's skin and appearance. The principle involved infusing certain beauty-enhancing elements into the existing energy cube, allowing it to both nourish and beautify the Pokémon. However, this approach undoubtedly increased the consumption of raw materials, often requiring more resources for one such energy cube than for 3 standard ones. Chapter 65. The Art of Mastery, PS Technique. When this energy cube was first developed, it created quite a stir, with many in the academic community deeming it a waste of resources. After all, the existing technology surrounding energy cubes was already quite advanced, capable of unlocking the potential of various Pokémon according to their attributes, enhancing their physical qualities, and even producing specialized energy cubes for certain Pokémon. However, some individuals, particularly the affluent, were not satisfied. They were willing to invest substantial sums to ensure their Pokémon had more lustrous fur and a more perfect appearance, indulging their vanity at the expense of significant raw materials. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, existence itself is reasonable where there is market demand. There will be those willing to fulfill it. With this in mind, Yi Qing took out his phone to contact Wang Yao. He had 3 individuals in his vicinity who had access to such advanced items: his aunt, his homeroom teacher, and Wang Yao, whose mother was also involved in this field. "What is the matter?" Wang Yao asked. "I'm looking for a water-type energy cube, preferably one that has beauty-enhancing properties." Yi Qing replied. Wang Yao seemed puzzled. "Really? Easy. Have you also developed a taste for things that only wealthy women would buy?" With Wang Yao's remark, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced at the unsightly fish in the bathtub, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, one's appearance is innate and cannot be altered in today's world. Who isn't part of the appearance association? Often, the first impression one has of another is based on their looks, as this is what is visible at first glance, before one can delve into the depths of their character. If he hadn't known about the stunning beauty and capabilities of the fish post-evolution, would he have even considered capturing her? Yi Qing was not a noble person. Everyone has their own selfish desires. He produced a water-type energy cube, and a sweet fragrance, only detectable by Pokémon, began to emanate, instantly captivating the unsightly fish in the corner. However, she resisted the urge and fixed her gaze steadfastly on Yi Qing. She would not be deceived. She firmly believed Yi Qing harbored ulterior motives, having encountered too many humans who, upon seeing her, exhibited expressions of disdain and disgust without exception. Yi Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that Pokeballs were not a panacea. Nurturing a bond with Pokémon necessitated the trainer's involvement. The hypnotic and mind-altering effects of the Pokeball served only as an auxiliary function, preventing the captured Pokémon from harming their trainer upon release. Observing the unsightly fish's formidable defenses, Yi Qing resorted to his ultimate trump card, a photograph of a Milotic. These Milotic, while undeniably beautiful, seemed to Yi Qing somewhat lacking, as their beauty was derived solely from their shimmering scales. Their skin lacked luster, their contours were not quite perfect, and even their eyes did not exude confidence. This was because those who evolved solely through external beauty often harbored deep-seated insecurities. They had never truly accepted their appearance, especially during their time as unsightly fish, when they felt rejected and withdrawn. When the unsightly fish spotted Yi Qing approaching with his phone, she became agitated, her tail splashing anxiously against the water surface. The force of her tail was considerable, sending water splattering everywhere, even soaking Yi Qing's clothes. Hearing the commotion from the bathroom, Yi Qing's mother called out, "Son, what are you doing in there?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Yi Qing lowered his voice and thrust the phone toward the unsightly fish's face. "Look at this." Initially unmoved, the unsightly fish froze upon seeing the photograph on Yi Qing's phone. "What a beautiful Pokémon. Who is she? If only I could possess even a fraction of her beauty." Yi Qing wiped the water from his face and seized the opportunity to persuade her. "This is what you could evolve into. This isn't even her most beautiful form. I am confident I can make you even more enchanting." The unsightly fish remained skeptical, continuing to splash her tail against the water surface. Just a childish trick. She had never seen an evolved member of her species and had not encountered a Milotic in the wild, so she could not bring herself to believe Yi Qing's words. "Enough!" Yi Qing exclaimed, realizing that this unsightly fish had likely spent her entire life in the wild, never having witnessed her evolved form. Although this tactic seemed ineffective, Yi Qing was undeterred and decided to unleash his ultimate move, the PS technique, one of the 4 great sorceries. "You say you've never seen a Milotic? You refuse to acknowledge that it could be your evolution? No matter. I can provide you with a beauty filter, skin smoothing, facial reshaping, and blemish removal. With this, I have no doubt you will gain confidence in your future." With determination, Yi Qing instructed the unsightly fish to remain still while he took a close-up shot with the original camera, followed by a flurry of editing. The unsightly fish was quite flustered, unsure of Yi Qing's intentions. Yi Qing began by smoothing out blemishes on her body, then proceeded to slim her down and reshape her face, applying a beauty filter in a comprehensive makeover session. When he finished, even Yi Qing struggled to recognize the unsightly fish. Observing the confused expression of the unsightly fish, Yi Qing presented the phone to her once more. What do you think? This is the direction you should aim for. If you follow my methods, I guarantee this is the minimum level you can achieve. Gazing at the transformed image of herself on the phone, the unsightly fish was thoroughly captivated. Though she was not conventionally beautiful, her intelligence was not lacking. Even though the photo bore little resemblance to her original self, she could still discern a trace of her own features within it. Deep down, the unsightly fish began to trust Yi Qing. This was far more convincing than the vague notion of a milotic. Yi Qing then offered her the energy cube, bringing it close to her mouth. Here, eat this to replenish your strength. This time, the unsightly fish did not refuse. In truth, she had been hungry for quite some time. With a swift motion, she inhaled the energy cube, swallowing a whole. Blub blub. The unsightly fish released a stream of bubbles in the water, savoring the taste of the energy cube, a flavor she had not experienced in ages. The last time being when a ditto had fed her. Chapter 66. A return to the familiar after a hasty shower. Yi Qing neglected to eat dinner and collapsed onto his bed, instantly falling asleep. The morning sunlight bathed the earth, and the cheerful chirping of various birds filled the air around the neighborhood. Whether amidst fire, water, grass, or forest, whether within the earth, clouds, or the pleated skirt of a girl, a sudden ring of the telephone disrupted Yi Qing's slumber. Who could it be? Just as I was about to reach a pivotal moment with Shanai, this wake-up call has interrupted me. Yi Qing groggily opened his eyes, annoyed by the disturbance. As soon as he answered, Wang Yao's booming voice came through. Are you still asleep? Yizi, what do you think about my proposal? How about we explore that abandoned building? Not going. Yi Qing's morning irritability flared, and without waiting for further explanation, he rejected the idea outright. There are girls, beautiful girls. Wang Yao, fearing Yi Qing's refusal, immediately played his trump card. Not going. Yi Qing hung up the phone, attempting to return to his dreams. What a ridiculous notion. Is there truly anyone more beautiful than Shanai? Having slept until midday, Yi Qing finally awoke to find his mother and sister absent, leaving only the fire monkey lounging on the sofa, munching on nuts. Relishing the rare opportunity to relax at home, Yi Qing nudged the fire monkey for some space and settled down to watch a few ergonomic research videos for relaxation. After a dinner at home, just as he prepared to take the fire monkey downstairs for some exercise, Yi Qing received another call from Wang Yao. Come on, Yi Qing, let's go explore. Although Yi Qing had already resolved to venture into the abandoned building, he did not intend to accompany Wang Yao. First, his strength was insufficient to protect others. Second, if he disclosed his decision not to go, Wang Yao would likely lose his courage as well. Ultimately, after Yi Qing's persistent refusals, Wang Yao relented. Yi Qing waited at home until after 10 in the evening, then quietly dressed and headed towards the abandoned building. His purpose was simple: to encounter suitable ghost-type spirits. If not, it would serve as training for the fire monkey and the ugly fish. Despite the late hour, the summer night still buzzed with life, as street vendors remained open and some restless souls chatted on the sidewalks. Yi Qing released the fire monkey and made his way toward the abandoned structure. Turning a corner, he soon discovered that the main entrance had been cordoned off with police tape, and a police car was stationed nearby. Yi Qing was not surprised. After all, the situation had been circulating online, and the local authorities had already dealt with the most threatening spirits inside. The remaining lesser spirits were harder to locate and, due to a shortage of manpower, had not been thoroughly cleared. Moreover, this site was indeed an excellent training ground for trainers, with many sneaking in for clandestine adventures. Something the authorities were inclined to support, as stronger trainers implied a safer city. The construction site was vast, with dozens of buildings, making it impractical to locate all the ghost-type spirits in a short time frame. It would require considerable manpower and resources. 6 or 7 years ago, the site had been the subject of extensive promotion, but for reasons unknown, the developer vanished, leaving behind this incomplete structure. Growing up nearby, Yi Qing was well acquainted with the hidden paths that allowed for discreet entry into the abandoned building. With a swift motion, he scaled a wall and entered the site, brushing off the dust as he surveyed his surroundings. The construction site lacked any illumination, but fortunately, the flame on the fire monkey's tail provided sufficient light to see the area. However, this also had a disadvantage, as both he and the fire monkey would attract the attention of spirits like a beacon, likely eliminating the need for him to seek them out. At the edge of Jinsei Forest, 2 men and a woman rested beneath a tree. One man, his face marked by several scars, inquired, "Nightingale, what have you discovered?" The woman, known as Nightingale, possessed a striking figure, with a deep cleft in her ample bosom that drew the eye. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I had the houndum sniff around, and I've sent you the target's home address. Additionally, the target has a significant feud with a wealthy local named Zhang Xiaoqiang." The scarred man tapped his forehead, his gaze cold as he commanded, "Excellent. After midnight tonight, Pighead, you will handle the target. Nightingale, and I will be on standby to support you." Pighead was a frail man, lacking height and bearing a fragile demeanor. The scarred man fixed his gaze on Pighead and warned, "If you are caught, remember, no matter what others ask, push the blame onto Zhang Xiaoqiang." Pighead nodded enthusiastically, understood, before turning to leave. Once he was out of earshot, Nightingale questioned, "Captain, why don't we accompany Pighead? It would increase our chances of success." The scarred man shook his head. "No, we do not yet have a thorough understanding of the target situation, nor can we rely on organizational support. If we act collectively and something goes awry, we risk total annihilation." "Oh," Nightingale nodded, refraining from further comment. Although they approached each mission with the mindset of facing certain death, no one desired to perish if survival was an option. The scarred man offered no further explanation. His years of assassination experience had honed a keen intuition that stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within him, prompting the decision to send the reckless Pighead ahead as a scout. A large-billed bird circled above the construction site before soaring off into the distance. Under the moonlight, shadows danced across the site, yet upon closer inspection, nothing was found. A gentle breeze whispered through, carrying low murmurs and cries that echoed nearby. The fire monkey clenched its fists, recalling the place that had once frightened it to the point of losing control. Chapter 67. The situation grows dire previously. I have been unprepared for the challenges that lay ahead. However, I have since evolved, both in strength and courage, and I no longer resemble my former self. Gazing up at the ominous, shadowy building, Yi Qing resolved against ascending its heights, opting instead to hone his skills outdoors. The interior was a labyrinthine maze, fraught with peril, and the ghostly spirits within were notorious for their cunning tricks. If I were to fall victim to an illusion on the upper floors, I might plummet to my demise. With a determined stride, Yi Qing and his companion, the Monferno, ventured into an open area strewn with concrete pipes. The construction site was shrouded in darkness, and an unsettling chill enveloped them, as if an ice cube had been placed upon their backs. Before long, Yi Qing felt a sudden drop in temperature, accompanied by an eerie sound that penetrated his mind. Prepare for battle. Yi Qing's expression shifted, and he swiftly took refuge beside Monferno. Monferno's eyes widened with fury, its senses heightened as it surveyed the surroundings. A disembodied head, its hair disheveled and face smeared with blood, materialized a mere 10 meters away, its hollow eyes fixated on Yi Qing and Monferno. Spark. Monferno inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of fiery sparks toward the head. Yet it dissipated like mist, revealing a ghostly ghastly in its place. Species: ghastly, level 18. Potential: status, healthy gender, none type, ghost poison ability, levitate, floats above the ground. Immune to ground type attacks. Held item: none inherited skills. Lick scare basic skills. Hypnosis, lick curse, nightshade, confuse ray. Curse skill transfer. None TM, none notes. Ghastly delights in mischief, often scaring humans for amusement. They excel at stealthily approaching unsuspecting prey to hypnotize or poison them through their skin. Yi Qing pondered silently, wary of potential hidden foes lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Ghastly unleashed a crimson tongue without warning, its eyes grotesquely popping out like a hangman's. Realizing Monferno was faltering, Yi Qing summoned his beloved Magikarp for protection. Monferno, though terrified and with eyes tightly shut, stood resolutely in front of Yi Qing. Magikarp, having been persuaded to accompany Yi Qing, envisioned a future where she would be beautiful. If anyone dared to harm Yi Qing, she would mercilessly retaliate. Despite Magikarp's presence, Ghastly showed no signs of retreat. After all, this was its domain. Even if it were to be threatened, a single cry would summon its allies to its aid. Taking advantage of Monferno's moment of hesitation, Ghastly shot 2 beams of darkness from its eyes, targeting Monferno. Dodged to the side. Though momentarily paralyzed by fear, Monferno managed to evade the incoming attack, moving swiftly aside at Yi Qing's command. A sharp pain pierced Monferno's left side as it opened its eyes. Realizing it had failed to entirely avoid Ghastly's dark gaze due to its momentary weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Ghastly reveled in its success and prepared to scare Monferno again. Yi Qing, however, had a plan. Do not fear. Use Flame Wheel. Monferno curled into a fiery orb, soaring into the air. Ghastly was taken aback, realizing the peril of being near flammable gas. If Monferno's flames ignited, the consequences would be dire. With blood oozing from its eyes, Ghastly chanted a spell. A massive shadow of Ghastly loomed before Monferno, its mouth agape, ready to consume the flame wheel. As the dark phantom swallowed the fiery orb, Yi Qing and Magikarp retreated hastily. Boom! The flame wheel detonated within the shadow, and Monferno, with acute battle instincts, adjusted its trajectory mid-air and swiftly approached Ghastly. Seeing Monferno charging forward, Ghastly grinned wickedly, its crimson tongue darting at Monferno. Flame Punch. Yi Qing could hardly believe Ghastly's foolishness in attempting physical contact with Monferno. Magikarp remained vigilant, aware of Monferno's prowess. This Ghastly was merely a stepping stone. With a triumphant smile, Monferno ensnared Ghastly's tongue in a fiery embrace, igniting it before twisting and wrapping it around its blazing arm. The searing pain caused Ghastly to emit a chilling scream, but before it could react, a series of sparks ignited its flammable gas, sending it flying. Level 17. Yi Qing had no desire to capture Ghastly. Its potential was lacking, and its stupidity was unfathomable. Who would dare attack Monferno with their tongue? Before long, a multitude of Ghastly gathered at the scene of the battle, their crimson eyes locking onto one another, grinning ominously. How delightful! More playmates have arrived. They cackled. Boom! As Yi Qing and Monferno stealthily advanced, a sudden explosion echoed from the distance. Peering toward the source, they noticed flames erupting, indicating a battle had ensued. The explosion attracted the attention of a patrolling officer on a Fiero, but after circling a few times, it departed, seemingly unconcerned. Clearly, it was not a significant threat. Otherwise, intervention would have been warranted. It appeared that the Alliance was adopting a lenient stance toward the trainers who had infiltrated the area. This arrangement served to allow trainers to hone their skills while simultaneously purging the ghostly spirits. Truly a win-win situation. However, those who placed their lives entirely in the hands of the Alliance were courting disaster. Life and death often hung by a thread, and it was impossible for anyone to monitor their movements around the clock. Monferno tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve, pointing toward a nearby building. Following its gaze, Yi Qing spotted a familiar pink jacket. That flamboyant pink. Wasn't it Wang Yao's? A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Qing. He recognized the jacket from the time he had accompanied Wang Yao on a shopping trip. Oh no, this guy must have snuck out on his own. Yi Qing hastily retrieved his phone, dialing Wang Yao's number. After several prolonged rings, he was met with a cold response. We're sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Chapter 68. Rescue. Yi Qing exchanged a glance with the Blaze Monkey and swiftly dashed into the building. This was not an impulsive decision. Rather, it was made with utmost certainty in his ability to rescue someone. Otherwise, not only would he fail to save another, but he might also find himself ensnared in peril. Should he encounter an insurmountable threat, he would summon his elder brother, Mutuo. Although this would squander the opportunity to call upon Mutuo, Yi Qing deemed it worthwhile. Wang Yao was not only his close friend, but had also rendered him significant assistance. Failing to rescue him would surely lead to Wang's demise. The structure before them was merely skeletal, devoid of furnishings aside from the staircase. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with eerie sounds occasionally emanating from shadowy corners. Dust coated the floor, marked by various footprints, while the flames flickering from Blaze Monkey's tail cast elongated shadows of Yi Qing. "Be cautious," Yi Qing urged. The foreboding atmosphere sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the unfortunate presence of Wang Yao, he would never have ventured inside. The environment was convoluted, and should an accident occur, external assistance would be of little use. Yi Qing and Blaze Monkey cautiously traversed the first floor, yet they found no trace of Wang Yao. They ascended to the second floor, where Blaze Monkey detected a familiar scent. Although his olfactory senses were not as sharp as a dog's, they surpassed those of a human. In a corner above, he caught Wang Yao's scent, one that he had memorized from a last time Wang had reported on him during class. "Let us go." For safety's sake, Yi Qing released the chubby fish, ensuring that they had a companion in case of danger. Observing the dust-covered creature, which could barely move, Yi Qing bent to lift her. Thankfully, despite her size, she weighed little more than 30 pounds, mostly composed of bones, akin to a kingler. With Blaze Monkey leading the way and Yi Qing cradling chubby fish, they ascended to the third floor. Blaze Monkey halted, gazing into the depths of the darkness ahead, but nothing was discernible, and the potential dangers remained concealed. The surrounding shadows swirled like ink, and only the flicker of Yi Qing's flame illuminated the gloom. As Yi Qing pondered his strategy, an itch suddenly crept up his right wrist, the spoon-shaped mark heating up. In the next moment, a pink light burst forth, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Accompanied by a scream from behind Yi Qing, was the power left by Mutuo sensing danger lurking nearby. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, realizing this reaction was triggered by the ghostly energy stimulating the mark. Had something monstrous been behind him, he might have been crushed without any response from the mark. This was, after all, a mark bestowed by Mutuo. Though it bore no lethal force, the aura it exuded instilled fear in the ghostly entities. As the pink light began to wane, Yi Qing wasted no time, clutching chubby fish as Blaze Monkey propelled them toward Wang Yao's location. The darkness was pierced by the pink glow, yet the multitude of ghostly figures made Yi Qing feel as though he had entered a den of phantoms. A swarm of crimson eyes gathered beyond the light, deterred from advancing by its glow. As time passed and the light dimmed further, Yi Qing shuddered, sensing a frigid breeze as if multiple air conditioners were aimed at him. In the desolate building, the wretched cries of a woman echoed, accompanied by soft whispers that seemed to infiltrate his ears. Blaze Monkey, unable to endure the haunting sounds, let the flames on his tail blaze higher, illuminating their surroundings. Before them, Wang Yao stood transfixed with a woman, surrounded by several Jengars and a Duskull. Simultaneously, the ghostly spirits that had been trailing Yi Qing revealed themselves, their crimson eyes fixated on him. "Run!" The spirits, though hesitant to approach, manifested terrifying visages to provoke Yi Qing's nerves. "Faster!" Yi Qing urged, lifting the woman's legs and draping her upper body across his back as he bolted down the staircase. Blaze Monkey exaggeratedly grasped Wang Yao by the collar, scuttling on all fours behind Yi Qing, indifferent to Wang Yao's plight as he dragged him along the floor. Fortunately, the woman was light, or else Yi Qing would have had to drag her much like Blaze Monkey did with Wang Yao. Yi Qing's heart raced as the sound of their footsteps reverberated throughout the empty building. He silently calculated the rate at which the light diminished. At this pace, it should last until they reached safety. As they reached the first floor and the moonlight came into view, a wave of icy air surged forth, extinguishing the pink light in an instant. It was over. A horde of ghostly spirits lunged at Yi Qing, and he felt an immediate chill, as if something had settled upon his shoulder. "I'm doomed, brother," Yi Qing shouted, his mind going blank. Boom! At that moment, a powerful shockwave erupted from Yi Qing's form, radiating outward with ferocity. The spirits that had lunged at him were thrust aside, some dissipating into the abyss of darkness. Seeking death. The vacant building echoed this phrase, followed by Yi Qing, Blaze Monkey, and the others vanishing from sight. In a monitoring room within the Public Security Bureau of Shanghai City, A dozen individuals were fixated on their computer screens when a piercing alarm suddenly blared, accompanied by flashing red lights. A woman clad in an Alliance uniform glanced at the monitors and promptly reported to her superior. Report. We detected a significant energy fluctuation near the outskirts 30 seconds ago. The energy intensity has reached the level of a divine beast. Lock onto the precise location, commanded a voice of authority, prompting the staff to spring into action. Chapter 69. Unveiling the intent to kill shortly thereafter, the woman reported again, Deputy Director. The target's energy has vanished. The Deputy Director, with his hands clasped behind his back and brow furrowed, murmured to himself, how could it suddenly disappear? Is there a divine beast capable of teleportation? Yet, among the known divine beasts, none seem to possess such an ability. Just then, another voice chimed in, Director. Wasn't an extraordinary psychic beast developed by the R organization? Upon hearing this, the Deputy Director's face turned pale as he exclaimed, This is dire. Assemble the team and follow me at once. Yi Qing felt a fleeting blur before he found himself on the rooftop of an office building, gazing at the brightly lit cityscape, realizing he was no longer in that derelict building. Big brother. The psychic beast, Mutwo nodded, its eyes flashing as it infused energy into Yi Qing's mark once more. Sensing the faint pressure emanating from Mutwo, Yi Qing could clearly perceive its enhanced strength. Mutwo cast a glance at Yi Qing and remarked, Your body is too weak. Thus, this mark can only store a limited amount of energy, serving merely as a coordinate. Embarrassed, Yi Qing scratched his head, understanding that previously it was merely the aura of Mutwo that had frightened them off, causing no real harm. Accidentally noticing the wounds on Mutwo's body, Yi Qing hurriedly inquired, Are you injured? Ignoring Yi Qing's concern, Mutwo continued, I must inform you that 3 agents from the R organization are pursuing you. It is fortunate that you remain alive. This is my oversight. But you need not worry. I'll handle it. With that, Mutwo's figure dissipated, as if preoccupied with urgent matters. Feeling a surge of unease, Yi Qing thought to himself how fortunate he was to have made prior arrangements. Otherwise, he might have been caught unawares. Moments later, Wang Yao and the woman regained consciousness. Observing their pallid faces, Yi Qing surmised they would soon be gravely ill. My dear father. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Wang Yao erupted with excitement, weeping and clinging to Yi Qing's leg. Witnessing Wang Yao's tear-streaked face, Yi Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. All right, I'm still alive. I told you not to act recklessly, but you wouldn't listen. Understanding their need for emotional release, Yi Qing instructed the fire monkey to maintain vigilance while he offered words of comfort. After a considerable time, color returned to their faces. Yet the memory of their ordeal still left them trembling. Concerned for their well-being, Yi Qing eventually put down his phone and said, All right, I've called for an ambulance. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Wang Yao inhaled deeply, feeling somewhat steadied now, for without a measure of courage, he would not dare venture forth for a gaming session with a girl. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, CC. Thank you for today. Wang Yao, unaware of the immense effort Yi Qing had expended to rescue him, could only guess at the challenges faced. Hello, I'm Chun CC. Thank you for saving us. She stammered, still trembling but at least able to speak. Yi Qing nodded, dismissing her gratitude, as he had merely acted out of respect for Wang Yao. Besides, he found her somewhat unreliable. While Wang Yao might be reckless, she had willingly accompanied him into danger instead of dissuading him. Had he not intervened, or if the fire monkey had failed to notice that jacket, their fates would have been dire indeed. Sitting on the ground, Chun CC carefully tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, by the way, I heard from Wang Yao that you're looking for water energy cubes with beauty-enhancing properties? Indeed, Yi Qing replied, surprised that Wang Yao had divulged this information. Wang Yao quickly clarified, Don't get the wrong idea. Qing Zi, CCS family specializes in this business. Yi Qing teased lightly, Oh, so you're reluctantly dating her just for my sake? At this, Wang Yao panicked, repeatedly shaking his head. What nonsense! We genuinely love each other. Chun CC smiled without responding, then thoughtfully suggested, Brother Yi Qing, to express my gratitude for saving our lives. I can provide you with some of those energy cubes free of charge. Yi Qing was pleasantly surprised by such goodwill, and his impression of her rose significantly. Before long, a large Charizard descended onto the rooftop, and 2 medical personnel disembarked to inquire about the situation. Watching them being taken away, Yi Qing stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Ha-cha! The fire monkey stood beside Yi Qing, puzzled by the view. Mutwo's warning had left Yi Qing particularly vigilant, uncertain of the league's arrangements. He took out his phone and sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, inquiring about Professor Qian's contact number, XXX 80589-1212. The above is the phone number, and below is the class group. Yi Qing noted to add it when he had time. Dialing the number, Professor Qian's voice soon came through the receiver. "May I ask who is speaking?" Hearing the clatter in the background, it seemed the professor was busy. Not wishing to waste any more time, Yi Qing directly asked, "Hello, Professor Qian. This is Yi Qing. I would like to inquire." Before he could finish, Professor Qian interjected, "Rest assured, the security measures for your family have already been arranged. Furthermore, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could visit the capital sometime soon. I wish to discuss the matter of the 3 dragons further." Yi Qing did not decline. These individuals were immensely capable and a prime opportunity for expanding his network. "All right, I will come when I have time. Goodbye." After hanging up, he felt reassured that he need not worry any longer. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing midnight. As he felt the cool night breeze, he observed that the streets had grown quiet, with fewer vehicles passing and scant few individuals remaining to enjoy the evening air. Accompanied by the fire monkey, Yi Qing made his way home along the dimly lit path. Deep within the Jinsei forest, Scarface leaned against a tree, toying with a small knife, while Nightingale touched up her makeup, inadvertently causing her hand to tremble and slice her finger with the blade. Chapter 70. A life hanging by a thread. As he watched the crimson blood flow, the scarred man suddenly declared, "No, we must alter our plan. We need to act separately." "Huh? Why?" Nightingale inquired, somewhat perplexed. The scarred man sheathed his knife and calmly reasoned, "If Pighead fails, the enemy will undoubtedly trace our steps back to this location. We must split up and only communicate with a signal when we have significant findings." Nightingale rolled her eyes at him. "It's merely the assassination of an ordinary person. Even Pighead, no matter how foolish, shouldn't miss such an easy target, right?" At her words, the scarred man felt a sense of frustration. An ordinary person? Can an ordinary person assist Superdream in escaping? Would an ordinary organization send 3 of us to undertake such a task? Noticing her leader's rising temper, Nightingale quickly released a natural bird. The scarred man fixed his gaze on Nightingale and cautioned, "Remember, don't make contact unless it's absolutely essential." "Understood." The natural bird's eyes glowed with a soft pink light, and in an instant, it whisked Nightingale away. "You foolish, brainless imbeciles. Don't blame me for using you as mere pawns," he muttered under his breath after Nightingale had departed, his expression darkening. He shook his head, perplexed as to why the organization had assigned him these 2 as companions, for they were nothing but a hindrance. His survival through numerous perilous missions had always been due to his meticulous caution. With these 2 testing the waters ahead of him, he should be able to discern the target's strengths. What the Scar Man didn't voice was his suspicion that since Yi Qing could assist Superdream in fleeing, he couldn't believe there was no exchange between Yi Qing and Superdream. In his view, during a critical moment, Superdream would undoubtedly intervene to save the target, but only to that extent. After all, as a supreme divine beast, it wouldn't act as a caretaker just because one had aided its escape once. Waiting for the 2 to scout the way for him, the target's demise would soon follow. With that thought, the scarred man snorted coldly and plunged into the river, vanishing without a trace. "Huh!" The fiery monkey yawned widely, gazing speechlessly at Yi Qing from beneath the bed. After conversing with Wang Yao for a while, Yi Qing began online shopping, purchasing numerous items such as hydrating facial masks and various skincare products, intending to start caring for the ugly fish from the following day. He busied himself on the bed until deep into the night, and only when fatigue overtook him did he reluctantly set aside his phone to sleep. As the night deepened, a thick cloud obscured the chilly moonlight. On the rooftop of Yi Qing's home, the air twisted and Superdream materialized, its injuries already fully healed. Super Dream closed its eyes and sat cross-legged, gradually extending its mental energy outward. Having previously gleaned the assassination plans of the three assassins from Yanlang's memories, Super Dream resolved to wait here and eliminate them, recognizing that this oversight was its own fault. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the assassin, known as Pighead, meandered stealthily, evading the few surveillance cameras, and quietly approached the entrance of Yi Qing's residence. He glanced around, ensuring he had not been spotted, before beckoning with a finger behind him. From a nearby flower bed, a Jengar gradually revealed its form, its crimson gaze fixed on Pighead, awaiting his command. Super Dream furrowed its brow, but remained still on the rooftop. Pighead pointed toward Yi Qing's window, and Jengar instantly understood, its bulky form soaring swiftly toward the third floor. Floating outside the window, Jengar cast a glance at Yi Qing and the fiery monkey, both soundly asleep, a sinister smile creeping across its face. Noticing that Jengar was nearing the target, Pighead exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that this task was too simple. In his overconfidence, he neglected to execute the mission with the usual caution, failing to even release a guard creature. Just as Jengar was about to pass through the window, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, on the wall beside Yi Qing's window, 3 chameleons emerged from thin air, their tongues shooting forth like springs, swiftly ensnaring Jengar and binding it tightly. Intense electric energy surged from the chameleons' tongues, enveloping Jengar's body. Under the combined might of the 3 chameleons, Jengar was rendered utterly defenseless. Jengar, oh, damn it. I was doomed before I even began. You youngsters have no sense of martial ethics. At that moment, the fiery monkey, sensing an energy disturbance nearby, abruptly awoke and witnessed the scene outside the window. What is happening? Feeling the fiery monkey nudging him, Yi Qing opened his eyes. Confusion etched on his face. But the next moment, he caught sight of Jengar's crimson eyes fixed on him. However, ensnared by the 3 chameleons, it was paralyzed and unable to act. The sight jolted Yi Qing into full awareness, a chill running down his spine. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have met a certain demise. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis surged within him, compelling Yi Qing to resolve to capture a psychic or ghost-type Pokémon as his third companion, for relying solely on the fiery monkey could lead to his untimely end. What? Pighead, observing the unfolding chaos below, was taken aback, his back drenched in cold sweat. Don't move. A cold snort emanated from behind him, and in the next moment, he felt a frigid claw tighten around his neck. Take him away. As soon as Pighead heard this command, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Super Dream did not intervene, but instead read Pighead's memories, gaining insight into the whereabouts of the other 2 assassins. While Yi Qing and the fiery monkey were still in shock, Super Dream suddenly appeared in Yi Qing's room. Be brother. Yi Qing stammered, caught off guard by Super Dream's sudden presence, which left him no time to prepare. Come with me. Without offering an explanation, Super Dream took the bewildered Yi Qing and began to teleport. But I'm still in my pajamas. Just as Yi Qing exclaimed this, the familiar sensation of teleportation washed over him, the process as smooth as ever. Super Dream transported Yi Qing to the location where the 3 members of the art organization had first gathered, but was now desolate, with only an extinguished campfire remaining. Has a Pokémon ever used teleportation? Super Dream sensed the surroundings attentively and, in the next moment, teleported again with Yi Qing. Are we done yet? Yi Qing felt a wave of nausea. The continuous teleportation was taking its toll on his body. This time, they materialized in an abandoned factory. And before Yi Qing could regain his bearings, a startled voice rang out. Super Dream, Nightingale, who had intended to rest, leapt from her chair in alarm, urging the natural bird to teleport immediately. Chapter 71. Are you uninterested in women? Ignorance. The figure of Mutuo flickered with a strange light, causing the natural bird it gazed upon to faint instantly. Yi Qing rubbed his forehead, suppressing the nauseating sensation before raising his head. Before him sat a voluptuous woman with wine-red hair, clad in a leather jacket that revealed her fair, ample skin, her legs adorned with black stockings. Yet, Her face was pallid, despair evident as she slumped in her chair. Nightingale? Where's the other one? Mutwo inquired calmly. Nightingale's eyes were vacant upon Mutwo's arrival. Any hope she had vanished. Is that so? With a swift motion, Mutwo retrieved a rope from a heap of debris and bound her tightly. Eliminate her. I shall handle the last one. Nightingale, tied to the chair, bowed her head in silence. After issuing the command, Mutwo vanished from Yi Qing's sight, taking Nightingale's sprite and Pokeball with him. In Mutwo's eyes, if Yi Qing could not handle such trivial matters, he was unworthy of being considered brother. Noticing Mutwo's departure, Yi Qing swallowed hard. Despite knowing these were agents sent to eliminate him, he was not yet prepared to kill. After all, he was still a student. Taking a deep breath, he stepped closer and asked, "Are you here to kill me?" Upon seeing Mutwo leave, a surge of survival instinct welled up within Nightingale. Dealing with a mere child seemed trivial to her. She puffed out her chest, fluttering her large eyes seductively as she smiled. "You wouldn't believe me if I said no. But if you let me go, I would be willing to do anything for you." As she spoke, her smooth leg gently brushed against Yi Qing's thigh. Feeling an unusual sensation, Yi Qing found himself parched. Nightingale reveled in her newfound confidence, continuing to tease him. Dressed in sleep shorts due to his hasty exit, Yi Qing felt her delicate skin glide over his leg, leaving him somewhat uncontrollable. Biting his tongue, Yi Qing silently acknowledged that this woman was indeed formidable, able to ensnare him with just a few words. Watching Nightingale continue her flirtation, Yi Qing resolutely shook his head, releasing his fiery monkey. Hacha! The fiery monkey scratched its head, puzzled as to why Yi Qing had summoned it. Was he there to watch a show? Are you uninterested in women? Nightingale, observing Yi Qing's unyielding demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. Logically, her figure and appearance should have charmed this young boy. No, Yi Qing reiterated, forcing himself to divert his gaze from Nightingale's exposed cleavage. What is that? Nightingale pushed her limits further, licking her red lips with her tongue. I have no interest in humans. Yi Qing sighed, deciding to let the fiery monkey escort her out. You. At Yi Qing's words, Nightingale gazed at him as if he were a monster, disbelief etched across her face. The fiery monkey, lacking any sense of chivalry, did not grant her the opportunity to speak further, its iron fist crashing violently against her forehead. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Nightingale's forehead caved in. Turning away from the lifeless Nightingale, Yi Qing fought against his nausea. Well done. Mutwo, who had not left, revealed itself upon witnessing Yi Qing's decisive act. A test for him. Big brother, Yi Qing exclaimed with elation, thinking he had performed commendably this time. Mutwo raised an eyebrow. You have no interest in humans? With a wave of its left hand, Nightingale's entire body disintegrated into dust, vanishing from existence. This. Yi Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, while the fiery monkey regarded him as if he were a creature from a nightmare. As his gaze shifted to the familiar surroundings of his bedroom, Yi Qing scratched his head. What did that mean? Did he think I was a pervert? In a corner of the Jinsei forest, Mutwo extended its psychic energy, enveloping the entire forest in its watchful gaze, every blade of grass and tree under its surveillance. Found you, Mutwo smiled faintly, and in the next moment, it held a bewildered human head in its hand. At the entrance of the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, I've finally emerged. Zhang Xiaoqiang stretched out to embrace the moonlight, feeling as though he had been reborn after the past few days. Brat, don't you dare cause me trouble again. Vice Principal Zhang had been waiting outside and promptly smacked Zhang Xiaoqiang on the head. Zhang Xiaoqiang retracted his neck, reluctant. Didn't you tell me the information was incorrect? How was I to know the Alliance valued Yi Qing so highly? Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Zhang's temper flared. Did I send you to provoke him? Look at the mess you've caused these past 2 years. I've had to clean up your mess with my own money. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang found this unconvincing, he merely pouted and chose not to argue further, fearing his father might become enraged and send him back. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Outside, the chirping of the sparrows and firefinches began their morning quarrels, whether in fire, water, grass, or forest on the ground, in the clouds, or even in the pleated skirt of the girl. The alarm clock rang on time, and after a sleepless night, Yi Qing rose, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Initially, he thought killing was trivial, but upon reflection, he realized it was far more complex. I was merely acting in self-defense. If it happens again, I will continue to kill. Yi Qing murmured to himself in the mirror, his resolve solidifying. In class, Yi Qing found it difficult to concentrate, but among the crowd, his heart calmed considerably, taking the opportunity to lay his head on the desk and doze off. As snores filled the air, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the classroom. Wang Yao discreetly gave Yi Qing a thumbs up, thinking to himself that this guy was impressive. Not only did he sleep through the homeroom teacher's class, but he was also snoring. Yi Qing, the class beauty, Huaming Yao, called softly, but Yi Qing slept like a dead pig, utterly unresponsive. Other students turned their attention, stifling their laughter as they awaited the unfolding drama. What are the evolutionary forms of Chikorita, and how do they evolve? Chapter 72. The direction of the third spirit. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Xinran's lips curled upwards, and she rhythmically tapped her palm with the ruler in her hand, thinking to herself that it was amusing to discover that this young man had his own areas of ignorance. However, her joy was short-lived as Yi Qing continued. By the way, only male Kairu can evolve into Eliolido, and apart from the differences in their reproductive organs, there is no distinction in appearance between male and female Kairu. After finishing his statement, Yi Qing let out a large yawn and turned over to resume his slumber. How infuriating, Zhao Xinran thought, her teeth grinding in irritation as she watched Yi Qing sleep soundly, her stiletto heels tapping incessantly on the floor. Wang Yao, upon hearing Yi Qing's words, appeared momentarily stunned, as if a troubling thought had crossed his mind. The pen he had been holding fell from his mouth and clattered to the ground. Yi Qing awoke around noon, feeling rejuvenated. In the cafeteria, Wang Yao presented a palm-sized glass box to Yi Qing, stating, "Here, the energy cube you requested." Yi Qing set down his chopsticks and, while inspecting the energy cube, inquired, "Impressive, my friend. Your speed is truly remarkable. By the way, is your health okay?" Wang Yao replied with a proud grin, "Of course. What could possibly be wrong with my health? Don't forget, my mother is a doctor. She's quite professional." After tucking the box into his pocket, he asked, "By the way, how much does this box cost?" Wang Yao quickly waved his hand. "No need to worry about money. This is a heartfelt gift from my girlfriend. In the future, if you need anything, just ask. It's all free." As he took a bite of meat, he continued, "Speaking of which, I passed by Zhang Xiaoqian's class this morning, and he seemed rather listless. I wonder what happened to him." Yi Qing dismissed it. What else could it be? Obviously, he overexerted himself last night. After lunch, the afternoon was dedicated to training their spirits. Yi Qing instructed his Monferno to practice Iron Tail while he perused skill discs on his phone. Monferno had already mastered Spark, and it was time to consider learning Flamethrower. However, Monferno could not grasp this skill on his own. He would need to purchase a skill disc online to learn it. Flamethrower, 50,000 Destructive Beam, 100,000 out of stock, Water Cannon, 50,000 Solar Beam, 50,000 Rock Tomb, 30,000 Guard. Out of stock. Seeing these exorbitant prices made Yi Qing's heart twitch. These were not basic skills like Shadow Clone, and the prices were as daunting as the power of the skills themselves. The skill discs were graded based on the strength of the spirits that recorded them and the number of times they could be learned. Most products sold in spirit shops were single-use, suitable for high-aptitude spirits that could learn them quickly. In contrast, those with lower aptitude would need to buy higher-tier specialty skill discs recorded by more advanced spirits, which provided detailed explanations and guaranteed mastery, though these came at a steep price as well. Despite Monferno's aptitude not requiring such specialized instruction, Yi Qing's bank balance was below 100,000, making even the standard version unaffordable. With a heavy heart, he closed his phone. He still needed funds for energy cubes and daily expenses, and such extravagance was not feasible at the moment. However, with the school's competitive tournament approaching, rumored to offer generous prizes, he could potentially earn some money there. Putting aside his distractions, Yi Qing focused on training Monferno. Time flew by, and after 3 days, Monferno's tail strength finally met the standard. finding a secluded spot. Yi Qing commanded a rock, use Iron Tail. With a fierce determination, Monferno, having endured rigorous training, lifted its tail like a steel whip and struck the watermelon-sized rock with tremendous force. The tail sliced through the air and crashed against the hard surface with a resounding thud. The immense power caused the rock to shatter, sending fragments flying in all directions. "Fantastic!" Yi Qing exclaimed, clenching his fists in triumph. After nearly a week of training, Monferno had successfully learned Iron Tail. Although this newfound power surpassed that of his initial encounter with Ditto, it was clear there was still room for improvement. Furthermore, it would be unwise to use Ditto's Iron Tail as a benchmark. After all, while it could transform into a formidable creature, its tail had not undergone specialized training, thus limiting its full potential. Monferno, equally exhilarated, wiped the sweat from its brow, panting heavily. Spirit. Monferno, level 18, potential, B status, healthy gender, male type, fire fighting ability, blaze held item, none inherited skills, flame punch, try again, clap attack. Quick defense basic skills, scratch, fury swipes, spark, flame wheel skill transfer, Iron Tail skill disc, shadow clone. After reviewing Monferno's information, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he mastered Iron Tail, but his strength had also progressed to level 18. That evening, Yi Qing sat in his dormitory, engrossed in a book, contemplating the direction for his next spirit. Certain ghost-type spirits were undoubtedly off the table. For instance, even if captured, spirits like Litwick, Mismagius, and Driflin, which drained the life force and souls of their trainers, were not viable options. The thought of encountering a mini-Q could lead to excruciating consequences. Such spirits, with their ominous reputations, were not ones Yi Qing would consider. After all, there were many tragic tales in reality, and while solutions existed, he was not in a position to implement them. This left him with only options like Ghastly and Mimikyu. Ghastly seemed promising, with its final evolution being the powerful Jengar, which could also provide stealthy companionship, a fine bodyguard. Moreover, Mega Jengar was exceptionally handsome. As for psychic-type spirits, Alakazam, Slowking, Solgaleo, Gardevoir, he quickly dismissed Slowking and Solgaleo, as teleportation was an invaluable escape technique. With limited resources, he needed to prioritize training the most essential spirits, leaving the others for later consideration. Chapter 73. Trials on the Isolated Island. As Yi Qing gazed at Shinado and Hu Di, a resolution began to form within him. Indeed, he yearned for Shinado, and he decisively crossed out the names of other psychic-type Pokémon. However, Larvitar was an exceedingly rare creature. Although it did not possess the renowned strength of quasi-deities, it was not far behind. It was said that Larvitar seldom made appearances before humans, only surfacing in the presence of those with exceptionally optimistic hearts or in warm, affectionate settings. As Yi Qing contemplated Ghost and Larvitar, he tore the paper into shreds. Despite his affinity for these two Pokémon, life was unpredictable. It was unreasonable to wait indefinitely for encounters that might never occur. The next morning, Zhao Xinran rushed in, textbooks in hand, exclaiming, "Classmates, I have extraordinary news to share." Upon hearing her voice, the class immediately sat up straight in anticipation. Zhao Xinran cleared her throat and continued. "The timing for the upcoming competition has finally been determined. Next Tuesday, our school will host an internal Pokémon battle tournament to assess the skills of the students. With a plethora of enticing prizes, Wang Yao raised his hand, inquiring, "What are the rewards, teacher?" Zhao Xinran smiled slightly as she recited. "First place will receive a cash prize of 300,000 yuan and a skill disc for the move guard. Second place will earn 150,000 yuan and a skill disc for flame burst. Third place will gain 100,000 yuan and a skill disc for rock lock. Fourth to 10th places will receive 50,000 yuan and a box of intermediate energy cubes." After announcing the rewards, Zhao Xinran paused to allow the information to sink in before taking a sip of water and continuing. "Furthermore, the top 100 students across all grades will be eligible to participate in next month's trials on the Isolated Island, where each participant is permitted to capture one Pokémon." Once Zhao Xinran finished her announcement, A wave of excitement rippled through the classroom, with even Wang Yao ecstatic and gesturing animatedly. Initially, the reward seemed ample. But the prospect of the isolated island, a true wilderness far surpassing the forests surrounding the city, was an even greater boon. Not to mention, the school's security would ensure safety, a privilege only available during 1's student years. Zhao Xinran stood beaming at the podium, and when the chatter subsided, she declared, "Everyone, please quiet down. Next Monday, 2 exchange students from Japan will be joining us, one of whom will study in our class for 3 months. I kindly ask that you extend your hospitality to them." Wang Yao shot Yi Qing a knowing glance and teasingly asked, "Teacher, is the exchange student coming to our class a stunning beauty?" Laughter erupted in the classroom at Wang Yao's playful comment. Zhao Xinran shot him a disapproving look, retorting, "Worrying so much will only lead to your own surprise later. Now let us begin the lesson." In class 3, Zhang Xiaoqiang's strategist sat beside him, wearing a troubled expression. "Zhang, given the current circumstances, I advise you to steer clear of provoking Yi Qing any further. Otherwise, I fear the consequences could be dire." Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, aware of the truth in his advisor's words, yet the fiery resentment within him could not be extinguished. Bang! The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Slamming his palm onto the desk, all eyes turned to him, though none dared to voice their displeasure, mindful of his background. "Zhang Xiaoqiang, quiet down. Can't you see that class is in session?" The teacher, though reluctant to intervene, had no choice but to assert some authority. Zhang Xiaoqiang's anger flared at the interruption, just as a knock sounded at the classroom door. "Is Zhang Xiaoqiang here?" As the door swung open, 3 officers in law enforcement uniforms entered, prompting the entire class to gaze at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who wore a bewildered expression. "You are implicated in a heinous case involving the instigation of Pokémon murder. Please accompany us." Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback. These officers were not mere peacekeepers, but were responsible for serious criminal investigations. If it were just the local police, there might have been a chance to leverage his father's influence for a light sentence. However, these officers were not to be trifled with. Not even Principal Jiang could shield him from their scrutiny. Panic washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang, his mind blank as he stood up bewildered. His classmates secretly reveled in the spectacle, having long endured his tyranny. Zhang Xiaoqiang, voice trembling, pleaded, "Officers, I'm innocent. I was just released." "Just released? How fortuitous, as the assassin you hired was apprehended just last night." Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless, feeling utterly wronged by the accusations thrown at him. Realizing that explanations would fall on deaf ears, he stammered, "Please call my father." In an interrogation room, Zhang Xiaoqiang, disheveled and defeated, slumped in an iron chair while 3 officers took turns questioning him. He had lost track of how many rounds of questioning had transpired. "Officer, I truly did nothing wrong. I'm a good person." The officer, enraged, pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, shouting, "Zhang Xiaoqiang, there's no need for your deceit. I'll be frank, one of your accomplices has already confessed. How audacious of you to command a Ghastly to commit murder." "Command a Ghastly to kill? Who? You mean Yi Qing?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was on the verge of tears, his mind in disarray, unable to comprehend the claims being made against him. He had no accomplices. Old Xiong had been released, and he certainly did not possess a Ghastly. The officer bellowed, "Zhang Xiaoqiang, do you realize who you have offended?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly bewildered, desperately thinking, who, aside from Yi Qing, whom else have I wronged recently? You cannot frame an innocent person. The sight of Zhang Xiaoqiang being taken away was witnessed by many, a fitting culmination of his years of misdeeds, such as loan sharking, which had turned public sentiment against him. The honest individuals he had tormented took quiet satisfaction in his predicament. This news spread rapidly through the school, even reaching younger students who cheered in delight. The entire school buzzed with conversations about the incident. Zhao Xinran, during a class meeting, caught wind of the situation and suspected that Yi Qing might have orchestrated this trap for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Wang Yao, too, turned his gaze towards Yi Qing, eager to glean some insider information. Wang Yao excitedly asked, "Qingzi, do you think the exchange student coming to our class will be a boy or a girl?" "I hope it's a girl from Japan. That would be quite a catch." Chapter 74. Sister or brother? Yi Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "Do you not already have a girlfriend? Her being female has nothing to do with you." Wang Yao, upon hearing this, became flustered. "How can you say that? My girlfriend is with me because of you." Yi Qing, with his hands clasped behind his head, analyzed, all right. The initial Sun Xiaowei was due to my breakup with her, and now Chen Cixi is involved because of my relationship with her. Wang Yao, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? Wang Yao, annoyed, punched Yi Qing lightly. "Stop joking. How blind would I have to be to have feelings for you?" Yi Qing chuckled, choosing not to respond. As he contemplated that with the energy cube provided by Wang Yao, the journey of the ugly fish towards evolution was now one step closer. After completing these exchanges, he turned to Yi Qing and inquired, "By the way, Qingzi, you mentioned that as soon as those two exchange students arrived, Principal Jiang decided to hold a competition. Is there something fishy about that?" Yi Qing pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps the principal intends to give them a stern warning. After all, our school's strength is quite notable nationally." "Indeed," Wang Yao's mother interjected, lowering the remote control in dissatisfaction. "What is the need to call Shinado again? It's quite disorganized with all this commotion." Nevertheless, she summoned Shinado, who had been playing outside. Bang! Shinado sat on Wang Yao's bed, crossing her legs and casting a meaningful glance at him. Thud! It was over. Wang Yao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, his mind a blank. Yi Qing opened the door to find only his mother at home. "All right," Yi Qing casually mentioned, informing his mother of his intention to take a bath. He locked the bathroom door and filled the tub with water. Looking at his reflection, he realized that money was growing increasingly scarce. Thus, he was determined to secure first place in the upcoming competition. However, he understood that this was not a sustainable solution. If someone with ulterior motives noticed him, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. As a student, he possessed some knowledge in various areas, but the expertise required to identify Pokémon eggs accurately was something that took years, if not decades, of research. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Qing resolved to proceed cautiously, ensuring he had the strength to protect himself before taking risks. After all, life is singular. "Come forth, ugly fish." Yi Qing took out the Pokeball and aimed it at the bathtub. "Let us see what this is." He produced a specially crafted energy cube, squeezing it in his hand. Upon its emergence, the ugly fish immediately became excited. She could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations contained within, far more delectable and enticing than anything she had previously consumed. Gingerly, she swallowed the energy cube, reveling in her joyful bath within the tub. Yi Qing retrieved the bath products he had purchased earlier, meticulously washing her. It was evident that the ugly fish had a fondness for cleanliness. Her prior existence in the murky waters was merely a result of circumstance. He resolved that once financial stability was achieved, he would acquire a larger home, preferably a standalone villa, where various attributes could be arranged in the yard, allowing the Pokémon to relax comfortably. The weekend passed swiftly. To avoid detection, Yi Qing had specifically sought a secluded location for a battle between the fire monkey and the ugly fish. Although the time was short, both sides gained substantial practical experience from their encounters. Early on Monday morning, Yi Qing arrived at class, genuinely intrigued by the two exchange students. After all, those chosen for such exchanges were invariably exceptional in various aspects. Wang Yao had arrived even earlier, eagerly awaiting the day's events. Ming Yao shot Wang Yao a glance, thinking to herself that he was merely a walking reproductive machine, interested in any one female. After a short wait, most of the class had gathered, as new students were to arrive, prompting everyone to arrive early. "Wow, everyone is here quite early." Zhao Xinran entered in professional attire, surprised by the crowd. Wang Yao promptly replied, "Isn't there a competition coming up? We thought we'd come early to strategize." "Indeed, teacher. Do you have any insights to share with us?" The boys in the class clamored, making it seem as if they were particularly studious. Zhao Xinran shot them a disapproving look, but chose not to expose their pretense. "Since everyone is so eager to meet the exchange students, let us invite them to introduce themselves," Zhao Xinran announced, gesturing towards the door. The students' gazes were fixed on the entrance, while Wang Yao continued to murmur about beauties. Amid the collective anticipation, a young man, approximately 1.70 meters in height, wearing a cap, entered. A boy. I thought it would be a girl. The male students were left disappointed, their enthusiasm waning. Hello everyone. I am Fuji Miyake. It is a pleasure to meet you all. He introduced himself fluently in Chinese, ignoring the disappointed glances from the class, and pointedly directed his gaze at Yiqing. I heard that the top student in the grade, Lord Yiqing, is in this class, so I specifically exchanged classes with my sister to challenge him. With that declaration, all eyes in the classroom immediately turned to Yiqing. Are you kidding me? Wang Yao banged his chest in frustration, realizing that his selfish desires had caused him to miss an opportunity with a young lady. Chapter 75. The opening ceremony. Zhao Xinran led the applause, welcoming everyone. All right. Fuji Miyake is still unfamiliar with our school, so I kindly ask everyone to assist him as needed. Fuji Miyake smiled slightly and approached Yiqing, looking down upon him as he reiterated, Yiqing-kun, I have heard you are the strongest in this grade. I am eager to experience your prowess. At Fuji Miyake's brazen provocation, the classroom erupted in excitement. Yiqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat irked, and replied with a stiff tone, You may challenge me. But what shall be the wager? Fuji Miyake leaned closer to Yiqing, confidently whispering, Anything you desire. I shall not lose, and you will undoubtedly submit to me. Yiqing chose not to argue further, a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, Very well. If you lose, you will switch classes with your sister. That should not pose a challenge for you exchange students, right? How dare you? At the thought of his sister being involved, Fuji Miyake's anger flared, his fists clenching as he prepared to explode. Wang Yao seized the opportunity, smirking, What's the matter? Are you afraid? Suppressing his fury, Fuji Miyake replied, No matter. The competition is tomorrow. We shall meet on the battlefield. Yiqing nodded, I am at your service anytime. Zhao Xinran made no effort to intervene between Fuji Miyake and Yiqing, believing competition to be a catalyst for growth. Such an arrogant boy, she mused. Once Fuji Miyake settled into his seat, Huomengyao, who sat beside Yiqing, whispered, I've gathered some information on Fuji Miyake. He was an exchange student at another school in a different city, but returned here, having found no worthy opponents. Yiqing chuckled. So this individual is quite formidable? Well, Mengyao affirmed, Indeed, very strong. The environmental control simulation room was divided in two, with the fire monkey's volcanic region and the ugly fish's aquatic area remaining independent. As ugly fish must remain concealed, Yiqing squatted before the fire monkey, inquiring, Do you feel confident for tomorrow? Hacha! The fire monkey clenched its fists, flames from its tail shooting up to the ceiling. Excellent. Yiqing presented a newly purchased intermediate energy cube for sustenance. Later, while lying in bed, Yiqing intended to search for battle videos of his opponent online, yet found nothing after an extensive search. Their confidentiality measures were indeed effective. The following morning, the campus resounded with celebratory cannon fire, and dozens of hot air balloons floated high in the sky, adorned with lengthy banners. The playground bustled with students, a cacophony of whispers filling the air. Younger students were especially thrilled, as they were permitted to visit the academy's rear mountain teaching area to witness the competition. Upon exiting the dormitory, Yiqing was enveloped in the lively atmosphere, his eyes surveying the throngs of visiting students. The competition was set to occur in the stadium, and Yiqing walked there alongside Wang Yao. With a lollipop in his mouth, Wang Yao asked, So, Qingzi, do you feel confident about winning the championship? Uncertain of the exchange student strength, Yiqing refrained from boasting, If all goes well, it should be fine. Upon entering the stadium, Yiqing found the stands already packed, with nearly the entire faculty and student body taking a day off to attend the event. The sweltering heat made Yiqing perspire lightly as he stood there. The 300 competitors awaited in the preparation area, having just drawn their competition numbers on their phones. The arena had been divided into 10 battle zones, each surrounded by specialized glass that effectively absorbed various energy attributes. Yiqing looked up to see Zhang Xiaoqiang had been released and was currently surrounded by a group of followers, all gathered around a girl in a white dress. Petite and adorable, whom Yiqing presumed was another exchange student. Yiqing-kun, my sister is quite remarkable, is she not? A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Ah, it's you. She is indeed quite lovely, Yiqing replied. Fuji Miyake's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he stated, "My sister is not only attractive but also very powerful. I hope you're not defeated by her." Yi Qing found his arrogance distasteful and shot him a glare, retorting, "Perhaps you should worry more about your own performance. Indeed, don't falter before even reaching the top 8. That would be quite embarrassing," Wang Yao chimed in, having noticed Fuji Miyake's approach and leaving the girl beside him to bolster Yi Qing's confidence. Suddenly, fireworks erupted, and cannon fire resounded as dozens of large Pokeballs exploded above the stadium, releasing a multitude of Pidgey that circled the venue. "Welcome, students, to the first Pokémon Academy campus competition organized by Shanghai City. I am the host for today's event." As the voice echoed, a host clad in a black suit and sunglasses appeared atop a majestic warrior eagle, hovering above the crowd. "Today we gather the finest students from our school. Let's warmly welcome them." 10 holographic projections illuminated, showcasing Yi Qing and the others. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers that filled the air. Wang Yao, overwhelmed by the spectacle, felt his legs weaken. Yi Qing nudged him. "Look at you, such a coward. If you can't handle this small crowd, how will you compete in national or even world competitions?" Wang Yao swallowed hard, trying to sound tough. "What nonsense. Am I afraid? I merely felt a bit dizzy from the heat." He exaggeratedly clutched his head, feigning weakness. Fuji Miyake stood to the side, hands behind his back, awaiting the competition to commence. For him, this was merely a formality, not the destination. He aspired to carry the spirit of the river tribes all the way to the capital Pokémon Academy. Hark! A resounding draconic bellow echoed from the horizon as Salamance's imposing form materialized above the arena. 10 holographic displays instantly shifted, showcasing Headmaster Jiang's affable visage to the assembled crowd. "Greetings, everyone," Headmaster Jiang announced with a genial smile. "I eagerly anticipate your competition. Without further ado, let the matches commence." The school's dignitaries had already taken their places, including a deputy mayor who graced the event with his presence. Headmaster Jiang dismounted Salamence and engaged in cordial discourse with the deputy mayor and faculty. "Very well, let the contest begin," the announcer proclaimed. "Contestants, please refer to the numbers on the projection screens to locate your designated battle stations." Yi Qing glanced upward, noting that he was in the first cohort, assigned to Arena 10. Wang Yao, finding his number absent, casually settled down to enjoy some refreshments. A Monferno? The emergence of Yi Qing's Pokémon immediately garnered attention. It was astonishing that he had managed to achieve such an evolution in a mere month since acquiring his Pokémon. Yi Qing's opponent was in a particularly enviable position. Upon beholding the Monferno, his face paled. He cast a forlorn glance at his dainty Bellsprout, then at the pugnacious Monferno, before promptly surrendering to the referee. The students, accustomed to Yi Qing's extraordinary feats, were no longer easily surprised. As his turn arrived once more, Yi Qing steeled his resolve and proceeded to the battle zone. "My opponent conceded the moment I stepped onto the field," Yi Qing recounted with a shrug. Wang Yao, upon hearing this, was consumed by envy and a desire to grind Yi Qing's face into the dirt. After several more elimination rounds, Yi Qing's adversaries proved to be minor obstacles, swiftly dispatched by Monferno's potent abilities. Fuji Miyamoto also advanced relentlessly, never missing an opportunity to belittle his opponents. "How pathetic. This substandard school is a waste of my time." Such taunts incensed the students of First High, but the disparity in skill left them with no hope of victory. The top 8 of Class 1, only Fuji Miyamoto and Yi Qing remained. Even Huang Mingyao had fallen to Fuji Miyamoto's sister in a round of 16. Zhao Xinran personally offered encouragement, urging Yi Qing to perform naturally and without undue pressure. Yi Qing, observing Wang Yao's disappointment, consoled him. "Making it to the round of 32 is commendable. You've already surpassed many." "Indeed," Wang Yao sighed. "At least I've secured a spot for the island expedition." Yi Qing was intrigued by this. An uncharted island, teeming with Pokémon to capture, presented an irresistible opportunity. The arena was being reconfigured for the quarterfinals, with 4 distinct terrains: grass, rock, water, and ice. With a deafening rumble, the gymnasium's glass roof retracted into the ground, and the floor panels parted to reveal a colossal rock arena ascending from below. Once the arena was fully in place, the announcer declared, "Please welcome Yi Qing and exchange student Morikawa Minako to the stage." Wang Yao clenched his fists. "Go for it. Give him hell." Yi Qing nodded, exchanged a greeting with his homeroom teacher, and strode towards the stage. Yi Qing's popularity had soared during the previous matches, and his arrival was met with enthusiastic cheers. Morikawa Minako was already in position. She offered a graceful bow. "Yi Qing-kun, I look forward to a good match." "Indeed," Yi Qing replied with a smile. "You're far more likable than your brother." From the dais, Headmaster Jiang introduced Yi Qing to the deputy mayor. "This is our school's ace. I intend to groom him into a professional trainer. He will undoubtedly make his mark on the world." The deputy mayor, a man of imposing presence, exuded an aura of authority that made those around him feel uneasy. Promising, he remarked. In his estimation, Yi Qing was merely competent, not deserving of special attention. The referee raised the flag. "Trainers, release your Pokémon. Go, Monferno. Leafeon, I choose you." With a defiant cry, Monferno burst forth, ablaze with fighting spirit, its tail engulfed in roaring flames. Leafeon landed gracefully, its emerald eyes fixed on Monferno. Pokémon, Leafeon, level 17, potential, C condition, healthy gender, female type, electric ability, Volt Absorb, absorbs electric type moves to restore HP. Held item, none egg moves, charm. Baton Pass basic moves, quick attack, sand attack, thunder shock, quick attack, swift, thunder fong move tutor. None TM moves, thunderbolt note. An EV evolution. Its fur can become as sharp as needles and amplify its electrical output. It knows Thunderbolt. Yi Qing thought, startled. If not for his special ability, he might have been caught off guard. He had not encountered her in the previous rounds, nor had she used Thunderbolt, so he was unaware of this hidden weapon. While he also possessed a trump card, it was not yet the time to reveal it. Furthermore, he had used Fake Out before, and he doubted that she had not researched him. She must be prepared. Moreover, Leafeon was known for its speed. If it unleashed a thunderbolt as Monferno approached, the battle would be over. Chapter 77. The frustration of Zhang Xiaoqiang. The competition commenced. Yi Qing announced, "Use Spark." The blazing monkey inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of sparks that roared forth like a machine gun. "We will employ high-speed stars." The thunder sprite flicked its head, and a multitude of golden stars rapidly collided with the sparks in midair. Minako Morikawa was somewhat taken aback. She had previously researched all of Yi Qing's battle videos and summarized the skills used by the blazing monkey. According to Yi Qing's usual combat habits, he would typically launch a surprise attack during her assault, but to her astonishment, he had altered his strategy. Bang, bang, bang. The sparks and high-speed stars clashed incessantly, creating a cloud of dust. While the power of high-speed stars was superior, the sparks were a skill the blazing monkey had honed since childhood, reaching an exquisite level of mastery. Minako Morikawa furrowed her brow. The full-force attack of the blazing monkey proved to be quite challenging. It seemed she would have to reveal Thunderbolt. This Yi Qing was indeed formidable. Determined, Minako decided to change her combat approach. Dash with a flash of electricity. The thunder sprite swiftly transformed into a ball of lightning, zigzagging rapidly towards the blazing monkey. Such a cautious individual. Was she afraid that from a distance, Thunderbolt would miss or be intercepted by surprise clap? Thus, she would likely try to bait out the surprise clap before determining the outcome with Thunderbolt. Given the current situation, even if the blazing monkey endured a Thunderbolt, it would be severely weakened and unable to mount a comeback. Yi Qing understood that he must reveal some of his tactics. Otherwise, securing victory in this battle would be quite difficult. The blazing monkey prepared to defend rapidly. Following orders, the blazing monkey's eyes sparkled with determination, crossing its arms protectively over its chest. The corner of the thunder sprite's mouth curled into a faint smile. Just as it was about to strike the blazing monkey, it suddenly altered its trajectory and soared into the air. What? The audience gasped in astonishment. Having expected the thunder sprite to launch a direct attack, but realizing it merely approached the blazing monkey with a flash of electricity. Minako Morikawa smiled slightly. Thunderfong. Now that rapid defense had failed, her next goal was to draw out the blazing monkey surprise clap. Once the blazing monkey exhausted this skill, It would merely be a moving target before the Thunder Sprite, which could unleash Thunderbolt. With a swift motion, the Thunder Sprite dove from the sky, crackling with electrical energy. Its electric fangs poised to bite down on the blazing monkey. As the Thunder Sprite approached, both Yi Qing and the blazing monkey wore triumphant smiles. Minako's heart raced. She felt she had fallen into the opponent's trap. Bang! At that moment of intense anticipation, the blazing monkey's long tail rapidly stiffened and, with a swift twist, whipped around, delivering a powerful strike to the Thunder Sprite's waist. The Thunder Sprite's eyes bulged as its petite frame nearly split in two from the impact. Sonic Punch! Yi Qing spared Minako no respite. The blazing monkey leaped to chase after the flung Thunder Sprite, its fists howling through the air as they rained down upon the Thunder Sprite's head. Thunderbolt! The Thunder Sprite's physical defense had always been its Achilles heel, and at this moment, Minako could no longer conceal it. Amidst the relentless blows, the Thunder Sprite struggled to keep its eyes open, electricity crackling around its body. Its fur standing on end like steel needles, a torrent of sparks erupting. Surprise clap, Iron Tail. Yi Qing sensed the tides of battle turning in his favor. Indeed. A flustered Minako was hardly a threat. With a resounding slap, the blazing monkey disrupted the Thunder Sprite's Thunderbolt, performing a front flip as its hardened tail sliced through the air, striking the Thunder Sprite down to the ground with a loud crack. Boom! The Thunder Sprite crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, and after several heavy blows, she could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing unconscious. The referee raised a flag. Victory to the blazing monkey. Principal Jiang led the applause from the podium. These exchange students from Little Japan had been specially invited not only to pave the way for Yi Qing, but also to temper their competitive spirit. So impressive, Wang Yao exclaimed, simultaneously cursing Yi Qing for not divulging that the blazing monkey had learned Iron Tail. Not bad, Fuji Miyake smirked, recognizing that Yi Qing was a worthy opponent. How pretentious, he thought, believing himself to be superior. Surrounding students couldn't help but scoff at Fuji's arrogance. Who was Yi Qing? The top student of the entire grade, a talent deserving of serious consideration? This was not merely a slight against Yi Qing, but against the entire Shanghai No. 1 high school. Yi Qing handed the blazing monkey's Pokeball to the medical staff, casting a glance at the still-dazed Minako before walking off the stage. I lost. It turned out that the hidden strength was not solely her own. The others were not as inept as those from other academies. The quarterfinals continued, and Zhang Xiaoqiang was fortunate not to face Fuji Miyake, but rather a classmate. The outcome was predictable, leveraging his father's influence. The opposing contestant dared not unleash their full potential, merely putting on a show before conceding. After all, they had already secured their spot for training and had no desire to offend Zhang Xiaoqiang. Wang Yao shook his head, lamenting, "This guy really does have good fortune." Yi Qing nodded. Indeed, having a good father is quite advantageous. Following Zhang Xiaoqiang, Fuji Miyake commanded his strong rooster to another victory, advancing to the semifinals. He weighed the Pokeball in his hand, glancing disdainfully at his defeated opponent. Such a dull affair, nothing more. The defeated competitor gritted their teeth. "If you have the guts, don't leave after school tonight. Let us settle this in the grove." Fuji Miyake shook his head. "Those I have defeated are unworthy to be my opponents." His words echoed throughout the arena, and many students of the audience looked displeased. They had not anticipated this brash individual would reach the semifinals. Should he claim victory, it would imply that the entire school was inferior. The officials on the podium also wore grim expressions. While this individual was undoubtedly strong, such arrogance was unwarranted. To claim their students were lacking was tantamount to saying their teaching was inadequate. Accelerating rooster, Yi Qing murmured to himself, watching the strong rooster in the arena. What a fighter! This is infuriating. Wang Yao was incensed by Fuji Miyake's words, completely missing what Yi Qing had said. Chapter 78. The Finals, a special edition for my dear brother Miao, who loves fragrant scents. Nothing much. Yi Qing felt a wave of frustration. He refrained from elaborating, well aware that someone so consumed by hormones would hardly comprehend. At that moment, Huang Mingyao interjected, "Yi Qing, you must be cautious. This accelerated mighty chicken is quite formidable." I inquired with friends from other schools, and this creature enabled them to conquer 3 institutions in just over a month. Yi Qing acknowledged her insight, knowing that Huo Mengyao had previously fallen to Fuji Miyake in the top 16, thus possessing a first-hand evaluation of his prowess. As the final match concluded, the names of the 4 finalists were announced: Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang, Fuji Miyake, and a newcomer named Ban Dao Rong. This individual was a transfer student, recently recruited by Principal Jiang, and he wielded a Dai Ruby with remarkable skill. The morning passed swiftly, and after a brief respite at noon, the competition bracket was displayed on the grand screen. Yi Qing versus Zhang Xiaoqiang, Fuji Miyake versus Ban Dao Rong. Wang Yao fanned himself with a hand fan and exclaimed, "Qingzi, your fortune is indeed favorable. It seems you are assured a place in the finals." Yi Qing shot him a sidelong glance, even without encountering him. Reaching the finals would be no challenge. Wang Yao nearly spat out his drink. "Look at you, your boasting has certainly gone to your head." Zhao Xinran, standing at the front of the class, could not resist advising Yi Qing it would be wise to remain vigilant. "Don't worry, teacher," Yi Qing replied, fully aware of whom Zhao Xinran referenced. Nevertheless, he was determined to see Fuji Miyake brought down today. With a resounding click, the arena opened, revealing a lush field of grass. The host announced, "Welcome to the grass arena. Now, let us invite Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang to the stage." Yi Qing released his Inferno Monkey and awaited Zhang Xiaoqiang's arrival. Glaring at the fully evolved Inferno Monkey, Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and reluctantly released his Charmander. Wow! Facing the imposing Inferno Monkey, the still juvenile Charmander instinctively recoiled a few steps. Yi Qing chuckled. "Has your Charmander still not evolved after all this time?" Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling humiliated, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qing. "Isn't it because of you? I've been visiting the police station daily. When would I have time to train my Pokémon?" Yi Qing burst into laughter. "Why don't you tell everyone why you were really there for tea?" Realizing he had misspoken, Zhang Xiaoqiang huffed and fell silent. The match commenced. The referee, indifferent to their animosity, raised his flag and shouted. Zhang Xiaoqiang, aware of his impending defeat, declared, "We shall use Dragon Rage." Yi Qing smiled lightly, clapping Ambush, Iron Tail. The Inferno Monkey swiftly appeared beside Charmander, interrupting his Dragon Rage with a resounding slap, then delivered a powerful tail whip that sent Charmander flying. Wow! Charmander was sent tumbling across the ground, rolling in circles. Yi Qing continued to issue commands, "Chase after him, Iron Tail to finish him off." "I concede." Zhang Xiaoqiang, recognizing the vast disparity in their strength, hastily surrendered, content with a respectable 4th-place finish. With Zhang Xiaoqiang dispatched, Yi Qing effortlessly secured his spot in the finals. Shortly thereafter, Fuji Miyake emerged victorious against Ban Dao Rong's Dai Ruby, which, despite its defeat, had displayed fierce tenacity throughout the match, determined to inflict damage on the mighty chicken. As Fuji Miyake handed his Pokémon to the medical staff, he exchanged a fiery gaze with Yi Qing, sparks flying between them. Meanwhile, the trainer with the Dai Ruby flashed a nonchalant smile and departed the battleground. Wang Yao furrowed his brow. Dai Ruby, a Pokémon not many choose to utilize. Yi Qing concurred, acknowledging the creature's ferocity and difficulty in training, rendering it unsuitable as a starter Pokémon. Huo Mengyao chimed in. What issues could arise from a Pokémon personally recruited by the principal? Wang Yao shook his head, still puzzled. Let's not forget my father is the captain of the security team. Given this Pokémon's fierce demeanor, it likely had a history of aggression. The match was briefly paused to allow Fuji Miyake's Pokémon to recover, after which the referee declared the finals to commence. A loud announcement echoed. This is the final match of the tournament, and the champion will emerge from this contest. Let us cheer for them. At the referee's command, Yi Qing and Fuji Miyake released their Pokémon simultaneously. Pokémon, Mighty Chicken, Level 18, Potential, B status, Healthy gender, Male type, Fire fighting ability, Acceleration, Speed increases with battle duration, Held item, None inherited skills, Rending Claw, Quick movement, Takedown basic skills, Scratch, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck Flame Vortex, Double Kick skill transfer, Flame Punch skill disc, Flamethrower remark, Mighty Chicken can execute 10 rapid kicks in 1 second and intimidates foes with its sharp cries, possessing powerful destructive force in its legs. This Mighty Chicken boasted muscular legs, its body adorned with orange and red feathers, and its razor-sharp claws gleamed like blades. Yi Qing mused that despite fire types suffering from only half damage, he had unexpectedly encountered an accelerated Mighty Chicken. He had to admit, Fuji Miyake's Pokémon was impressive, rivaling the Inferno Monkey in both aptitude and training. Combined with its acceleration ability, overcoming it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, Yi Qing was puzzled by the inclusion of Flamethrower in the Mighty Chicken's repertoire. The synergy of its acceleration ability with any melee skill was far from straightforward. He wondered why it had learned Flamethrower. Was it merely for show? Fuji Miyake declared confidently, "Your path as a trainer ends here. I shall become the demon of your heart." Yi Qing scoffed, "Your sister is quite lovely." Bakiru. Fuji Miyake could not contain himself and let out a curse. The audience, having not clearly heard Yi Qing's earlier remark, now caught Fuji Miyake's expletive loud and clear. Some of the more robust spectators began to roll up their sleeves, contemplating how they would confront this impudent little fellow after the match concluded. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Fuji Miyake composed himself, ignoring the cacophony around him, muttering, "No matter what skills we use, they will be interrupted. Then we shall charge forth." With a determined yell, the Mighty Chicken propelled itself forward, its claws gripping the icy surface with each stride, rapidly closing in on the Inferno Monkey. Chapter 79. A formidable opponent. Do you intend to approach me in this manner to evade my surprise strike? Yi Qing rubbed his wrist and commanded, "Shadow Clone." The fiery monkey's eyes were fixed on the approaching Strength Chicken, and in the next moment, it swiftly conjured 5 shadows to encircle the Strength Chicken. As the fiery monkey employed the Shadow Clone technique, Fuji Miyake immediately instructed, "Use Flame Vortex." With a loud cry, the Strength Chicken opened its mouth, and a swirling vortex of flames rapidly formed, expanding outward from its center. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, jumped to evade. The true form of the fiery monkey propelled itself upward, easily avoiding the flame vortex. Blast of flames. Suspended in midair, the fiery monkey, lacking a solid point of force, left Fuji Miyake unconcerned about the surprise strike interrupting its technique. The Strength Chicken took a deep breath, and a torrent of flames erupted forth, surging toward the fiery monkey, the scorching heat distorting the surrounding air. How impressive! The audience's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that a match between such novice opponents could showcase a display of erupting flames. While others were engaged in playful exchanges, the visual impact of the flame blast was profoundly striking. Yi Qing clenched his fists and shouted, "All show and no substance. Cleave him apart." Hacha! The fiery monkey's long tail quickly hardened, and its body rolled through the air, the iron tail transforming into a shadowy arc, slicing through the sea of flames toward the Strength Chicken below. However, during this process, the fiery monkey inevitably sustained some damage. Fuji Miyake commanded, "Rending Claw." Surprise strike. Both Pokémon moved simultaneously. The fiery monkey dodged to the side of the Strength Chicken and delivered a powerful slap to its face. Had it been any other Pokémon, it would have surely been struck. Yet, under the influence of its acceleration trait, the Strength Chicken barely avoided the blow. But the technique was still interrupted by the surprise strike. Double kick. Sonic Fist. The Strength Chicken leaped, its powerful legs launching a kick toward the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey was not to be outdone, its fists whistling through the air as they collided with the Strength Chicken's foot. Bang! Bang! Hacha! The flames on the fiery monkey's tail flared high, its body bursting forth with astonishing fighting spirit. Fuji Miyake's gaze turned cold. This ends here. Let us see what you can do to turn the tide now. Moving swiftly forward, ignoring Fuji Miyake's taunts, Yi Qing steadied himself and commanded, "Flame Wheel." With claw-like talons, the Strength Chicken moved effortlessly across the icy surface. However, the fiery monkey's paws, resembling human hands, could not grip the ground and could only rely on the flame wheel to pursue. Dodge! As time passed, the Strength Chicken's speed reached its limit. effortlessly sidestepping the flame wheel's attack. Double kick. The strength chicken strode forward, gliding across the ice, its feet kicking up shards as it began to counterattack the fiery monkey. Bang! The strength chicken shattered the weakened flame wheel with a powerful kick, driving its foot into the fiery monkey's lower back. Hacha! The fiery monkey reacted swiftly. After being struck, it turned and unleashed a sonic fist, striking first and exploding upon impact with the strength chicken's other foot. Capture him! Yi Qing's eyes narrowed. Waiting for this moment, the fiery monkey transformed its fist into a palm, executing the monkey-stealing peach technique to seize the strength chicken's ankle. Seeing the strength chicken captured, Fuji Miyake remained unfazed and instead sneered. How laughable! The maximum power of the flame blast. The fiery monkey exerted force, swinging the captured strength chicken high into the air. Over 10 meters up. What was happening? Onlookers could no longer comprehend the battle, bewildered by the strange antics of the two combatants. With a loud cry, the strength chicken adjusted its body in midair and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The surging fire tongue spanned over 3 meters wide, cascading downward like the Milky Way toward the fiery monkey below. The fiery monkey's eyes ignited with fierce flames, its body skimming the ground as it spun rapidly. An unending stream of sparks transforming into a fiery whip that swung wildly, creating an impenetrable barrier. What skill is this? Not only was Fuji Miyake astonished, but even the leaders on the podium were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a technique. It must be a self-created skill. What a promising talent. The deputy mayor nodded, finally recognizing the brilliance within Yi Qing. Principal Jiang continued his analysis. The flames are too dispersed, lacking cohesion. It appears the strength chicken is not yet proficient in this move, otherwise it could break through this technique's obstruction. As the strength chicken descended, Yi Qing clenched his fists and shouted, "Iron Tail!" Fuji Miyake bellowed, "Do not give up, use Rending Claw." Zhao Xinran watched in shock, murmuring to herself, "A self-created skill? This Yi Qing is becoming increasingly inscrutable." Yi Qing go! Wang Yao clenched the snack bag tightly in his hand, shouting encouragement for Yi Qing. The strength chicken plummeted from the sky, harnessing its descent to unleash its sharp claws with a force as lethal as a blade. The claws cut through the air, hissing ominously. The fiery monkey's eyes widened in defiance. Just as it prepared to confront the attack head-on, it suddenly recalled its previous encounter with the water wave against the ugly fish. A contemplative expression crossed the fiery monkey's eyes as it hesitated, evading a direct confrontation with the strength chicken. Then, with its hardened tail straightened, it seized the moment when the strength chicken could not adjust its position, swinging its tail to strike from the side. With a shout, the sudden change left the strength chicken momentarily disoriented, forcing it to adjust its rending claws attack direction to block the incoming iron tail. Yi Qing observed this scene with satisfaction. It seemed the fiery monkey had truly improved, no longer fighting like a wild Pokémon that only knew brute force. The strength chicken indeed lived up to its name, having outpaced the fiery monkey significantly throughout the battle. Though it managed to block at the last second, it was still struck by the iron tail just before it could fully intercept the blow. Sizzle! The clash between Rending Claw and Iron Tail created a shower of sparks. Chapter 80. The championship after a brief stalemate. The mighty chicken, devoid of any leverage, was sent soaring into the air. Nevertheless, thanks to its rippling claws, it sustained minimal injuries. Yi Qing would not let this golden opportunity slip away. He charged forward, unleashing the sonic fist. Fuji Miyake, furrowing his brow in panic, urged, "Dodge quickly." In the heat of the moment, Yi Qing disregarded decorum, retorting dodge. "Who do you think you are, the protagonist? Attack him." The fire monkey propelled itself upward with a powerful kick, chasing after the flying mighty chicken. It landed 2 massive feet squarely on the chicken's abdomen, transforming it into a sled gliding across the ice, while its fists, propelled by fierce winds, relentlessly pounded the chicken's legs. The mighty chicken let out a series of anguished cries, yet could not escape the fire monkey-esque grasp. With a resounding crash, it collided with an icy rock, and before it could catch its breath, the fire monkey's tail whipped back at it once more. Fuji Murasaki shouted, "Use the double kick," responding to the command. The mighty chicken struggled to open its eyes and kicked upward with all its might. Given that the fire monkey was positioned directly above, those kicks landed solidly on its abdomen. Fortunately, the chicken's legs were already battered, although the fire monkey was sent flying several meters. The damage it endured was far less severe than before. The mighty chicken's stamina dwindled, and the pain in its legs rendered it nearly incapable of standing. "Stand up!" Yi Qing and Fuji Murasaki shouted in unison, both aware that their Pokémon were nearing their limits. The fire monkey and the mighty chicken, both gasping for air, summoned their last reserves and charged at each other. It was a dizzying speed. Despite the mighty chicken's injuries, its acceleration ability remained intact, transforming it into a blur as it rapidly approached the fire monkey. Fuji Murasaki recognized the chicken's faltering legs and yelled, "Now, use the rending claw." The mighty chicken halted beside the fire monkey, raising its sharp claws and lunging for the monkey's nape. Quick defense. Yi Qing had been holding on to this skill for just such a moment. The fire monkey swiftly crossed its arms, enveloped by an invisible shield. The impact of the rending claw was firmly thwarted. The mighty chicken stumbled back, wincing in pain, as its previously injured leg flared with agony from the earlier blows. How could this be? Fuji Murasaki murmured, seemingly resigned to the fate of the mighty chicken. The fire monkey's eyes ignited with fierce flames and with a swift motion. It engulfed the chicken within a fiery embrace before raising its blazing fist and delivering a thunderous blow to the chicken's head. After enduring that strike, the mighty chicken's eyes rolled back and it collapsed. However, in the next moment, the fire monkey also weakened and fell to the ground. Yi Qing recognized that it had exhausted its stamina. After employing numerous skills, even a body of iron could not withstand such strain. Furthermore, witnessing the mighty chicken fall had stripped the fire monkey of its mental fortitude. The referee declared, "The mighty chicken has lost its combat ability. The fire monkey is victorious." The host exuberantly announced, "The fire monkey has triumphed. The champion of this campus tournament is contestant Yi Qing." Impressive. Wang Yao cheered, casting a glance toward Fuji Murasaki's sister, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After the match concluded, Principal Jiang took to the stage to speak, officially declaring the end of the campus Pokémon tournament, with prizes to be distributed thereafter. Yi Qing, uninterested in the principal's monologue, hurriedly brought the fire monkey to the infirmary, with Fuji Murasaki closely trailing behind. After entrusting the fire monkey to the doctor, Yi Qing awaited patiently outside. Fuji Murasaki approached and remarked, "You were merely fortunate this time. I hope we can engage in a true battle in the wild next time." Yi Qing thought to himself that the man must be deranged. "I'm busy pursuing girls. I have no time." Fuji Murasaki, taken aback, pondered for a moment before saying, "Oh, is it because there is no wager? 50,000. If I lose, I will gladly give you 50,000. 50,000? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's demeanor shifted instantly, warming toward Fuji Murasaki, realizing he was indeed a veritable financial windfall. "All right, I accept your challenge. However, the timing of the match will be determined by me." Fuji Murasaki was surprised by Yi Qing's swift agreement and nodded very well. With that, he turned and departed, seeming to regard the fallen mighty chicken with diminishing importance. At that moment, after concluding his speech, Principal Jiang approached Yi Qing alongside Vice Mayor Wang. "Yi Qing, allow me to introduce you to Vice Mayor Wang of Shanghai City, who also serves as the Vice President of the Shanghai Pokémon Association." Principal Jiang said with a smile. Vice Mayor Wang, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and exuding vitality, appeared to be in his 30s and donned spectacles. In the presence of this esteemed figure, Yi Qing politely greeted, "Hello, Vice Mayor Wang." "Hello, Yi Qing," Vice Mayor Wang replied with a smile. "I watched your match and am quite impressed with your self-created skill." "Thank you," Yi Qing responded courteously. After exchanging a few pleasantries devoid of substance, Vice Mayor Wang departed with Principal Jiang. For someone of his stature, Yi Qing's performance, while not extraordinary, was commendable, though uncertain of future developments. Forging a connection with such a prodigious talent during his youth could prove invaluable. After waiting a while longer, Yi Qing finally left the infirmary with the now-recovered fire monkey. Wang Yao, upon seeing Yi Qing emerge, enthusiastically clasped his shoulder, exclaiming, 300,000. You've secured the skill disc. Brother, you're a fortune. Yi Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Stay low-key. 300,000 isn't that much. Witnessing Yi Qing's haughty attitude, Wang Yao nearly retched his overnight meal. The following morning, the prizes were presented to Yi Qing, and several classmates aspiring to be streamers sought to collaborate with him for a live broadcast. Zhao Xiran stood at the podium, beaming as she announced, "Our class has performed admirably this time, not only clinching the first and second places, but also boasting a significant proportion of students in the top 100. As you may have heard, next month, our academy will hold a wilderness survival training camp on a deserted island, aimed at establishing a solid foundation for your future as trainers. After all, when you venture into the wild on your own, no one will be there to protect you. For those outside the top 100, do not lose heart. Strive to enhance your capabilities for the next tournament." Chapter 81. Special Training Before the Trial, listening to Zhao Xiran's words. Those who secured a spot in the class were undoubtedly filled with joy. The thought of survival on a deserted island or exploring a small forest was exhilarating. However, those who ranked outside the top 100 displayed expressions of disappointment, as they would not be able to participate in this trial. Nevertheless, Yi Qing wholeheartedly agreed with the school's decision. The wilderness is fraught with unpredictability. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril, and the teachers may not be able to provide timely rescue. Thus, for the sake of their safety, those lacking sufficient strength in their Pokémon should remain at school. Zhao Xiran continued, "All right, I will now distribute the agreement for this trial. If there are no issues, please have your guardian sign it." Once the document reached his hands, Yi Qing glanced over it. The primary content of the agreement stated that participation in this activity was voluntary, and everyone should act within their capabilities. Should they encounter insurmountable dangers, the school would not be held responsible for any resulting consequences. At the bottom, there was a link for insurance, urging everyone to purchase personal accident coverage to ensure compensation in the unfortunate event of serious injury. In this world, Pokémon trainers hold a significant profession and are active in every corner of the globe. Due to the absence of extraordinary innate abilities found in true newcomers, the mortality and disability rates among trainers are alarmingly high. This is not an anime. Each year, there are at least millions who meet their demise from Pokémon attacks, with countless others left disabled. Upon returning home, Yi Qing presented the agreement to his mother. "Have you made your decision?" Mother Yi, having traversed the path of youth herself, understood the trials well, coming from a privileged background. Yi Qing nodded firmly. "I've made up my mind. If I lack this bit of courage, how can I call myself a trainer?" Mother Yi smiled with reassurance. "Very well, then I shall sign." Observing her slightly trembling hand, Yi Qing recognized her anxiety. But there was no alternative. This was an inevitable rite of passage for every trainer. Moreover, with the school responsible for security, the risks have been minimized. Later, when venturing alone into the unknown, such privileges would no longer be available. At that point, it would be a matter of life and death, where one must confront fate head-on. After securing the signed agreement, Yi Qing briskly entered his sister's room. He gazed at her practice notebook and inquired, "Are you aiming to become a breeder?" Yi Menghan nodded. "Yes. When you become a trainer, I will be a breeder, allowing me to alleviate your concerns." Yizving, touched by her words, ruffled her hair and, after a moment of silence, gently asked, "Aren't you going to review for the entrance exam?" Yi Menghan shook her head, pouting. "Those questions are too simple. I mastered them in the second year of middle school. Let's not write for now. Brother has something exciting to show you." As he spoke, Yi Qing pulled out his phone, revealing his account balance. Over 300,000. Yi Menghan gasped, covering her mouth, her wide eyes fixated on Yi Qing. He chuckled. "So, I told you to trust me, right? Just focus on your exams. Leave the tuition to me." He added, "By the way, I noticed you're researching energy cubes. Would you like me to buy you some tree fruits for deeper study?" Yi Menghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes. Thank you, brother." These tree fruits were not inexpensive. In just a few cost Yi Qing several hundred yuan. The flame burst was even pricier, costing around 50 to 60,000. Early the next morning, Yi Qing picked up a package and went shopping at the mall. Afterward, he set off alone to Jinsei Forest for special training, burdened with supplies. "Ah, it's you again." At the foot of the mountain, the gatekeeper immediately recognized Yi Qing. "What a coincidence, old man." Yi Qing nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of familiarity with the gatekeeper, having seen him each time he visited. The gatekeeper retorted with mock annoyance. "Coincidence? It's just me on duty all year round." Yi Qing merely smiled. Entering Jinsei Forest via a lesser-known path, he planned to remain there for the weekend in preparation for the upcoming wilderness trial. He retrieved a skill disc for the move Flame Burst and affixed it to a Pokeball. Only when the green light illuminated did he call out, "Come forth, Monferno." Acha! Upon emerging, Monferno leaped into the trees, reveling in the surroundings. "Have you mastered Flame Burst?" "Acha!" Monferno confidently placed his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, inhaled deeply, and then a roaring flame erupted skyward. Yi Qing applauded, "Very impressive." Monferno had already perfected his previous move, Ember, and the principles of Flame Burst were quite similar. With the aid of the skill disc, it would have been baffling if he hadn't learned it by now. Bringing Monferno to a small river, Yi Qing released his shiny Magikarp. The care it had received over the past days showed remarkable results. The brown patches on its body had lightened significantly, and its previously dull scales now shimmered vibrantly. At first, shiny Magikarp appeared aloof, like an unyielding iceberg. But when it noticed the wild Pokémon frolicking around it without disdain, it was taken aback. Previously, it had been shunned wherever it went. Who would have thought it would experience acceptance one day? This transformation instilled a growing sense of confidence within it, and its vacant eyes shimmered with unshed tears, an emotion incomprehensible to those who had not experienced such a feeling. Hacha! Monferno, having just mastered Flame Burst, was eager to practice with shiny Magikarp. Shiny Magikarp cast a disdainful glance at Monferno, initially disinterested, but upon Yi Qing's prompting, it reluctantly unleashed a water pulse toward Monferno. Yi Qing paid them no mind, instead setting up his camping gear, intending to enjoy a hot pot feast by the beautiful riverside. He still had the guard skill disc, which left him in a quandary. The guard skill was exceedingly rare in reality. While available on the market, it was often snatched up immediately, with long waiting lists at every store. Unlike Quick Guard, it could withstand almost any conventional attack as long as it did not exceed defensive limits, making it an invaluable life-saving skill. Chapter 82. Enhancement of Strength. Observing the fierce battle between the two little creatures, Yi Qing found himself in a quandary. Should he bestow the upgrade upon the agile fire monkey or the unpredictable ugly fish? The evolution of ugly fish remained an enigma, and with an impending training expedition to the perilous wilderness, it seemed prudent to prioritize the more nimble fire monkey. It must be said, however, that the dominance of the ugly fish was nothing short of astonishing. Despite the fire monkey having mastered the skills of Flame Jet and Iron Tail, it merely held the upper hand in their aquatic skirmishes without any decisive advantage. Unless the ugly fish could be lured ashore, the fire monkey would struggle to defeat her in the water. In a flash of light, the coveted skill was successfully acquired by the fire monkey. This string of triumphs elicited a sigh of admiration from Yi Qing, who marveled at the creature's exceptional aptitude, a feat not easily replicated by other Pokémon within such a short time frame. The ugly fish remained oblivious to these developments, her sole focus on her quest for beauty, leaving little room for concern over Yi Qing's favoritism. Setting up a multifunctional folding table, Yi Qing prepared a pot and began adding ingredients. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, soon attracting a gathering of wild Pokémon. The big-tail, long-tailed grasper, snake-patterned bear, thunder beast, Yubo, mosquito tadpole, and Psyduck, all gazing hungrily. Yi Qing surveyed the scene, noting the mediocre qualifications of the newcomers. Adhering to the principle of hospitality, he produced a box of energy cubes and called out to them, "Not only do I have delectable food, but also scrumptious energy cubes. If you can withstand a minute against the fire monkey and ugly fish, you may join us for camping." With a fierce spirit ignited, the fire monkey, newly equipped with 2 skills, was eager for a challenge. The ugly fish, meanwhile, flicked her tail in the river, now attentive to Yi Qing's words. Though her aloof demeanor was still evident, a habit formed over time, seemingly beyond her control. The surrounding Pokémon exchanged contemplative glances, while Yi Qing, unhurried, took an energy cube and delicately scraped a layer of powder from its surface. The sweet scent carried on the breeze, capturing the attention of the wild Pokémon, causing drool to flow freely. One long-tailed grass spur, unable to contain itself, tumbled from a tree with a thud. Delighted by the effect, Yi Qing knew he had to make them compete for their meal, urging them to challenge the fire monkey and ugly fish. Without hesitation, the thunder beast boldly stepped forward, initiating the first challenge. Hacha! The fire monkey clenched its fists and charged at the incoming thunder beast. The ugly fish was not idle either. Initially, few Pokémon sought her out, but as the fire monkey became preoccupied, water-type Pokémon gradually began to challenge the seemingly aloof, ugly fish. Sitting on the ground, Yi Qing opened the pot, savoring his meal while enjoying the spectacle. Nearby, a Psyduck stood, cradling its head, alternating its gaze between the ugly fish and the fire monkey, then casting a curious glance in Yi Qing's direction. Yi Qing felt a twinge of unease. Psyduck's intentions were often hard to decipher. After a moment of contemplation, Psyduck approached Yi Qing, oblivious to the commotion, and extended its little paw toward the energy cubes. With a dismissive glance, Yi Qing lightly tapped Psyduck's webbed foot with his chopsticks. If you wish to eat, you must first challenge them. Psyduck looked on, bewildered, neither retracting its paw nor moving from its spot, simply staring at Yi Qing with wide eyes. At that moment, the bruised, long-tailed grass spur returned from its challenge, bouncing over with a triumphant grin. Yuba? Long-tailed grass spur glanced at Psyduck, seemingly questioning its presence, and addressed Yi Qing with a pointed gesture at its own battered face, as if to protest Psyduck's audacity. Yi Qing, bemused by Psyduck's nonchalance, remained firm in his decision. No challenge, no food. Ignoring Yi Qing's admonition, Psyduck continued to fixate on the food. Here, Yi Qing said, having consumed some hot pot, breaking a piece of the energy cube and tossing it into the mixture. Long-tailed grass spur clapped excitedly, feeling that the beating had been worth it. As more and more Pokémon successfully challenged the fire monkey and ugly fish, Yi Qing had nearly finished his meal. Observing the gathering of over a dozen wild Pokémon, he decided it was time for the fire monkey and ugly fish to take a breather. The numerous battles had broadened their understanding, which was precisely Yi Qing's intent. Engaging with Pokémon of various types significantly enhanced their combat awareness and experience. Psyduck turned to glance at them, then resumed its pondering posture, fixating on the energy cubes. As Yi Qing watched the merry gathering of wild Pokémon, Psyduck cautiously placed its paw on the food, and after a moment of no objection, it revealed a triumphant expression. The fire monkey, having forgotten whether it had battled Psyduck, stuffed a handful of food into its mouth. Although Yi Qing noticed Psyduck's pilfering, he chose to overlook it. After all, he was not particularly concerned about the small portion it might consume. Meanwhile, the ugly fish remained aloof, delicately nibbling at her meal, adhering to the unspoken rule of silence among young ladies during dining. These past few days had been transformative for both the fire monkey and ugly fish. The allure of food had compelled various types of Pokémon to engage in numerous battles with them. The fire monkey had not only advanced to level 19, but had also refined its mastery of Flame Jet and Guard. Especially noteworthy was the ugly fish, who, after considerable effort, had finally reached level 21. It was believed that upon her evolution, her strength would undergo a remarkable transformation, with multiple level advancements being a distinct possibility. After all, both ugly fish and Magikarp were known for their dramatic transformations upon evolution, promising an extraordinary shift in their capabilities. In the days leading up to their imminent wilderness training, Yi Qing balanced his time between nurturing his two Pokémon at school and anticipating the challenges that lay ahead. On the playground, Wang Yao commanded a lithe forest lizard, adorned with long leaves on its wrists and head, shouting, "Energy Ball!" The forest lizard positioned its hands before its chest, conjuring a soccer ball-sized green energy sphere that spiraled toward the fire monkey, kicking up clouds of dust in its wake. Yi Qing calmly instructed Guard. As the energy sphere hurtled toward the fire monkey, it grinned, arms gradually spreading wide in preparation. Chapter 83. The journey begins. Buzz. A verdant, spherical barrier suddenly expanded, firmly encasing the blazing monkey within. Boom! The energy orb detonated against the protective dome, sending shards of energy reverberating outward. Huh! The blazing monkey merely grinned. The energy sphere had inflicted not the slightest harm upon him. Wang Yao, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Yi Qing, you are being unreasonable. How can one engage in combat under such circumstances?" Huh! The forest lizard panted heavily, unable to secure victory against the blazing monkey, which had a distinct advantage over him. Yi Qing Jun. Just then, a soft, melodious voice wafted from behind. Wang Yao glanced up and instantly donned a love-struck expression, pointing at something behind Yi Qing. The girl, with fair skin and long, flowing hair, stood around 165 meters tall, dressed in a striking JK uniform that accentuated her beauty. As Yi Qing opened her mouth to speak, Wang Yao dashed over at lightning speed, a pace that even the forest lizard found astonishing. Wang Yao casually draped an arm over Yi Qing's shoulder and, with a glint in his eye, inquired, "Beautiful lady, do you require assistance from my brother?" "Fear not. Feel free to ask. I assure you that I will divulge everything." Minako Morikawa smiled sweetly, addressing the two. "My brother tends to be rather reckless. I hope you can forgive any offense." Wang Yao hurriedly feigned nonchalance, responding, "Rest assured, fair maiden, your brother is your brother, and you are you. We shall not treat you both the same." This somewhat convoluted expression left Minako Morikawa struggling to comprehend, yet she managed a strained smile to indicate her understanding. "Thank you," she said, offering a slight bow. Observing her demeanor, Wang Yao, exhilarated, asked, "No need for thanks. Would you like to form a team? I hear the deserted island we are destined for may harbor dangers." Minako Morikawa shook her head. "Thank you, but I believe I will accompany my brother." As she turned to leave, Wang Yao's hand remained raised in disappointment. Yi Qing, exasperated, pushed him away. "Is it really necessary? Do you lose your composure at the sight of a woman?" Wang Yao shook his head disdainfully. "You simply do not understand. This is the allure of foreign charm." Ugh! Yi Qing nearly retched at his ostentatious display. For days, everyone had been eagerly anticipating the announcement from the school, and finally, on October 1st, the official notification arrived. The training on the deserted island would commence. This training would take place on an uncharted island within the domestic inland sea, with the objective of surviving alone for 7 days. It was rumored that the island was teeming with spirits and dense vegetation, presenting both opportunities and perils. Given the potential risks to student safety, the school's protective measures were unprecedentedly robust. Led personally by Principal Jiang, the entourage consisted of 20 teachers from various disciplines, accompanied by 10 security personnel providing direct escort. The primary focus was wilderness survival. Thus, each participant could only bring items related to spirits and essential food and medicine. All other items were strictly prohibited. Yi Qing, with considerable financial means, astutely purchased 2 spirits, a month's supply of intermediate energy cubes, and provisions. Additionally, he stocked up on various basic energy cubes and 6 high-grade Pokeballs, preparing for the acquisition of another spirit. As there were no wild beasts in the wilderness to satiate hunger, Yi Qing procured a substantial quantity of chocolate and compressed biscuits, while water was not a concern, as the school assured that freshwater streams flowed across the island. That morning, Yi Qing specifically acquired a waterproof, oversized travel bag, stowing all of his belongings within. The blazing sun hung high in the sky as Yi Qing and his companions, brimming with excitement, boarded a bus to the dock at Shanghai City. Zhao Xinran stood at the front of the bus, explaining, "This is a safety wristband similar to those used in wilderness zones. It contains a positioning system and dispersal spray. Should danger arise, press it immediately, and a rescue team will come to your aid." Yi Qing took the wristband, examining it closely, confirming it was indeed the same model used in wilderness zones. Through the window, the vast expanse of azure ocean unfolded before them, while the dock was swarmed by countless seagulls, eagerly awaiting tourists to feed them. Luxurious yachts were docked along the shore, with elegantly dressed individuals coming and going. The 10 security personnel were already in position, lined up neatly at the dock. The scent of the sea filled the air as Wang Yao leapt off the bus, intoxicated by the ocean breeze, closing his eyes in bliss. Class beauty, Hua Mingyao nudged him. Hurry up. We have an entire week to enjoy the sea. Wang Yao shook his head, lamenting, alas, I feel sorry for my girlfriend back home. Yi Qing's 100-strong group quickly formed ranks at the dock, awaiting the principal's address. Principal Jiang released a colossal axolotl, its imposing figure instantly capturing the attention of all at the dock. Such a magnificent axolotl. My heavens, is that a quasi-divine being? The prowess of the faculty at the first high school was indeed formidable. It seemed sending children to this institution was a worthy endeavor. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, followed by the incessant clicking of camera shutters. Inwardly, Principal Jiang commended his own actions, recognizing that he had unwittingly provided the school with invaluable publicity, saving a fortune in advertising costs. Clearing his throat, he called out to Zhao Xinran, Teacher Zhao, the floor is yours. Zhao Xinran nodded, and amidst the crowd's puzzled gazes, she tossed forth an extraordinarily heavy sphere. With a resounding, prolonged cry, a massive whale emerged from the depths of the sea, its body measuring several dozen meters and weighing hundreds of tons. Its weight created crashing waves that relentlessly lashed against the dock. The sight of the whale left Yi Qing and his peers wide-eyed. They had not expected their homeroom teacher to possess such a remarkable spirit. Spirit, whale, level 37, potential, sea status, healthy gender, male type, water ability, water veil held item, damp rock inherited skills, water ring, body slam, mountain crush basic skills, water leap, water gun, rollout, water pulse wave saltwater, mist heavy slam, roar spray skill teaching, hyper voice icy wind skill discs, protect ice beam, blizzard, solar beam, surf note. The whale leaps from the water in pursuit of prey, creating towering waves in the process. Their coordinated movements are truly awe-inspiring. Gazing at the opulent skill set of the whale, Yi Qing could not help but exclaimed that this was the epitome of a wealth-driven trainer. The thought of having to save for ages just to purchase a flamethrower skill disc was disheartening when compared to the likes of this. Let us proceed. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Xinran, being a woman, lifted her delicate chin with pride. Chapter 84. Youngster, have you heard of the foot of evolution? The wilderness of this world is fraught with danger, as certain highly aggressive wild spirits will not hesitate to seize any unsuspecting prey. A group of over 100, led by Yi Qing, carefully ascended the specially constructed platform at the dock to climb onto the back of the roaring whale king, marveling at its smooth and supple skin, reflecting on how wealthy teacher Zhao truly is. The roaring whale king let out a resonant call, propelling itself swiftly into the depths of the sea with a powerful sweep of its massive tail. Thanks to Zhao Xinran, the prime spots on the roaring whale king were occupied by the first class's students. Wang Yao stood atop the whale's head, striking a pose reminiscent of the Titanic. Fuji Miyuki and her brother gazed at the distant sea with a furrowed brow, their expressions shrouded in mystery. Yi Qing reclined comfortably on the whale's head, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds in utter bliss. The roaring whale king's carefree swimming inevitably provoked the ire of many ocean spirits, yet most of them, upon witnessing the group's formidable presence, chose to retreat in silence. However, there were those with fiery tempers, and one particularly irate Gyarados unleashed a torrent of water, as thick as a barrel from its gaping maw. Principal Zhang's anger flared. Impudence. Dragon wave. The furious salamence roared in response, unleashing a blue energy shockwave that effortlessly shattered the water cannon, its residual force crashing into the Gyarados. Despite its notoriously short temper, the Gyarados, recognizing the peril, hastily turned and fled, vanishing into the vast ocean in the blink of an eye. It was evident that Salamence had shown restraint. Otherwise, given the vast disparity in strength, the Gyarados would have been severely battered. "Oh, Gyarados!" Wang Yao exclaimed, nearly drooling. Such a majestic and powerful spirit had always been his favorite. Yizving, resting his hands behind his head, leisurely remarked, "Why not just buy a Magikarp and raise it yourself?" Wang Yao suppressed the impulse to roll his eyes, Brother, are you unaware of how slim the chances are for a Magikarp to evolve? Minako Morikawa, tidying her hair tousled by the sea breeze, turned her gaze toward Yi Qing, recognizing the industry consensus on the difficulty of a Magikarp's evolution. Sensing that Yi Qing's tone hinted at something more, an idea struck Yi Qing, and he sat up to scrutinize Wang Yao. Wang Yao, feeling scrutinized, grew somewhat anxious. What is it? I'm not interested in men. Yi Qing, with a mischievous grin, replied, how about I teach you a special method from Magikarp's evolution? An exclusive secret. Is that for real? Wang Yao asked, skeptical. Had it been the old Yi Qing, he would have dismissed such claims, but now, it was hard to say. His brother had seemingly transformed since the beginning of the semester. Minako, intrigued, leaned closer, her big eyes sparkling. Yi Qing-kun, is there really a special method for Magikarp's evolution? Yi Qing smiled at her, though her brother was not particularly likable. She was quite charming, beautiful, and endearing. Reflecting on the foot of evolution for little Kojiro, Yi Qing teased, it won't work for you. Only for foolish wealthy types like Wang Yao. Hey, you can't insult people like that. Wang Yao protested, suddenly agitated, aware that the girl was still nearby. Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. So, do you want to know? Wang Yao, feigning indifference, resolutely shook his head and gazed melancholically at the ocean. Minako stifled a giggle, finding the exchange between the two quite amusing. Minako, come here for a moment. Fuji Miyuki called out from a distance, unable to contain her irritation at her sister's banter. Oh, Minako waved goodbye to Yi Qing and trotted over to her brother. Noticing Minako had moved away, Wang Yao could no longer hold back and hastily approached Yi Qing, eager to learn the special method for Magikarp's evolution. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Really want to know? Absolutely. Wang Yao nodded vigorously. Yi Qing, unable to tease him any longer, imparted the secret of little Kojiro's evolution to him. Is this for real? Wang Yao's first reaction was skepticism, but seeing the serious expression on his friend's face, he sensed sincerity. Yi Qing affirmed, indeed. Considering Yi Qing's mother's prestigious background, the revelation seemed credible, igniting Wang Yao's enthusiasm. All right, once this training is over, I'll buy a Magikarp to try it out. If I succeed, Qingzi, I'll acknowledge you as my elder brother. Yi Qing encouraged further. Why buy one? Just catch one on the island. Wang Yao pondered for a moment before nodding decisively. You're right. Without the courage to burn bridges, how can one achieve evolution? Yi Qing had merely spoken casually, yet Wang Yao seemed to take it to heart. Wang Yao, resolutely folding his arms, declared, no, my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. Yi Qing, bemused, wondered how Wang Yao had become so stubborn all of a sudden. However, seeing his determination, he decided to let it be, if necessary. He could help him pick out a good egg later. After approximately 3 hours, around noon, they finally spotted a verdant island where the sea met the sky. Principal Jiang shouted from above, we will airdrop everyone to various locations on the island. Team formations are prohibited during this wilderness challenge. You must complete it independently. As soon as Principal Jiang finished speaking, Zhao Shiran released a 7-star bird, calling out to Yi Qing, get on. At this moment, the other teachers and security personnel began ferrying their students toward the island. Yi Qing gazed down from the heights, observing that the island was an irregular diamond shape, with only the northern coastline featuring a vast sandy beach, while the remaining areas were sheer cliffs. The tumultuous sea surged beneath the cliffs, with waves crashing against the rocky walls, producing a resounding roar. The terrain was flat on 3 sides of the island, with a steep peak rising only on the southern side. Yi Qing swiftly captured several photographs with his phone, documenting the island's overall appearance. Noticing Yi Qing's actions, Zhao Shiran remarked, you're quite astute. Hearing this, Yi Qing suddenly conceived a clever idea. It's all thanks to your excellent teachings. It is truly an honor for a student to encounter a teacher as beautiful and talented as you. Zhao Shiran clearly appreciated the compliment, as no woman dislikes being praised. She deliberately selected a prime landing spot for Yi Qing, allowing the 7-star bird to descend. All right, enough flattery. You can disembark here. Sure thing. Yi Qing rejoiced inwardly. For Zhao Shiran had chosen the island's sole sandy beach as the landing site, a truly enviable location. Chapter 85. The hasty escape. It is essential to recognize that the island's vegetation is dense, should one be dropped into the forest. It is quite possible that a ferocious bear would leap from the underbrush immediately upon landing, resulting in an instant elimination without any training necessary. In contrast, the beach presents a different scenario. The terrain is flat, and the visibility is unobstructed, save for the occasional coconut tree, with only the need to be cautious of any large crabs lurking beneath the sand. "Thank you, teacher." Yi Qing expressed her gratitude as she leaped from the back of the Qi Shi Qingyao. Zhao Xinran responded with a gentle hum, subsequently guiding the Qi Shi Qingyao to take flight. The blazing sun cast its rays upon the golden sands, creating a dazzling glare, while the waves crashed rhythmically, their sounds intermingling with the vibrant array of shells scattered across the shore. The sensation of the fine, soft sand beneath her feet was incredibly pleasant. A large crab emerged from the beach, glaring at Yi Qing with its bulging eyes, before displaying a show of bravado as it scuttled back towards the ocean. "What's going on? Why is it staring at me?" Yi Qing pondered, feeling compelled to teach it a lesson. "Spark." The fiery monkey unleashed a burst of sparks that exploded before the crab's feet, sending sand flying in all directions. The crab paused, its eyes nearly ablaze with fury. But upon seeing Yi Qing and the fiery monkey, it opted to retreat, choosing to avoid unnecessary conflict. The crab scurried rapidly towards the water, yet its frustration only grew as it reached the surf. Suddenly, it halted, raising its claws to unleash a torrent of bubbles towards the fiery monkey. "Hacha!" The fiery monkey retaliated with a flurry of sonic punches, shattering the bubbles, but by the time it sought to pursue, the crab had already vanished into the depths of the sea. "That crab is quite amusing," Yi Qing chuckled, calming the fiery monkey. "Let be. Cha!" The fiery monkey disdainfully exhaled a plume of flame, deciding against further engagement. After instructing the fiery monkey to remain vigilant, Yi Qing retrieved her phone to review the photographs she had just taken. Upon examining the images, she thoughtfully deduced, based on these photos, the river should be in that direction. "Let us go, fiery monkey." With a confirmed direction, Yi Qing ventured into the forest alongside her companion. Due to the limited space in her backpack, she had only a small supply of fresh water, making it imperative to locate a river to replenish her supply in this desolate wilderness. The forest and beach presented starkly contrasting scenes. The dense foliage obscured the sunlight, and eerie sounds of beasts echoed from the shadows. Upon entering, a wave of humid air, fragrant with the scent of grass, enveloped Yi Qing, and the oppressive heat was a challenge to endure. Bizarrely shaped ancient trees towered above, their massive canopies blocking the sky, while thick vines as robust as fingers coiled around them, growing thicker and longer, strangling nearby branches and creating a unique atmosphere of foreboding. Mindful of her surroundings, Yi Qing instructed the fiery monkey to scout ahead while she cautiously followed in its wake. Boom! A distant explosion reverberated, indicating that someone had already engaged with wild sprites. Relying on her hazy memories, Yi Qing navigated toward the river, skillfully avoiding the encroaching vines and striving to remain silent. As she treaded upon the thick carpet of decaying leaves, Yi Qing pushed aside the obstructive vines. A group of 10 security personnel, along with numerous instructors, had split into 2 teams, with the first already airborne above the island, poised for immediate support. Acha! The fiery monkey, alert to the commotion, quickly darted to Yi Qing's side and then delivered a powerful slap into the thicket. "Who is there?" Yi Qing gasped, swiftly retreating from the area. A ferocious roar echoed through the surroundings, sending branches and leaves flying, revealing the hidden sprite. The towering bear, a formidable creature standing over 2 meters tall and weighing several hundred kilograms, loomed with an imposing presence, its jaw agape, revealing sharp white fangs. Circle bear. Sprite. Circle bear, level 30. Potential, D. Status, light injury, hunger, gender, male attribute. Normal ability, swift foot, increases speed under abnormal conditions. Held item, none inherited skills. Charge-based skills, throw. Grab, lick, scramble, split, arm slam skill transfer. Flame punch, trash shot skill discs. None remarks. Can effortlessly discern any scent. Even food buried deep underground cannot escape its keen sense of smell. Level 30. This is essentially the level of a trainer sprite. Far beyond what the fiery monkey could contend with. Run! Yi Qing shouted instinctively as the circle bear rose to its full height, weighing at least 500 to 600 kilograms. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed away. Yi Qing executed a roll down a slope, then performed a side flip over a thicket, showcasing her adept skills, much to the astonishment of the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey followed closely, its powerful limbs swiftly maneuvering through the branches, occasionally unleashing bursts of flames to obstruct the bear's pursuit. Having not eaten for several days, the circle bear was determined not to let the opportunity for a tender meal slip away. It charged forward, undeterred by the fiery projectiles, akin to a heavily armored tank rampaging through the woods. Crash! The circle bear's massive paw shattered a tree in its path, trampling through the underbrush with ease. As Yi Qing sprinted ahead, she mentally calculated the odds of combining the efforts of her Cho-Cho fish and the fiery monkey against such a heavyweight sprite. Her concern was not merely about the possibility of defeat, but rather the fear that the circle bear would charge indiscriminately towards her, rendering her sprites ineffective in halting its advance. As Yi Qing's stamina rapidly dwindled from the frantic sprinting, the circle bear emitted a savage roar and accelerated its pace. Spotting a towering tree that could accommodate 3 to 4 people embracing it, Yi Qing grasped it tightly, her feet pushing off as she swiftly ascended. Having undergone training in basic skills such as climbing trees in school, Yi Qing found its second nature, aside from swimming, which she also handled with ease. The fiery monkey followed closely, turning to unleash flames that engulfed the area below, successfully delaying the circle bear's advance. The surrounding flora quickly exuded unique sap to extinguish the flames, and before long, the ignited plants were extinguished, reaching a height of over 5 meters. Yi Qing stood securely between the branches and released her Cho-Cho fish from its pockball. At that moment, the circle bear roared beneath the tree, its massive paws relentlessly pounding against the roots. However, the tree proved exceptionally resilient, standing firm against the bear's onslaught. Hold it off from climbing the tree. Fiery monkey. Unleash flames. Cho-Cho fish. Use dragon breath. Yi Qing commanded, steadying herself. Roar. The circle bear crouched low, its claws digging into the ground, a violet aura emanating as it forcefully hurled a massive wave of soil and debris towards Yi Qing. Chapter 86. Intense battle boom. 3 streams of energy converged in midair. The garbage shot truly embodied the essence of the poison-type move as it held its ground against the other 2 attacks, thanks to the formidable power of the circle bear. Yi Qing, perched atop a tree, furrowed his brow slightly. Remarkable. Is this the caliber of a trainer's primary Pokémon? Roar. The circle bear bellowed to the heavens, its right arm glowing with a brilliant white light before crashing into the tree trunk with a resounding thud. The massive tree swayed violently, and the inherently unstable Cho-Cho fish nearly tumbled down from its perch. The assault did not cease. The ravenous circle bear was relentless, repeatedly pounding the trunk with its powerful arms. Flames erupted, and waves of water surged. Yi Qing steadied Cho-Cho fish with one hand while clutching the tree with the other, resolved to endure this confrontation with the circle bear to the bitter end. After a brief stalemate, the circle bear, realizing it could not break through, chose to remain beneath the tree, its fierce eyes fixated on Yi Qing. Yi Qing, sensing its intent, mused, "Is it planning to outlast me?" Huh. The fire monkey scratched its head, a look of contemplation crossing its features. The circle bear certainly posed a significant challenge. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the circle bear continued to pace beneath the tree, resting only to deliver powerful blows to the trunk. Fortunately, every time it struck, Fire Monkey and Cho-Cho fish used their ranged abilities to thwart its efforts, and the tree, robust and resilient, withstood the onslaught. Yi Qing remained unperturbed. With ample food supply, he could afford to wait a day or 2. In contrast to Yi Qing's calm demeanor, The circle bear grew increasingly agitated beneath the tree, its hunger compounded by recent injuries, necessitating immediate sustenance. Yi Qing munched on snacks above, occasionally tossing broken branches down to taunt the creature. Each provocation incited the circle bear's fury, yet it found itself powerless. Climbing the tree was thwarted, and ramming into it met with resistance. As night deepened, the forest erupted with the sounds of battle, the roars of various beasts echoing throughout. Principal Jiang and Zhao Xinran patrolled the skies and inadvertently spotted Yi Qing cornered at the tree. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xinran tentatively inquired, "Principal, should we assist Yi Qing?" "No need," Principal Jiang replied, shaking his head. His choice to remain indicates he possesses confidence. Children must learn to grow. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot thrive in the wild. A majestic bird of prey soared above the forest, rustling the leaves with its swift passage. Yi Qing lay back on the branch, murmuring, "Has someone withdrawn?" "Huh." The fire monkey, unable to contain its impatience, squatted on the branch, restless in the face of this standoff. The circle bear, equally frantic with hunger beneath the tree, experienced a haze in its vision. In the first half of the night, the circle bear launched 3 or 4 all-out assaults, each repelled by the combined efforts of fire monkey and cho-cho fish. As the latter part of the night arrived, the circle bear, fatigued and nursing injuries, felt sleep begin to creep in. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with opportunity each time the circle bear attempted to slumber. He instructed cho-cho fish to unleash a water pulse to rouse it. Roar! The circle bear, exasperated, stood upright, relentlessly pounding the ground with its paws. Its ferocious gaze locked onto Yi Qing in the tree. Unfazed, Yi Qing took a bite of bread, continuously monitoring the circle bear's condition. The creature had sustained injuries earlier, and as time passed, its energy waned, exacerbating its wounds. With the dawn's first light rising from the horizon, the forest was shrouded in mist, droplets of dew adorning the leaves. Throughout the night, besides a brief respite for Yi Qing, the 3 Pokémon remained wide awake, enduring until daybreak. While ordinary bears could go months without food, the circle bear was not so fortunate. The constant use of its abilities depleted its stamina, and hunger soon followed. Stalemate persisted until noon, when the circle bear's injuries finally worsened, leaving it with 2 choices: a reckless assault or a hasty retreat in search of new prey. "Huh!" The fire monkey stuffed its mouth with food, turning its back to the circle bear, playfully displaying its backside and making a silly face. Roar! The circle bear, notorious for its violent temperament, instantly changed its mind about retreating, charging towards the tree with a thunderous crash. Dragon breath. Cho-cho fish unleashed a torrent of azure energy. If it struck the circle bear, it might induce paralysis. Fire monkey did not remain idle, using flamethrower to block the circle bear's escape route. The circle bear, undeterred, unleashed its garbage shot, utilizing the smoke from the collision of abilities to obscure its vision, and leaped toward the tree with all its might. Sonic punch. Icy wind. Fire monkey threw itself in front of the circle bear's advance, its fist slicing through the air toward its face. The circle bear, heedless, allowed the sonic punch to connect. A powerful blow, sending fire monkey flying while it roared and charged toward Yi Qing. Cho-cho fish exhaled a frigid gust, enveloping the circle bear in frost. However, the icy layer merely slowed its pace, inflicting minimal damage. The circle bear, ravenous and intent on its target, continued its relentless charge. Its eyes locked onto the ever-growing figure of Yi Qing, determined to reduce this insufferable human to a pulp with a single punch. Yi Qing cradled cho-cho fish, awaiting the precise moment for their decisive confrontation. As the circle bear closed the distance, it raised its massive arm for a crushing blow. Surprise strike, hypnosis. Yi Qing could smell the foul breath of the circle bear as it loomed near, yet he had been waiting for this moment. With astonishing speed, Fire Monkey dashed to the side of the circle bear, delivering a resounding slap to its face, interrupting the impending arm strike. Yi Qing then lifted Cho-Cho Fish, locking eyes with the circle bear. A peculiar energy emanated from Cho-Cho Fish's gaze, rapidly spreading toward the circle bear, which was now within arm's reach. Holding his breath, Yi Qing knew the success rate of hypnosis was only 60%, and without Cho-Cho fish possessing psychic attributes, the odds were further diminished. The circle bear's eyes widened in fury. Indeed, hypnosis failed to take effect. Quickly, Yi Qing prepared to defend himself. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Fortunately, he had a backup plan, otherwise, he would truly be reduced to a mere pulp. Chapter 87. Journey to the riverbank. The fierce fire monkey once again positioned itself protectively in front of Yi Qing, only to be sent sprawling by a powerful blow from the circle bear. Dragon breath. With a brief moment of distraction provided by the fierce fire monkey, the dragon breath from the ugly fish unleashed upon the circle bear. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing leapt down from a tree standing 3 to 4 meters high, using the ugly fish as a cushion to soften his landing, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. Roar! The circle bear, struck by a surge of electrical currents, found itself paralyzed and could only watch as Yi Qing descended. Flame jet. Salt water. Observing the circle bear's immobilization, Yi Qing resolved to stand his ground, determined to engage in a fierce battle. This territory seemed to belong to the circle bear. Despite the prolonged conflict, no formidable wild Pokémon had appeared, leaving him without the option of drawing them away as a diversion. Just as the paralyzed circle bear attempted to retaliate, the electrical currents surged once more, interrupting its feeble attack. Writhing in agony from the flames and salt water, the circle bear tore off a thick branch and hurled it toward Yi Qing. Block it! Yi Qing shouted. Boom! The fierce fire monkey interposed itself valiantly, raising a green shield just in time. But the immense inertia of the branch still knocked it back several steps. Thanks to its speed boost ability, the circle bear leapt down from the tree, its arms raised, radiating blinding white light. Salt water. Fire punch. The ugly fish unleashed a torrent of white water, continuously battering the circle bear, while the fierce fire monkey soared into the air, its flaming fist crashing down upon the circle bear's head. Critical strike. The fire punch enveloped the circle bear's head in searing flames. Bang! The fierce fire monkey was sent sprawling, while the ugly fish sprang back up, delivering another swift blow to the circle bear's head with its iron tail. Roar! The circle bear howled, its body swaying before it finally collapsed to the ground. Is everyone all right? Yi Qing inquired, retrieving a healing spray from his backpack and gently spritzing it on the fierce fire monkey and the ugly fish. The fierce fire monkey groaned weakly, feeling as though its body might fall apart. Each strike from the circle bear had been incredibly forceful, enough to incapacitate an ordinary Pokémon. Just a bit longer. The morning forest thrummed with life, teeming with the presence of wild Pokémon. A caterpie dangled from a branch, its curious eyes observing Yi Qing from a distance. Yi Qing understood its gaze. This was a caterpie striving toward the path of evolution. As Yi Qing journeyed, he sought to avoid conflict with wild Pokémon whenever possible, simultaneously searching for a suitable companion. The island appeared devoid of any ominous locales, prompting him to hope for the discovery of a psychic-type Pokémon. Ideally a Ralts or something similar. Caught in fanciful thoughts, Yi Qing quickly quelled his imagination, lest he conjure an entirely new tale of Ralts to Shinado. As he approached the river, the terrain descended, and the weather became increasingly unpredictable. What had been a clear sky moments ago was now cloaked in dense clouds. Gazing at the white, billowing clouds above, he surmised they were not rain clouds. Noticing the darkening sky, Yi Qing prepared for the worst. Due to limited backpack space and school regulations, none of them had brought tents. Thus, before the rain arrived, he needed to construct a temporary shelter. The air grew increasingly humid, signaling their proximity to the river. The sound of rushing water gradually reached their ears, and Yi Qing exchanged a quick glance with the fierce fire monkey before hurrying toward the source. The vegetation thickened as they approached the river, the trees growing sturdier and the leaves broader. The ground bore numerous tracks of Pokémon, serpentine trails, claw marks, and more. Suddenly, while Yi Qing was focused on their path, the fierce fire monkey halted abruptly, darting to Yi Qing's side and delivering a punch. Bang! A Rattata, attempting to ambush, was sent flying. Yi Qing was startled, but quickly regained his composure. This freshwater river was the lifeblood of the island's Pokémon. The closer they got, the more powerful and aggressive the local Pokémon became, as they needed to protect this precious territory. Angered by the attempted ambush, the fierce fire monkey felt a surge of rage. Had it not been for its quick reflexes, Yiqing might have been harmed, and such a scenario was intolerable. Let's go. Seeing the fierce fire monkey poised to pursue, Yiqing urgently urged it to flee. The fierce fire monkey hesitated, torn between the desire to chase and the instinct to follow Yiqing, ultimately opting to stay close, trusting Yiqing's judgment. As anticipated, the Rattata that had been struck was furious, screeching in place. Soon, the ground was filled with the sounds of digging, as numerous Rattata and their young emerged from the earth and bushes, quickly gathering to pursue Yiqing and the fierce fire monkey, who had not yet escaped. Yiqing was not surprised. Both Rattata and their young were social creatures, known for their temperamental nature and collective strength. They understood the importance of unity. Irritate one, and they would all retaliate like a swarm of angry Spearow. Yiqing shielded his head with his hands, aware of his own limitations, focusing solely on his escape. Meanwhile, the fierce fire monkey had no such concerns, using its iron tail to swat away a Rattata while unleashing a flurry of punches to send any approaching young Rattata flying. As long as they were not surrounded, these minor opponents posed little threat. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed from the sky as lightning streaked across the heavens. Yiqing looked up to see the previously white clouds darkening ominously. A torrential downpour was surely imminent, as light rain was a rarity on islands. With Sonic Punch, Fire Punch, and Iron Tail, the fierce fire monkey fought back while running, growing increasingly exhilarated, entering a state of heightened awareness as dormant memories buried within its genes began to resurface. Chapter 88. Realization. The fiery monkey experienced a moment of enlightenment, squinting its eyes as it raised its right foot and delivered a sudden kick to an approaching Rattata. Bang! The Rattata was sent tumbling to the ground, sustaining considerable damage. Was that knockdown? Although Yiqing had been frantically fleeing, he nonetheless kept an eye on the situation behind him and immediately noticed this turn of events. He was astonished to witness the fiery monkey mastering this skill during battle. Truly impressive, my monkey brother. With a newfound knockdown skill, the fiery monkey's momentum surged its fists, tail, and feet transforming into sharp points of attack, relentlessly striking down the Rattata swarm. Yiqing intentionally ran toward an area dense with vegetation, deliberately refraining from allowing the fiery monkey to use its flame jet, treating the Rattatas as mere stepping stones for his alchemical endeavors. After a while, seeing the casualties mounting, the Rattatas finally ceased their pursuit in indignation. The fiery monkey emerged from its profound state, unleashing an astonishing aura, flames erupting from its tail and singeing the air near Yiqing's brow. Had it broken through? Observing the fiery monkey reach level 22, Yiqing was filled with excitement, realizing that the recent battle had indeed been highly beneficial. He paused, offering the fiery monkey an energy cube while resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Had it not been for the daily physical training at school, he would have long since exhausted himself from such an intense dash. The fiery monkey crunched the energy cube, taking a moment to regain its composure, and felt its strength amplify slightly. Once the chaos subsided, the sound of water seemed more pronounced, and the surrounding air grew more humid and refreshing, a faint aroma of grass wafting through the atmosphere. The fiery monkey tugged at Yiqing's clothing and pointed toward a location slightly ahead. Yiqing focused his gaze and noticed that the tree the fiery monkey indicated appeared unusual. As he approached, he discovered it was a fruit tree adorned with clusters of bright red berries, cranberry fruits. Recognizing them instantly, Yiqing understood these berries could be used to craft energy cubes. However, these wild fruits were beloved by wild Pokémon, and given the strong guardians likely lurking nearby, it was not worth the risk to pursue them, especially with rain imminent. Constructing a shelter should be the priority, otherwise he would risk falling ill and having to abandon this venture. The fiery monkey scratched its head, uncertain why Yiqing chose not to pick the fruits, but refraining from questioning him further. At that moment, The spoon-shaped mark left by Mutwo on Yi Qing's wrist suddenly grew warm. Glancing at the shimmering mark, he pondered whether there were psychic or ghostly energy fluctuations nearby. Otherwise, the mark would not glow without cause. Surveying the surroundings, he found nothing in sight, even after checking the skies. He wondered if it was concealed underground. Could it be the ghostly Jengar capable of phasing through walls? After much contemplation without resolution, Yi Qing made a subtle mark on the ground and decided to explore the vicinity with a fiery monkey, hoping to uncover something. However, they had barely walked 100 meters when they stumbled upon a river. A waterfall, towering at 4 to 5 meters, cascaded down into the river, creating a dense mist. While lush vegetation surrounded the area, various water-type Pokémon occasionally surfaced in the river, and the banks were populated with numerous Pokémon of different types, all gazing warily at Yi Qing and the fiery monkey while drinking. One particularly fierce-looking Seadra raised its body, displaying its ominous tattoos. The fiery monkey bared its teeth at them, signaling that they were not to be trifled with. Yi Qing picked up a branch for self-defense. He had no intention of instigating any conflict before fully assessing the situation along the riverbank. The banks were lined with verdant grass, roughly 10 meters wide, and the terrain near the small waterfall rose slightly, forming a slope of about 3 meters. "This is it," Yi Qing murmured to himself, recalling his teacher's lesson that this location was ideal for building a shelter. "Let's gather some food. Later, you can help me with some manual labor." The fiery monkey eagerly stuffed its mouth with food, unfazed by the prospect of work. Seeing that Yi Qing and the fiery monkey posed no threat, the Pokémon along the riverbank resumed their drinking and resting. After finishing its meal, the fiery monkey was filled with determination, quickly excavating a hole approximately 1.5 meters high and nearly 2 meters deep. Observing the damp earth within, Yi Qing instructed the fiery monkey to use its flame jet to dry the interior. How the fiery monkey gulped nervously, wondering if it would exhaust itself trying to dry such a large space. Sensing Yi Qing's unwavering gaze, it sighed and unleashed its fire. Moments later, Yi Qing bent down to enter the cave, surveying the area and finding it satisfactory, devoid of any markings from wild Pokémon. Noticing the dry ground, he thought to himself that the next step was to create an insulating layer. Otherwise, sleeping directly on the ground at night would sap his body of heat. The fiery monkey sighed, knowing it would have to work again, and secretly wished for Yi Qing to capture more Pokémon, or else it would forever be burdened with arduous labor. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing instructed, "Help me gather some dry bark, branches, and leaves." The fiery monkey nodded weakly and turned to busy itself in the forest. Yi Qing remained close, aware that in the perilous wilderness, he could not stray far from the protection of his Pokémon. As for the ugly fish, Yi Qing harbored a bold hypothesis. If all went as planned, its evolution would occur here. It wasn't until they had gathered the bark and broad leaves that Yi Qing finally placed his backpack inside. He lit a small fire at the entrance, considering the impending rain, and instructed the fiery monkey to gather a pile of dry firewood to place inside the cave. The riverbank Pokémon continued to observe Yi Qing and the fiery monkey, their actions piquing the creature's curiosity. A few docile Bidoof even assisted Yi Qing by nudging some bark toward him with their leafy heads. Throughout this time, Yi Qing occasionally glanced at his wrist, but the spoon mark had not glowed since its initial appearance. After offering some food to these little helpers, Yi Qing invited them to rest beside his cave. Calling the fiery monkey over, he leaned in and whispered, "When I release the ugly fish, you all must compliment its appearance. If anyone dares to call it ugly, you must give them a sound thrashing." The fiery monkey, albeit slightly perplexed, nodded in agreement, well aware that it excelled in matters of combat. Chapter 89. Tensions rising after completing the task with a blazing monkey, Yi Qing stepped outside, took several energy cubes, crushed them, and scattered them on the ground, inviting the surrounding spirits to partake. The riverside was bustling with spirits. Aside from a few ferocious ones, most were quite gentle, drawn in by the enticing aroma of the energy cubes, each one eager to partake. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing remarked, "In a moment, I will release an unsightly fish. I hope you all will say some kind words to praise her. This food is my reward to you." The multitude of spirits exchanged glances, well aware of what the unsightly fish looked like, for it was far from beautiful. Nevertheless, since the trainer had provided such delectable treats, uttering insincere compliments was not too daunting. With a nod from the assembly of spirits, Yi Qing continued to crush the energy cubes to feed them. These wild spirits had never tasted such delicacies. They usually subsisted on mere fruits from the trees. Now, they nearly fought each other to claim the energy cubes. Even the aloof Abai monster in the distance could not resist joining in. As dark clouds loomed lower in the sky, the wind on the island began to strengthen. Observing that the time was ripe, Yi Qing finally retrieved the Ultra Ball containing the unsightly fish. The spirits gathered around him, their eyes filled with anticipation, eager to assist him and then request more delicious energy cubes. In a flash of white light, the unsightly fish materialized in the river. Startled by the throng of spirits surrounding her for the first time, she exclaimed, "Mew!" The spirits immediately showered her with unrestrained praise. However, as they continued, they began to sense something peculiar about her. She appeared more enchanting than other unsightly fish, her scales shimmering, and the once hideous brown spots fading to nearly nothing. The blazing monkey, with keen eyes like fire, surveyed the spirits, ready to take action should anyone dare speak ill of her. While it was acceptable for his own siblings to voice their opinions, he would not permit outsiders to criticize. For the unsightly fish, hearing so many spirits compliment her beauty for the first time filled her with joy, and she could feel the sincerity behind their words. The astonishment on their faces was unmistakable. Perhaps she truly had become more beautiful. As this thought blossomed in her mind, a wave of confidence surged within her. She realized she could indeed transform. Yi Qing, noticing the unsightly fish's growing happiness reflected in her once dull eyes, awaited her evolution, which, for some reason, had yet to occur. In reality, it seemed that beautiful scales were necessary for this transformation. Akin to how fairy-type Pokémon required proficiency in fairy skills and a certain friendship level to evolve. As Yi Qing held the cherished, beautiful scales in his hand, contemplating their release, a sudden commotion erupted. The river exploded with a tremendous roar, and out surged a ferocious, blue-scaled Gyarados, measuring 8 meters in length. Its massive body created waves that tossed the spirits, including the unsightly fish, into the air. On shore, the sight of the Gyarados sent many spirits fleeing in terror, seeking refuge in the distant underbrush, peeking out cautiously. With a thunderous roar, the Gyarados unleashed its fury, having followed the scent of the energy cubes, only to find its alluring aroma vanished upon arrival. This infuriated it, leading to the conclusion that the spirits were responsible, and it resolved to show them its wrath. Fury mounting, the Gyarados unleashed a torrent of water cannon blasts, bombarding everything in sight. The river churned violently, and Yi Qing found himself unable to locate the unsightly fish amidst the chaos. Reluctantly, he ordered the blazing monkey to buy some time, take cover beside the shelter, and block its attacks with flamethrower. Initially intimidated by the Gyarados' intimidating presence, the blazing monkey was relieved when it refrained from attacking immediately. Following Yi Qing's command, it took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of flames. The Gyarados, angered by the provocation, redirected its attention and fired another water cannon. The impact of the water cannon from the Gyarados was colossal, overpowering the flamethrower and sending the blazing monkey hurtling backward. Yet, the blazing monkey quickly regained its footing and charged again. Realizing its attack had failed, the Gyarados concentrated on another water cannon. Yi Qing would not allow it to succeed. He quickly commanded, "Use Quick Attack and Iron Tail." With a leap, the blazing monkey darted to the side of the Gyarados, interrupting its water cannon with a powerful punch, followed by a swift, forceful swing of its tail that struck the Gyarados squarely on the face. The Gyarados, unaccustomed to such indignity, opened its massive jaws and lunged at the blazing monkey. "Defend quickly," Yi Qing shouted urgently. With a fierce cry, the blazing monkey braced itself against the Gyarados' jaws, struggling to withstand its overwhelming strength. Frustrated, the Gyarados shook its head ejecting the blazing monkey before unleashing a water pulse. "Block it with Iron Tail," Yi Qing urged, his heart racing as he searched for the unsightly fish. Yet she remained elusive. The blazing monkey's tail struck a watermelon-sized water sphere, causing a violent explosion that sent it crashing to the ground. Just then, the unsightly fish finally emerged before the waterfall. Chapter 90. The Most Beautiful Sprite, Gratitude to Baozi for the Divine Certification. The ferocious Gyarados was oblivious to Yi Qing's thoughts. After repelling the fiery monkey, it unleashed another torrent of water, intent on eliminating this bothersome human as well. Hacha! The fiery monkey opened its eyes and, with great effort, rose to its feet, utilizing its shadow clone to swiftly shield Yi Qing. Use Protect. Yi Qing hurled a basic water-type energy cube into the distance. At that very moment, the water cannon collided with the fiery monkey's protective barrier, sending the monkey soaring into the air and causing Yi Qing to be knocked backward as well. Gyarados' assault did not relent. Another wave of water struck the fiery monkey squarely in the chest with a thunderous crash. After executing its attack, Gyarados glanced at the energy cube Yi Qing had thrown and decisively abandoned its pursuit, turning instead to seize the energy cube with its jaws. The ugly fish emerged from the river, witnessing Yi Qing and the fiery monkey being struck. Upon seeing the injury inflicted upon her most cherished companion, an overwhelming fury erupted within the ugly fish. Despite knowing she was no match for Gyarados and realizing her actions were akin to a moth drawn to a flame, she nonetheless charged at Gyarados. Ugly fish. Yi Qing spat out the mud from his mouth, enduring the tightness in his chest as he laboriously tossed beautiful scales toward the ugly fish. At that moment, Gyarados was preoccupied with consuming the energy cube and paid no heed to the swirling scales, which held no allure for it. The scales twirled gracefully through the air, reflecting a spectrum of colors in the light. Upon seeing the beautiful scales, the ugly fish felt an instinctive yearning, as if it were a memory etched in its very genes. With a powerful swish of its tail against the river's surface, it summoned all its strength to execute its most adept skill, Water Dance. Evolution. Yi Qing pounded his fist against the ground, shouting with all his might. Hacha! The severely injured fiery monkey also let out a roar. However, in the next moment, the fiery monkey suddenly realized something. Evolution. The aloof, ugly fish, which had never evolved, was already formidable. What would an evolved version be like? Wouldn't that signify a drastic demotion for him? The fiery monkey felt a profound sense of loss at the thought of being overshadowed by a young lady, a feeling far more painful than its physical injuries. With tears streaming down its face, the fiery monkey pounded its fists against the ground. All right, let us watch together. Hearing the fiery monkey's strikes, Yi Qing mistakenly believed it was excited as well. The ugly fish, now airborne, seized the beautiful scales in its mouth, and a dazzling white light erupted from its body. Enveloped in the light of evolution, the ugly fish underwent a transformation, its body elongating as it sprouted two pink fins resembling flowing hair, and its tail fanned out like a delicate fan. 3 meters, 6 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters. Yi Qing estimated that the majestic ugly fish was indeed extraordinary. Even in evolution, it was longer than the average Milotic. As the white light faded, the once short and unappealing ugly fish vanished, replaced by a breathtaking sprite. Its alluring, creamy white body, ruby-like eyes, and 2 long pink fins framing its head, with a tail adorned in blue and pink scales that fanned out and shimmered under the light, radiated an enchanting beauty. Milotic. Hacha! Both Yi Qing and the fiery monkey, now prostrate on the ground, were captivated by the sight. While Yi Qing managed to keep his composure, the fiery monkey's eyes nearly bulged out of its sockets. Was this truly the same ugly and filthy fish? It was evidently a stunning, captivating masterpiece. Recalling its past treatment of her, the fiery monkey slammed its face into the ground in despair. Yi Qing had long been aware of Milotic's ability to soar, having discovered it during his previous life while watching anime. Milotic swayed its tail, locking its enchanting gaze upon Gyarados, its beautiful eyes radiating a lethal intensity. Dominant Sprite. Milotic, level 26, potential, S status, healthy gender, female type, water ability, Marvel scale, occasionally mesmerizes opponents that come into contact with it. Held item, none inherited skills, brine, iron tail, dragon breath, mist, hypnosis, basic skills, bounce, tackle, bind, water gun, splash, whirlpool, refresh, sing, water cannon skill inheritance, icy wind, water pulse skill discs, none note. Milotic is exceedingly rare in the wild, typically residing at the bottom of lakes, and can also be found in the ocean. Luxurious and powerful, the successfully evolved Milotic not only grasped a multitude of new skills, but astonishingly leveled up 5 times consecutively. Most importantly, evolution truly altered the sprite's innate qualities. The evolution of a sprite inherently possesses limitless potential, akin to a rebirth, making the enhancement of its natural talents entirely plausible. However, the transformation of innate qualities through evolution is indeed challenging, relying heavily on the trainer's development and training of the sprite's potential. The stronger the foundation, the greater the likelihood of enhancement. Roar. Gyarados roared in anger, daring to gaze upon it. What good is beauty if it cannot be consumed? Milotic unleashed icy wind. Mino. Milotic sang softly, her long tail sweeping as she expelled a gust of icy wind interspersed with crystals and snowflakes. Where the icy wind passed, the river froze, and trees withered. Gyarados, submerged in the river, opened its mouth to retaliate, but its body was instantly encased in ice, transforming it into a frozen statue. Yi-Ching clenched his fists. This was Milotic's debut battle, and it must not end in defeat. With a mighty swing of its tail, Milotic executed Iron Tail. Milotic's enormous tail carved a graceful arc through the air, crashing down upon Gyarados' forehead with a resounding thud. The ice shattered, and the frostbitten Gyarados broke free, opening its massive jaws to bite at Milotic's tail with its glistening, icy fangs. However, before it could succeed, a blast of azure dragon breath struck its head once more. Roar! Gyarados was toppled into the river, sending waves reaching over 3 meters high, with myriad golden lightning bolts crackling across its body. Excellent! Yi-Ching raised his arms in triumph, only daring to stand and cheer for Milotic after she had gained the upper hand. The situation was now clear. The paralyzed Gyarados was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in the presence of Milotic. Though Gyarados possessed a fierce and impulsive nature, it was still rational enough to recognize the absence of victory. Seizing the opportunity, it dove into the water to make a hasty escape. Chapter 91. Milotic. For these wild Pokémon, the absence of healing sprays and Pokeballs to facilitate swift recovery from injuries significantly impacts their well-being. Thus, without uttering a single threat, the Gyarados fled. "Where are you going?" Yi-Ching exclaimed anxiously. "You still have my damp rock." "Me." Milotic narrowed her eyes and unleashed a powerful water gun. Gyarados, in a state of panic, had no choice but to vigorously whip its tail, propelling the damp rock skyward to buy itself some time to escape. "Me." Milotic gracefully swayed in the air, retrieving the damp rock that had been concealed within her tail. The victory in this battle filled her with immense joy. As Gyarados fled, several other Pokémon emerged, having previously encountered wild Milotic. Yet none could rival her beauty and charm. A throng of male Pokémon gathered around Milotic, their mouths watering uncontrollably. The Infernape glanced at Yi-Ching, finally understanding why one should avoid regret. A life of despair. With a sigh, Infernape pondered that his impression on Milotic might be quite poor. Smack! A Lickilicky beneath Milotic delivered a resounding slap to a Shroomish, its expression furious, as if to say that such a beautiful Pokémon should be admired solely by herself. Intolerant of any disrespect from others, Shroomish, unable to endure such humiliation, immediately retaliated, raising its fist to engage in battle with Lickilicky. Other Pokémon, witnessing this altercation, eagerly joined in, each vying to impress Milotic. Milotic gently elongated her form, reveling in the admiration surrounding her, a luxury she had never dared to dream of. She never anticipated that one day she would captivate hearts with her enchanting smile, captivating both city and nation alike. This scene left Yi-Ching in utter disbelief. He had not expected such rivalry and jealousy among Pokémon. Milotic, resembling a queen, elegantly displayed her grace in mid-air, neither discouraging nor encouraging the Pokémon below her. After some time, Milotic drifted toward Yi Qing and Infernape. Yet, at that moment, her enormous fan-like tail swept through the air, striking toward Infernape with a whooshing sound. Cognizant of being outmatched and recalling his previous actions, Infernape chose not to resist. Chuckling, he scratched his head and grinned foolishly at Milotic, seemingly suggesting that she had forgiven his earlier misconduct. Yi Qing gently touched her smooth skin. How does it feel after evolving? Me. Milotic slowly descended and gently nudged Yi Qing's palm with her forehead. She had witnessed her master and Infernape valiantly fend off Gyarados to save her. Rumble. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, and in the next moment, torrential rain began to pour. Yi Qing swiftly took refuge in a cave with Infernape, while Milotic perched outside. The rain felt delightful on Milotic's body as she tilted her head back and breathed in deeply, relishing the sensation of raindrops bathing her. Some Pokémon hurriedly dashed into the woods, disliking the prospect of becoming drenched. Only a few gentle souls, like the Budew and Bounsweet who had previously assisted Yi Qing, were invited inside to escape the rain. Yi Qing provided energy cubes to both Milotic and Infernape, then turned to Milotic, inquiring about her prolonged absence from the river. Me. Milotic seemed to recall something, using her tail to sketch haphazard patterns on the grass. Observing the chaotic drawings, Yi Qing speculated. Are you saying you encountered a deep hole in the river and accidentally fell in, exerting significant effort to swim back out? Milotic nodded, then shook her head, continuing to draw with her tail. Yi Qing suddenly recalled his earlier suspicion of ghost-type or psychic-type Pokémon lurking underground and connected it to Milotic's mention of a hole. Perhaps this hole led to the location he had previously marked. Infernape squatted down, resting his chin on his hands, contemplating the sketch. Milotic exhaled in relief and nodded gently, thinking these two were rather slow to grasp her meaning after all that time spent drawing. With clarity, Yi Qing concluded that this was no ordinary hole. It surely concealed something extraordinary. Even if it were not a Pokémon, it must be a rare item, for it could not have elicited a resonance with his markings otherwise. Taking advantage of the downpour, during which fierce Pokémon were unlikely to venture out to hunt, Yi Qing resolved to send Milotic to investigate further. Milotic, please explore the hole and see if it leads underground and whether there is air inside. Me. Milotic eagerly nodded, her spirits high after her evolution. With a splash, Milotic plunged beneath the waterfall, her grand form disappearing into the river in the blink of an eye. The weather at sea was capricious. Not long after the torrential downpour, the skies cleared. As the sun dipped low, Yi Qing consumed a light meal, his gaze never straying from the river's surface. The Budew and other Pokémon had departed. The night forest would not be tranquil, and areas near the water were certain to face danger. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the river's surface as Milotic's massive form soared into the air, swiftly appearing before Yi Qing. Seeing Milotic return, Yi Qing exchanged relieved glances with Infernape, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Yi Qing stroked her skin, urgently asking, "What did you find? Are you all right?" Milotic shook her head, then shot a glare at Infernape, who had also desired to touch her. Caught in the act of his innocent intentions, Infernape felt embarrassed, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Yi Qing, astonished by the image Milotic had drawn, exclaimed, "Did the hole truly connect to another realm?" Me. Milotic nodded, explaining that the reason for her prolonged absence was to chart the path within. Yi Qing felt reassured, yet one concern lingered. The water was unbreathable, and without a diving apparatus, he could not hold his breath for an extended period if the tunnel was lengthy. Tentatively, he inquired, "How long is this tunnel?" Milotic tilted her head in thought, glancing at her form as she drew a series of representations of herself on the ground. Yi Qing frowned slightly. If the drawings represented her length, that would amount to nearly 100 meters, aligning with the distance of the previously marked location. Chapter 92. The wolf pack considering Minus's swimming speed, traversing this 100 meters would only require a few breaths, even amidst the intricate surroundings. If it proved too daunting, retreating was still an option. With a sense of joy, Yi Qing declared, All right, let us descend tomorrow morning to take a look. The wind howled fiercely this night, and the bonfire at the cave's entrance blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows in the forest. Various cries of spirits and human shouts echoed through the night. As Yi Qing gazed into the crackling flames, he wondered about Wang Yao's situation. However, with the forest's favored creature, the forest lizard, by his side, he felt assured that everything would be fine. Chewing on the unpalatable compressed biscuits, he reminisced about the delectable dishes prepared by his mother at home. As night deepened, the fire monkey leaned against the cave's entrance, quietly guarding Yi Qing with a twig in its mouth. Minas swam gracefully in the river, basking in the moonlight, her body shimmering with a radiant glow. To avoid her being spotted, Yi Qing had instructed her to cloak herself in a veil of mist. After more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to swallow the unappetizing biscuits. Were it not for his gnawing hunger, he would never have consumed such distasteful food. The moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled brilliantly, a sight that was once a rare treasure in his polluted past life. To ensure he would have ample energy for tomorrow's adventure, Yi Qing arranged for his two spirits to take turns keeping watch while he prepared to sleep. Exhausted from the previous day's antics with the circle bear, he quickly drifted off, his weary body soon producing soft snores. Uncertain how much time had passed, the fire monkey's ears suddenly perked up. A series of rustling sounds, reminiscent of footsteps on leaves, jolted it awake. It nudged the sleeping Yi Qing, then tossed a small stone into the river. Blinking drowsily, Yi Qing opened his eyes, only to be struck by a chill. His previous drowsiness vanished in an instant. Before him, at the riverbank, glowed a dozen pairs of crimson eyes, revealing that they were encircled by a pack of gray wolves. These formidable canines were entirely gray, with tails tucked between their legs, ears erect, and long fangs protruding from their mouths. Among them, one wolf stood out, towering over the others, its size nearly a third larger than its kin. They were well-trained and, under the leadership of the alpha wolf, tightly enclosed Yi Qing and the fire monkey. After a moment of panic, Yi Qing regained his composure. He was no longer the same as before. With Minas by his side, he felt confident that while they might not vanquish the wolves, he could certainly protect himself. Just then, a splash echoed as Minas was startled awake by the stone thrown by the fire monkey. Alarmed for Yi Qing's safety, she quickly flicked her tail and leaped from the river. "Minu!" she exclaimed, her annoyance palpable at being disturbed from her slumber. "Hacha!" the fire monkey bellowed, flames erupting from its tail, soaring over a meter high, casting a demonic silhouette in the flickering light. Alpha Spirit, Great Wolfhound, level 19. Potential, D status. Healthy, hungry. Gender, male type. Dark ability, overconfidence. If it defeats an opponent, it gains confidence, increasing its attack. Held item, none. Inherited skills, Thunder Fong, basic skills. Tackle, Sand Attack. Bite, Scent Detection. Roar, Flame Fong. Crunch, skill teaching. Iron Tail, skill discs. None. Note, Great Wolfhounds are known for their unity and loyalty, often forming packs with strict hierarchies, cooperating to hunt. The mention of the Wolf King eased Yi Qing's heart. These Great Wolfhounds, at most level 19, posed no threat to Minas and the fire monkey. He had no reason to fear them. If the ugly fish had not evolved, they might have stood a chance, but now their misfortune was evident. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for the fire monkey to hone its skills in combat, Yi Qing commanded, "Minas, come protect me. Fire monkey, go forth and engage them." Hacha! The presence of the formidable Minas emboldened the fire monkey, who now appeared more audacious and unrestrained, swaggering towards the great wolfhounds. The Wolf King remained still, calculating the strength of its opponents. Having encountered Minas before, it assessed that her capabilities were not far superior to its own. With the Wolfpack spirit of teamwork and intricate tactics, it believed victory was within reach. As for the monkey, it seemed insignificant against the coordinated Wolfpack. After thorough consideration, the Wolf King felt confident in the impending confrontation. "Uru!" The Wolf King howled, sending 6 great wolfhounds charging towards the fire monkey, while the others positioned themselves around, ready to ambush. The fire monkey boldly entered the pack's perimeter, raising its fists and spitting out the twig it had been chewing. This action signaled the commencement of battle, as four great wolfhounds lunged from various directions, their gleaming fangs poised to strike. The fire monkey's fists unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to twin dragons emerging from the sea as it struck the heads of two great wolfhounds. In the next moment, its tail gleamed with a metallic sheen, sweeping through the remaining two with a powerful swing. Hacha! The fire monkey disdainfully shook its head, gesturing a middle finger at the wolf king. At that moment, a great wolfhound flanking the fire monkey seized its chance, launching itself at the unsuspecting creature. The fire monkey, as if possessing eyes in the back of its head, deftly dodged to the side, extending its right foot to lightly nudge the wolf's front leg. With a thud, the great wolfhound yelped in pain as it tumbled to the ground, its face scraping against the earth, its fangs striking the stones and sparking. Roar! Another great wolfhound leaped from the shadows, aiming to ambush the fire monkey. The fire monkey sidestepped, delivering a sonic punch that collided with the wolf's face, grasping the nape of its neck with one hand and forcefully slamming it to the ground with a resounding thud. Yi Qing and Minas observed the spectacle, ever ready to provide support. The wolf king, baring its teeth, hesitated before opting to retreat with its pack. Hacha! The fire monkey felt a twinge of disappointment. These great wolfhounds were the perfect sparring partners, and now they were fleeing. Not entirely foolish, Yi Qing let out a large yawn, instructing the two spirits to continue their watch as he returned to slumber. The following morning, Yi Qing awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Oh dear, he groaned, rubbing his aching back. Sleeping on the hard ground was indeed uncomfortable. He couldn't help but wonder how the female classmates managed to endure the night. Chapter 93. The underground cavern on the opposite side of the island. Wang Yao sat by the river with a blade of grass in his mouth, while a forest lizard dangled its tail in the water, attempting to catch fish. Wang Yao, feeling dissatisfied, patted the lizard on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Come on, buddy. How long has it been? Not even a single sprite has been caught." The forest lizard shot him a look of disbelief, thinking, "I'm not a fishing rod. And besides, there's no bait on my tail. It would be strange if I caught anything at all." Wang Yao glanced up at the blazing sun, pondering that this situation was unsustainable. At that moment, a king carp, observing two green leaves beneath the water, began to contemplate whether it was being underestimated. Do they really think they can catch me with such flimsy tree leaves? As its irritation grew, the king carp surged to the surface, staring wide-eyed at Wang Yao and the forest lizard. With a powerful leap, it splashed water all over them. Wang Yao, drenched, shouted, "Get that fish!" The forest lizard's leaf-like appendages swiftly elongated into green blades, which it brandished as it leaped toward the king carp. To Wang Yao's astonishment, the king carp did not evade at all, allowing the forest lizard to strike it down onto the bank. Wang Yao was left bewildered, wondering if the fish had intentionally allowed itself to be caught, perhaps seeking a free meal ticket. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had finished washing up and squatted by the river with two sprites, deciding to investigate the murky depths below. Mino, the majestic Milotic, gracefully dove into the water, creating waves that swept some playful sprites away. On the shore, several admirers cheered her on, wishing they could join her, demonstrating their ardor. Milotic swam toward Yi Qing, inviting him to cling to her back. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing nodded at her. With a swish of her tail, Milotic propelled herself toward the cavern beneath the waterfall. Despite the glaring sun above, the river was icy cold. Yi Qing strained to open his eyes. Though the view was hazy, he could make out some shapes beneath the water. The cave entrance appeared in a corner of the riverbed, with a diameter of about 2 meters. Based on the surrounding marks, it seemed unnatural, as if it had been forcibly collapsed by some heavy object. Milotic, at ease in the water, darted into the cave. Observing the rugged walls adorned with clear cuts, Yi Qing pondered what kind of sprite could wield such sharp techniques. Was it a sword blade, a paper sword, a green guard, or perhaps an ailer? The cave extended for about 100 meters, and before long, Milotic reached its innermost part. Clearly familiar with the area, she adjusted her position and swiftly surged upward. With a splash, Milotic broke the water surface, creating ripples across the tranquil lake. Yi Qing was taken aback as an array of blue bioluminescence illuminated the surroundings. making him feel as though he were amidst a celestial sea. These must be luminous fish, he thought, surprised by their abundance. The dim light made it difficult to discern anything beyond the glowing fish, but he deduced they were in an underground cavern. Yet, the glow alone was insufficient to illuminate the depths. Out came the Monferno, who leaped onto Milotic's back, flames ablaze on its tail. With a fiery glow, Yiqing finally gained clarity of his surroundings. This is an ancient underground cavern, he mused. Aside from the luminous fish, there are no other sprites in sight. However, the absence of visibility did not imply a lack of existence. Concerned about potential wild sprites, Yiqing instructed Monferno to emit sparks around them. Following orders, Monferno unleashed a barrage of fiery sparks, illuminating the cavern's expanse. As they progressed, Yiqing guided Milotic slowly toward the shore, noting a further dark opening ahead that remained a mystery. As Milotic glided through the water, the luminous fish swiftly parted, avoiding any confrontation. Yiqing found no surprise in their behavior. After all, luminous fish were weak and often preyed upon by larger sprites. With a proud stance, Monferno assured its capability, standing before Milotic and thumping its chest with confidence. Upon seeing Monferno's earnest promise and recognizing the cave's entrance would not accommodate her, Milotic reluctantly agreed to enter her Pokeball. Yiqing cautioned, "Take it slow." Monferno nodded, understanding the gravity of safeguarding its trainer's life. Not long after entering the cave, Monferno suddenly spotted numerous red dots on the ceiling, which bizarrely blinked like eyes. Unleash flames. Under the fiery illumination, Yiqing and Monferno discerned the truth. These red dots were none other than hanging Zubat and Golbat. The flames surged forth, quickly engulfing the startled bats. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, Monferno nearly sealed off their escape, and in the chaos, most of the Zubat and Golbat were eliminated, with only a few Golbat managing to escape, smoldering as they fled. Continuing onward, Yiqing noted claw marks, sword cuts, and what appeared to be fist imprints along the way. The evidence of battle grew more alarming, suggesting that two sprites had clashed from the island into the depths, inadvertently discovering this cavern before their confrontation escalated. After approximately a minute of exploration, they finally reached the end of the cavern. The sight before Yiqing and Monferno left them momentarily stunned. Chapter 94. The Fairy Egg. This cavern, shaped like an ellipse, exhibited an extraordinary smoothness that did not suggest human intervention or natural formation. Rather, it appeared as if it had been directly carved by some formidable skill. Destructive rays? Yiqing murmured, contemplating that only such a powerful move could leave behind such terrifying traces. What is this? After a brief moment of shock, Yiqing was suddenly drawn to a rock the size of a watermelon nestled in the corner. It was covered in dust and bore a resemblance to the aforementioned fruit. Exercising caution, Yiqing first released his Milotic before carefully crouching down to observe. His greatest concern was that this might be a rock-type Pokémon, like a Crustle, which could potentially crush him with a single snap. Milotic swayed its fin-like appendages, attempting to draw the object closer with its tail. However, Monferno intervened, feeling it was his duty as a gentleman to take the lead. He stealthily approached the peculiar rock, extending his finger to gently tap it. Clang! Clang! No response? Monferno deduced that it likely wasn't a Pokémon, but merely an ordinary stone. With a sudden kick, he felt a pang of embarrassment for having been so cautious earlier. Yiqing, who did not intervene, internally agreed that it was probably just a common rock, the oddity of its position being the sole cause of his suspicion. Crack! Just as Monferno had finished kicking, the rock suddenly split, revealing a corner of blue patterns. Treasure! Yiqing's eyes sparkled. It is well known that rocks do not contain blue hues, which could only indicate the presence of something extraordinary, given its shape and size. Could it possibly be a Pokémon egg? Filled with curiosity, Yiqing hurried closer, peeling away the outer layer of rock along the fissure, all the while under the astonished gazes of Monferno and Milotic. Upon touching it, Yiqing sensed something was amiss. The exterior, although resembling rock, was actually a clump of mud. It appeared this had been here for an extended period, allowing dust and dirt to fall from the cave ceiling. mixing with the damp air to form a protective layer that mimicked stone. As the mud continued to fall away, a predominantly white Pokémon egg adorned with blue and orange patterns gradually emerged. Yet, just as it was revealed to the light once more, a sudden pink psychic shockwave surged outward. Boom! At that very moment, the spoon mark on Yi Qing's hand also erupted with energy, merging with his consciousness and transporting him to an unfamiliar realm. In contrast to Yi Qing's experience, Monferno and Milotic were not so fortunate. They were hurled backward by the shockwave, crashing against the surrounding walls with a thud. Milotic quickly rose and glanced at its master, relieved to see him standing unharmed. Monferno? Sensing something was off, Monferno rushed to Yi Qing, poking him. However, Yi Qing seemed unresponsive, akin to an inanimate object, no matter how much Monferno shook him. Milotic, floating beside Yi Qing, recognized that he was ensnared in some form of illusion due to its ability to use hypnosis. Meanwhile, Yi Qing felt as if he were within a dream, devoid of danger, merely observing a vivid scene unfold before him. The pale moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. Towering trees loomed everywhere, and an Absol was frantically fleeing with a white Pokémon egg marked with green patterns. In the distance, aside from a fallen Gardevoir, a Zoroark was hot on its heels. Yi Qing pondered, if they couldn't defeat Zoroark, why not use teleport to escape? Just as he contemplated this, the Zoroark accelerated, propelled by a powerful figure behind it. A woman, adorned with sunglasses, appeared on the back of the pursuing Salamence, accompanied by a Gardevoir whose eyes glimmered with a pink luminescence. Had Gardevoir affected the surrounding space? Yi Qing quickly grasped the situation. This woman was a typical Pokémon hunter, notorious for maliciously capturing and trading wild Pokémon or stealing them from other trainers. It seemed that the Absol and its egg had become her targets. Yet possessing both a Zoroark and a Salamence indicated this hunter was no ordinary foe, belonging to the upper echelons of their kind. Destructive rays. The woman, growing impatient, commanded Salamence. Roar. Salamence spread its massive wings, unleashing a blinding radiance. Absol, sensing the life-or-death moment, exerted all its strength to turn and launch a nearly solid Psycho Cut at Gardevoir. Zoroark grinned wickedly, seizing the opportunity to strike a claw deep into Absol's abdomen. Gardevoir cried out in pain, its psychic energy disrupted, providing Absol a fleeting chance to activate teleport. The space warped, and in an instant, Absol and Zoroark vanished. Damn it! The woman gritted her teeth, commanding Gardevoir to rapidly search the area with its psychic abilities. The ensuing scene unfolded as Yi Qing had surmised. Absol and Zoroark fought their way to the riverbed, ultimately arriving in this cavern. Boom! A searing beam of destructive rays hurtled towards Absol, who, cornered, could only brace its back to absorb the blow. Absol, glancing at the egg in its possession, the weary Absol's gaze was filled with reluctance, yet it understood it could no longer protect it. Zoroark advanced step by step, aware that Absol had lost its value to its master, and that the true treasure was the egg cradled within its grasp. Absol, with a gentle touch, Absol left a mark on the eggshell with its final strength. Zoroark raised its claw, dark energy swirling and pulsating. Just as it was about to claim Absol's life, it suddenly noticed Absol slowly turning its head. Buzz! The entire cavern trembled slightly, and the pebbles and dust on the ground defied gravity, rising into the air. Absol ignited its soul, its eyes radiating a blinding pink light. In the next moment, under Zoroark's astonished gaze, Absol vanished once more along with its precious egg. Chapter 95. The spirit within the egg, he chose not to flee with the child, but, with his last breath, sought vengeance for his deceased wife. In the ensuing darkness of the cavern, only this singular spirit egg remained, existing in solitude. Revenge! Revenge! Yi Qing clutched his head in anguish, perceiving boundless rage and suffering in those eyes. I promise you, I will avenge you. I will take your child to seek retribution. Yi Qing shouted, aware that this was the final obsession left by El Laredo. Were it not for the protective mark of Mutuo, he might have perished in this realm of consciousness moments ago. A moment later, Yi Qing's vision blurred, revealing a monkey-like face that nearly startled his heart into failure. Acha! Noticing the spark of life returning to Yi Qing's gaze, the fiery monkey joyfully embraced him. Mino, beside them, the Milotic sighed in relief, leaning closer to scrutinize the spirit egg. Gasping for breath, Yi Qing felt the weight of that overwhelming intent, like a mountain pressing down upon him. Acha! The fiery monkey patted Yi Qing's back, puzzled by his sudden distress. You will soon have a new companion, Yi Qing declared, wiping the sweat from his brow and lifting the spirit egg with an excited tone. Mino, Hacha! Milotic and the fiery monkey laughed at his words, though the reason for their peculiar amusement eluded Yi Qing. Sitting by the riverbank, Yi Qing submerged his legs in the cool water, examining the spirit egg from various angles. Milotic enveloped the area in mist, gracefully swimming through the river, followed closely by a gaggle of admirers. The fiery monkey reclined on the grass, legs crossed, resting his head on his arms while leisurely savoring the warm sunlight. Could it be a female Ralt's egg? Yi Qing hesitated to scan the egg's information with his golden finger, fearing it might be a male Ralt's, which would be enough to drive him to despair. The egg, having lain underground for an unknown duration, appeared dull and lifeless. Long exposure to a cold, damp environment, coupled with the inability to absorb nutrients and sunlight, rendered it somewhat grimy. Even placing his palm against it yielded no response from the spirit within. Could it be a stillborn egg? Yi Qing pondered this possibility, realizing that despite Eluredo's mark upon it, such a mark alone could not sustain life. Long-term exposure to harsh conditions significantly raised the risk of the spirit egg's demise. The fiery monkey glanced at the anxious Yi Qing, wondering why he was so perturbed over merely an egg. Surely it couldn't hatch a wife. Mino, exhausted from her play, Milotic released a jet of water, soaking the fiery monkey entirely. Acha! As the fiery monkey stood, ready to retaliate, he noticed Milotic splashing the water with her tail, as if challenging him to a duel. The surrounding spirits joined in, teasing the fiery monkey with jibes. Acha! This was intolerable. The fiery monkey deliberately turned away, aware that his time for reckoning had come. Had he known that the ugly fish would evolve into something so beautiful and powerful, he would never have acted so foolishly. Fortunately, Milotic bore no grudge. Her actions were merely a fleeting reminiscence of past events. Yi Qing, cradling the spirit egg, knocked on its surface, ultimately succumbing to curiosity and checking its information. It had to be a female. He repeated this mantra in his mind countless times before cautiously examining the details. Spirit, Ralt's, shiny, potential, a status, near-death gender, female type, psychic variability, trace held item, none inherited skills, skill swap, synchronize, misty terrain, try again. Disable base skills, none skill transfer, none skill discs, none remarks, prolonged exposure to cold, damp conditions. Without intervention, it will lose its life entirely. A female. Yi Qing leaped for joy. A female Ralt's was a tantalizing prospect for many male companions. Moreover, this was a shiny Ralt's. Imagining her elegant black evening gown after Mega Evolution filled him with delight. The fiery monkey and Milotic exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Yi Qing's sudden exuberance. However, before Yi Qing could revel in his excitement, the disheartening status update quelled his joy. Near death, Yi Qing frowned, contemplating immediately canceling the trial, as nothing compared to the life of the Ralt's. He held the spirit egg tightly. But as the spoon mark on his wrist made contact with the egg, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The spoon mark radiated a dazzling light, which began to flow continuously into the spirit egg. Was this the absorption of Mutuo's energy? Why hadn't the mark left by Eluredo been absorbed before? Yi Qing stood stunned, entirely unprepared for this turn of events. As the mark flourished, the surrounding spirits felt an overwhelming pressure, some so diminutive that they dare not lift their heads. Perhaps the energy of the mark was too potent. The spirit egg absorbed only a fraction before halting. With the infusion of energy, the egg's surface regained some luster, no longer appearing cold and foggy. Yi Qing rechecked the spirit egg's information, and indeed, the status was no longer near death. It appeared that the power of the divine beast was truly remarkable. He had long underestimated it. Not to mention the ordinary divine beasts, which had existed for countless ages. Who among them was simple, gently caressing the spirit egg? Yi Qing decided to keep it in a sunlit area. Suddenly inspired, he turned to Milotic and asked, "Could you inquire among these spirits if any possess skills akin to aromatherapy or heal pulse? We could offer them a reward." Milotic nodded gently, squinting as she began to quietly question her followers nearby. Immediately, the spirits around her responded, with one love disc stepping forward to volunteer. Milotic lowered her head, affectionately nudging him as a reward. Chapter 96, Robbery. Her intimate gesture stirred envy among the surrounding elves, who wished to transform into healing waves to attend to the egg. However, they remained undeterred, bravely seeking out other elves with healing abilities. In this locale, who among them was not familiar with a few healers? Delighted by this, Yi Qing placed the egg gently in the grass and began to grind energy cubes, intending to mix them into food as a reward for everyone later. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays reflecting brilliantly off the river's surface, while a gentle breeze rustled through the forest, revealing the presence of wild elves everywhere. The egg nestled comfortably in the grass, basking in the sun's warm embrace. The heartfish and the cotton puff alternated, applying healing skills to the egg. Other elves savored the delicious food enriched with energy cubes. After the heartfish and cotton puff completed their nurturing of the egg, they happily feasted on the meal Yi Qing had prepared for them. Watching the two elves relish their food, Yi Qing took out a piece of compressed biscuit and bit into it, bracing himself for the taste, which was difficult to describe. Just then, a large leek duck, carrying a leek over a meter long and as thick as 2 fingers, strutted confidently towards the riverbank. The leek duck sniffed the air, its eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Yi Qing's gaze was drawn to the fresh leek perched on the leek duck's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The next instant, the eyes of both Yi Qing and the duck locked in mutual understanding. Yi Qing, the bearer of deliciousness. Leek duck, the creator of deliciousness. In an extraordinary display of synergy, both human and duck recognized their desires in each other's gaze. Quack! The leek duck altered its course, waddling towards Yi Qing while still holding its leek. Yi Qing, in turn, produced the last 2 energy cubes he possessed. Other elves, intrigued, turned their attention to the unfolding scene between Yi Qing and the leek duck. Yi Qing rubbed his hands together. "Would you mind sharing a bit of your leek with me?" Quack! The leek duck hesitated, for this was no ordinary leek. It was its weapon. Yet, swayed by the scent of the energy cubes, the leek duck reluctantly relinquished its leek. Yi Qing accepted the leek with a smile. "Don't worry, just a little will suffice." The leek duck eagerly swallowed one of the energy cubes, casting furtive glances at its prized leek. Nearby, the fire monkey, understanding the situation, swiftly sliced the leek in half with a single paw. Quack! The sudden act nearly sent the leek duck into a fit of rage. Wasn't it agreed that only a little bit would be taken? Seeing its beloved leek halved, the leek duck fumed. "Is this your idea of a little?" Quack! Ha ha! The fire monkey quickly bowed its head in apology to the furious leek duck, while simultaneously retrieving a fire-type energy cube from behind its back. After venting its frustration, the leek duck resigned itself to the loss, comforted by the thought that it still had a spare leek at home. Losing half was not the end of the world. Yi Qing sniffed the leek. It had a strong, authentic aroma. However, he couldn't survive on leeks alone. He needed to find some other food. Let me ponder which elves naturally provide sustenance. Yi Qing rubbed his forehead, recalling that the tropical dragon bore fruit on its neck, and the milk can offer drinkable milk. He had also seen berry fruits before, though humans should be cautious not to consume too many, lest they suffer digestive repercussions. This was quite the conundrum. The milk can certainly wouldn't be found on this island, but perhaps he could seek out the tropical dragon. As for the berry fruits, he remembered that the shell elf could hide berries within its shell and ferment them into juice, akin to the legendary monkey wine. Yet, such elves were rare. Yi Qing's resolve strengthened. He thought to himself that he need not endure another bite of those compressed biscuits. Gathering the surrounding elves, He estimated that there were about a dozen wild elves active on land. Though he was uncertain of the tropical dragons and shell elves' locations, they undoubtedly possessed that knowledge. With a well-formed plan, Yi Qing stood up and declared solemnly, "Ahem, I must inform you all that my energy cubes are running low. If this continues, you may find yourselves without sustenance tomorrow." The elves gasped in alarm. They had yet to eat their fill. The Milotic smiled slightly, aware that her master was concocting something mischievous. The leek duck also joined in, having spotted the remaining energy cube in Yi Qing's hand and determined to acquire it, lest it harbor resentment for losing its leek. With all the elves' attention fixed on him, Yi Qing produced an energy cube and continued. "However, I know how to create dishes similar to energy cubes using berry fruits. Who among you can provide me with clues? Those who do will continue to enjoy energy cubes." After a brief pause, he added, "Tropical dragon and shell elf. I require the locations of both." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, most elves scratched their heads in confusion, though a few fell deep in thought. Quack! The leek duck immediately raised its wing, calling out. While it may not know the shell elf's whereabouts, it was aware of where the tropical dragon could be found. Besides the leek duck, several other elves signaled that they had information as well. Ye Xing, unable to comprehend their words, felt no concern. These were the clues he sought, and he could simply lead them on a search later. Without delay, Yi Qing, tired of the taste of compressed biscuits, waved his hand and, cradling the egg, set off with a throng of elves towards the location of the berry fruit trees. Rumbling, the fire monkey led the charge, with dozens of elves encircling Yi Qing, creating a grand procession that stirred up clouds of dust in their wake. An arbok, having its tail stepped on, was about to retaliate when it suddenly froze in fear, watching the group of elves pass by. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the Milotic was fleeing for dear life, pursued closely by a domineering onyx. Chapter 97. Women only affect the speed of my heist. The colossal body of the onyx rampaged through the terrain, leaving chaos in its wake. "Stay strong, Raichu." Minako Morikawa, cradling her injured Raichu, fled swiftly. Just moments ago, she had triumphed over a fire mouse, but her joy was short-lived as the onyx, inadvertently awakened by her, pursued her relentlessly. Minako felt a surge of anxiety. What should she do? Ah yes, onyx fears water. I simply need to run towards the river. Fortunately, the dense foliage and overgrown weeds severely hampered the large onyx's speed. Otherwise, she would surely be caught, given her current pace. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. Minako glanced up to see swirling dust, suggesting a powerful Pokémon was passing through. Hud, hud, hud. What was that noise? Not far from her, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, turning to see trees swaying wildly, leaves flying as if a massive Pokémon was charging toward him. Coming to seek death? Yi Qing scoffed at the Pokémon surrounding him. Under normal circumstances, he would have bolted, but not now. With Pokémon like Diglett, Oddish, Farfetch'd, Shroomish Electrike, and others standing by, he felt invincible. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, indicating he would handle it himself. Though he couldn't comprehend their chatter, he understood their desires, food and Minako. Minako performed a graceful somersault over a thicket, her supple form tracing an elegant arc in the air, inadvertently exposing her fair midriff. "That seems to be a person," Ha-Cha exclaimed, the Monferno perched on a nearby tree, confidently affirming to Yi Qing that it was indeed a human, and a woman at that. Minako Morikawa? As she drew closer, Yi Qing recognized her as the exchange student. "Yi Qing," Minako called out, spotting him amidst the dense vegetation, his height making him easily visible. However, her excitement was quickly overshadowed by the urgency of her situation. "Run, Yi Qing," she shouted, pointing at the rampaging onyx behind her. Yi Qing remained stationary, smiling serenely, with the Pokémon forming a protective line around him. "Come here. No need to worry." He beckoned, completely unfazed by the bulldozing onyx. With gritted teeth, Minako sprinted toward him, reasoning that his boldness suggested he had a plan. "Why are there so many Pokémon?" As she approached, she noticed a multitude of various Pokémon gathered behind Yi Qing. At least a dozen. Yi Qing swiftly pulled Minako behind him and bellowed at the approaching onyx. "Open fire." Ha-Cha was the first to respond. unleashing a torrent of flames that roared forth like a fiery tongue. The other Pokémon followed suit, launching their skills, Leaf Blade, Water Gun, and Swift, all hurling their ranged attacks with reckless abandon. Even Farfetch'd made a charge toward the Onix for close combat, but was thankfully restrained by the quick-witted Monferno. Otherwise, he might never see Minako again. Roaring in surprise, the Onix managed to deflect some of the attacks with its iron tail. But the dense flora and the Pokémon's lack of precision spared it from dire consequences. With no hesitation, the Onix burrowed a massive hole and fled. Realizing it could not withstand such an onslaught, the Pokémon waved their hands dismissively, reveling in their triumph. Normally, encountering an Onix meant retreating as far as possible. But this time they had driven it away. Minako bowed gently to Yi Qing, saying, "Thank you for today." Yi Qing smiled. "It's nothing. Encountering each other is fate," suggesting we have quite the connection. Minako's eyes sparkled as she smiled back, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating warmth. Yi Qing shook his head. "No need. It's only natural for classmates to help one another. Well, I won't delay you further." With that, he turned, clutching the Pokémon egg, and led the group of Pokémon away, resolute not to let this woman hinder his progress. Watching him depart, Minako whispered softly, "Such kind-hearted people are indeed rare." Yi Qing, glancing at the berry trees in the distance, exclaimed, "Here we come, berry trees." Hachan marched ahead with fervor, his entourage giving him confidence. Yi Qing remained vigilant. Such vital fruit trees would undoubtedly be contested by Pokémon, which was why he and Monferno had refrained from harvesting them previously. Suddenly, a massive serpent, thick as a thigh and several meters long, descended from the berry tree, its black body gleaming. Two long purple fangs protruded from its mouth as it slithered down, flicking its tongue. The rustling in the surrounding brush revealed several Arbok and Weezing emerging. Clearly rallying behind the serpent, their icy eyes fixed intently on Yi Qing and his Pokémon. Pokémon, Weezing Snake, level 24, potential, D status, healthy gender, female type, poison ability, shed skin held item, none inherited skills, Iron Tail basic skills, bind, bite, lick, poison tail, faint, sludge bomb, toxic fong skill learning, bind skill disc, none note. The Weezing Snake sharpens its tail against hard rocks and prefers to hide in dense foliage, waiting to ambush prey with its venomous fangs. Chapter 98. The cranberry tree. Yi Qing did not act impulsively. He stroked his chin and mused. This situation presents quite a conundrum. The allium duck and other sprites were rendered weak-kneed by the serpent's unwavering gaze. Were it not for Yi Qing and the fire monkey's presence, they might have fled long ago. Hacha! The fire monkey nodded in agreement, turning to indicate Yi Qing's Pokeball, silently suggesting whether they should release the Milotic. Yi Qing shook his head in refusal and addressed the spoon snake. "I propose a one-on-one battle between you and the fire monkey. If I lose, I shall never disturb you again. However, should I emerge victorious, I demand 5 cranberries." The spoon snake flicked its tongue, surveying the multitude of sprites behind Yi Qing. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded in acquiescence. "Acha!" The fire monkey shook its shoulders. The battles of recent days had proven invaluable, and it longed for a worthy opponent to test its newfound skills. Hiss! The spoon snake glided forward, coiling its body and raising its head high in a combat stance. Spark! The spoon snake's poison-type nature meant that the fire monkey's fighting-type moves would be halved in effectiveness, coupled with its feigned attacks to break through quick defenses. Yi Qing decided to modify his strategy. The fire monkey took a deep breath, having mastered the flamethrower, gaining deeper insights into its spark move. A barrage of sparks erupted like a Gatling gun, bursting forth with vigor. The spoon snake was no novice, having long claimed the fruit tree as its domain. Its combat experience was formidable, evidenced by the scars etched across its body. The tail, glinting with a toxic sheen, lunged forth like a spear, slicing through the sparks and advancing toward the fire monkey. The allium duck shuddered at the sight of the tail, clutching a broken scallion in one hand and trembling next to the Shroomish. Although the other sprites felt a twinge of fear, the thought of the Milotic's presence fueled their courage. As the poisonous tail drew near, Yi Qing called out, "Flame Punch." The fire monkey sidestepped the toxic appendage, raising its flaming fist and delivering a resounding blow to the base of the spoon snake's tail. Hiss! The spoon snake roared in anger, its body launching into the air, venomous fangs gleaming with purple poison, shooting a toxic beam toward the fire monkey. Poisonous fangs, you say? Yi Qing's mind raced, issuing a rapid command. Clapping ambush. The fire monkey propelled itself upward, delivering a devastating uppercut to the spoon snake's jaw. The spoon snake's eyes glittered with stars from the impact, yet its extensive combat experience allowed it to endure the pain, extending its bifurcated tongue to ensnare the fire monkey nearby. Shadow clone. The fire monkey swiftly conjured 5 or 6 afterimages, encircling the spoon snake and effortlessly evading the tongue's grasp. Yi Qing pointed at the spoon snake's vulnerable spot. Iron tail. The fire monkey reappeared behind the spoon snake, its tail as hard as iron, swung toward its critical point. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying as the iron tail met its mark. The spoon snake, a seasoned fighter, quickly deduced the threat to its vital area. Thus, after evading the tongue attack, it swiftly redirected its tail, using the iron tail to shield its vulnerable spot. The shroomish and the allium duck, standing beside Yi Qing, watched intently. For these battle-hungry sprites, every move exchange between the fire monkey and the spoon snake was a lesson to be learned. In contrast to the onlookers, the fire monkey was invigorated. It hadn't faced such a balanced opponent in ages. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that the fire monkey's tail could not compare in strength or girth to the spoon snake's. This moment of parity was merely due to the spoon snake's hasty defense. Another round might not end in the fire monkey's favor. Seeing the fire monkey poised to continue with its iron tail against the spoon snake, Yi Qing quickly instructed, "Switch to flame wheel." The fire monkey hesitated momentarily, but decisively abandoned the iron tail, curling into a blazing wheel of flame that roared forth. The spoon snake twisted its body, its thick, long tail spinning in a circle, slamming against the flame wheel with a resounding crash. Boom! Flames erupted, and the fire monkey was sent flying like a rubber ball by the spoon snake's iron tail. Yet, this was precisely Yi Qing's intention. Otherwise, in close combat with halved fighting-type skill effectiveness, there would be no chance against the spoon snake. The fire monkey seized a branch, swinging vigorously, and unleashed a torrent of flames as wide as a barrel. For the first time, fear flickered in the spoon snake's vertical pupils as it hastily expelled a stream of purple venom. The searing heat of the flamethrower rapidly evaporated the toxic liquid, enveloping the spoon snake in flames. The flames scorched the spoon snake's body, causing it to writhe in agony amidst the inferno. Witnessing this, the Arbok and Wei Xing in the background could no longer contain themselves, swimming forward to rescue their leader. Yi Qing waved his hand, and the surrounding sprites, though apprehensive, stepped forward. They could not afford to lose momentum. Dozens of eyes locked onto the serpents. The spoon snake emitted a pained hiss, using its tail to propel itself off the ground, launching toward the fire monkey on the branch. Defend! The spoon snake's speed was astonishing, and the fire monkey found it impossible to evade. In the blink of an eye, the fire monkey saw the spoon snake, fangs bared, lunging toward it. Fortunately, the shield skill was activated in time. With a crunch, the venomous fangs clamped down on the green barrier. Deprived of its foothold, the spoon snake plummeted from the air. Before it could land, the fire monkey unleashed another flamethrower in its direction. Hiss! The spoon snake, in immense pain, weakly raised its tail to signal surrender. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qing smiled. Go and collect 5 cranberries. The fire monkey took a few breaths, leaped from the tree, and swiftly gathered the fruit under the sorrowful gazes of the spoon snake and Wei Xing. In truth, the spoon snake could continue battling, but as a wild sprite, it typically avoided sustaining severe injuries unless absolutely necessary, for doing so would leave it vulnerable to enemies. Yi Qing produced 2 poison-type energy cubes. Having had limited contact with such attributes, he found himself with an abundance of these cubes. Then, Yi Qing tossed the energy cubes toward the spoon snake. Healing sprays must be used judiciously, yet he was not so stingy with energy cubes especially since the spoon snake had willingly accepted the terms of the battle. At that moment, a teacher happened to pass overhead, witnessing this scene and momentarily losing the ability to articulate, astonished that while others sought wilderness survival, this individual had assumed the role of a mountain king. Chapter 99. The Mountain Bandit Yi Qing. Thus, Yi Qing relentlessly plundered, amassing no fewer than 20 or 30 assorted fruit from trees. Observing the plethora of spirits laden with their spoils, he stroked his chin, beginning to strategize for his sustenance. "Scallion duck," he called. "Quack." At the sound of Yi Qing's voice, Scallion duck raised its green onion, eagerly responding. With a smile, Yi Qing inquired, "Where can I find a tropical dragon?" "Quack, quack, quack." Scallion duck, now thoroughly devoted to Yi Qing, pointed towards the distance, waving its green onion to signal the others to follow. With Scallion duck leading the charge, the band of spirits surged forward like a band of ruffians towards their next destination. Yi Qing's entourage boasted an impressive presence, causing wild spirits to retreat in fear, none daring to obstruct their path. In a secluded corner of the forest, a massive tropical dragon leisurely stretched its neck, munching on leaves, its four large, leaf-like wings draping to the ground, adorned with a hefty cluster of ripe bananas hanging from its neck. As clouds of dust billowed in the distance, the tropical dragon, having swallowed a leaf, gazed curiously in that direction. "Why are all these spirits approaching me? I have merely been enjoying a few leaves," it pondered. Yi Qing, eyeing the luscious bananas dangling from its neck, politely proposed, "I would like to trade some items for the bananas you have. What do you think?" "Quack." Scallion duck gestured towards its remaining half of a green onion, suggesting to the tropical dragon that resistance would be futile, as it was a fitting example of what could happen. "Bananas?" The tropical dragon hesitated, contemplating the fruits it had painstakingly cultivated, which bore fruit only twice a year. It was a rare treat, one it seldom indulged in, so how could it possibly share with others? Resolutely, the tropical dragon shook its head, unlike the feeble Scallion duck, vowing not to yield even if it faced dire consequences. Yi Qing remained unperturbed, knowing that the fruit hanging from the tropical dragon's neck was a product of its own labor, rich in nutrients far beyond that of ordinary fruits. "I will trade you 2 tree fruits for your bananas." The tropical dragon perked up at the mention of tree fruits, recognizing their value. Not only could they heal wounds, but they could also replenish energy and unlock latent potential. However, as it had spent its life in solitude, it had seldom tasted such delicacies, often outmatched by united foes. At this moment, the mushroom spirit produced 2 tree fruits, enticing the tropical dragon further. "Hacha!" The fire monkey tossed a berry in the air, inhaling deeply, its expression one of sheer ecstasy. Unable to resist, the tropical dragon swallowed hard, lowering its long neck to sniff the air. "How about it? 2 tree fruits for your bananas is quite a bargain." Yi Qing continued to tempt. The tropical dragon nodded vigorously, drool escaping its mouth. Yi Qing smiled, instructing the fire monkey to proceed with the exchange. The transaction went smoothly. 2 berries were traded for a generous cluster of bananas, certainly 20 or 30 in number. Yet, even after acquiring the 2 tree fruits, the tropical dragon was not satisfied, aware that Yi Qing's collection boasted many more. Just as Yi Qing prepared to depart, the tropical dragon suddenly let out a roar. Yi Qing quickly shielded the bananas, exclaiming, "What's wrong? No backing out now." The tropical dragon crouched down, exposing its broad back to Yi Qing. It nodded, its mind racing with calculations. It resolved to remain with Yi Qing as long as the tree fruits lasted, reasoning that with such a large troop of spirits, its presence would be inconsequential. Yi Qing assessed the tropical dragon's attributes with a hint of regret, realizing it fell short of the criteria to join his ranks. However, he saw no harm in having it as a companion. He commended the fire monkey's leadership skills and patted the tropical dragon's neck, urging it to take flight. With a powerful flap of its 4 expansive wings, the tropical dragon soared into the sky, the wind howling around them, lifting them higher into the air. Yi Qing reveled in the exhilarating rush of controlling a flying spirit for the first time. The other spirits, filled with curiosity, realized that without Yi Qing, they might never have experienced the joy of flight. The supervising director, patrolling the skies, caught a glimpse of the silhouette on the back of the tropical dragon. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to recognize Yi Qing. Has he tamed the tropical dragon? But wait, why are there so many spirits with him? With the tropical dragon as their steed, they swiftly ascended above the river. Upon returning to camp, Yi Qing first savored a banana himself before beginning to prepare dishes using the tree fruits. Though not a seasoned chef, he had learned the basics of tree fruit cuisine, ensuring that the flavors would not endanger his companions. Releasing the beautiful Minas to frolic, the mushroom spirit and others quickly surrounded her, boasting of their recent bravery. The newcomer, the tropical dragon, was instantly captivated by Minas' beauty, noting their contrasting sizes. An exquisite match. Meanwhile, the fire monkey, curious about the pile of yellow bananas on the grass, felt an instinctual urge to taste them. Hacha! It scratched its head, pondering the strange sensation, having never sampled such a fruit before. As it pried open a banana, it couldn't help but swallow, devouring half in one bite. With its mouth stuffed with banana, the fire monkey rolled its eyes back in bliss, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious." In the following days, Yi Qing thrived, trading tree fruits with other spirits, and, when his own provisions ran low, allowing the tropical dragon and scallion duck to assist him in their escapades. Ultimately, the number of spirits in the camp grew, and Yi Qing nearly assumed the role of a mountain bandit. Chapter 100. The invasion of wild spirits. In contrast to Yi Qing, the other students were faring poorly. As time passed, food and medicine became increasingly scarce, compounded by the relentless ambushes from wild spirits. Many were finding it difficult to sleep soundly at night, leading to a growing number of eliminations over the past few days. Tents had been pitched atop the back of the Howling Whale King, providing temporary shelter for the students who had been eliminated. Zhao Xinran counted, noting that only 2 remained, Yi Qing and Fuji Miyake. Principal Jiang chuckled, "Oh, these 2 little ones seem quite resilient." Wang Yao, seated beside Morikawa Minako, playfully flicked his bangs and said, "So, how about I take you to experience the joys of womanhood this weekend?" The phrase "joys of womanhood" caused Morikawa Minako to furrow her brow slightly. Her limited grasp of Chinese left her unable to comprehend the deeper implications of his words. Zhang Xiaoqiang, lounging in his tent and whistling, felt pleased with the results of this training session. Not only had his Charmander successfully evolved, but he had also captured a promising Mareep. Just as Wang Yao was about to elaborate, Morikawa Minako suddenly stood up, gazing into the distance. "Brother," she exclaimed, waving excitedly from the back of the Howling Whale King. Zhao Xinran inquired, "Now that there's only Yi Qing left on the island, should we terminate the training?" Principal Jiang shook his head firmly. "No. Perhaps he is pushing his limits. A promise of 7 days means 7 days." The director of education, unable to contain himself, whispered, "Principal, I know Yi Qing's location. I suggest you take a look before making a decision." Intrigued, Principal Jiang asked, "Oh, why is that?" Observing the hesitant director, he instructed the others to remain on guard while he mounted his salamence and soared into the sky. As Zhao Xinran watched the principal fly away, she curiously asked, "What is going on with Yi Qing?" The director sighed and recounted everything he had seen. After absorbing the information, Zhao Xinran was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "This is extraordinary." It didn't take long for Principal Jiang to locate Yi Qing. A thick mist cloaked the river, concealing something beneath. On the riverbank, Yi Qing lounged on a wooden chair like a mountain king, flanked by his Monferno and Ducklet, who were instructing numerous spirits in their tasks. 2 Bidu were diligently massaging his calves. Yi Qing, Principal Jiang called as he made his descent on Salamence, grinning at the sunbathing youth. Salamence flapped its wings, stirring up a gust that rustled the nearby flora. "Principal." Yi Qing hurriedly sat up, awkwardly regarding Principal Jiang atop Salamence. The principal chuckled. "I heard you were living quite well. At first, I didn't believe it, but I underestimated you." "Not at all," Yi Qing replied modestly. Principal Jiang glanced at the dissipating mist over the river, speculating about the spirits concealed within. After all, he had entrusted the beautiful scales to Yi Qing. If the lad wasn't too foolish, he would surely attempt to capture a Magikarp. The pattern on this spirit egg. Principal Jiang stroked his chin, sensing a resemblance to a particular spirit, though the coloration was peculiar. A multitude of spirits gathered by the river, having just realized their goddess was missing and rushing to inquire about Yi Qing's situation. However, upon seeing the formidable salamence, they quickly retreated in fear. By the way, Principal, is there something you need from me? The training isn't over yet, is it? Yi Qing asked. Principal Jiang sighed. At this rate, you might as well end your training. Do you have anything to retrieve? Just come with me. Salamence blinked its large eyes and flipped its claws, indicating it was unrelated to the matter. Climbing on his Salamence's back, Yi Qing sighed, a wolf that cannot be nurtured. Indeed, they are all captivated by beauty. Principal Jiang shook his head, laughing. All right, let us go. Salamence flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with great force. Spirit, Salamence, level 57, potential, S status, healthy gender, male type, dragon flying ability, intimidate held items, dragon gem, dragon fong inherited skills, dragon rage, hurricane, dragon dance, flame fong. Water gun, basic skills, rage, ember, dragon claw, bite headbutt, dragon breath, dragon pulse, zen headbutt, flamethrower, crunch, body slam, Draco Meteor, Fly, Thunder, Fong skill inheritance, Heat Wave, Waterfall skill disc, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Steel Wing, substitute note. Having finally acquired the long-desired wings, Salamence often glide through the skies in exuberance. My goodness, a capitalist. Yi Qing thought to himself, astonished by the wealth required to amass such a collection. Moreover, he was carrying 2 items. Let me see where they are hidden. He mused as he searched around on Salamence's back. Principal Jiang, shaking his head in exasperation, said, all right, we've arrived. Qingzi. Yi Qing nearly fainted from the overpowering scent emanating from Wang Yao, hastily sidestepping his embrace. On the back of the howling whale king, over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed on Yi Qing. The teacher's earlier conversation had spread, revealing that while others sought survival on the deserted island, he appeared to be vacationing there. Yet, everyone had grown accustomed to Yi Qing's extraordinary feats. Even if he claimed to have captured a legendary beast, it would hardly raise eyebrows. Fuji Miyake approached Yi Qing, stating, Yi Qing-kun, you are quite strong. Do our previous arrangements still stand? Yi Qing smiled, of course. Why would I refuse free gifts? Excellent. Fuji Miyake huffed and fell silent, believing her own gains from this training would not pale in comparison, perhaps even surpassing his. The howling whale king spouted a towering column of water, setting forth with a majestic, resonant whale call, just as they had covered half the distance. Principal Jiang's satellite phone unexpectedly rang. He answered, hello? It's me. What? Wild spirits are invading. Chapter 101. A trip outside? The crystal is stolen with a thunderous roar. The mighty Salamence flapped its expansive wings and swiftly took flight from the back of the roaring whale king. At that very moment, the security personnel received an urgent notification and hurriedly mounted their flying Pokémon, such as the majestic Talonflame, racing toward Shanghai City. Gazing up at the soaring Pokémon, Yi Qing and his companions were left bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. Wang Yao, unperturbed by the chaos, swiftly approached Zhao Xinran, inquiring, Teacher, what is happening? Why is everyone leaving? What? The students were utterly shocked. They had not anticipated that during their training excursion, their homes would be plundered. The roaring whale king surged forward at full speed. Zhao Xinran, recognizing the urgency, informed them that 2 legendary beasts were engaged in a fierce battle in the skies above Shanghai City, with numerous wild Pokémon following suit, invading the city. The scale of this incursion was alarmingly vast, and the city's defensive forces were clearly inadequate. Some households lacked even a single trainer, placing them in grave danger against the onslaught of wild Pokémon. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. It was Friday, and if all went as expected, his younger sister and mother were at home. Most concerning was the fact that there were no Pokémon to protect his family. To compound matters, his phone had long since run out of battery, rendering him unable to contact them. Milotic, Yi Qing murmured, clutching the Pokeball containing his Milotic. You're my only hope now. Although Milotic's swimming speed could not rival that of flying-type Pokémon, it was undoubtedly several times swifter than the roaring whale king. Wang Yao, sensing his friend's distress, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Are you alright, Qingzi? He was acutely aware of the precarious situation at Yi Qing's home without a Pokémon for protection. Yi Qing was in turmoil, his mind buzzing with anxiety. Clutching the Pokeball, he gathered his thoughts and looked at Wang Yao. I need you to do me a favor. All right, just say the word. Wang Yao responded without hesitation. Yi Qing pointed in another direction. Go over there and divert everyone's attention for just a few seconds. Huh, sure. Though puzzled by Yi Qing's sudden request, Wang Yao nodded quickly in agreement. In the urgency of the moment, his mind was racing, struggling to devise a plan. Just then, he spotted Sunchuan Minako nearby, clad in a short skirt. An idea struck him. With determination, Wang Yao rushed over, took a deep breath, and unexpectedly lifted Sunchuan Minako's skirt in front of the crowd. Pervert! The humid sea breeze rushed beneath her skirt, and Minako was infuriated. Her face flushed like a ripe apple as she swiftly slapped Wang Yao across the face. Although she wore leggings beneath her skirt, the audacity of being teased by a boy was intolerable. As anticipated, the crowd atop the Roaring Whale King was indeed drawn to the commotion, including several teachers who turned to look. Baka! Fuji Miyuki exploded in anger, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront Wang Yao. Yi Qing silently mourned for his best friend for a moment, and seized the opportunity while everyone's gaze was diverted. He leaped into the ocean with a splash. As the white waves erupted, Yi Qing quickly released Milotic just as he hit the water. Dive! Milotic swiftly submerged, encircling Yi Qing in its embrace before propelling forward with a flick of its tail, covering nearly 100 meters in an instant. Once they distanced themselves from the Roaring Whale King, Milotic ascended rapidly, maintaining a position just beneath the ocean's surface. From above, one could clearly see a creamy white Milotic gliding through the cerulean waters, reminiscent of a mermaid in motion. Yi Qing took a deep breath, surfacing briefly for air before plunging back under, knowing that only by doing so could Milotic achieve its full speed. Milotic surged through the waves, reducing what would have been a journey of several hours to just 1 hour as they approached the coastal shores. Upon witnessing the distant coastline, Yi Qing instructed Milotic to halt. What lay before him was a sight that rendered Yi Qing speechless. The sky above Shanghai City was divided in two. One half engulfed in ominous clouds, crackling with thunder and torrential rain, while the other basked in the blazing sun, fiery clouds dancing with flames. On the ground and in the air, a fierce battle raged, with countless wild Pokémon divided into factions, clashing violently. Human trainers fought valiantly to resist the onslaught. Yet the local trainers alone were utterly incapable of driving these Pokémon away. A yellow Dragonite erupted into the air, its body radiating with 1,000 bolts of lightning, leaving a scorched earth in its wake as it obliterated every Pokémon within its vicinity. Moltres and Zapdos clashed amidst the clouds, their electric and fiery energies colliding with thunderous roars. Yi Qing seethed with rage, pointing at the sky and shouting, "You blasted feathered fiend. Just wait until I have a chance to capture you with a Pokeball." Milotic sensed the fury coursing through Yi Qing, consuming an energy cube to recuperate briefly before continuing towards the dock. Finding a spot with minimal Pokémon presence, Yi Qing emerged onto the dock, looking like a drenched vagabond with his tattered clothes and wet hair. However, anyone who caught sight of Milotic behind him would not dare underestimate him. The area was teeming with battling Pokémon, and there wasn't a single human in sight at the dock. The city was under martial law. Trainers of lower rank were confined to their homes, while the more powerful ones positioned themselves at the city's perimeter, fending off the formidable Pokémon. Observing the multitude of wild Pokémon, most of which were only at level 10 or lower, Yi Qing resolved to take on the weaker foes first and carve a path through. Use Hydro Pump here. Milotic opened its mouth, summoning a torrent of water elements that coalesced into a massive sky-blue hydro pump, shooting forth with tremendous force. Boom! The powerful blast of water swept through the surrounding Pokémon, clearing a path almost instantly. Go! Yi Qing released his Infernape, directing them to escort him as they dashed homeward. A large Spearow crashed down onto the street with a loud thud, only to be immediately followed by a massive Talonflame that descended from above, pinning it beneath its claws, mercilessly pecking at its head. Streetlights, trash cans, and vehicles were overrun by a swarm of Rattata, while a private car was sent flying by a single powerful punch from a nearby Mac-Hoke, soaring through the air and crashing toward the construction worker burdened with two concrete pillars. Chapter 102. Into the city, although the battle was fierce. The majority of the wild spirits engaged primarily in street combat, seldom venturing into the buildings. At this moment, several ferocious wild spirits turned their attention towards Yi Qing, beginning to converge upon him. Acha! The blazing monkey unleashed a torrent of searing flames to thwart their advance. Bang! The blazing monkey delivered a powerful punch, sending a scyther plummeting from the rooftop flying. Yi Qing commanded his two spirits to crouch low and advance swiftly, skillfully dodging the frenzied wild spirits and the various debris cascading from above. A bicycle. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he spotted a reasonably well-preserved mountain bike parked by the roadside. However, most of the wild spirits had now taken notice of Yi Qing, and they collectively resolved to eliminate this anomaly. As he beheld the wild spirits charging towards him, Yi Qing shouted, "Milotic, use Whirlpool. Blazing Monkey, combine your flamethrower with the Whirlpool." Milotic and Blazing Monkey exchanged glances. It was their first collaboration. A towering whirlpool, approximately 4 to 5 meters high, materialized out of thin air, its violent winds drawing in all smaller spirits nearby. As the whirlpool grew in strength, it absorbed the flamethrower, transforming into a formidable fire tornado. A small Rattata, intending to pounce on Yi Qing, was caught off guard by the immense suction from behind, feeling itself lifted off the ground and swiftly ensnared within the blistering vortex. Milotic unleashed another water gun, propelling a group of enemies away, while the blazing monkey transformed its entire body into a weapon, dispatching all nearby foes with a flurry of punches and kicks. The blazing monkey forged ahead like a blazing wheel, clearing the path as Yi Qing mounted the bicycle and followed quickly, with Milotic soaring nearby for protection. They sped along the tumultuous road, the mountain bike proving essential for navigating the uneven terrain. Caw! The Firebird and Zapdos in the sky unleashed their power once more, igniting a spectacular display of flames and lightning that erupted with a deafening roar. Arrows of fire rained down from the heavens, scattering across the cityscape. Milotic shielded against a sneaky attack from a mischievous frog, sending it flying with a swish of its tail. The blazing monkey inhaled deeply, exhaling a wave of flames to swiftly clear the obstacles ahead. This catastrophe had been ongoing for some time. The streets were devoid of human presence, overrun by wild spirits engaged in brutal combat, with only a few daring trainers commanding their spirits to fight and assist the injured. Beep beep! An ear-piercing horn blared as a bus careened around the corner, scattering wild spirits in its wake. Yi Qing scrutinized the scene and noticed the driver's face with a mask of fear, with 7 or 8 passengers on board. A brute. At the end of the street, a massive Macamp stepped into the road, its 4 arms as thick as tree trunks aimed squarely at the bus, seemingly intent on halting it to showcase its strength. The passengers in the bus turned pale at the sight of this roadblock, with a couple even breaking down in tears, with debris littering both sides of the road. The bus driver had no choice but to grit his teeth and slam the accelerator, hoping to ram through. However, the uneven surface hindered their speed. Water gun. Yi Qing was baffled by the driver's audacity to confront the Macamp head-on. If the bus continued at this sluggish pace, it would undoubtedly be crushed. Milotic opened its mouth, gathering moisture from the surroundings, and in an instant, a water gun shot forth from the side toward the Macamp. Boom! The Macamp, poised and ready, was taken by surprise and slammed against the wall beside the street. Seeing the roadblock dealt with, the bus driver exhaled in relief, nodding gratefully at Yi Qing before flooring the accelerator and speeding away. The passengers, having narrowly escaped, erupted into tears of joy, giving Yi Qing a thumbs up. Some even pulled out their phones to capture the moment, photographing Milotic and Yi Qing in awe. "Take me with you," Yi Qing lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he watched the bus drift away, leaving only the lingering exhaust fumes behind. Fortunately, the dock was not far from Yi Qing's home, and after a brief ride, the distant community came into view. Outside the community, although trainers formed makeshift defenses in groups, battling the wild spirits, the sheer number of spirits overwhelmed them, and many managed to breach the perimeter. Get away from me! Yi Qing, blinded by rage, abandoned the bicycle and commanded Milotic to lift him and the blazing monkey into the air. The 10-meter-long Milotic coiled through the sky like a dragon, enveloped in mist, making it all the more striking. Who is that? Milotic? How could a Milotic appear here? We've never heard of a trainer with a beggar like Milotic in Shanghai City. A crowd gathered, their eyes locked onto the soaring Milotic, speculating about its trainer's identity. Yet, obscured by the mist, they could not discern the trainer's features, only catching glimpses of a flaming-tailed monkey. Milotic unleashed a water gun, obliterating two Zubat that lunged at them as its tail swished rapidly toward home. The community lay in ruins, with many walls riddled with holes from wild spirits' assaults, while others battled on the rooftops. Seeing the bloodstains below, Yi Qing silently prayed for his family's safety. Bang! Help me! A trainer below was ambushed by a swift Lux Ray, toppling to the ground. Fortunately, his nearby spirit reacted swiftly, or he would have surely met his demise. We're almost there. Milotic sensed her master's urgency and pushed herself to the utmost speed. As Yi Qing hurried forward, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed overhead. Caw! A Fiero descended from the sky, its sharp claws glinting menacingly as it lunged toward Milotic's vulnerable spot. Spirit. Fiero, level 21. Potential. D status. Injured, angry. Gender. Male type. Normal ability. Keen eye. Fortunately, with keen eye, its accuracy will not be diminished. Held item. None inherited skills. Quick attack. Steel wing basic skills. Peck. Fury attack. Aerial ace. Mimic. Beak blast. Agility skill teaching. None skill discs. None remarks. Fiero has a notoriously irritable temperament, bearing a long-standing feud with the Pidgey family. Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he cursed. How dare a level 21 weakling be so brazen? Do you think I'm a harmless kitten just because I haven't shown my claws? Chapter 103. Setback. Pointing at the descending Chatot, I commanded Icy Wind surprise attack. Hacha! The Monferno leaped 3 to 4 meters high on the back of the Milotic, breaking Chatot's lightning-fast move with a resounding slap, swiftly flipping onto its back. Milotic raised its head, unleashing a gust of freezing wind mixed with ice crystals and snowflakes toward Chatot. Momentarily dazed by Monferno's strike, Chatot quickly found itself covered in frost upon regaining its senses. Hacha! Monferno glared fiercely at Chatot, raising its flaming fist and bringing it down with a powerful thud. Monferno rained blows upon Chatot's back, feathers swirling through the air, until finally, under the force of Milotic's water cannon, Chatot was sent crashing to the ground. Hacha! Monferno leaped onto Milotic's back, its entire being radiating an explosive energy. With a stern expression, I directed Milotic to press onward. At last, my heart raced as I beheld the familiar apartment building. Was a glass shattered? Gazing at the broken glass in the kitchen, a surge of anger welled up within me. Boom! Mino! Just then, a loud crash echoed as a cement block struck Milotic, causing it to plummet to the concrete below with a mournful cry. Damn it! Thanks to Monferno's protection, I remained unharmed, yet the thought of being unable to enter my own home ignited a furious blaze within me. Mino! Milotic writhed in pain. That strike was no small matter. Fortunately, its defenses were formidable, or it might have been knocked out entirely. Grimer? Rising from the ground, I spotted Grimer lurking by the flower bed, its eyes glinting with menace. Pokémon. Grimer, level 35, potential, D status, healthy gender, none type. Poison ability, poison touch held item, none inherited skills. Lick, shadow punch basic skills, pound, toxic gas, harden. Mud slap, mud bomb, mud shot, throw, mud bomb skill transfer, thunder punch skill disc, none note. Typically dwells in filthy places like sewers and garbage dumps, often lying on the ground, making it easy for people to step on it and suffer a fierce counterattack. A massive black fist materialized before Grimer, shattering the water cannon with a resounding crash, and as it opened its mouth, A large clump of sludge shot directly at Monferno. Hacha! Monferno leaped to the second floor, compelled to defend against the incoming sludge bomb. Boom! Though the defense blocked the sludge bomb, the resulting shockwave sent Monferno crashing to the ground. I frowned deeply, harboring bitter resentment toward the powerful Grimer. Ugh! Grimer had long claimed this area as its territory, and upon encountering me, it unleashed a ruthless attack. Boom! At that moment, Milotic's long tail struck swiftly, clashing with a poison frog intent on ambushing us. However, the poison frog's explosive punch was too powerful, redirecting Milotic's tail, and with a kick, it lunged at me with its glistening toxic claws. Surprise attack! My heart raced as I urgently signaled Monferno to intercept. The poison frog's cross-chop was interrupted by Monferno. Yet the next instant, a bullet punch whistled through the air, sending Monferno flying. Watching my Pokémon falter, I felt a chill run down my spine, realizing for the first time how close I was to death. With a determined push, Monferno executed a rapid defense, positioning itself to block the poison frog's onslaught. Even though it was outmatched, it stood firm before me. The poison frog swung a punch. With a resounding crash, Monferno was sent flying again, debris scattering as it hit the ground heavily. Divine Bird. Just as I felt a surge of anxiety, a powerful voice echoed from the sky. A colossal blue energy bird soared through the air, crashing into the attacking poison frog with unmatched force. Brother, are you all right? A man clad in security attire rode in on a blazing horse. Having rushed from afar, and after repelling the poison frog, he turned to me. I'm fine, thank you. I hastily expressed my gratitude, my thoughts consumed by my family. After thanking him, I urged Milotic to swiftly carry me home. The man shook his head in awe, gazing at Milotic. A Milotic? Such a rare Pokémon. Ugh! Grimer, hidden beside the flower bed, sensed an imposing presence and sought to flee. With a sly grin, the man declared, Grimer, you'll be joining me from now on. Crash! Monferno barreled through the already shattered window, racing into the living room. Mom! Sister! I shouted as I entered, frantically searching for my family. Son? A startled voice emerged from the closed bathroom, while a middle-aged man appeared from the hallway. Who are you? I inquired, not rushing to open the bathroom door, but rather questioning him in confusion. The man replied in a deep voice, by Professor Function's orders. I am here to protect your family. At his words, I smacked my forehead, realizing I had forgotten about the hidden protection for my family in my moment of urgency. My mother rushed out from the bathroom. A mother's intuition is remarkable, for despite my disheveled appearance, she instantly recognized me. Monferno dashed to my mother, gesturing animatedly and showing her its injuries. My mother scooped up Monferno, soothingly saying, Good child, you've endured so much pain. It must have been a tough journey. Relieved to see my mother safe, I exhaled deeply and asked, What is the situation outside? The man took a drag from his cigarette, gazing out at the sky. Reinforcements from other cities have arrived. The good days for these two divine beasts are numbered. Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief. That's great. Brother, go assist the others. I can hold the fort here. The man extinguished his cigarette and nodded, understood. Generally, wild Pokémon seldom enter buildings. As long as you stay indoors, you should be safe. I instructed my mother and Monferno to remain inside, placing my backpack containing the Larvitar egg on the sofa, and moved to the balcony to release Milotic. Milotic's body glimmered with pure white light, healing much of its injuries through self-restoration. As it floated in the air alongside me, both of us watching the battle unfolding among the clouds. Chapter 104, Lugia Water Cannon. Noticing a large bat from the neighboring building attempting to break through the window, Yiqing swiftly commanded Milotic to provide support. The men dispatched earlier to protect Yiqing's family had already regrouped with those who had assisted him downstairs, all rushing to other severely affected areas for aid. Since the majority of the invading wild spirits hailed from the Jinsei Forest, a region adjacent to the city, the number and strength of the spirits within had always been meticulously monitored and controlled. Thus, the spirits that managed to infiltrate the community were primarily those that had slipped through the net, while any somewhat formidable beings had been kept at bay outside the city limits. In the air, Milotic displayed her might, effortlessly overpowering the surrounding wild spirits. With no concerns weighing on him, Yi Qing rode Milotic through the community, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake, truly a force to be reckoned with. A little girl, witnessing Milotic soar past the window, turned to her mother in excitement, asking, "Mom, what kind of spirit is that? It's so beautiful." The woman, feeding a piece of energy cube to her nearby Bellisum, gazed out in astonishment, replying, "That is Milotic. I never expected such a spirit to be in our community." "Wait a minute. Isn't that my wife? How could she be tamed by someone else?" Milotic, since Milotic had already been seen by others. Yi Qing decided against concealing her any longer. After all, to harm a student from a certain school would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire institution. A foolhardy endeavor indeed. Furthermore, while Milotic was rare, she was not so extraordinary as to incite madness. She was not worth risking everything for. Of utmost importance was the fact that Yi Qing had acquired a Larvitar egg. Once this little creature hatched, he would possess a new trump card, granting him the ability to teleport, essentially a ticket to safety, making it nearly impossible for anyone to capture him. Just then, a furious roar echoed throughout the heavens. In the next moment, the sea was whipped up by a fierce wind to heights of hundreds of feet, forming a towering water column that spiraled endlessly into the sky, reminiscent of a dragon drinking from the ocean. In the distance, above the azure sky, a blue and white spirit with enormous wings resembling hands soared majestically. Wherever it flew, the clouds parted, unleashing waves of silver storms. The god of tides, Lugia, Yi Qing's gaze grew distant, astonished that Lugia had chosen to intervene personally. It was said that Lugia commanded all avian spirits, serving as the leader of the legendary birds, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. When the world was thrown into chaos by these three deities, Lugia would emerge as the god of the sea to quell the turmoil. With a powerful flap of its wings, Lugia positioned itself between Zapdos and Moltres, a tempest swirling around it, as the clouds above began to rotate, forming a deep vortex. The fierce winds became blades, mercilessly cutting into both legendary birds, forcing them to retreat. Lugia! Gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the community, with some even foolishly clamoring to capture it. Yi Qing understood that while various trainers had managed to tame secondary deities like Suicune and Tornadus, they still held a deep respect for primary deities. No trainer had ever successfully captured a primary deity. Nations typically fostered friendly relations with them, maintaining a state of mutual respect. With Lugia's intervention, the fierce cyclonic attacks subdued Zapdos and Moltres, compelling them to retreat after a brief stalemate. As the legendary birds fled, numerous wild spirits in the city hastily scattered as well. With the storm passing, the city lay in disarray, yet fortunately, most of the wild spirits had fought outside the buildings, resulting in minimal damage to the structures. Given that such wild spirit invasions occurred every few years, cities had gained considerable experience in handling these situations. Observing his mother playing with a Monferno, Yi Qing suggested, "Mom, I've decided to get you another spirit. Otherwise, I want to be able to relax on my travels." His mother hesitated, recalling past occurrences when similar events had taken place, though the scale had never been this great. With his father's strength, they had managed without significant issues. Yi Qing understood the internal struggle his mother faced and continued to reassure her. "Don't worry about the cost of raising a spirit. I have a plan. You're a registered trainer in the Alliance, right? In a few days, I'll help you catch one." "All right." His mother's eyes glimmered with appreciation. She realized her son was truly maturing. "By the way, where's my sister? I haven't seen her around." The Alliance acted swiftly, perhaps due to the frequency of such occurrences, as their disaster recovery efforts were executed with remarkable efficiency. That afternoon, supplies were dispatched to various communities, and for a nominal fee, workers arrived to repair damaged homes. Yi Qing placed the Larvitar egg on his bed, contemplating the family's future expenses. Currently, he had over 300,000 in savings, which would suffice for the time being. However, considering household expenditures, he realized he might soon find himself in a tight spot. It seemed time to put some pressure on Fujigikuki, as he still had 500,000 stored with him. Determined, Yi Qing promptly contacted Fuji Gakuki via his freshly charged phone, messaging the class group. Tomorrow evening at 7. Let us meet at the foot of Jinsei Forest. Fuji Gakuki replied, Okay. Seeing the messages in the group chat, his classmates ignited with curiosity, particularly Wang Yao, who immediately declared his intention to serve as a referee. The next moment, Wang Yao began bombarding Yi Qing with private messages, incessantly asking about the sudden escape during his ride on Wylord. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinran sent her own message as well. With the assistance of spirits, the efficiency of recovery efforts soared, and the entire city was restored in just over a day. Subsequently, an overwhelming wave of publicity swept across the city, showcasing trainers who had excelled during this incident on large screens. Among these displays, the footage of Yi Qing saving a bus quickly gained traction online, becoming a trending topic. In a moment of whimsy, Yi Qing glanced at the comments from netizens, only to find that the very first comment captured his attention completely. Chapter 105. The ATM is now online. I am a reporter for the Elven Morning News. Trainers of the Milotic, please contact me. The reward is substantial. DIO. If the Milotic lays an egg, be sure to save one. The price is negotiable. Who is the trainer of the Milotic? Is it the little beggar next to her? Judging by this person's attire, they must also be someone saved by the Milotic. So handsome, the Milotic's hydro pump can only be described as magnificent. It's too dangerous, but thankfully we have a Milotic-S assistance. Is there no one to pity the brute? Perhaps he merely wishes to help the bus stop. I want to have a baby with the Milotic. Truly with such innovative ideas. Observing the comments below, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He promptly informed his father of his decision, assuring him to focus on work without worry. Mom, are you all right? Burst through the door, spotting her brother and mother leisurely enjoying fruit on the sofa. I'm fine. Guided her little daughter to sit beside her on the sofa, affectionately ruffling her hair. That's good to hear. Sighed in relief and continued, by the way, what were you and brother discussing earlier? What about some elves? Playfully tapped the little girl on the forehead, smiling as she replied, Oh, nothing much. We were just planning to capture an elf in the wilderness area for your mom. Capture an elf? The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, immediately expressing her desire to capture one as well. Shot her a disapproving glance. Don't be silly. You're too young to raise an elf. Noticing the disappointment on her face, suggested, No worries. You can let mom help you catch one. Haven't you been studying berries and energy cubes lately? I know of an elf that would be perfect for you. Really? Was about to pout, but quickly became hopeful again. Nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Let me make some arrangements. And tomorrow we shall head to the wilderness area. Glancing at the time, went downstairs to meet. While seated in the taxi heading to, turned to ask, Do you have his contact information? Put down his phone, pondering for a moment before cautiously asking why. What do you need her number for? Rolled his eyes. I want my mom to capture an elf, but I only have a gold card and can't take her to the core area. Upon hearing this, finally relaxed and nodded. Oh, I see. I'll send you her contact information. Honestly, besides her, no one else can help you with this. But I advise you to keep your intentions pure. Her parents are not to be trifled with. Couldn't he be bothered to argue, nodding along to every word he said. After obtaining his phone number, added her as a friend. After a brief wait, as they neared the foot of the mountain, friend request was finally accepted. Felt somewhat exasperated. Hadn't he included his name in the request? It's me. I need your help with something. Oh, it's really you. I thought you were a scammer. What do you need? Stated plainly. I want to take my mom and sister to the core area of the wilderness to capture 2 elves. Of course, I'll pay whatever you ask. Feeling anxious, was aware this was his first time asking someone for help. Although he had saved the girl's life, his intentions had been purely altruistic then. Sure, but you have to show me the Milotic first. I recognized you at a glance online. Did it work? Craned his neck to sneak a peek, clearly intrigued by the unfolding scene. It did. After confirming the time put away his phone and smiled. After settling the payment, and stood in their familiar spot, reminiscing. When they first came camping, they were both novices and now everything had changed. The sky darkened, and the surrounding crowd thinned. The depths were shrouded in darkness, with the occasional sounds of various elves echoing through the night. Good evening, sir. Cheerfully greeted the security guard at the booth. The guard gave him a frosty look, engrossed in his newspaper. "By the way, I heard you capture Magikarp?" Inquired. Proudly produced a Pokeball. "Indeed. Would you like to see it?" "Sure." Curiosity piqued. Wondered what kind of Magikarp this fellow had captured. With a flash of white light, a lively Magikarp, about 30 to 40 centimeters long, appeared on the ground. Its plump body flopped around like a salted fish, occasionally splashing its tail against S calf. Such a lively one. Pokémon. Magikarp, level 10, potential, D status. Healthy, energetic, gender, male type, water ability, swift swim held item. None inherited skills. None basic skills. Splash. Tackle skill transfer. None skill disc. None note. Magikarp is known for its erratic leaps, often attracting attacks from the likes of Pidgey and Spearow. Couldn't he help but be impressed? This D-grade potential was quite decent. With proper nurturing, it could stand on its own. After scrutinizing for a while, S eyes sparkled with mischief as he grinned and asked, "Have you tried the evolution kick?" Hesitated. "Isn't that a bit cruel? Abusing Pokémon is against the law." Pointed at the Magikarp, which was playfully splashing its tail against S' leg. "Look, isn't it having fun?" Glanced down at the Magikarp, which was energetically splashing him, and felt a flicker of temptation. "You both have arrived." Turning around, noticed in casual wear and in a short skirt and black stockings had just arrived. A luxurious Mercedes G-Class was parked behind them. "Hello," greeted with a smile, completely ignoring, seemingly still upset over the skirt lifting incident. Helplessly shrugged, indicating the hefty price he had paid. "Good to see you both. Have you gathered enough funds?" Inquired. S' expression instantly turned cold. "You certainly have confidence, but don't let it backfire on you." Chapter 106. Victory in hand. Wang Yao cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering who truly was the subordinate of whom. Yi Qing interjected to halt their banter and stepped into a clearing, declaring, "All right, let us commence. I would like to invite Miss Minako Morikawa to serve as our referee." "Very well," Minako Morikawa replied with a gentle smile, positioning herself between the two and producing her phone to begin recording. Fujimaki assumed a serious demeanor and bowed slightly. "I humbly request your guidance. Go forth, mighty chicken." "Wasabi." The mighty chicken stood on one leg, its arms stretched wide, striking a pose reminiscent of a proud rooster. Fujimaki sneered. "I neglected to mention that I have joined the martial arts dojo in Shanghai City, where I have learned the true essence of combat. Your fire monkey shall prove no match for the mighty chicken." Shanghai City boasts numerous dojos, established by various esteemed trainers. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Oh, is that so?" He then produced the Pokeball containing his Milotic and tossed it into the air. The image of Milotic, alongside his own photograph, had already circulated widely across various forums in Shanghai City. In no time, the discerning netizens would deduce that he was indeed Milotic's trainer. Consequently, it was no longer necessary to conceal Milotic's existence, as media and advertisers would soon seek him out for interviews and promotions. "Mimi." A melodious voice resonated throughout the venue as Milotic, over 9 meters long, spiraled gracefully in the air, enveloped in a veil of mist that rendered the scene dreamlike. Both Fujimaki and Minako Morikawa exchanged incredulous glances. "Milotic, that beggar trainer is truly you." Wang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, Qingzi, you had me fooled." Yi Qing smiled softly, glancing at Fujimaki. "Is there still a need to fight?" How infuriating. Fujimaki's fists clenched, unable to accept that this magnificent Milotic belonged to Yi Qing. He had received no prior indication of this development. Warriors of the Great River tribe never yield. Use Thunderbolt. Fujimaki was unwilling to concede. "Wasabi." The mighty chicken's eyes blazed with fierce determination as it propelled itself skyward in a flash of white light, charging towards Milotic. "It can come to an end now," Yi Qing remarked calmly as the mighty chicken collided with Milotic. "Mimi." With its ruby-like eyes narrowed, Milotic coiled its elongated body, ensnaring the mighty chicken tightly, leaving only its bewildered head exposed. Fujimaki gasped in shock. "Tear and break free. Hydro pump." Yi Qing commanded without granting the mighty chicken a moment's respite. Milotic opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of water that crashed down upon the mighty chicken's head. Wasabi. Following several hydro pumps, Milotic released its grip, and the mighty chicken, having succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. How could you possess a Milotic? Fujimaki staggered back a few paces, momentarily unable to process the reality before him. Such a beautiful and powerful Pokémon should rightfully belong to him. Wang Yao, uninterested in his expression, called out, "Enough of the delay, let us settle the payment." He stepped forward to intercept Minako Morikawa, stating, "No need to trouble my brother. Simply scan my QR code, and I'll provide you with his account number." These. Minako Morikawa hesitated, glancing at Yi Qing. "Yes, just add him," Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. Having initially believed he could easily defeat Yi Qing after training at the dojo, he was now taken aback to discover that his opponent had already captured a Milotic. Right? It must have been a wild Milotic he captured on a deserted island. How infuriating. Fujimaki seemed to grasp something, realizing that while he had considered capturing a dual-edged sort of stroke of luck, Yi Qing had effortlessly captured a Milotic. The mounting frustration caused his heart to feel uneasy. Brother. Minako Morikawa, having completed the transaction, caught sight of his distress and hurried over to retrieve a bottle of medicine from her pocket, administering it to him. "Is he all right?" Yi Qing felt a pang of concern, hoping he hadn't inadvertently provoked his cash cow to the point of a breakdown. After taking the medicine, Fujimaki regained his composure and wiped his mouth fiercely, declaring, "I'm fine. It's just an old ailment. I will continue to challenge you." Yi Qing responded eagerly. "Good, as long as you bring enough money." Fujimaki turned on his heel, pulling Minako Morikawa with him. This time, he had been unprepared. He had not anticipated Yi Qing capturing a Milotic. Had it been that monkey, it would surely have fallen to the mighty chicken's might. Yi Qing watched them depart, then approached Wang Yao, who wore a sly grin. "What are you laughing about? Anyone who doesn't know would think you've struck a fortune of 500,000. Wang Yao shook his head while scrolling through his phone, sighing, "Hee, brother, you just don't understand. Social media is truly a wonderful thing." Yi Qing scoffed, "All right. Enough of that. You should spend more time nurturing your Magikarp." At the mention of Magikarp, Wang Yao finally put away his phone and remarked seriously, "I'm not saying this, but is that evolution stone of yours really effective?" Yi Qing patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Other Magikarps may falter, but your tempestuous Magikarp has great potential." Ding. His phone vibrated.